The Berserker clenches fist. Kid, do you see this fist as large as a sandbag? One hit from me, and you might very well meet your demise. Lin Luo retorted, Brother, I've already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. You must first land a blow on me to speak, all right? The heavily armored warrior declared, Lin Luo, I will stand right here for you to strike. If you take a step back, consider it my defeat. Lin Luo replied, Fire release. Great fire annihilation. I won't strike you. I merely need to roast you to medium doneness. The ranged marksman, wielding a runic cannon, unleashed a barrage. Lin Luo, beneath my runic cannon, no matter how strong you are, you will be reduced to rubble. Lin Luo yawned. Chapter 1. Starting on the path to reversal. In the Noah Empire, on the eastern border, Starry City, at the Psychic Academy. Lin Luo stood in the Academy Square, observing the bustling crowd, feeling quite unsettled and a bit anxious. He recalled a time when he was on the subway, clad in eccentric attire, en route to a cosplay convention centered around his beloved anime character, the god of shinobi, Hashirama. Senju from Naruto. He had always been one to embrace his youth wholeheartedly. As an experienced cosplayer, he never missed such gatherings. However, an unfortunate incident occurred when he clashed with a towering man over 2 meters tall. The atmosphere had been tense. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed Hashirama's signature technique, would release. Yet, in the duel of experts, victory could be determined in a mere second. Before his seals were complete, a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing down. With a thud, he lost all consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. Lin Luo turned to gaze at the towering structure behind him, swallowing hard. He vowed to the heavens he had never seen such a magnificent building. This was not a dream. Where on earth was he? He had no idea, nor did he dare to inquire. Anxiety gripped him. Forget it. Since I'm here, I shall make the best of it. I, Lin Luo, fear no one. Once an aspiring ninja, Lin Luo resolved to take a brave step forward. Suddenly, a large hand clapped on his shoulder, the overwhelming force nearly causing him to stumble to the ground. Turning around, he found a robust figure staring intently at him. Lin Luo's pupils constricted, and he instinctively thought of fleeing. The image of that sandbag-sized fist had left a shadow on his young heart. President, so you are here, the giant said. Lin Luo looked bewildered. PR, president? What president? Who are you? Regret washed over him immediately. He should have spoken less to avoid arousing suspicion. President, I am Su Xiaoyu. Has your illness flared up again? Su Xiaoyu paused, his expression slightly strange, as he pulled out a bottle of medicine from his pocket and handed it to Lin Luo, saying, Your medicine. I'm ill. Nonsense. You're the one who's sick. Your entire family is ill. Lin Luo almost retorted, but nearly laughed when he heard the name Su Xiaoyu, a towering man over 2 meters tall, yet named Su Xiaoyu. One could only wonder what his parents were thinking. Taking the medicine, Lin Luo cleared his throat. This simpleton seemed easily manipulated. Since Su Xiaoyu referred to him as the president, he needed to embody that role and extract some useful information from him. Do you know what we are supposed to do next? Su Xiaoyu found it strange. Hadn't the club's tasks been assigned long ago? However, considering the president's recent odd behavior and frequent nonsensical remarks, he responded, reporting, President, our task today is to recruit 2 new members. Lin Luo inquired again, Do you know who I am? Su Xiaoyu sighed, realizing the president's condition was indeed serious. A second-year student in the logistics department of the Psychic Academy, a future super S-level psychic. Warrior, Lin Luo felt a surge of joy. Indeed, this simpleton was quite cooperative, unaware that in his eyes, Lin Luo was already beyond help. With Su Xiaoyu's assistance, Lin Luo finally unraveled the 3 ultimate questions that had plagued him. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? In this world, Lin Luo aspired to become the most powerful psychic warrior. To achieve this, one must open their spiritual sea and absorb spiritual energy. Lin Luo had successfully opened his spiritual sea, but his spiritual growth value was only 3, that a value below 5 is considered poor, 6 and 7 are average, while 8 and 9 are deemed genius level. Lin Luo's spiritual growth value set a record low at the Psychic Academy, relegating him to the logistics department. The logistics department, if spoken of bluntly, is akin to a trash department. Lin Luo propped his chin on his right hand. A quintessential failure at the beginning, a staple for any transmigrator. This is how online novels portray it, starting on the path to reversal. But where is the golden finger? Without a golden finger, how can one turn the tables? Noticing Lin Luo lost in thought, Su Xiaoyu reminded him, President, shouldn't we recruit members? The student council has made it clear that if we don't gather enough members by tomorrow, the Dawn Society will be disbanded. Currently, the Dawn Society had only 3 members, while the minimum requirement for clubs at the Psychic Academy is 5. Su Xiaoyu was also aware that recruiting 2 members by tomorrow was practically impossible. Given Lin Luo's reputation in the academy, no one would willingly join the Dawn Society, unless they could persuade 2 new incoming students. Yet, the new students proved to be far less gullible than anticipated. Lin Luo waved his hand dismissively. Isn't there still a day left? No need to rush. By the way, what did I say that was so incomprehensible during this time? Su Xiaoyu answered, something about the Naruto system. And then there was would release. What? System? Chapter 2. The Academy Goddess, Selena. A system? Su Xiaoyu might not comprehend the significance of those 2 words, but Lin Luo was all too aware. Wasn't this the golden finger? He quickly inquired. Where's the system? Su Xiaoyu appeared awkward, as if realizing Lin Luo's condition might truly be beyond remedy. He stammered. In your dreams, you said that during this period, you often dream of the system appearing. Xiaoyu, the task of recruiting members falls to you. This is crucial for the survival of the Dawn Society. You must see it through. I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll find a place to take a nap. Under Su Xiaoyu's bewildered gaze, Lin Luo hastily departed. Having walked only a few meters, a group approached him. Leading them was a tall figure with flowing golden hair, the goddess of Starry City's Psychic Academy, Selena. She was the president of this year's student council, one of the Academy's top 3 experts, with a spiritual growth value of 9.1, an ice-type ability awakener, and the head of the Thornflower Society. In essence, Selena could embody the very essence of Starry City's Psychic Academy. Her presence marked the arrival of a super newcomer this year. At that moment, Lin Luo was oblivious to Selena's approach. As all eyes widened in astonishment, he strode directly toward Selena. She, noticing the approaching Lin Luo, bore a slight smile and suddenly said, Lin Luo, I didn't expect to find you here. Are you interested in joining our Thornflower Society? Familiar with Lin Luo, who had set records at the academy, Selena found herself intrigued. Lin Luo's spiritual growth value was merely 3, making it impossible for him to ever become a psychic warrior. Yet he is a concealed academic prodigy, the only individual in the academy whose theoretical prowess surpasses that of Selena. The several papers he published within the institution have caught Selena's attention, showcasing innovative ideas and unique insights, making him exceptionally suitable for tactical command training. Soon as Selena's words fell, the surrounding students erupted in astonishment. Even the newly admitted students to the Spirit Energy Academy were aware that the Thornflower Society was the premier club within the institution, known for its generous benefits and an abundance of captivating members. Correspondingly, the entry requirements were exceedingly stringent. Yet Selena, the president, had the audacity to invite someone like Lin Luo, deemed a failure, to join? What was she thinking? The individuals backing Selena were core members of the Thornflower Society, and they were currently engulfed in disbelief. The president, despite her many commendable qualities, was somewhat overly inquisitive. As for Lin Luo, the person in question, his mind was solely occupied with the system, rendering him oblivious to Selena's remarks that he noticed someone blocking his path ahead and instinctively said, Excuse me, you are obstructing my way. Could you please step aside? Upon uttering these words, the surrounding individuals froze in place. What they just heard. Lin Luo had declined the invitation from the goddess Selena. Had he lost his senses? Did he not realize that joining the Thornflower Society would afford him the opportunity to be in close proximity to the goddess? Even merely gazing at her from a distance was a delightful prospect. Every male present yearned to take Lin Luo's place. Selena's smile faltered, and she cast a meaningful glance at Lin Luo. By tomorrow, the Dawn Society would undoubtedly be disbanded. Did Lin Luo not comprehend his predicament? Indeed, the order to dissolve the Dawn Society had been issued directly by the goddess herself. Selena was intent on revitalizing the Spirit Energy Academy, seeking to gather the institution's talents. Lin Luo possessed a distinctive gift for tactical command, yet he squandered his potential daily, engrossed with his club members in the gaming realm. To Selena, he was wasting his talent. The next moment, Selena, with a hint of regret, remarked, My apologies for blocking your path. With that, she stepped aside, allowing passage. The members of her society followed suit, yet their gazes remained fixated on Lin Luo, imbued with a touch of schadenfreude. Those who pursued Selena, the president, could easily fill the entire Spirit Energy Academy. The last individual who dared to disregard the president was still lying in a hospital bed to this day. Lin Luo's future days were sure to be challenging. Su Xiaoyu watched Lin Luo's rejection of Selena and murmured, "It's over. It's over. The president has completely lost her mind." Unbeknownst to Lin Luo, calamity was about to descend upon him. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. The universe was vast, but the system was paramount. With the system in hand, any formidable adversary was mere chaff, easily subdued at will. Following Su Xiaoyu's guidance, Lin Luo located the academy dormitory, lay upon his bed, and began to count sheep. Before long, he drifted into slumber. In his dreams, that familiar voice re-emerged, detecting the presence of spiritual energy within the host. Would you like to convert spiritual energy into chakra? Chapter 3. The Naruto system before Lin Luo's eyes, a virtual panel materialized. Could it be a dream? With a hint of skepticism, Lin Luo pressed the confirmation button. In the next instant, he felt a warm current surging within him, radiating throughout his body. This sensation lasted but a moment before dissipating. The virtual screen flickered, and a melodious voice resonated. Chakra transformation completed. Naruto system activated. Lin Luo could distinctly perceive the flow of chakra within him, albeit in a lamentably meager quantity. Even performing a few basic ninjutsu would be a daunting challenge. The virtual screen displayed several options, including ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, a marketplace, and a lottery. Lin Luo clicked on the ninjutsu option. Ding! With a chime, the screen froze. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, requires 100 reward points to acquire. Ninjutsu, Shadow Shuriken Technique, requires 100 reward points to acquire. Ninjutsu, Mist Concealment Technique, requires 100 reward points to acquire. Stunned, Lin Luo swiftly opened the options for taijutsu and jinjutsu, only to emit a cry of utter despair. What kind of pathetic system is this? Where's my wood release? Where are my 3 great ocular techniques? Where's my flying thunder god? At the very least, I should be able to obtain the multiple shadow clone technique. Why are all these techniques D rank? Do they look down on me? Yet, with the meager amount of chakra in his body, he could only perform D rank techniques. The marketplace was filled with ordinary ninja tools, and Lin Luo's face contorted in frustration. He had hoped the system would elevate him to the heights of marrying a wealthy beauty. It seemed that was not to be in the near future. He then noticed a small line of text at the top of the system interface. Version, D rank. 5,000 reward points needed to upgrade to C rank. This wretched system requires leveling up? Clearly, a D rank system could only exchange for D rank ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. What, pray tell, are reward points? Just as Lin Luo was lost in his thoughts, the clear voice chimed once more. Ultimate system task. The path to godhood has commenced. Phase 1, Rookie Road. Enter the battle network and achieve 7 consecutive victories. For each victory, the system will award reward points, but a loss means starting over. Given that the host is a novice, the first step of the task has been completed, awarding 100 reward points. Indeed, to embark on the rookie path, one must first be a rookie. No denying that. System, let's have a talk. To no avail, there was no response. Lin Luo knew that the battle network was a consciousness space created by the advanced technology of the Noah Empire, combined with the runic technology of the 4th dimension. Its purpose was to allow students from various spiritual energy academies of the Noah Empire to experience the most authentic battles and hone their skills. With a spiritual energy growth value of only 3 and a pitifully low amount of spiritual energy, Lin Luo had not developed any battle techniques. Entering the battle network with such strength would undoubtedly lead to him being overwhelmed. The 100 reward points brought a sigh of relief. At least the start was decent. Gritting his teeth, he spent 50 reward points to purchase a chakra paper from the system's marketplace. If the ninjutsu he acquired did not match his chakra attributes, the consumption of chakra would increase exponentially. With so little chakra, he could not afford to waste it. Upon igniting the chakra paper, it revealed that his chakra possessed 3 attributes: water, earth, and lightning. Water, earth, and lightning? Joy surged within Lin Luo. In the world of Naruto, the legendary ninja Hashirama Senju utilized wood release, which is formed by the combination of water and earth chakra. This meant he might have the potential to master wood release. Just imagining that scene was exhilarating. However, Glancing at the D-rank ninjutsu on the system panel, he realized that with only 50 reward points left, he wouldn't even be able to exchange for a single D-rank ninjutsu. Would release, just a fleeting thought, nothing more. Yet, with 50 reward points, he could take a chance at the lottery. Lin Luo decided to tempt fate. The interface flickered as the roulette spun rapidly. Ding! With a crisp sound, the roulette came to a halt. Hashirama cells, the cellular essence of the god of ninja. Upon fusion, it can evolve into the sage body. Chapter 4. The Fivefold Gravity Training Room. Lin Luo gazed at the Hashirama cells in his hand. This was no dream. Ah ha ha ha. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed through the logistics dormitory, sending a shiver down the spines of several new students who cowered in corners. However, Lin Luo found himself in a dilemma. This was Hashirama's cellular essence, unlimited chakra, an immense buff, more potent than any cheat. Yet, the success rate of fusing with Hashirama cells was dismally low. One misstep could lead to his own demise, which would be quite the spectacle. Nevertheless, this was a reward from the system. It should be safe. The system wouldn't be so cruel as to kill its host, right? Regardless, life or death, it was now or never. Lin Luo injected the Hashirama cells into his body. He felt nothing. The cells seamlessly merged within him, and suddenly, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted forth, radiating outward uncontrollably. Lin Luo found himself enveloped in chakra, as if donned in a cloak of blazing flames. The rampant chakra caused the walls of the dormitory to creak ominously, threatening to shatter at any moment. Damn it! This power is overwhelming. Lin Luo struggled to control the sudden surge of chakra. If he did not expend this energy, he would become a walking demolition machine, wreaking havoc wherever he went. In mere minutes, the entire dormitory building would be reduced to rubble. Yet, Hashirama cells provided near-infinite chakra. Exhausting it would not be an easy task. Suddenly, Lin Luo had a revelation. The Academy's gravity training room, constructed from high-dimensional special materials and utilizing runic technology. It could simulate an environment of multiple gravities. Even a skilled individual like Selena could only endure a few minutes before her spiritual energy was depleted. If he wanted to expend this chakra, the gravity room was undoubtedly the best venue. Whoosh! The massive chakra elevated Lin Luo's speed to an alarming level. Fellow students felt a gust of wind sweep past, barely catching a glimpse of him as he zoomed by. Fortunately, this was the male dormitory. Had it been the female dormitory, it would have been quite the scandal. The female uniforms of the Spiritual Energy Academy were reminiscent of a certain nation from Lin Luo's past life. He sprinted to the training building and chose the Fivefold Gravity Training Room, the highest level gravity room in the academy. This intensity was something no one dared to attempt in the Starfall City Spiritual Energy Academy, not even the 3 strongest individuals in the academy. Once the human body adapts to a certain level of gravity, each subsequent increase imposes a terrifying burden on the internal organs, bones, and muscles. While muscles can grow stronger through training, the internal organs and bones remain eternal weaknesses. Fivefold gravity would surely pulverize an ordinary spiritual energy warrior. Yet Lin Luo, having undergone transformation through the Hashirama cells, faced no issues resisting the fivefold gravity with his vast chakra reserves. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats, lateral jumps, without any spiritual energy cultivation methods. Lin Luo had to rely on the memory of a bald teacher's path to strength to commence his training. Surprisingly, it proved effective. Half an hour later, Lin Luo finally exhausted the explosive chakra. He needed to swiftly master the chakra within him to prevent it from going berserk again. Hiss! The pain was excruciating. After depleting the chakra, Lin Luo's body ached all over. The Hashirama cells were still merging, and he was still quite far from becoming the legendary sage body. However, this high-intensity training would indeed accelerate the fusion of the Hashirama cells. Like a defeated dog, Lin Luo opened the door to the fivefold gravity room. Outside, someone was unexpectedly waiting. Upon seeing Lin Luo, the individual beamed a brilliant smile and greeted, "Hello, senior." Lin Luo scrutinized the newcomer, clearly a novice. He waved his hand dismissively, internally comparing and silently cursing. What a pretty boy, looking so handsome for what purpose? Indeed, the person before him radiated a warm aura, strikingly handsome to an unreasonable degree. Lin Luo chose to ignore him. Being attractive is no great feat, and he decided not to acknowledge him. Humph. Alex Bell observed Lin Luo's retreating figure and murmured, "To endure half an hour in the fivefold gravity chamber, It seems this third-rate psychic academy does possess some remarkable individuals. I have underestimated the Noah Empire. Chapter 5. Not to be provoked, Lin Luo returned to his dormitory and fell asleep almost instantly, soon emitting soft snores. Early the next morning, he was awakened by Su Xiaoyu's incessant calls. President, President, hurry and get up. Today is the final day. Whether we can recruit members will determine the fate of the Dawn Society. Lin Luo felt a bit dazed. The Dawn Society was short 2 members. Surely, within a day, he could persuade 2 newcomers to join. Su Xiaoyu was extremely anxious. If the Dawn Society disbanded, no other clubs would accept him. Naturally strong, he possessed the power comparable to a C-grade psychic warrior without even having opened his spiritual C, allowing him to be accepted into the warrior department of the Psychic Academy. However, after a year at the academy, he still hadn't managed to open his spiritual C. It was well known that the first year at the Psychic Academy was foundational. Failing to open the spiritual C in the first year meant a lack of opportunities thereafter. Under pressure, Su Xiaoyu transferred to the logistics department and was regarded as a disgrace to the warrior department, with only the Dawn Society willing to accept him. No matter what, he could not allow the Dawn Society to dissolve. As it was the start of the school season, the academy square was packed with students. After a day of contemplation, many freshmen without clubs had found their preferred societies, and numerous clubs were surrounded by eager newcomers. The Thornflower Society was particularly exaggerated, with a line stretching all the way to the school gate. Meanwhile, the Dawn Society had no one at all. Lin Luo sat to the side, feeling dejected. What on earth was happening? Was the reputation of the Dawn Society truly so poor? Just then, a voice rang out from the direction of the Thornflower Society. Isn't that the useless president of the Dawn Society? What's wrong? Unable to recruit members. How tragic. If you can't recruit anyone, the Dawn Society will disband tomorrow. Lin Luo was taken aback. Seriously? Even sitting here, he was being mocked. What had he done to deserve this? Alas, there was nothing to be done. Such was the protagonist's halo. But did he even know him? Lin Luo turned to Su Xiaoyu and asked, "Who is this guy? Why is he so arrogant? Has he never been beaten?" Su Xiaoyu was somewhat immune to Lin Luo's strange remarks by now. "He is Gu Ritian, the vice president of the Thornflower Society." Lin Luo gasped in astonishment. That name was powerful enough. It was a miracle he had lived this long without being beaten. This was indeed a true big shot. Lin Luo quickly approached, clasping his hands in respect. "Ah, esteemed Gu Ritian, I am honored, truly honored." Gu Ritian's face flushed red, thinking Lin Luo was mocking him. Infuriated, he retorted, "Lin Luo, you have offended President Selena and do not take me seriously. I, Gu Ritian, warn you, if the Dawn Society manages to recruit even one member today, I will jump off the teaching building." Lin Luo was even more bewildered. When had he ever offended President Selena? Wait, who was Selena? Although you are a big shot, you cannot casually accuse me. Suddenly, Lin Luo seemed to recall something. He glanced at the towering teaching building and swallowed hard. If he jumped from there, he would surely be reduced to nothing. At that moment, Lin Luo was convinced that Gu Ritian was disturbed, and quite severely so. He seemed to be contemplating suicide. Lin Luo had always been magnanimous towards the mentally ill. He advised, "Esteemed Gu Ritian, I shall pack my things and leave. Please do not take such drastic measures. Do not jump." Gu Ritian was dumbfounded. Su Xiaoyu was also dumbfounded. All the onlooking students were equally bewildered. They had no idea what kind of performance Lin Luo was putting on. Had he lost his mind? In front of everyone's eyes, Lin Luo actually began to pack his belongings. There was nothing to be done. With one Gu Ritian and another hidden big boss, Selena, he simply could not provoke them. Chapter 6. The Academy's super newcomer. Just as Lin Luo was about to make his escape, a voice suddenly called out, "Is this the Dawn Society? We wish to join." The square fell silent. Gu Ritian's face turned ashen, as if he had swallowed a dead fly. How dare anyone disregard his authority at the Starry City Psychic Academy? The newcomers seemed rather arrogant. He was eager to see who it was. Turning around, he was met with a dazzling smile, strikingly handsome. Gu Ritian's expression shifted drastically. How could it be him? Others might not recognize this person, but Gu Ritian was well aware. He was the one whom President Selena had personally received yesterday, the Academy's super newcomer, Alex Bell. It was said that the dean had expended great effort to recruit this genius. However, this newcomer seemed somewhat arrogant. Having declined President Selena's invitation and now aiming to join the Dawn Society, thus slapping Gu Ritian's face. Wasn't this behavior an implicit declaration that the Thornflower Society was inferior to the Dawn Society? The Academy's top society was outclassed by a half-finished club that couldn't even gather enough members. This matter needed to be reported to President Selena immediately. Lin Luo stared at Alex Bell, momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the newcomer he had encountered at the entrance of the tenfold gravity training room? Bell smiled. Senior, we meet again. I am Alex Bell, and this is Aisha. We wish to join the Dawn Society. Is that possible? Lin Luo glanced at Bell, then at the proud girl behind him. Her nose nearly in the air. He felt a shadow descend over his face. If they joined the Dawn Society, he would have to fawn over them like a servant. Furthermore, to offend a big shot in the Academy and a hidden boss, it simply wasn't worth it. Thus, Lin Luo promptly replied, I'm sorry. But the Dawn Society is not accepting new members today. Xiaoyu, pack up, we are leaving. Su Xiaoyu felt like he was about to explode with anxiety. Here were members coming to them, and the president was actually giving up. However, the Dawn Society was always at the president's discretion, leaving Su Xiaoyu with no room to interject. A smirk crept onto Gu Ritian's face as he thought, did you see that, pretty boy? The Starry City Psychic Academy is my territory. To refuse President Selena's invitation, even if you are this year's super newcomer, you still need my approval to make it here. Lin Luo's refusal seemed to surprise Bell somewhat. Nevertheless, Bell's smile remained intact. Senior, I believe that won't work. This is the dean's order. With that, Bell produced an announcement and handed it to Lin Luo. Upon receiving it, Lin Luo saw it clearly stated, the Dawn Society must accept Alex Bell and Aisha, or face disbandment and the expulsion of all its members. What in the world? How had he managed to provoke the dean? He couldn't afford to offend such authority. An immediate expulsion? Who could withstand that? Lin Luo's expression darkened. I must clarify that the requirements for joining the Dawn Society are quite high. If you fail to meet them, do not blame me. Even the dean cannot intervene. Xiaoyu, check their admission scores to see if they meet the Dawn Society's criteria. Su Xiaoyu was utterly bewildered. The Dawn Society had requirements for joining? How was he unaware of that? Surrounding students were equally speechless, inwardly cursing Lin Luo for his shamelessness. The Dawn Society comprises 3 members, one with a meager growth value of 3, a president who embodies the lowest standard of mediocrity, another, a disgrace among warriors, and the last, a girl consumed by the desire to become the mightiest assassin in the empire, lost in the virtual world of gaming, neglecting even her theoretical classes. This seemingly unimpressive society dares to claim high standards. Lin Luo bears an expression of indifference, thinking, what do you know, you bunch of nobodies? In the future, the members of the Dawn Society will undoubtedly astonish the entire Noah Empire. Do not ask how. With the system at hand, confidence is unwavering. Su Xiaoyu received the admission scores of Bayer and his companion, and in the next moment, she was turned to stone. President, she stammered upon seeing the results. Lin Luo leaned over to glance at the score sheet, equally astonished. Could it be? Is this the legendary genius? A hidden powerhouse of the future? Their theoretical scores were nearly perfect, with growth values of 93 and 94. They were indeed 2 prodigies. The highest growth value recorded at the Stellar City Academy of Spiritual Energy was only 91, attributed to the goddess Selena. Chapter 7. The goddess seeks to compensate me. Bayer flashed a bright smile. Senior, I wonder if we have met the admission criteria for the Dawn Society. Lin Luo waved his hand dismissively. It's acceptable, you'll barely pass. From now on, you are members of the Dawn Society. If anyone in the Academy bullies you, just mention my name. Su Xiaoyu covered her face, realizing how shameless the president truly was. The surrounding students shared her sentiment, even contemplating whether they should take Lin Luo to the small woods behind the academy after class to teach him a lesson in humility. Bayer nodded in agreement. Anyone who can endure half an hour in the tenfold gravity chamber is certainly no ordinary individual. He believed that Lin Luo's actions in the academy were merely an attempt to remain low-key. As for the growth value of 3, that was nonsense. If he wished, Bayer could achieve it as well, simply by controlling the output of his spiritual energy during the test. True geniuses are never defined by their growth values, but emerge from the trials of blood and fire. At that moment, Lin Luo turned to Gu Ritian, spreading his hands. Big brother Ritian, you saw it. I have no choice. If the Dawn Society does not accept these 2, the dean will disband us. I can't bear it, he continued. By the way, when are you planning to jump off the building? Be sure to let me know. I will definitely attend to pay my respects to your remains. Gu Ritian's face flushed red, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. The blow was too swift. No one expected that two newcomers would force their way into the Dawn Society with the Dean's command. From that moment on, Gu Ritian would become the Academy's laughingstock. Yet, he could not leave. President Selena was arriving soon. Noticing that Gu Ritian had not left, Lin Luo felt perplexed. Was he hoping for a comeback? After being humiliated, he still wanted to turn the tides? If he truly did, I would livestream my eating. Oops, I must not set such a flag casually. Just then, the goddess Selena appeared, flanked by a host of followers, exuding an overwhelming presence that dominated the scene. Lin Luo was taken aback. Recognizing her as the one who had blocked his path yesterday, Su Xiaoyu had mentioned that she was the president of the Thornflower Society, the hidden boss of the Academy. Upon her arrival, the Academy Square erupted with excitement, especially among those queuing for the Thornflower Society. Many had joined simply to be close to the goddess. Selena approached Bayer, her smile radiant. I never expected you to choose the Dawn Society. She glanced at the girl behind Bayer, noting the unwritten rule of buy one, get one free. Upon seeing the dean's announcement, Selena was taken aback. This girl had a growth value of 94, even more formidable than Bayer. In the Empire's 7 major fortified cities, geniuses with a growth value of 94 were as rare as a handful. Yet, how could such a newcomer arrive at the Spiritual Energy Academy without her knowledge? She pondered the fortuitous circumstances that had befallen the Dawn Society. Selena turned her gaze to Lin Luo, who, startled, quickly deflected the attention. This is beyond my control. It's not my fault. You powerful figures are all too formidable to provoke. Suddenly, Selena declared, Lin Luo, disband the Dawn Society, and let all members join the Thornflower Society. Whatever compensation you desire, I can accommodate. Lin Luo was momentarily stunned, his face flushing slightly. President Selena, that might not be appropriate. I am not so easily swayed. Selena's temper flared. What was this insufferable man thinking? Was she someone to be trifled with? The students in the academy were livid, outraged that Lin Luo dared to disrespect the goddess. At her command, they would rush forth to tear him apart, suppressing her anger. Selena clarified, what I meant was, I can offer you money, combat skills, methods for cultivating spiritual energy, and even a position in my family business after graduation. Chapter 8. The Thornflower Society's challenge. Selena's family was undoubtedly the largest in Stellar City, with half of the Academy's facilities donated by her lineage. For the people of Stellar City, securing employment in Selena's family business was an immense honor. Thus, Selena's sincerity was undeniable. Although she had the power to compel the dean to alter his directives, as a goddess, Selena would not resort to such measures. Since the dean allowed Bayer and his companion to join the Dawn Society, Selena would ensure Lin Luo disbanded it, with its members absorbed into the Thornflower Society. The outcome would remain the same. Lin Luo stood in shock. If you simply disbanded, would that not be a tremendous loss of face for me? President Selena, that may not be feasible. Even if I agree to dissolve the Dawn Society, my members would never consent. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. Su Xiaoyu was the first to voice her stance, unwilling to see the Dawn Society disbanded. Bayer nodded in agreement, smiling. As for Aisha, she turned her face away in defiance. President Selena, you see, it's not that I refuse, but my members do not agree. Lin Luo shifted the blame, and Selena furrowed her brow. In that case, we shall adhere to the Academy's rules and hold a society battle. If the Dawn Society loses, it will disband. With only a month remaining until the Empire's Spiritual Energy Academy competition, Selena would not let the two prodigious newcomers slip away. They needed to be trained rigorously and tactical plans devised, lest the Stellar City Academy repeat its previous shame as the bottom of the Eastern Division in the Empire's Academy competition. Selena's words left Lin Luo utterly dumbfounded. This girl was quite ruthless. He timidly inquired, what if we win? Win? Selena smiled. Are you suggesting that the Thornflower Society would lose? Lin Luo was left speechless. Look at that logic. It's flawless. What I meant to say was, what if, hypothetically, we were to win? If the Dawn Society were victorious, surely it would not need to disband. Lin Luo was momentarily stunned again. If the Dawn Society lost, it would dissolve. If they won, there would be no need for dissolution. Very well. You are the goddess, the hidden boss. Your word is law. We dare not contest it. As Lin Luo found himself at a disadvantage, Selena's smile widened. For the sake of fairness in this society battle, I will not participate. The vice president of the Thornflower Society will lead. Lin Luo turned to see a cruel smile curling at the corner of Gu Ritian's lips, causing him to tighten in apprehension. Selena continued, stating that the rules would adhere to those of the Imperial Academy competition. 3 individual battles where 1 point is awarded for each win. 1 team battle granting 2 points for victory, and concluding with a 5-person group battle that yields 3 points upon triumph. Participants in individual and team battles must not overlap, and the team with the highest score will be declared the winner. The time is set for 2 days hence. In conclusion, the goddess added, I hope you understand that my actions are for the future of the Starlight Spirit Academy. Lin Luo shrugged. He understood nothing. Was there not yet a contest? It seemed as if the Dawn Society was destined for defeat. The surrounding students were in a frenzy, as if they had consumed a potent tonic. Their thoughts mirrored those of the goddess. The Dawn Society was doomed. Truly, the goddess exhibited profound wisdom and foresight. Indeed, if it were up to me, I would harness my family's influence to compel the principal to dissolve the Dawn Society, merging its members into the Thornflower Society. What a joke, Lin Luo that waste. And Su Xiaoyu, the disgrace of the warrior faction, had no right to join the Thornflower Society. Upon hearing this, one might find some merit in the statement. Lin Luo, however, regarded these words with disdain, a gaggle of sycophants, only eager to fawn over the goddess. Just wait. I shall surely bring you to shame. Chapter 9. The 3 major abilities in the afternoon. Guided by Su Xiaoyu, Lin Luo made his way to the student council. The Dawn Society had finally gathered 5 members and was officially established, no longer in a state of disarray. In 2 days, the Dawn Society would engage in a society battle against the Thornflower Society. Thus, Lin Luo intended to convene a training session for the society members. To his surprise, only Su Xiaoyu responded. The elusive assassin girl had yet to make her appearance. As for Belle and Aisha, being this year's prodigies at the academy, they needed no such training. Lin Luo felt a twinge of disappointment, contemplating an early departure when he caught a glimpse of a flicker of desire in Su Xiaoyu's eyes. Reluctantly, he took her to the academy's training building. President, do I really have to participate in the society battle against the Thornflower Society? Su Xiaoyu inquired, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Of course, Lin Luo replied lazily. The society battle follows the format of the Imperial Academy competition, requiring at least 5 members. Since the Dawn Society only has 5 members, you are one of the main participants. But I haven't yet opened my spirit sea. I have no spirit power, nor have I developed any combat techniques. I simply cannot fight, Su Xiaoyu protested. Lin Luo patted her shoulder. I believe in you. If I say you can do it, you can. Just moments ago, he had used chakra to sense her body. It was hard to fathom that such a formidable physique had never undergone any training. This girl had spent her days pondering how to open her spirit sea, unaware that her innate strength was the very foundation of her potential. Lin Luo even wondered if Su Xiaoyu had awakened a strengthening ability. In this world, abilities were broadly categorized into 3 major types: elemental, enhancement, and telekinesis. Elemental abilities encompassed the natural elements like earth, fire, water, wind, and lightning. Selena's awakening of ice abilities was a variant of water elemental powers. Enhancement abilities focused on augmenting the human body, strength, speed, and senses. Recently, biological modifications had also emerged as a form of enhancement, utilizing mutated beasts to alter human physiques. Telekinesis, on the other hand, represented the most formidable category among the 3, elusive and difficult to counter. To Lin Luo, Su Xiaoyu's innate physical prowess seemed tailor-made for martial arts. He planned to impart to her the 8 gates of Duanjia, the pinnacle of martial arts from the Naruto universe. However, this was a choice Su Xiaoyu would have to make herself, for the 8 gates were an S-rank forbidden technique that would inflict significant harm on the practitioner. Even with her robust physique, she could not fully negate the associated damage. Lin Luo observed the 8 gates of Duanjia lying quietly on the system's lottery wheel. However, drawing it would cost 50 reward points. To secure the 8 gates among numerous options would require a considerable expenditure of points. If luck were not on his side, Lin Luo would have no one to lament to. He could hardly hope for another stroke of fortune like the last. Sigh. Enough of that. It was time to focus on battle, complete tasks, earn reward points, and elevate the system to propel him toward the pinnacle of life, marrying a wealthy beauty. That was the true path. The battle network was located near the training building. Lin Luo instructed Su Xiaoyu to entertain herself in the training building while he slipped away to the battle network training room. Just as he was about to enter, the door swung open, revealing a petite girl with panda eyes. Chapter 10. The assassin girl, Fu Sini. Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing the girl, a wave of inexplicable familiarity washed over him, particularly her panda eyes, which exuded a sense of endearment. He recognized her as the final member of the Dawn Society, the assassin girl, Fu Sini. He had heard Su Xiaoyu mention that they were a renowned duo in the logistics department, spending their days immersed in the battle network, neglecting even theoretical classes. However, while Lin Luo boasted hidden attributes of a super scholar, Fu Sini had failed every subject. Seeing Fu Sini filled Lin Luo with a sense of panic, for he possessed no memories. If she recognized him as an imposter, it would spell disaster. Stay calm. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the anxiety rising within him. He needed to take the initiative. The girl regarded Lin Luo with surprise and slowly remarked, "You're here." "Indeed, I am," Lin Luo replied. "But you're late." She continued. "No, I arrived just on time," he countered. The girl yawned and said, "Oh, then you carry on. I'll go take a nap and return later." With that, she bypassed Lin Luo and strode away. Lin Luo stood there, bewildered. Was that it? No hints or clues. Speaking of Fu Sini, her situation was even more dismal than Lin Luo's. She aspired to become the strongest assassin in the empire, only to discover that the academy offered no assassin program. Starlight City was merely a border town, a third-rate locale where few would choose the shadowy profession of an assassin. The academy was unwilling to waste resources on such pursuits. Consequently, Fu Sini became the academy's sole assassin, begrudgingly entering the logistics department, thus joining the ranks of the unremarkable. How tragic. In truth, Fu Sini possessed considerable talent. Lin Luo shook his head and entered the battle network training ground. Accessing the battle network required spirit power, which Lin Luo had entirely converted into chakra. However, given their similar properties, he effortlessly entered the battle network. The battle network resembled a realm of consciousness, capable of simulating real combat without the risk of actual death upon failure. Lin Luo marveled at the wonders of this world, amazed by such advanced technology. Upon opening his information, his battle network ID appeared. As he continued to scroll down, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of disbelief. ID: Fearless Warrior. Rank: Novice. Record: 0 wins, 249 losses, 0 draws. Such a dazzling record was truly astonishing. He was but one step away from 250. It was well known that the battle network was exclusively available to students of the Imperial Spirit Academy. Over the past year, Lin Luo had fought 249 matches, miraculously, never winning a single one. However, it is not surprising that his spiritual power growth value is merely 3, rendering his spiritual energy lamentably scarce. And he has yet to develop any combat skills. With such feeble prowess, entering the battle network would be akin to offering oneself as a mere sacrifice. It is indeed curious that no one has reported him. As soon as Lin Luo's battle network ID appeared, a torrent of messages inundated the screen. "Wow. Brothers, look. The fearless brother has arrived. Quick, prepare yourselves. Fearless brother, you have finally come. I must match with you in the next round. I have already been down 4 times today. My hopes of rising again rest solely on you. You up there, you worthless wretch. What qualifications do you have to duel with fearless brother? Step aside, let me go first." A gaggle of novices, utterly lacking in manners, clamored for their turn, oblivious to the concept of queuing. The battle network categorizes participants into 4 tiers based on win rates and battle counts: novice, entry, elite, and master. These tiers roughly correspond to the 4 levels of spiritual warriors in reality: D, C, B, and A. Above A, there exist S and SS levels. Cadets at the Empire's Spiritual Energy Academy who achieve A-level prowess are deemed the pinnacle of genius. After all, there are fewer than 100 S-level spiritual warriors across the entire Noah Empire. The SS-level spiritual warriors number only 3. These individuals serve as the pillars of the Empire, guarding its borders and waging war in otherworldly dimensions. Chapter 11. Are you going to fight or not? Lin Luo's opponent was swiftly matched. ID: Qi Yuan de Sheng. Record: 0 wins, 0 losses, 0 draws. A newcomer, Qi Yuan de Sheng was momentarily stunned upon seeing Lin Luo's record. Such a formidable name accompanied by such a dazzlingly poor record was unexpected. He had not anticipated encountering the legendary master upon entering the battle network. The scene shifted to the most commonly used map, the arena, where a sparse audience of onlookers gathered. These individuals were merely bored souls seeking entertainment from Lin Luo's exploits. Professions in the battle network are automatically assigned. Spiritual warriors are categorized into 4 mainstream roles: warrior, heavy armor, assassin, and ranged marksman. Qi Yuan de Sheng opted for heavy armor, while Lin Luo chose nothing, standing barehanded in the arena. Qi Yuan de Sheng's expression darkened. In the battle network, there are those who choose to fight barehanded, but they are typically powerful individuals, the pride of various spiritual energy academies, who can easily crush their opponents relying solely on their formidable spiritual energy. For them, selecting a profession often becomes a constraint. Yet, this master before him, with a dismal record of 249 losses, 0 wins, and 0 draws, was audacious enough to enter unarmed. Who instilled such courage in him? The audience erupted in amusement. Fearless brother, your style remains unchanged. Did you see? That's the fearless brother's flair. Take notes. They had grown immune to the audacious antics of the strong. The 4 mainstream professions had been explored by fearless brother, and he had never repeated a single combat style in 2 consecutive matches. Regrettably, he had never won a single one. However, witnessing him fight unarmed was a first. Could this be the legendary surprise? Or perhaps fearless brother had devised some remarkable combat technique. Qi Yuan de Sheng could no longer tolerate the delay. The battle commenced. Boom. A 2-meter-high shield was thrust forward, resembling an impenetrable wall. Qi Yuan de Sheng smirked inwardly. I'll just stand here for you to hit. If I take a step back, consider it my loss. Yet, the next moment, he observed Lin Luo swiftly retreating, clearly devoid of any intention to attack. Qi Yuan de Sheng was bewildered. I'm doing this. And you still want to attack? What's the matter, young brother? In truth, Qi Yuan de Sheng's original profession was not heavy armor, but ranged marksman. After witnessing Lin Luo's record, he hastily chose heavy armor for a casual match. He assumed this battle would be an easy win. However, he never anticipated that his opponent would defy all logic. Now, a ranged marksman donned in heavy armor was an absurdity, let alone agile maneuvers. Merely wielding the shield would be a challenge. He could only passively endure the blows, and prompting him to take the offensive was out of the question. Lin Luo stood a short distance away, carefully observing his opponent. He had integrated the Hashirama cells, granting him an immense reservoir of chakra, significantly enhancing his speed, strength, perception, and recovery. Even without learning any ninjutsu, dispatching the heavy armor opponent would pose no challenge. However, as a ninja, intelligence gathering, tactical formulation, and on-the-spot decision-making were paramount, determining the outcome of the battle. Without these, even the most formidable might be bested. Many of these skills are innate, but the majority are honed through numerous battles. Therefore, even in a match where he could effortlessly eliminate his adversary, Lin Luo approached it with caution, intent on accumulating experience. Moreover, this was his inaugural battle, making such prudence all the more essential. The two stood in the arena, locked in a tense stare. The audience grew impatient. Are you two going to fight or not? Some of us have school tomorrow. A great man once proclaimed that wasting another's time is akin to robbing them of life. Beware, I might report you. Hey, fearless brother, you should attack. Go for it. Qi Yuan de Sheng, unable to maintain his composure, shifted his shield aside, trying to urge Lin Luo to make a move. At that moment, Lin Luo's eyes gleamed with determination. An opportunity. Chapter 12. A performance of cinematic proportions. The vast chakra within him erupted. Lin Luo transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly closing the distance to Qi Yuan de Sheng. Just as Qi Yuan de Sheng opened his mouth to speak, he found Lin Luo already before him, leaving him no time to react. Bang! Lin Luo's chakra-infused fist struck Qi Yuan de Sheng's chin, the force penetrating the armor and radiating throughout Qi Yuan de Sheng's body. He soared backward, crashing heavily to the ground, never to rise again. A single punch. A decisive victory. Lin Luo was taken aback. A heavy armor warrior, even if a novice, should not be so pathetically fragile. He had not even unleashed half of his chakra for fear that a full-force strike would obliterate his opponent. In truth, the reason for his swift victory lay in another factor. At the moment Lin Luo struck, his keen perception revealed that Qi Yuan de Sheng had momentarily dispelled all of his internal spiritual energy. When Lin Luo made contact, Qi Yuan de Sheng's defense consisted solely of his heavy armor. Such minimal protection was utterly insufficient to withstand Lin Luo's blow. Was his opponent deliberately holding back? Why had he suddenly released all his spiritual energy? Lin Luo pondered, finding the ease of his victory perplexing. The battle concluded, and the arena fell into a profound silence. No one had anticipated such a swift end. Most astonishingly, Fearless Brother had actually emerged victorious. After 249 defeats, he had finally secured his first triumph. 10 seconds passed before the audience erupted into a chorus of protests. Report. Someone just offered themselves up. Damn, that startled me. I thought he was something special. Only to be taken down in a single punch, and by Fearless Brother no less. That Qi Yuan Desheng looks like a performer. He actually moved his shield aside to let Fearless Brother strike. Indeed, the shield in a heavy armor warrior's hands is akin to a sword in a warrior's grasp. Qi Yuan Desheng must have been a hired actor. The verdict is in. Everyone applaud. That was an exceptional performance, worthy of an award-winning actor. At least let Fearless Brother land a few more punches. Did you not notice that Fearless Brother exhibited something extraordinary? The speed he unleashed just now far surpasses that of a novice. Ossur City, located in the Empire's far north, is also known as the City of Extreme Ice and is one of the Empire's 7 strongholds. At this moment, within the training room of the Ossur Spirit Academy's battle network, all members of the Academy's battle team displayed expressions of incredulity. Suddenly, a robust young man knelt on the ground, relentlessly pounding the floor with his hands, tears streaming down his face. At the same time, an exaggerated laughter erupted from his mouth. Ha! This is too much. The strongest rookie of the first year at Ossur Spirit Academy, the prodigy Bai Feiyang, whose spirit power growth value has reached 90, unexpectedly got knocked out in his first battle in the battle network with a single punch. You wanted to show off. Choosing to play as a heavy armor character instead of a proper ranged shooter, and with just one punch, you fell down. The nearby team members wore peculiar expressions, struggling to suppress their laughter, enduring considerable discomfort. At this moment, Bai Feiyang's expression mirrored his battle network ID, filled with utter grievance. Having just joined the Academy's battle team and stepping into the battle network for the first time, he encountered a super novice with a dismal track record. He intended to show off by casually selecting a heavy armor character, only to find that his opponent had no intention of initiating an attack. Maintaining the explosive spirit power within him for an extended period had become exhausting, and he sought a moment to pause and remind his opponent. However, just as he dispersed his spirit power, his opponent's fist came crashing toward him. Bai Feiyang did not believe that the opponent had discerned his waning spirit power. A super novice could not possess such insight. It was merely a coincidence. Nevertheless, the speed of his opponent's sudden burst was indeed astounding. Among all the members of the Ossur battle team, only the Frost Goddess, Jinna, was intently watching the replay of the recent battle. As the captain of the Academy's battle team, it was her responsibility to analyze the reasons behind each defeat of the team members. Thanks to Jinna's dedication, the Ossur Spirit Academy was able to advance to the top 4 in the previous Imperial Academy competition, amidst a host of formidable contenders. Unlike the mediocre Spirit Academies of Xingyao City, the Ossur Spirit Academy had summoned all battle team members for intensive training a month prior to the Imperial Academy competition. At this moment, Jinna's expression was focused. Upon witnessing Bai Feiyang disperse his spirit power, Lin Luo decisively chose to strike. Her expression shifted slightly. This individual had a remarkable grasp of opportunities during combat, coupled with terrifying explosive speed, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. Such a person should belong in the elite ranks, so why was he present in the novice segment? Furthermore, what was the story behind his track record? Jinna found herself perplexed, instinctively sensing that this individual was not ordinary. Casting a glance at all the team members, her cold voice resonated, instructing everyone to review the battle replay and summarize the reasons for their defeat. If they failed to do so, tomorrow's training would be doubled. All members of the battle team were momentarily bewildered. Wasn't the recent battle lost due to Bai Feiyang's forced showboating, resulting in his swift defeat? Did I miss something? However, as the battle captain, Jinna's words left no room for dissent. In an instant, the Ossur Spirit Academy's battle network training room echoed with lamentations. Chapter 13. The 8 gates of Duanjia. Lin Luo exited the battle network and promptly opened the system. Winning a battle in the battle network grants 200 reward points and an additional chance for a draw. The system was indeed punctual. Having just secured victory in his first battle, the rewards had already been dispensed. In addition to the 200 reward points, he surprisingly received a draw opportunity. With 50 reward points, one could obtain a draw chance, amounting to a total of 5 chances. Opening the draw interface, Lin Luo decided to take another gamble. If it didn't work out, He could always re-enter the battle network. After all, the novice segment was filled with cannon fodder. Winning would be exceedingly easy. Clicking on the draw, the wheel spun rapidly. Ding! 10 explosive talismans. Runes crafted into talismans, possessing tremendous explosive power, rivaling the fire ninjutsu released by ordinary upper ninjas. Lin Luo's eyes sparkled. Explosive talismans were indeed a valuable asset, essential for demolition. Continuing with the draw. Ding! 1 kunai. A small, commonly used ninja tool, suitable for ranged throwing. In the marketplace, this item could be exchanged for only 5 reward points. A significant loss on this one. Again. Ding! A pipe. A pipe belonging to the legendary Fukusaku of Mount Mayaboku, aiding in calming the mind and controlling chakra. Lin Luo's face darkened. What on earth were these items? Fukusaku was the notorious leader of Mount Mayaboku, and why would a student like Lin Luo carry around a pipe? However, the pipe's ability to assist in chakra control was fortuitous, as Lin Luo's cells were still merging, and his chakra could erupt at any moment. The timing of this pipe's appearance was impeccable. Placing the pipe in his mouth, Lin Luo took a deep breath and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Surprisingly, it had a pleasant flavor. With only 2 chances remaining. Ding! Wind Demon Shuriken, a special large shuriken designed for use with specific ninjutsu. Lin Luo's expression grew darker. He currently possessed no ninjutsu, so how could he possibly utilize the Wind Demon Shuriken? Useless. For the final opportunity, Lin Luo no longer held any hope and had prepared himself to re-enter the battle network. Ding! The 8 Gates of Duanjia, an S-rank forbidden technique that forcibly unleashes the body's ultimate power, yet damages bodily functions. The stronger the unleashed power, the greater the bodily harm incurred. Lin Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. He actually drew this. Was this luck excessively fortuitous? Lin Luo felt a twinge of concern. Would this deplete all his future luck? Regardless, he resolved to deal with that later. Grasping the scroll of the 8 Gates of Duanjia, he transformed into a whirlwind and returned to the training building. Finding Su Xiaoyu, he observed her practicing basic movements learned from the warrior class. Shield in her left hand and sword in her right, blocking and striking simultaneously. Lin Luo felt a headache coming on. What on earth was the warrior class teaching? It was afternoon, the time when the training room was most crowded. Upon seeing Lin Luo's entrance, disdain flickered across their faces, especially as he held a pipe in his mouth, exhaling smoke like a notorious gangster. Their expressions of contempt intensified. The club battle between the Dawn Society and the Thornflower had spread throughout the academy in less than half a day. To them, the trash-laden Dawn Society had the audacity to challenge the Thornflower, utterly foolish. Even if they had recruited 2 super rookies, what difference would it make? They believed Lin Luo must have employed some underhanded tactics to bribe the 2 newcomers into joining the Dawn Society. If Lin Luo were aware of their thoughts, he would undoubtedly cry foul. It was clearly Surina, the president of the Thornflower, who initiated the challenge against the Dawn Society. How had it morphed into the Dawn Society, challenging the Thornflower in their eyes? Was there no sense of reason? Regarding the 2 newcomers, the situation was even more unjust. They were coerced by the big shots. Chapter 14. Su Xiaoyu's training. Lin Luo cleared his throat and approached Su Xiaoyu, inquiring, Xiaoyu, what techniques are you learning? Su Xiaoyu looked puzzled. The president had only left for less than an hour. Why had he returned so soon? Lowering his shield, he spoke somewhat sheepishly. I don't have a spirit C, so I can't become a spirit warrior. But the warrior instructor mentioned that these are foundational skills for warriors and should not be abandoned. Lin Luo felt a sense of helplessness. What use was practicing these things? He told Su Xiaoyu, stop practicing these from now on. Follow me. The 2 proceeded to the gravity training room. Lin Luo selected double gravity and commenced training in the gravity training room from this moment onward. Su Xiaoyu remarked, but President, isn't the gravity training room meant for honing spiritual power? I have no spiritual power. Lin Luo, feeling a sense of frustration, retorted, who told you that one cannot enter the gravity training room without spiritual power? From now on, you will train according to my methods in the gravity room. Watch closely. I will demonstrate just once. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats, lateral jumps. Though the methods may seem rudimentary, they are indeed effective for strengthening the physique. They are certainly more beneficial than what the warrior instructors teach. Do you see this? This is my secret technique, a method not to be shared lightly. If you persist with this training, you will undoubtedly grow stronger. Lin Luo clapped his hands. Su Xiaoyu was taken aback. The president's motions seemed so simple. He had confidence that, with his robust physique, He could perform them effortlessly. Entering the gravity training room, Su Xiaoyu followed Lin Luo's movements. First came the push-ups. He lay down, hands on the ground, feet apart. Quite simple. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. By the 10th minute, Su Xiaoyu's muscles began to tremble as if they were filled with lead. Such a simple action required all his strength to accomplish. Finally, unable to endure any longer, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. In that moment, the techniques imparted by the president suddenly appeared grand and sophisticated. With his physique, he could barely last 10 minutes. Su Xiaoyu felt deeply moved. Lin Luo had actually shared this secret technique with him. He absolutely could not disappoint the president. He must not give up. Lin Luo observed Su Xiaoyu's determination with a smile. The moment you can endure half an hour in the five-fold gravity room, I shall bestow upon you an ultimate secret technique, an S-rank forbidden art. Once you master this forbidden art, you will undoubtedly overpower any C-rank spiritual warrior, and even challenge B-rank. His goal was simple: to awaken Su Xiaoyu's latent physical potential, with the strength of the body combined with high-intensity training. Enduring half an hour in the five-fold gravity room was the minimum requirement for learning the 8 gates of Duanjia. If Su Xiaoyu could not meet this requirement, Lin Luo would not pass on the 8 gates to him. For if his physique were not sufficiently robust, forcibly activating the 8 gates could inflict irreparable damage. That would be detrimental to Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu had no doubts regarding Lin Luo's words. The ultimate secret technique, an S-rank forbidden art, capable of overpowering any C-rank profession and challenging B-rank. Suddenly, he felt his blood boiling. A continuous surge of power erupted within him. All he needed was to endure half an hour in the five-fold gravity room. You can do it. Lin Luo then briefed Su Xiaoyu on some additional details before exiting the 2-fold gravity room. After stretching his body, he proceeded to the 10-fold gravity room. Having tasted success the previous day, he knew that training in the 10-fold gravity room could accelerate the fusion of interstitial cells. Lin Luo felt a sense of delight. Since he had nothing else to do, he might as well practice. Upon opening the 10-fold gravity room, he was surprised to find someone inside. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily stunned. Chapter 15. I was blocked by the goddess. Lin Luo was astonished to see that the person in the 10-fold gravity room was none other than the Academy goddess, Selena. She was equally taken aback, having never expected Lin Luo to enter the 10-fold gravity training room. Deep down, she questioned how he could even withstand such gravity. Despite her spiritual power growth value reaching 91, her own spiritual energy could barely endure the 10-fold gravity. Only through her mutated ice abilities could she train in this environment. At a tremendous cost, Lin Luo's spiritual energy growth value was merely 3. He should have known that the 10-fold gravity room was a perilous zone for him, akin to courting death. At that moment, the air in the 10-fold gravity room was suffused with an icy chill. Yet, Lin Luo's attention was clearly elsewhere. The goddess before him was simply too captivating. Clad in a tight black training outfit, her perfect figure was accentuated. Her long golden hair was casually tied up, with a few strands falling due to perspiration, enhancing her allure. A delicate blush graced her exquisite face, and her deep-set eyes shimmered. In that instant, Lin Luo's heart began to race uncontrollably. This was the feeling of being smitten. Observing Lin Luo's flustered state, a glint of mischief flickered in Selena's eyes. She brushed her hair aside and inquired, "Do I look beautiful?" Selena had always been confident in her beauty, believing no one in the academy could resist her charm. Instinctively responding to the goddess's question, Lin Luo blurted, "You are beautiful, even more so than many leading ladies in restricted action films." Selena blinked in confusion. Restricted action films? What on earth is that? However, when she saw the fervent gaze in Lin Luo's eyes, it became clear what he was thinking. In an instant, her delicate face hardened, and a chilling aura enveloped the entire gravity room. Her movements were as swift as thunder. Her icy hand transformed into a blade of ice, aiming for Lin Luo. As the coldness surged towards him, Lin Luo snapped back to reality. Seeing the anger etched on the goddess's face, he was perplexed. What was going on? Her mood changed faster than flipping a book. Women. In truth, after Selena struck, she regretted her impulsiveness. Acting in anger, she had unleashed her full power, employing her ice abilities. There was no time to retract her strike. With Lin Luo's strength, he could not possibly withstand this blow. The best outcome would be severe injury. The worst could lead to his demise. But, to Selena's astonishment, Lin Luo extended his left hand and effortlessly blocked her lethal strike. How is this possible? The goddess's eyes widened as she quickly withdrew her hand. Shifting her stance, she aimed a kick towards Lin Luo's face with her long right leg. If struck, Lin Luo would undoubtedly be disfigured. Yet, once again, he extended his left hand, blocking her attack. The impact caused both to retreat from one another, with Selena sliding back several meters before regaining her footing. How could this be? His spiritual energy growth value is only 3. How could he block my 2 attacks? Selena was momentarily bewildered but quickly regained her composure. With a light step, she approached Lin Luo, her exquisite face drawing near. A fragrant aroma enveloped him. Lin Luo instinctively wanted to retreat, only to find the wall behind him. There was nowhere to escape. As their distance diminished, Lin Luo's face flushed crimson. By all that is good, he had lived 2 lifetimes and had never been this close to a girl, let alone a goddess. As if discovering a cherished toy, Selena suddenly exclaimed, "President Lin Luo, you've hidden your capabilities well." She had never anticipated that the Academy's so-called useless president could withstand her full-force attacks. Though he had not employed any combat techniques, she had utilized her ice abilities, indicating that Lin Luo's strength was either on par with hers or very close. Selena felt genuinely pleased that the Academy had gained another expert. A smile graced her lips. "President Lin Luo, as long as you join the Academy's battle team and help us achieve good results, I shall agree to go on a date with you. What do you say?" Chapter 16. The opponent is a newcomer girl. The goddess departed, yet Lin Luo remained at the entrance of the gravity room. His gaze was profound as he reflected on the agreement he had just made with the goddess. Suddenly, a wave of regret washed over him. This arrangement felt somewhat disadvantageous. The goddess had promised that if he joined the Academy's battle team and contributed to its success, she would go on a date with him. However, what constituted good results? Was it reaching the top 8, the top 4, second place, or first? Alas, it was all due to his youthful naivety. Suddenly, Lin Luo's communicator chimed. Indeed, it was a communicator. The Empire's cutting-edge technology had advanced to such an extent that it had even replicated the functions of a mobile phone through rune technology. However, few knew Lin Luo's communication number. At this hour, he could easily deduce the identity of the caller. Without a doubt, it was the assassin girl. She must have returned to catch up on sleep, only to reach out to him once he had finished his club activities. Eager to continue their unfinished exploits in the battlefield network, Lin Luo felt as though he had been ensnared by a goddess, longing to escape this place of sorrow. The battlefield network undoubtedly presented the best escape route. Lin Luo hurried to the training room of the battlefield network and found the assassin girl waiting there. "Let us go in. We won't come out until tomorrow morning," she stated succinctly, as always. Lin Luo's expression darkened. He was aware that they had engaged in such escapades before, but classes at the Academy were set to commence the next day. Was this truly a wise decision? Re-entering the battlefield network, Lin Luo awaited his opponent in silence. After the previous battle, he understood well that opponents of novice rank offered limited opportunities for improvement. At best, he could earn a few reward points. Unless the system underwent an upgrade, the D-rank ninjutsu available would scarcely enhance his abilities. Thus, he resolved to play 2 matches before seeking out videos of elite-rank players to observe how the masters operated. Soon, an opponent was matched. ID, Lilith, record, 0 wins. 0 losses, 0 draws. Another newcomer? Lin Luo felt a pang of disappointment. Battling a novice would yield little in terms of experience. In fact, the battlefield network had become the undisputed leader among the younger generation of the Empire's Academy. Coincidentally, it was the start of the school season, explaining the influx of novices. It reminded Lin Luo of a 5-person combat game from his past life, where an abundance of elementary school students would appear during holidays, wreaking havoc everywhere. Lin Luo observed his opponent's ID, Lilith, clearly a girl. This posed a dilemma. Should he charge in and reduce her to rubble with a single blow? It was important to note that while the battlefield network didn't entail real death, the hyper-realistic simulated combat could inflict considerable pain akin to that of actual death. Such cruelty was unwarranted against a novice girl. He needed to adopt a more tactful approach. An idea struck him. As a ninja, why should he engage in hand-to-hand combat? He could utilize ninja tools instead. Being pierced by ninja tools was far preferable to being obliterated. If only the ninja tools from his mind could be materialized within the battlefield network, he could avoid resorting to such brutal tactics. As both prepared, the scene began to shift. The battlefield remained the arena. Lilith chose 2 rune handguns, identifying her as a ranged shooter. Standing in the arena, Lin Luo summoned a massive shuriken into his hand, the Wind Demon Shuriken. Although he lacked the corresponding ninjutsu, he could wield it through chakra control. To his delight, he could indeed materialize ninja tools. Summoning again, he called forth the 3 sacred treasures, the 10,000 sword, the 8 mirror, and the 8 span jewel. Unfortunately, there was no change. Lin Luo felt a bit embarrassed, suspecting only ninja tools exchanged through the system could be materialized within the battlefield network. Both were ready. Lin Luo failed to notice that the audience in the stands had exceeded 100. For elite players, a casual match could attract tens of thousands of viewers. Thus, 100 spectators was trivial. However, in the novice area, having over 100 spectators was commendable. Chapter 17. The Wind Demon Shuriken emerges. The audience in the stands was somewhat astonished. Since Lin Luo had last appeared barehanded, he now wielded a colossal windmill-like weapon. What was this? Was it the secret weapon of the fearless brother? What profession did it belong to? The spectators were entertained. For watching the fearless brothers' matches was always filled with surprises. They never knew what profession he would choose. Furthermore, after winning his first match, the myth of his invincibility had finally been broken. Even if the fearless brother paid actors, it was all for the sake of the audience's viewing experience, which they understood. In the training room of the Academy War Team in Orsal City, ever since Gianna had seen Lin Luo's battle video, she had been keeping a close eye on him. Upon hearing that the formidable Fearless had entered the battlefield network, Gianna immediately ceased her training and made her way to the observation room to spectate. Her instincts were not wrong. This Fearless one was anything but ordinary. The members of the Orsal War Team were taken aback to see their goddess so focused on a single individual, particularly one who was merely a novice-level cannon fodder. They still believed that Lin Luo's victory over Bai Feiyang was due to Bai Feiyang's carelessness and overconfidence. In the arena, the battle finally commenced. Although Lilith was a newcomer, she clearly understood the strengths and weaknesses of her profession. As a ranged shooter, she had to maintain her distance from her opponent at all times. This was a solo battle. If she were to be approached, lacking a warrior's protection, she would be utterly defenseless and quickly eliminated. Lilith swiftly retreated, her 2 rune handguns firing continuously at Lin Luo without pause. Her movements were remarkably swift, far from those of a novice. The firepower of the rune handguns was limited, but their accuracy ranked second only to rune sniper rifles among all ranged weapons. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out in quick succession. Lin Luo initially intended to dodge, but realized that these shots were merely intended to restrict his movements, not aimed at him directly. As a ranged shooter, if one could confine the opponent's actions, it would lead to an overwhelming firepower suppression, allowing the battle to be dominated by the ranged shooter. A smile crept onto Lin Luo's lips. There was indeed some skill here. If he didn't exert a fraction of his strength, he might struggle against this novice girl. Extending his right hand, the Wind Demon Shuriken began to spin rapidly, gaining speed until it resembled a streak of lightning, hurtling towards Lilith. The clash in the arena was intense, yet the audience in the stands remained jovial, teasing the fearless brother about his new weapon. Fearless brother, while your secret weapon looks impressive, why must you throw it by hand? This maneuver is rather clumsy. Such a large target is practically a live target for a ranged shooter. Altering the weapon's trajectory would render this secret weapon harmless. I boldly predict that fearless brother will soon be outmatched by the girl. Lilith regarded the swiftly approaching Wind Demon Shuriken with unwavering calm. Bang, bang. She fired 2 shots, both striking the trajectory of the Wind Demon Shuriken. Yet, the shuriken's terrifying spinning speed deflected the bullets effortlessly. In the training room of the Orsal Academy War Team, Gianna's eyes narrowed. The mysterious weapon in the hands of the fearless one could deflect bullets from rune handguns. Such power was formidable. If it weren't for the weapon's substantial size, it could very well become a potent trump card. Fearless one, she thought. Who exactly are you to have developed such a weapon? Chapter 18. The legendary master rank in the arena. The rapidly spinning Wind Demon Shuriken raced towards Lilith, poised to slice her in 2. Yet, within her eyes, there remained an air of calm. Lilith's 3rd principle of combat. No matter how perilous the situation, one must not panic. Though the Wind Demon Shuriken possesses formidable power, its target is rather large, making it easy to evade. Lilith leaped gracefully into the air, effortlessly dodging the Wind Demon Shuriken. The audience on the stage held their breath in suspense. Witnessing Lilith's agile maneuver, Excitement surged among the spectators. Wow, that was impressive. Someone exclaimed. Didn't I just mention that the weapon of Brother Fearless is too large a target to hit? Upstairs, I recall you didn't say that a moment ago. Another retorted. Bro, the meaning is quite similar. Let's not nitpick over trivial details. It's only natural that a bunch of novices wouldn't understand. Lilith, relying on her swift ranged abilities, successfully evaded the wind demon shuriken. However, unbeknownst to her, Lin Luo was waiting for this precise moment. While Lilith was airborne, devoid of any evasive options, the wind demon shuriken behind her suddenly shattered, transforming into 4 blades that ominously glinted as they changed direction and surrounded her from all sides. Leaving no escape, a flicker of despair flashed in Lilith's eyes. With a swift thrust, Lilith was pierced by the 4 blades and collapsed to the ground. The strong are fearless. Victory. The audience's eyes widened in shock, remaining stunned for a full 10 seconds. They struggled to comprehend why Brother Fearless' secret weapon had shattered so abruptly and how its fragments had forcibly altered direction to strike down Lilith. The situation had turned dramatically, with Lilith, once in a favorable position, now instantaneously defeated. Yet, none of that mattered. What was significant was that Brother Fearless had triumphed once more. Brother Fearless, how could you treat a newcomer like this? It's so cruel. Is this girl perhaps an actress hired by Brother Fearless? Upstairs, I'm playing you. Can't you see she has been defeated? Lin Luo remained silent, exiting the battle network. For him, this confrontation had been astonishingly effortless. Sigh. When will I finally match against a true master? It's so lonely. In the training room of the Ashur Academy team, Jiana repeatedly reviewed the footage of Lin Luo's recent battle. In high-definition slow motion, she spotted several strands of purple thread in Lin Luo's hands. What? Spiritual energy projection? In that instant, Jiana finally understood why the secret weapon thrown by the fearless master had shattered and how its fragments had suddenly altered course to eliminate the opponent. All of this had been controlled by the spiritual energy within the formidable figure. Upon hearing the captain's exclamation, the team members gathered around, fixated on the purple strands in Lin Luo's grasp. Indeed, it was genuine spiritual energy projection, a hallmark of mastery. Who on earth was he? A peculiar expression crossed everyone's faces, including by Feiyan. So, he had indeed been defeated by the legendary Supermaster. Well, that's a relief. Wait, this is a master level. There are only a handful of Supermasters at the master rank in the battle network. Our captain, Jiana, is merely at the elite level. No matter how powerful her abilities are, she cannot achieve spiritual energy projection, which is essential for ascending to the master rank. Suddenly, a smile graced Jiana's face. The ice snow goddess of the empire was actually smiling, causing all team members to tremble in fear. They recalled that the last time the captain smiled, the entire training room had turned to ice sculptures. I challenged the fearless master. Whoever gets to him first will have their training halved from now on. The smile on the ice snow goddess's face grew increasingly radiant. If no one managed to reach him, everyone's training would triple. The training room erupted into chaos as all members sprang into action. However, despair washed over them when they realized the fearless master had logged off. Indeed, he had logged off. This is it. It's all over. Triple training is simply unbearable. Chapter 19. I made her cry in the southern part of the empire. In the city of Flame, one of the 7 major fortresses, in the Academy's training room, Lilith logged off the battle network, feeling somewhat aggrieved. She had not anticipated that her first battle in the network would end before she could even showcase her skills, leading to her untimely defeat. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, ultimately bursting into tears. As soon as Lilith began to cry, the other members in the training room panicked. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Lilith, causing the temperature in the entire training room to rise. Upon seeing this figure, all members of the Flame team instinctively swallowed hard. The figure was extraordinarily striking, with fiery red hair and an alluring figure. She was none other than the Empire's fire dance goddess, Ivra. Seeing Lilith being bullied in the battle network ignited Ivra's fury. She swiftly grabbed the collar of a nearby individual, lifting him off the ground. Ino, challenge the fearless master for me. I want to smash his head. Ino rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat speechless. Why is it always me who gets hurt? I'm the vice captain of the Flame team. Show me some respect. At that moment, Ino felt a twinge of sympathy for the fearless master. Given the captain's explosive temper, if she said she would smash his head, she would undoubtedly follow through and ensure he was pulverized. After breaking free from the captain's grasp, Ino logged into the battle network to challenge the fearless master, only to find that he had already logged off. Yes, he logged off right after defeating Lilith. How clever. Ino awkwardly stated, "Captain, the fearless master has logged off." Upon hearing this, Ivor's anger intensified. He bullied Lilith and thinks he can escape? In his dreams. She pinned the challenge in the comments section of the battle network, declaring, "When the fearless master logs in next, I will be the first to challenge him and smash his head in front of everyone." Ino's face darkened. Dealing with a captain like this is truly unfortunate. As the captain of the Flame Academy team, an elite-level expert, she was challenging a novice-ranked player, and even placing the challenge in the comments section of the battle network. Where could the Flame team save face? However, as the vice-captain, Ino felt powerless. If he didn't T-act, Ivor would definitely smash his head first. In this situation, Ino could only pray, "Fearless brother, you can rest easy. Who told you to strike someone you shouldn't have?" and anger the captain. Ivor's challenge to the fearless master was pinned in the battle network comments section. Suddenly, the entire battle network erupted. Ivor was simply too famous. The fire dance goddess of the Empire, an awakened fire ability user, possessed extraordinary spiritual energy output, and was an elite-level expert in the battle network. To date, every opponent she matched against in the network had been annihilated without exception. In the elite rank, aside from a few exceptional individuals, no one could stand in the way of the fire dance goddess. Naturally, this excluded the super masters at the master level. Today, the fire dance goddess had personally issued a challenge. Who exactly was the fearless master? All the big shots in the battle network began to dig into the fearless master's information, leading to shocking revelations. The fearless master was at the novice level, with a record of 249 losses, 2 wins, and no draws. He was clearly a mere novice, a total underdog. Why would the fire dance goddess challenge him? Was there perhaps something more to this? Chapter 20. The two goddesses of the Empire in the training room of the Ashur Academy team. Jinnah also caught sight of Ivor's challenge. She scoffed, incredulous that a master of the elite rank would dare challenge a mere novice to a duel. It was utterly disgraceful. The other members of the team were engrossed in completing their triple training for the day. Upon hearing Jinnah's words, they all rolled their eyes. "Sister, aren't you guilty of the same? You merely failed to pin your challenge in the comments section." Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts, only lamenting silently. Heavens earth. A challenge pinned in the BattleNet's comments section? Is that even possible? Indeed, it seemed the entire OSL team had not anticipated such audacity. The prospect of enduring triple training loomed ahead, casting a pall over their spirits. Jinnah, slightly miffed at not having engaged with the formidable opponent, felt her annoyance deepen upon seeing Ivor's challenge. How dare the fiery woman snatch the spotlight? The thought of it festered within her. In a fit of irritation, Jinnah commented beneath Ivor's challenge, "Firebrand, retract your challenge at once. Do not bring shame upon the elite rank." As the frost goddess of the Empire, Jinnah's popularity rivaled that of Ivor. Her fans scattered across the Empire's prestigious psychic academies. Her presence ignited the battle net entirely. Her comment garnered countless likes. Ascending to the top of the thread, Ivor, upon seeing Jinnah's remark, nearly exploded with anger. She logged into the battle net and boldly declared in the main channel, "Frost Goddess, are you seeking a fight?" To which Jinnah responded succinctly, "Time, place." Everyone knew of the long-standing rivalry between the Empire's frost and fire goddesses, an opposition as ancient as ice and fire themselves. Both had been admitted to the academy in the same year, showcasing immense talent as they led their respective teams to remarkable achievements in the Empire's college competition. They were indeed figures representative of the younger generation of the Empire. Many reminisced about the terror they felt 3 years prior, during the quarterfinals of the Empire's college competition, when the two goddesses unleashed their powers, nearly toppling the Empire's grandest arena. Today, the flames of conflict between the two deities reignited, intensifying as their fan bases engaged in fervor. In certain academies, even offline friendly duels commenced. Strangely, the catalyst for this uproar was a mere novice, an inconspicuous individual, who had garnered the attention of the Empire's goddesses. Countless individuals began to take notice of the fearless novice, eager to uncover his unique attributes. Were it not for the stringent confidentiality surrounding students' information on the BattleNet, the novice's details would have been unearthed long ago. Meanwhile, Lin Luo, immersed in the training room, remained blissfully unaware that his actions against a rookie girl had nearly sparked a confrontation between the two goddesses. As the instigator, He was engrossed in watching battle videos of various experts, absorbing their combat experiences. The following morning, Lin Luo and the assassin girl emerged from the training room, sporting dark circles under their eyes. Initially, they had no intention of attending the morning class. However, they recently received a notification from the academy's higher-ups stating that the first class of the semester was of utmost importance, and attendance was mandatory. Otherwise, consequences would ensue. Lin Luo had frequently encountered such scenarios in his previous academic life. It was likely that a notable figure was visiting the academy, necessitating the presence of all faculty and students to bolster the occasion. Had I known, I would have refrained from staying up late. I'm so tired, he lamented. Chapter 21. The Academy's hero, Captain Layla. In the Academy's hall, second-year students were arriving in droves. By the time Lin Luo arrived, the hall was already bustling with activity. He found an empty seat and plopped down. For reasons unknown, he sensed a hint of hostility in the gazes directed at him. In fact, news of the club battle between the Dawn Society and the Thornflower had spread throughout the academy in less than a day. To the other students, the seemingly inept Dawn Society was merely bringing about its own demise by challenging the Thornflower. As a supporter of the goddess Selena, this was utterly intolerable. Naturally, as the president of the Dawn Society, Lin Luo was the target of resentment from numerous students. However, he was too exhausted to care, feeling as lethargic as a dog. The girl beside him had already succumbed to slumber, her head resting on the desk. Su Xiaoyu arrived shortly after, taking a seat beside Lin Luo. To his surprise, she too bore dark circles under her eyes, undoubtedly from training late into the night. The three founding members of the Dawn Society were gathered, all slumped over their desks in a state of fatigue. Observing this, the surrounding students quickly distanced themselves, seeking alternative seating. It seemed the vicinity around the trio had transformed into a forbidden zone. Suddenly, the hall erupted in commotion as the goddess Selena, clad in her combat attire, made her entrance. Her gaze swept across the hall, and upon spotting Lin Luo, a faint smile graced her lips, deepening further as she recalled their previous day's agreement. Her smile captivated all the male students, leaving them in awe of her beauty. In their spellbound state, Selena walked directly over to sit beside Lin Luo. Instantly, numerous hostile glares were directed at him. Lin Luo, just as he was about to drift back to sleep, felt a chill wash over him, prompting an involuntary shiver. Had the temperature suddenly dropped? He tightened his clothing and attempted to resume his slumber. Witnessing Lin Luo's indifference towards the goddess only fueled the anger of the male students. Were it not for Selena's presence, they would have undoubtedly rushed to confront Lin Luo. Before long, the hall fell silent as an individual ascended the podium. All eyes were fixed upon her, followed by a thunderous cheer. Almost every student at the Starshine City Psychic Academy recognized her. Layla, the pride of the academy, captain of the Empire's Vanguard team, and an A-class psychic warrior. 15 years ago, Layla was a student at Starshine City Psychic Academy. That year, she led the academy's team to the Empire's college competition, demonstrating formidable resolve that propelled them into the top 8 of the Eastern Division, securing tickets to the Grand Arena in the Empire's capital. Although the academy ultimately fell short at the round of 16, Layla undeniably became a hero of Starshine City Psychic Academy. After graduation, she joined the Empire's Vanguard team, fighting valiantly in the 4th dimension and paving the way for the Sacred Land. Now, she served as the team's captain. No one had anticipated Layla's appearance here. In that moment, every student in the hall felt a surge of elation, rising spontaneously to pay tribute to their hero. Selena was beside herself with excitement. Captain Layla was her idol. Although she had received prior notifications, the reality of seeing her idol ignited an overwhelming thrill within her. The legendary journey of Captain Layla leading the academy team into the top 16 of the Empire was a tale of grandeur. This year, she would also assemble the academy team to compete in the Empire's college competition. Suddenly, Selena realized that she seemed to have overlooked something. At that moment, all students in the hall stood in reverence, Selena included, except for the trio from the Dawn Society, who remained slumped over their desks. With nearby students able to hear their faint snores, the sound stood out distinctly in the hushed hall. Chapter 22. The first class of the semester. All students glared at the trio from the Dawn Society. Ignoring the goddess was one thing, but sleeping during Captain Layla's class was entirely unacceptable. However, much to everyone's surprise, Layla on the podium glanced at the trio from the Dawn Society and suddenly burst into laughter. She reminisced about her days in the academy when she too was a rebellious girl. Back then, in the Empire. There was no battle network that allowed students to unleash their potential, honing their spiritual energy and combat skills. To grow stronger, one had to engage in real battles, brawls. Challenges against upperclassmen, and even ambushes on teachers were commonplace. Layla had once fought every prominent expert in the academy to form a battle team. It didn't matter if one slept through classes. As long as one was strong enough, it was acceptable. Layla returned to the academy upon hearing from the principal that there were several promising students this year, and she was asked to assist in training them to form a battle team, aiming to restore the academy's former glory. This first lesson was part of the principal's request, selecting a number of strong second-year students to enter the candidate list. The reason for choosing from the second year first was that this year's cohort was the most outstanding. After the second year came the first, followed by the third and fourth. With only a month left until the Empire Academy competition, the formation of the battle team needed to be expedited. Let the class begin. Upon concluding her words, Layla unleashed a torrent of violent spiritual energy. The release of spiritual energy was a hallmark of a battle network master, corresponding to an A-class spiritual warrior in the Empire. Captain Layla's energy transformed into a colossal storm, carrying a fierce aura of lethality that swept through the entire auditorium in an instant. Her selection method was brutally straightforward. Those who remained conscious after the storm were deemed qualified. Boom. The auditorium felt as if it had been swept by a tempest, with numerous students collapsing and losing consciousness. Strangely, the desks and chairs remained perfectly arranged, entirely unaffected. Such was the mastery of an A-class spiritual warrior over their own energy, a truly terrifying ability. After the storm subsided, only two individuals remained awake, the goddess Selena and the president of the Flame Dragon Society, Li Yuan. The Flame Dragon Society was the second largest club in the academy, second only to the Thornflower Society, and Li Yuan was one of the top 3 experts in the academy, also a suitor of Selena. Congratulations, Selena. Li Yuan beamed with confidence. As predetermined members of the academy's battle team, they were already privy to some insider information from the principal, thus remaining unperturbed by the selection process. However, Selena seemed unimpressed by Li Yuan's smile, her gaze instead fixated on the trio from the Dawn Society, particularly on Lin Luo, her eyes radiating fervor. At the moment Layla unleashed her spiritual energy, Selena, being nearby, distinctly felt an extraordinarily warm energy erupting simultaneously. This energy enveloped the trio from the Dawn Society, shielding them from Layla's spiritual onslaught. As a result, they remained sprawled over their desks. Is that spiritual energy released? Li Yuan noticed Selena ignoring him and directing a fiery gaze at the seemingly useless president of the Dawn Society, his expression darkening with jealousy. Among the academy's top 3 experts, Li Yuan and Selena were considered a perfect match by many students, who viewed them as a couple. Li Yuan had pursued Selena fervently, yet her attitude had remained lukewarm. Now, she was casting such intense glances at a supposed waste. Li Yuan glared at Lin Luo, a hint of resentment lurking in his eyes. Just then, the trio from the Dawn Society began to stir awake. Su Xiaoyu stretched lazily, then surveyed the scene of fallen classmates, feeling bewildered as he scratched the back of his head. What on earth happened? The assassin girl maintained her usual nonchalance, appearing utterly unfazed by anything outside the battle network, as if the world could crumble without her batting an eye. Lin Luo, on the other hand, was well aware of what had transpired, yet he felt no inclination to speak. He was simply too tired. Chapter 23, Candidate List for the Academy Battle Team. At the podium, Layla nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this year's second-year students were exceptional. Under her spiritual tempest, 5 individuals remarkably managed to stay conscious. Though she had only utilized 1/10 of her spiritual energy, as an A-class spiritual warrior, even that fraction was immensely formidable. All right. Class dismissed, Layla decisively announced, striding out of the auditorium. Her responsibilities were extensive. She still had first, third, and fourth-year students to select, and she preferred not to waste time. The unconscious students would soon regain their senses. Lin Luo was taken aback. Was that it? If memory served him right, the class had lasted less than 10 minutes. Whatever, he thought, sleep was paramount. The trio from the Dawn Society moved in perfect unison, standing, turning, and exiting the auditorium. Selena watched Lin Luo's retreating figure, licking her lips. You won't escape my grasp, President Lin Luo. Though her voice was soft, it caught the attention of Li Yuan not far away. his face flushed with anger as he clenched his fists. In that moment, he was consumed by an overwhelming sense of resentment and jealousy, silently screaming, "Lin Luo, Lin Luo." As Lin Luo hurried toward the academy dormitory, he remained blissfully unaware that he had attracted the attention of one of the academy's top 3 experts, Li Yuan. In the afternoon, all students received a communication on their devices announcing the candidate list for the academy battle team. Selena, Li Yuan, Halle Berry, Gu Ritian, Harvis, Lin Luo, Fu Xini, Su Xiaoyu, Alex Bell, and Alex Aisha. These 10 individuals would be candidates participating in the selection for the academy battle team. A complete academy battle team typically comprises 5 main members and 5 substitutes. The list conveniently contained 10 names, enough to form a team. However, according to Captain Layla's intentions, this was merely a candidate list, not the final roster. This implied that some would be eliminated while others could be added. Once the announcement was made, the academy was abuzz with uproar. It was expected for Selena, Li Yuan, and Halle Berry, the academy's top 3 experts, to be included. Gu Ritian was the vice president of the Thornflower Society, and Harvis was the vice president of the Flame Dragon Society. Their selections were also understandable. However, why did all members of the seemingly useless Dawn Society make the cut? While Belle and Aisha could be excused as the academy's notable new talents, Lin Luo, Fu Xini, and Su Xiaoyu, considered embarrassments of the warrior faction, were inexplicably included. Discontent surged among the students. Within half an hour, rumors of corruption, dark dealings, and unfairness regarding the battle team selection spread like wildfire throughout the academy. Many students even left their classrooms to protest. In the principal's office, Principal Green was equally troubled. 15 years ago, he had watched Layla elevate the academy to its zenith. Yet, in subsequent competitions, the academy's performance had steadily declined, hitting rock bottom in the Eastern Division 3 years ago. As he approached retirement, he aimed to give it one last effort, leaving no regrets. To this end, he had invested considerable resources, enlisting many old friends to recruit newcomers Alex Bell and Alex Aisha, along with Selena and others. There is a hope to form a formidable academy team. He even specifically invited Layla to select and train the team. However, unexpectedly, on the very first day, such a significant incident occurred. Nevertheless, Green could not interfere with Layla's choices, as that was their agreed arrangement. With no other option, Green had to muster the courage to issue another announcement, hoping to temporarily quell the discontent within the academy. Chapter 24. Let the storm come with greater fury before long. All students received another announcement. Dear students, the candidate list for the academy team has been selected by Captain Layla after careful consideration. Please trust Captain Layla and the academy. Many students held a genuine respect for the academy's hero, Layla. This time, Captain Layla returned from the sanctum of the 4th dimension with the purpose of assembling a team to ensure the academy achieves commendable results in the upcoming Imperial Academy competition. Since this was Captain Layla's decision, they had no grounds for dissent. After the announcement, the dark undercurrents surrounding the selection of the academy team, rumors of shady dealings and unfair practices, were temporarily subdued. Students who had protested returned to their classrooms. Yet, this matter was far from over. Behind the calm lay a tempest brewing. Many suddenly recalled that the club battle between the Dawn Society and the Thorn Blossom would take place the following day, with Goddess Selena absent from the field. If the Dawn Society were to lose, they would face scorn from all academy students, drowning them in disdain. Naturally, their ire was directed solely at the trio deemed incapable within the Dawn Society. As for the newcomers, Belle and Aisha, one handsome and the other beautiful, they had swiftly become the academy's new heartthrobs and goddesses, winning the admiration of many. At this moment, the trio from the Dawn Society, unaware of the storm brewing around them, were catching up on sleep in their dormitory. Lin Luo awoke in the evening, stretching lazily and feeling invigorated. In the dormitory, Su Xiaoyu had long since vanished. Lin Luo did not need to guess where she was. She was certainly training in the gravity chamber. He opened his communicator and found 2 announcements from the academy. Disinterested, he skipped over them. Earlier that morning, out of curiosity, he had opened an academy announcement and attended a class in the assembly hall, only for it to last a mere 10 minutes, leaving him utterly fatigued. He vowed to ignore all future academy announcements, regardless of the consequences. Towards the end, he found a message from Fu Xini. This was the crux of the matter. Without needing to read it, he knew it pertained to their previous agreement, all-night training on the battle network. Lin Luo quickly freshened up and headed straight to the Battle Network training room. After watching numerous videos of Battle Network experts the previous night, he felt a surge of excitement. Truly, these experts showcased exceptional skills. Lin Luo needed to upgrade his system swiftly and learn advanced techniques. Otherwise, if he matched against one of those experts, he might stand no chance against their chakra-infused power, speed, perception, and recovery abilities. In the Battle Network, as soon as the ID Fearless Power logged in, an uproar erupted among the spectators. Brothers, the one who ignited the war between the two goddesses has finally appeared. Grab your gear. What? He finally logged in. Wait for me. I must see what kind of person could provoke a battle between the two goddesses. The conflict between the two goddesses had escalated from the previous day into the morning, with the ferocity of their confrontation being nothing short of astonishing. The battle lines had been stretched indefinitely, with reports of many individuals still hospitalized. Now that the instigator had emerged, excitement was palpable. In the communication channel of Fearless Power, notifications chimed continuously. However, Lin Luo ignored them, opting to block the messages, certain they were merely spam from the Battle Network system. In the training room of the Flame City team in the Southern Empire, Ino felt somewhat awkward and turned to Ivra, saying, "Captain, Fearless Power has declined your challenge. What should we do?" Upon hearing the name Fearless Power, Ivra's fury surged. She glared at Ino and declared, "I don't care what methods you employ. I must challenge him. If you fail to arrange it, I'll smash your head." In the training room of the Oser City team, Captain Gianna remarked, "Fearless Power has not responded. He must have blocked the challenge message. How dare he block a challenge from the captain? If I discover his identity, I will crush him." All members of the team silently lamented. They had all sent challenge messages to Lin Luo, yet not one received a reply. Gianna glanced at her team, her tone calm. "Starting tomorrow, we will double the training intensity." Chapter 25. I'm sorry, but this battle is mine to win. Lin Luo began matching with an opponent. The matching process was remarkably swift, hardly making him wait a second. Upon entering the arena, he was taken aback by the throngs of spectators in the viewing area. Why are there so many people? Where did they all come from? Moreover, the numbers continued to swell, threatening to fill the entire arena. Was he matched against a true expert? No, he reminded himself. He was in the novice tier. How could there be an expert here? Confused, Lin Luo, as a mere fodder in the novice tier, did not believe these spectators were there for him. He was certain his opponent was wealthy. These spectators must have been hired to support them. He felt a twinge of envy. Goodness, how much wealth must one possess to afford so many supporters? Finally, his opponent appeared. ID, Raging Beast, with a record of 122 losses, 80 wins, and 34 draws. Clearly, this Raging Beast was also struggling in the novice tier. Upon entering the arena, Raging Beast was equally stunned by the crowd. He had indeed paid for some spectators to enhance his image, but never expected such a turnout. His family might have resources, but not enough to sustain such extravagance. Where did all these people come from? Was it possible that his opponent had also hired an audience? Raging Beast checked Fearless Power's record, 249 losses, 2 wins, and 0 draws. This record was even worse than his. Who in their right mind would watch such a novice battle? It was utterly excruciating to behold. At that moment, Raging Beast seemed to grasp the situation. His opponent must come from a far wealthier background. However, this was even better. Raging Beast felt a surge of excitement. He had undergone a transformation. This time, the expenditure on spectators was to witness his rise. Since his opponent had attracted so many people, it was perfect. In the stands, all the spectators were bewildered. What is going on with these two? They're not choosing professions and are standing in the arena barehanded. Are they trying to mimic the experts? The question is, can they even pull it off? Indeed, both Lin Luo and Raging Beast had opted not to choose a profession. As the battle commenced in the arena, Raging Beast did not attack immediately, feeling somewhat perplexed. He had not chosen a profession to achieve a specific effect, only to find his opponent had done the same. They shared a moment of mutual understanding. Nevertheless, he was determined to win this battle. To express his gratitude to Lin Luo, Raging Beast bowed and said, "Fearless brother, you are a good person, but I am sorry. I am destined to win this battle." Lin Luo was taken aback. Why was he suddenly being given the good person card, and by a male at that? Lin Luo felt utterly disgusted. The expression on Lin Luo's face twisted slightly, and he nearly retched. Regardless, he decided to strike back. A surge of chakra erupted within him, causing his figure to vanish from sight in an instant. Reappearing before the wild beast where he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. The tremendous force propelled the wild beast several meters backward. Regaining his stance, the wild beast crossed his arms over his chest, seemingly unfazed by Lin Luo's sudden attack. In the next moment, he lunged forward, retaliating with a fierce kick aimed at Lin Luo's chest. Unwilling to back down, Lin Luo responded with a kick of his own. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of their collisions echoed as they engaged in a frenzied exchange of blows, fist against fist, leg against leg. Neither showed any sign of retreat. Their fierce battle continued. But many spectators in the stands felt a sense of awkwardness. Chapter 26. How weak you are. Is this really a fight between two children? You hit me. I hit you. Due to the presence of the Empire's goddess, a significant number of people had come to witness Lin Luo's battle, most of whom possessed a discerning eye. To them, Lin Luo and the wild beast confrontation lacked any fighting techniques or combat skills, and their attacks were devoid of spiritual energy. Honestly, it was a painful sight to behold. Countless voices lamented, "What the hell? The person who challenged the Empire's fire dance goddess is nothing but a rookie. What has this world come to?" Boom. Lin Luo and the wild beast exchanged another punch, both sliding back a few meters. Seeing an opportunity, the wild beast decided it was time to reveal his true strength. Spiritual energy surged wildly within him as he executed a powerful spinning maneuver, transforming into a spiraling vortex that charged at Lin Luo. This move was the wild beast's developed D-rank combat technique, Imperial Charge. Observing the wild beast's sudden burst of spiritual energy and combat technique, many spectators focused their attention. In the next moment, the spiraling vortex crashed into Lin Luo's chest. With a resounding thud, Lin Luo was sent flying 10 meters away, landing on the ground motionless. Witnessing this, many spectators were astonished, and discontented murmurs arose. Is this how it ends? I was just getting interested, and then I see this? I thought the one challenging the goddess was a skilled fighter. Yet he was taken down in a single blow. My goddess, you've changed. What has clouded your vision to challenge such a weakling? Although many anticipated that a rookie-level cannon fodder could only be so strong, seeing Lin Luo knocked down left them utterly disappointed. In the arena, the wild beast was taken aback. Although his Imperial Charge had struck his opponent, it felt as if he had hit a pillow. Most of the force dissipated. Having watched countless battle videos of elite fighters, he was certain that this was a defensive technique only seen at the elite level, concentrating all spiritual energy to block an opponent's attack. However, achieving such control over one's spiritual energy was a skill reserved for elite fighters. How could a rookie-level cannon fodder execute such a maneuver? It seemed this opponent was not to be underestimated. Perhaps he possessed hidden abilities. The wild beast was not a fool. If he could mutate his body through money, so could his opponent. Anyone capable of drawing such a large crowd surely had the means to do so. Moreover, those who could employ spiritual defenses were certainly not weaklings. Indeed, not far away. Lin Luo slowly rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. The spectators exhaled in relief upon seeing him stand again. That's more like it. How could the one challenging the goddess be a mere weakling taken down in a single blow? In the arena, Lin Luo regarded the wild beast with a peculiar expression. Frankly, he had been quite startled moments ago. He had concentrated all his chakra for defense and rapidly retreated, attempting to minimize the damage, only to discover that the wild beast's attack was surprisingly weak. With such an assault, Lin Luo could stand still and let him hit for half an hour without sustaining any injuries, thanks to the formidable regenerative abilities granted by the cells of Hashirama. The wild beast, keenly observing the odd expression on Lin Luo's face, erupted in fury. This expression was one he often saw on his girlfriend's face after their intimate moments, conveying the sentiment, "You are so weak." Chapter 27. A single punch to kill the wild beast's anger surged within him, causing his entire body to tremble. Suddenly, his form began to sprout thick, silver fur, and within moments, he had transformed, growing larger. His arms drooped downwards, resembling the claws of a mutated beast, now sporting sharp talons. With a fierce glint in his eyes, the wild beast stared at Lin Luo, emitting a low growl. Now, he was no longer a mere man, but had become a mutated beast. The spectators in the stands took notice of the wild beast's transformation, their expressions becoming serious. What had begun as a battle between two rookies had now evolved into a showcase of enhanced abilities through biological modification. The situation had indeed become intriguing. The wild beast charged forward, infused with the genes of a mutated wind wolf, granting him enhanced speed. With a swift motion, a silver flash appeared before Lin Luo, its claws glinting ominously as they aimed for his chest. Utilizing the heightened perception bestowed by his powerful chakra, Lin Luo sidestepped the attack, but still, a gash was torn across his chest. With a taste of Lin Luo's blood on his claws, the wild beast growled, "You dare call me weak? I will tear you to pieces." Swish, swish, swish. The silver flashes rained down, and the wounds on Lin Luo multiplied. The pace of the battle shifted dramatically. No one had anticipated that the wild beast possessed such biological modification abilities. This strength was sufficient to elevate him to the entry-level tier. The audience remained silent this time, as they recognized that an entry-level fighter was more than capable of dominating a rookie-level cannon fodder. If he couldn't, he might as well find a block of tofu to throw himself against. In the training room of the Flame City Academy in the southern part of the empire, Avila watched Lin Luo being mercilessly beaten and felt a wave of dissatisfaction. She turned to Ino and asked, "What is going on with this so-called fearless strongman? Why is he so weak?" Ino, with a furrowed brow, replied, "Sister, you finally realize that the fearless strongman is weak. You're the only one in the elite tier who would challenge a rookie-level cannon fodder." Yet, deep down, Ino felt a twinge of uncertainty. Although Lilith was new to the battle network, her strength had surely reached the entry-level tier. The fearless strongman could defeat Lilith. So why was he being toyed with by the wild beast like a child? In the northern city of Osir, Gianna frowned slightly. How could a superpower capable of externalizing spiritual energy be bested by a mere minion of biological modification? This fearless strongman was quite the pretender. Why didn't he fight back? It was exasperating. In the arena, the wild beast continued his onslaught, but a hint of anxiety began to creep into his heart. After nearly 10 minutes of tormenting the fearless strongman, why hadn't he yet fallen? Was this fearless strongman some sort of cockroach? At that moment, Lin Luo was using the chakra dispersed in the air to track the wild beast's movements. Although his body was covered in blood, he had managed to avoid any critical injuries. Even numerous injuries have begun to heal under the influence of the interstitial cells. After nearly 10 minutes of adaptation, Lin Luo finally managed to match the speed of the frenzied beast. He felt a surge of excitement. Since merging with the interstitial cells, Lin Luo could sense that he was growing stronger each day. As for the extent of his newfound strength, he himself was uncertain. His opponent, the frenzied beast, possessed biological modification abilities, which should allow it to withstand his full-force strike. Boom! Lin Luo finally launched a counterattack, delivering a powerful punch. He could perceive the position of the frenzied beast, and this blow was certain to hit its mark. Upon witnessing Lin Luo's retaliation, the frenzied beast was filled with exuberance, its eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Such a slow attack seemed destined to miss. In a dream, perhaps. Whoosh! Its form transformed into a flash of silver, swiftly changing positions, determined to seize the perfect moment for a final strike against Lin Luo. But in the next instant, Lin Luo's fist appeared abruptly before the frenzied beast. As if calculated with precision, time seemed to freeze as the beast hung in midair. Then, with a resounding bang, it shattered into countless fragments. The frenzied beast, endowed with biological modification abilities, was thus vanquished by Lin Luo in a mere moment. Chapter 28. What just happened in the stands? All the spectators were left agape, unable to comprehend the spectacle. Just moments ago, the once dominant frenzied beast was now outmatched by the fearless powerhouse. This defied logic. Even some elite-level experts could not discern what had transpired. How did the fearless powerhouse's slow punch manage to strike the frenzied beast, which inherited the speed traits of the Gale Wolf? Moreover, what accounted for the immense power behind that blow? One punch had reduced the frenzied beast to mere debris. It was well known that, even if the frenzied beast had inherited the speed of the Gale Wolf, it remained a mutated creature, its physical resilience far surpassing that of human psychic warriors. Even elite-level experts could not confidently claim the ability to obliterate the beast with a single punch. Suddenly, a possibility dawned upon them. This fearless powerhouse likely possessed enhancement abilities, augmenting the strength of his physical body. Only this explanation made sense. Many spectators were set ablaze with excitement. Though they remained unclear about the specifics, they placed their unwavering faith in the goddess. It was evident that anyone whom the goddess wished to challenge could not possibly be weak. Countless voices erupted in cheers. "We are sorry, goddess. We misjudged you." At the Spirit Energy Academy in Starshine City, Lin Luo exited the battle network with satisfaction. It was not always advantageous to engage in numerous battles. Timely reflection was equally essential. Through this match, Lin Luo finally discerned the limits of his power. A twinge of regret washed over him. Had he learned ninjutsu, even a D-grade attack technique, he could have effortlessly obliterated the frenzied beast with sheer chakra, avoiding the need to spend 10 minutes acclimating to its speed and movements. Lin Luo resolved that upon his return, he would prioritize learning 2 D-grade ninjutsu techniques before contemplating any system upgrades. He meticulously planned and summarized his experiences. Once more, Lin Luo immersed himself in the battle videos of renowned players within the network. In the southern city of the Empire, Flame City, Ivira was befuddled. Hadn't she just questioned who was weak? And what was with the frenzied beast? How could such a significant advantage allow an opponent to turn the tide? Ridiculous. Were she to take the stage, she could defeat 10 opponents with a single hand. In the next moment, Ivira seized Ino by the collar, demanding, "Immediately issue a challenge to the fearless powerhouse. I shall reclaim my honor personally." Ino covered her face, clearly aware that the captain had forgotten the events of the previous night. Did she not realize how many had ended up in the hospital due to her words? Alas, what a calamity. In Osel City, Gianna relentlessly reviewed the battle videos of the fearless powerhouse, never quite grasping how he could anticipate the movements of the frenzied beast. His slow punch evidently predicted the beast's next action. Reluctantly, Gianna activated her communicator and sent the video to his senior mentor. Soon, a reply arrived. Perception. Gianna's heart raced. Perception was one of the most formidable abilities within the telekinetic category of the 3 major psychic powers. Possessing such perception indeed allowed one to discern an opponent's movements and predict their next actions. The fearless powerhouse possessed telekinetic abilities. In an instant, a fierce battle spirit ignited within Gianna's eyes. Her own psychic energy had reached the pinnacle of a B-grade psychic warrior. She only needed to externalize her energy to break through to A-grade, thus ascending to the master rank. If she could engage the fearless powerhouse in battle, she might seize the opportunity to transcend her current limitations. Moments later, a challenge from the Ice Goddess of the Empire appeared at the top of the Battle Network's comment section. Both the Ice and Fire Goddesses of the Empire had simultaneously issued challenges to the fearless powerhouse. At that moment, many long-silent experts within the network were stirred into action. Even supermasters at the master rank began to take notice, as Gianna and Ivara were among the most likely candidates for ascension to the master rank. Chapter 29. The anticipated club battle. The simultaneous challenges from the 2 goddesses to the same individual had never occurred in the battle network. The fearless powerhouse was undoubtedly the first to experience such an honor. Just as everyone anticipated the unfolding drama, he unexpectedly logged off. Indeed, he left both goddesses hanging. In truth, Lin Luo had no habit of monitoring the battle network's comment section. He was even unaware of its existence. Time passed, and the following morning, Lin Luo woke early, specifically roused from his dreams by the system. Triggering side quest, first club battle. Please lead the members of the Dawn Club to victory in the first club battle. Winning the club battle will reward 500 points. Losing will result in a deduction of 500 points. The battle is about to commence. Please prepare accordingly. Upon seeing the system's task, Lin Luo felt an overwhelming surge of energy. Losing would mean the forfeiture of his hard-earned points from 2 battles in the network. In an instant, he felt invigorated and no longer drowsy. He pulled Su Xiaoyu up and sent a message to Fu Xini via communicator. As for Belle and Aisha, he had complete faith they would not be late. His concern lay with Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini. If they failed to show up, it would be a grave injustice. To be on the safe side, Lin Luo spent 50 points to acquire a D-grade ninjutsu technique, the water release, hidden mist technique. This technique was currently the most suitable for him. With his strength and speed, he could easily eliminate anyone within the thick mist where visibility was non-existent. At the Academy's training ground, the club battle between the Dawn Club and the Thornflower Club was about to begin. Even before the competitors arrived, the spectator stands were already overflowing with eager onlookers. All students were keenly interested in this club battle, primarily because the so-called useless trio of the Dawn Club had occupied 3 slots in the Academy's team candidates. Many were dissatisfied and sought to escalate the situation. Should the Dawn Club lose the battle, they intended to ensure that the trio would no longer have the face to remain on the candidate list for the Academy team. To that end, some affluent students even paid to enlist media coverage from Starshine City to broadcast the entire club battle live. Before the camera, The media reporter from Xingyao City, microphone in hand, proclaimed loudly, "Dear viewers, welcome to the training ground of the Spiritual Academy in Xingyao City." 15 years ago, Captain Layla set forth with a remarkably youthful team from this very spot to compete in the Imperial Academy tournament, ultimately securing a place among the top 16 of the Empire and etching a legendary tale. Today, the training ground reopens for a club battle between the Dawn Society and the Thornflower. This confrontation not only determines the roster of this year's Academy team, but also the potential for the Academy to reclaim its former glory. The students exhibit immense enthusiasm, eagerly anticipating this clash. As the camera shifted, the training ground was nearly filled to capacity, with more students arriving and gathering around the perimeter. Come, place your bets. 10-1, the Dawn Society is bound to lose. Why isn't Goddess Selena participating? I came here for her. Bro, do you really think the goddess needs to fight against the Dawn Society? A few members can easily crush them. Don't be so certain. The Dawn Society has Belle and Aisha, whose spiritual growth exceeds even that of Goddess Selena. Don't worry, they're just two newcomers. And they're carrying 3 deadweight teammates. How can they possibly win? Such derisive voices permeated the training ground. However, this was inevitable. The infamous reputation of the Dawn Society's trio had spread throughout the Academy, even reaching the ears of newly admitted students. Chapter 30, the grand entrance finally. Amidst great anticipation, the members of the Dawn Society and Thornflower began to emerge. The media reporter commenced the introductions. First to enter are the members of Thornflower, the strongest club in the Academy, boasting formidable strength among its members. Especially in this generation, under the leadership of Selena, the club's power has reached unprecedented heights. For this battle, they have dispatched 5 members: Gu Ritian, Gu Hongyu, Abul, Yalvis, and Halle Berry. Oh my heavens! The last member is actually Halle Berry. Besides Gu Ritian, Thornflower has sent Halle Berry, a powerhouse on par with Selena and Li Yuan, one of the Academy's top 3 experts. It seems Thornflower is destined to triumph in this battle. After introducing the members of Thornflower, the media reporter then proceeded to introduce the members of the Dawn Society. Next up, the members of the Dawn Society, ahem. The reporter suddenly coughed a few times, her tone slightly off. The state of the Dawn Society members was rather alarming. The leading trio all bore dark circles under their eyes, aside from Lin Luo, who appeared somewhat alert. The other 2 resembled limp fish, utterly drained of energy. The duo from the Battle Network had only just left this morning, while Su Xiaoyu had been immersed in training the night before, her legs still trembling. Moreover, there was something many might find hard to believe. Up until now, the trio from the Dawn Society had no idea they were on the candidate list for the Academy team. This singular focus was the reason they could unite, disregarding all trivial matters. If other students were to find out, they would undoubtedly spare no effort in defeating them. The media reporter found herself at a loss, unsure how to introduce the trio from the Dawn Society. Reluctantly, she focused on the last 2 members, the gentle angel Belle and the proud goddess Aisha. Indeed, in just 2 short days, Belle had captured a legion of female admirers, earning the moniker of Gentle Angel. Meanwhile, Aisha had emerged as the Academy's newly crowned proud goddess. In the audience, many students, upon witnessing the state of the Dawn Society trio, began to revel in their misfortune. 3 good-for-nothings. And they dare to step onto the field in this condition? I could do it too. It seemed an undeniable fact that Thornflower would dominate the Dawn Society in this battle. At the center of the arena, Gu Ritian donned a suit of golden armor, wielding a rune-engraved longsword, indicative of high-level warrior equipment. He brimmed with confidence, looking down upon the world. Upon spotting Lin Luo's panda eyes, he couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Luo, didn't he sleep well last night, did you? The outcome of this battle is already predetermined. Worrying is futile. Rest assured, I'll ensure that the members of Thornflower show some mercy and let the Dawn Society lose too disgracefully. Gu Ritian believed Lin Luo's insomnia stemmed from anxiety about the impending battle's outcome and the potential embarrassment it could bring to his position as captain. Lin Luo yawned, dismissing Gu Ritian's taunts with a casual remark, feeling utterly exhausted and not inclined to engage in conversation. With both sides assembled, the battle was on the verge of commencing. Thornflower sent forth their first combatant, Gu Hongyu, as Gu Ritian's younger brother. Although he lacked his brother's talent, he was still a renowned expert within the Warrior Academy. This club battle was one he had insisted Gu Ritian include him in. aiming to defeat the Dawn Society and catch the attention of Captain Layla, thereby replacing the trio from the Dawn Society on the candidate list for the Academy team. On the Dawn Society's side, the first combatant to step up was the assassin girl, Fu Cini. Chapter 31. The assassin girl's debut. Fu Cini approached the arena, yawning incessantly. She had barely fallen asleep before being awakened by Lin Luo, her frustration palpable. At this moment, she resembled a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. The students in the stands watched this spectacle in disbelief. This girl surely spent the night gaming again. With the imminent battle, how can she still be in the mood to game all night? The reputation of the gaming addict among the Dawn Society trio was indeed well-deserved. In this match, the outcome seemed predetermined. Everyone was already aware of the result, with some even imagining the course of the battle. The gaming addict would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by the warrior. Gu Hongyu, with no suspense whatsoever. Gu Hongyu cast a glance at Fu Cini, his expression reflecting profound dissatisfaction. How could someone of her caliber be selected for the Academy's team while he was excluded? Was he truly that weak? With a sullen demeanor, he declared, "Show me your strongest abilities. Otherwise, you will have no chance to resist." Suddenly, a glint sparkled in Fu Cini's eyes. Unbeknownst to him, a dagger had appeared in her right hand. An invisible aura of menace began to coalesce. As the future Empire's strongest assassin, Fu Cini would not tolerate anyone questioning her capabilities. Seeing Fu Cini brandishing the dagger, Gu Hongyu scoffed. "The Academy doesn't even have an assassin department. Do you genuinely consider yourself an assassin? Wake up to reality. You're merely the dregs of the support department." Before his words could fully escape his lips, Fu Cini's figure vanished from sight. Before Gu Hongyu could react, a gash had been carved into his armor. Fortunately, his armor was of superior quality. Otherwise, that strike could have easily ended him. Startled, Gu Hongyu swiftly raised his rune longsword in defense. However, in the next moment, he stumbled as a tremendous force struck his back, nearly toppling him to the ground. Regaining his balance, he scanned his surroundings, only to find Fu Cini had returned to her previous position, fixated on him, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. What just happened? Had she not left her original position? How could that be? Gu Hongyu was bewildered, his back still aching from the impact. What he had experienced was no mere illusion. In an instant, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his heart raced violently. Gu Hongyu was acutely aware that should he endure another such onslaught, he would undoubtedly falter. What was the source of Fu Cini's uncanny speed, which seemed to transcend his own reflexes? In the audience, Layla observed the two combatants in the arena, her eyes suddenly alight with realization. She turned to Dean Green beside her and exclaimed, "Is that the Dance of Shadows? The ancestral skill of the assassin clan? The Fu family? Why have you never mentioned the presence of the Fu family in our academy?" Dean Green wore an expression of discomfort. To be fair, he genuinely had no idea that Fu Cini belonged to an assassin lineage. The academy did not even offer a department for assassins, and the academy's combat team had not featured any assassins for several seasons. Moreover, Fu Cini rarely attended classes, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to uncover any trace of her lineage. Beside Layla sat Selena, who was equally astonished to learn that the academy's internet addict, Fu Cini, hailed from the Fu family. The Fu family, one of the four prominent families from the Empire's Dark Age, had diminished in prominence with the Empire's current stability and peace, yet the honor of being the Empire's strongest assassins remained unchallenged. Selena reflected on the hidden prowess within the Dawn Society. Indeed, it was a gathering of formidable talents. The outcome of this club battle was truly unpredictable. In the arena, Gu Hongyu's complexion grew paler. He sensed the temperature around him plummeting rapidly, as if he had plunged into an ice cellar. This was the aura of death. He had heard that when a person's murderous intent reached a certain magnitude, it could confuse the perception of spirit warriors, amplifying their inner fears and rendering them incapable of resistance. He could not fathom why such terrifying murderous intent emanated from Fu Cini. If this continued, victory would be beyond his grasp. Gu Hongyu bit his tongue, suppressing his fear, and finally managed to regain his composure. With a swift motion, he grasped his runic sword tightly and leaped forward, unleashing his developed D-grade combat technique, the Tri-Slash of Void. 3 luminous blades of spirit energy materialized, encircling Fu Cini from above, effectively sealing off her escape routes. Yet, just as the blades were about to make contact, Gu Hongyu found himself unable to locate Fu Cini's figure once more. Without hesitation, he pivoted rapidly, slashing backward with his runic sword. A cold smirk crept across his face. He would not fall prey to the same trick twice. But behind him lay nothing but emptiness. Scanning his surroundings, he still could not find Fusini. It was as if she had vanished entirely from the battlefield. The dread within Gu Hongyu surged anew. He knew his opponent was lurking nearby, poised to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, beneath his feet, from his very own shadow, a figure slowly materialized, ghost-like. Silently appearing behind him, an icy dagger materialized, resting against his throat. Fusini's chilling voice pierced the air. "You have lost." Trembling, Gu Hongyu collapsed to his knees, fully aware that should this encounter have been on the battlefield, he would be a corpse. This battle was a nightmare for him. He had never anticipated defeat, let alone in such a humiliating manner. They had exchanged only 2 blows. Had Fusini wished, she could have dispatched him with her very first strike. The training ground fell into a profound silence. Layla smiled faintly, remarking on the dance of shadows from the Fu family. Where there are shadows, their steps are present, silent and elusive, rendering any defense futile. The heir of the Empire's most formidable assassin family was indeed formidable, and Gu Hongyu had not been unjustly defeated. Having seen combat, Layla understood better than anyone the perils posed by assassins concealed within shadows. In the stands, not everyone possessed Layla's level of insight. To most students, Gu Hongyu appeared as a fool, initially frozen and then recklessly charging in, failing to even brush against Fusini's shadow. His combat techniques fell short, and his final turn seemed utterly incomprehensible as he unwittingly presented his throat to his opponent's dagger. Such actions resembled those of a novice. Are you a fool? To lose in the first match, starting at such a disadvantage. While many students believed that the Thornflower Society was bound to win, there was a lingering dissatisfaction with the Dawn Society's unexpected triumph. Some perceptive students wore expressions of solemnity, recognizing that Fusini's timing for her final strike was impeccable, combined with her elusive movements, rendering her nearly impossible to defend against. This individual was far from the inept legend depicted in rumors. Rather, she exuded a calm that bordered on terrifying. As Gu Hongyu descended from the arena, his eyes betrayed no emotion. A worthless wretch, incapable of besting even a second-year student. Gu Ritian's eyes burned with fury. In his imagination, this club battle should have been a clean sweep, and defeat was an unthinkable notion. If he could not even overcome the inept Dawn Society, he might as well meet his end. Yet, the unexpected struck swiftly, as he witnessed the first match lost in such a foolish manner, subjected to a complete dismantling. Gu Ritian cast a cold glance at Gu Hongyu. He had initially considered a better candidate, but after Gu Hongyu's persistent pleas and considering their familial ties, he had reluctantly allowed him to take the first turn. He had hoped this would attract Dean Layla's attention and secure a place for him in the Academy's combat team. Instead, Gu Hongyu's performance had led to utter disappointment. Gu Ritian's expression darkened as he swiftly dispatched the participants for the second match. Halle Berry, a fourth-year student and one of the Academy's top 3 experts, renowned as the first heavy armor specialist. As Halle Berry stepped onto the stage, the students in the stands collectively swallowed their breaths. The Academy's top 3 experts included 2 formidable women. While Halle Berry was as esteemed as Selena, she lacked the latter's overwhelming popularity. This was not to say Halle Berry was unattractive. She was indeed beautiful, yet her intimidating physique deterred countless admirers. Standing over 2 meters tall, her muscular build was formidable, with arms thicker than the average person's thighs. In the eyes of all students, Halle Berry embodied a living embodiment of strength, a veritable human T-Rex, capable of tearing apart mutated beasts with ease. Coupled with her role as a heavy armor specialist, none dared to confront her. Even the equally renowned Li Yuan would steer clear when encountering her. At this moment, Halle Berry ascended to the arena, her gaze resolute. An invisible pressure gradually coalesced, sweeping over the entire training ground, rendering the audience silent. No student dared to speak first. This was the essence of a true heavy armor specialist, a bastion for the team, shielding allies from all pressure. Meanwhile, the Dawn Society finally confirmed their combatant for this round, Su Xiaoyu, clutching a shield in his left hand and a long sword in his right. He entered the arena with a dazed expression. This was his first experience in such a setting. His legs trembled slightly, and his entire body quivered. The reason for his unease was also due to the intense training he had undergone in the gravity chamber the previous night. leaving him far from fully recovered. The students observing Su Xiaoyu could not help but chuckle. The battle had yet to commence, yet he appeared so fearful. How could he possibly fight? It would be better for him to concede outright. They interpreted Su Xiaoyu's trembling legs as a sign of cowardice. However, it was quite remarkable that no one mocked Su Xiaoyu. Although he was considered a disgrace to the warrior class, the opponent he faced was Halle Berry, and it was commendable that he had the courage to step onto the stage. Many of the students present understood this. Had they been in his position, they likely would not have fared any better than Su Xiaoyu. At that moment, cheers erupted from the Dawn Society, led by Lin Luo and Fu Xini. Xiaoyu, go for it. You are the best, don't hesitate. Yes, do not be afraid. Take her down, you can win this battle. Their words of encouragement echoed, lifting Su Xiaoyu's spirits. Beside them, Belle and Aisha exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. Lin Luo's intention in sending Su Xiaoyu to the arena was clear. He was meant to endure the pressure and withstand a beating. The audience was equally incredulous, their expressions filled with disbelief. Could Su Xiaoyu actually win? Such blatant mockery was akin to inviting disaster. Chapter 34. The stalwart Su Xiaoyu indeed. Upon hearing the words of the Dawn Society members, Halle Berry's brow furrowed. A tremendous pressure gathered, and, with a sudden surge of spiritual energy, a tempest emerged. Bearing down on Su Xiaoyu, she unleashed a basic combat technique of the heavy armor class, Explosive Whirlwind. Although it was merely a D-grade technique, not every heavy armor warrior could execute it. Only those with vast spiritual seas and formidable explosive power could perform such a feat, and Halle Berry was one of them. In an instant, Su Xiaoyu was like a drifting reed in a tempest, being forced backward until he reached the edge of the arena. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persisted. The president was right. He was indeed the best. Fear not, he could win this match. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu felt his blood boiling. After 2 days of training, he discovered that whenever his emotions surged, his blood ignited like flames. His strength, along with the resilience of his muscles, grew exponentially with the fervor of his blood. In just 2 days, he had gained the ability to train in a 4-fold gravity chamber, drawing ever closer to enduring a half hour in a 5-fold gravity chamber. For the president and for the S-grade forbidden technique, he pressed on. With shield in hand, Su Xiaoyu braced against Halle Berry's explosive whirlwind, advancing step by step. The students in the stands were astonished. Was this truly the disgrace of the warrior class, Su Xiaoyu, who had yet to open his spiritual sea? Not only was he withstanding Halle Berry's attack, but he was also moving forward. When had he become so formidable? It was known that in the entire academy, only a handful could withstand Halle Berry's explosive whirlwind. Halle Berry, too, was taken aback. She sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from Su Xiaoyu, meaning he was entirely relying on his physical strength and formidable willpower to confront her. Were the newcomers so audacious now? To think they could challenge her with mere physical prowess. With a sudden swing of her massive shield, Halle Berry unleashed a devastating force that sent Su Xiaoyu flying, crashing heavily onto the spectator stands. With a resounding crash, a hole was smashed into the stands, causing nearby students to erupt in curses. Meanwhile, the other students fixated on the imposing figure in the arena, swallowing hard. Throughout the match, Halle Berry had not moved an inch. With a mere flick of her shield, she had sent Su Xiaoyu soaring out of the arena. Truly, she was the human Tyrannosaurus of the academy. Did you see that? This is the fate of those who dare to confront her. It was clearly a fight not to be taken lightly. Su Xiaoyu was carried away by the medical staff. Yet no one mocked him. Instead, there was a sense of respect. He was a true stalwart, a genuine warrior who dared to face the academy's human Tyrannosaurus. Lin Luo felt a bit embarrassed and coughed to clear his throat, completely disregarding the strange looks from Belle and Aisha. If I were to say that I did this for Xiaoyu, would you believe me? In the second match, the Thorn Flower emerged victorious, making the score 1-1. The final individual battle was next. If they won this last individual match and the subsequent team battle, Thorn Flower would effectively claim victory in the club competition, as the final 5-person team battle would be unnecessary. With Su Xiaoyu in the medical room, the Dawn Society was down a key player, unable to muster enough participants for a full team. Forcing a team fight with missing members would only lead to annihilation, akin to conceding outright. Chapter 35. The proud goddess Aisha enters to stabilize the morale of the group. Gu Ritian decided to take the field himself for the final individual battle. As the vice president of Thorn Flower, his strength was second only to President Selena. His appearance on stage was met with thunderous applause. Finally, the vice president is here. We've been waiting. This match is secured. Gu Ritian crushed the Dawn Society, crushed the useless Lin Luo. Reveling in the cheers of the audience, Gu Ritian accepted their adulation with a grin, casting a mocking glance at Lin Luo. It was clear, whoever he faced, victory was assured. After much contemplation, Lin Luo ultimately decided to send Aisha onto the battlefield. Given her haughty demeanor, which suggested Lin Luo owed her a fortune, he had little choice but to let her take the lead. Even if Gu Ritian sought trouble afterward, Lin Luo could easily shift the blame onto her. Aisha strode into the arena with an air of disdain, her long legs exuding confidence. As the Academy's newly crowned goddess, she had captured the hearts of many in just 2 days, rivaling Gu Ritian's popularity. This battle featured the year's strongest newcomer against the vice president of Thornflower, second only to Selena. In the eyes of all, it was a contest of equal strength, where victory hinged on who could better seize the details and exploit their opponent's mistakes. As Gu Ritian observed Aisha entering, he couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the bow and arrow slung across her back. In an era where Imperial rune technology flourished, it was amusing that someone would still choose such rudimentary weapons. He bowed slightly to Aisha, stating, "For the sake of fairness in battle, I permit you to change your weapon." However, Aisha merely lifted her chin and scoffed, "No need to change, for someone of your caliber. The simplest bow and arrow will suffice." Gu Ritian's expression darkened. How could he, Gu Ritian, be regarded as just a minor opponent? With that, he drew his rune sword, channeling his spiritual energy swiftly. The next moment, countless afterimages of Gu Ritian surged forward, racing toward Aisha. He intended to defeat this newcomer with utmost speed. To make it clear whose territory this truly was, the sudden assault from Gu Ritian left the audience in uproar. This was a D-grade basic technique of the warrior class, Warrior Charge, designed to close the distance to the opponent in the shortest time possible. A true powerhouse understood that the key to defeating a ranged attacker was to close the gap. Once a distance shooter was engaged up close, they were rendered nearly powerless. You dare to label my goddess as worthless? It is you who is worthless, and your entire family as well. Everyone held their breath for Aisha. Yet, Aisha paid no heed to Gu Ritian, calmly drawing an arrow and knocking it onto her bowstring. Suddenly, her eyes emitted a faint green glow. In that moment, Gu Ritian appeared to move in slow motion before her. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth like a shooting star, grazing Gu Ritian's cheek and leaving behind a streak of blood. He hastily halted, trembling in fear. In the instant the arrow whizzed past, he felt nothing, but at that moment, it was as if he had brushed against the specter of death, every hair on his body standing on end. Gu Ritian was uncertain whether Aisha had deliberately missed with that arrow, but he was certain that had it struck a different target, he would now be lifeless. In his line of sight, Aisha was nonchalantly drawing a second arrow, aiming directly at his forehead. Chapter 36. The heart-stopping arrow. At this moment, Gu Ritian felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. As Aisha aimed the arrow at him, a vivid image of his own death by arrow pierced his mind. The scene was so realistic, it felt almost tangible, as if it were about to occur in the next heartbeat. Gu Ritian understood that if Aisha desired, she could turn that horrifying vision into reality. Suddenly, Aisha's cold voice rang out. "I shall grant you 3 seconds to concede. Otherwise, I will shatter your skull." Counting down, 3. Gulp. Gu Ritian discreetly swallowed, rapidly formulating a strategy in his mind. Until now, he had never encountered such an adversary. What was that deathly image that had flashed in his mind? Could it be Aisha's extraordinary ability? Yet, such a power was far too bizarre. Gu Ritian realized that the arrow Aisha was about to release was unavoidable, no matter how he tried to evade it. If he persisted, he would undoubtedly suffer the fate she had described, his skull pierced by an arrow. This was not a virtual arena. Once struck, he would truly perish. Injuries were commonplace in such contests, and death was not unheard of. Losing one's life for a mere competition was not worth it. With his face flushed in indignation, he uttered with determined reluctance, "I concede." As soon as his words left his lips, the crowd erupted in an uproar. What was happening? How could he concede before even the battle had truly begun? Was Gu Ritian, the vice president of the club, merely acting? Yet, his performance was utterly lacking. From the stands, the students perceived that this encounter had scarcely commenced. Aisha's initial arrow was clearly a probing shot, a tactic employed by nearly all ranged fighters at the onset of combat. In this match, Gu Ritian appeared to hold the advantage. As a ranged shooter, Aisha could not afford to be approached. This was taught in the academy. Once Gu Ritian, empowered by a warrior's charge, closed in on Aisha, she would have no means of resistance. But why had Gu Ritian suddenly conceded? Everyone was baffled. Layla regarded Aisha with a serious expression. When Aisha released her first arrow, Layla had distinctly felt a wave of trepidation. Such emotions arose only when one's life was threatened. Beside her, Selena wore a puzzled expression and inquired, "Captain Layla, what was that arrow all about?" Although she had not sensed the same dread, her instincts told her that the situation was far more complex. Layla shook her head. Having faced countless dangers while establishing sanctuaries for the Empire in the fourth dimension, she could not fathom the nature of that arrow. The only certainty was that Gu Ritian had encountered a life-threatening crisis, prompting him to concede and abandon the contest. On the arena floor, even after Gu Ritian's concession, the feeling of dread lingered, dissipating only when he stepped off the stage. In that fleeting moment, a profound sense of humiliation surged within him. As the vice president of the Academy's foremost club and a recognized expert, he had conceded to a newcomer before the eyes of many. Clenching his fists tightly, he realized this disgrace would haunt him for a lifetime. Gu Ritian yearned to flee immediately, but he knew it was not yet time. The competition was ongoing, and the Thorn Flower had yet to lose. If he could win this club battle, he might salvage some of his dignity. He vowed to seek vengeance for this humiliation. Aisha, too, descended from the arena. With a cold huff directed at Lin Luo, she exited the venue, showing no interest in the forthcoming duo match or the five-person team battle. Lin Luo stood in a state of confusion. How could she be in such a foul mood after winning? He scratched his nose, wondering if she had discovered his inadvertent blunder. My goodness, a woman's intuition is truly formidable. Chapter 37. The Shameless Lin Luo. Tactical provocation. The final solo match concluded amidst the crowd's uproar. Next up was the crucial duo battle. Currently, the Dawn Club had triumphed in 2 solo matches, securing 2 points. If they managed to win this duo battle, they would gain an additional 4 points. Even if they forfeited the final 5-person match, it would still result in a tie. This was the best possible outcome for the seemingly incompetent Dawn Club. Of course, the Dawn Club could continue to compete, but with Su Xiaoyu in the infirmary and Aisha having left the arena, they were down 2 key players. It was clear to anyone with sound judgment that the Dawn Club could not possibly win in a 3 versus 5 scenario. In fact, they would struggle to breach the defenses of the formidable Harley Berry, a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. It would be prudent to concede rather than face inevitable defeat. To achieve a draw against the Academy's top club would at least provide the Dawn Club with bragging rights for a semester. As everyone watched, Ebol and Alvis from the Thorn Flower stepped into the arena. Ebol, a ranged shooter, paired with the heavily armored Alvis for protection, formed a conventional and formidable duo combination, one of the easiest formations to secure victory. The heavy armor would absorb attacks, creating space for the ranged shooter to unleash their assault without fear. On the Dawn Club's side, only Lin Luo and Belle were left to compete. Belle radiated a bright smile, exuding a comforting warmth. He unsheathed his runic longsword and approached the 2 seniors from Thorn Flower, bowing respectfully. I look forward to your guidance. His noble demeanor elicited a chorus of delighted gasps from the female audience. Oh my idol, how charming. Belle, even if you lose, you remain the most handsome. I love you, Belle, as much as a mouse loves rice. In stark contrast, Lin Luo stood in the center of the arena, weaponless and barehanded. To add to the spectacle, he had a pipe clenched between his teeth, arms crossed defiantly across his chest, exuding an air reminiscent of a mob boss. Instantly, the crowd erupted. Whoa, barehanded in battle? Isn't that the hallmark of a super gamer in the virtual arena? How could the useless Lin Luo also pull this off? Bro, I can do that too. I almost got my butt kicked the last time I tried it in the virtual arena. This is blatant provocation. Did you not see the vice president of Thorn Flower turn green with envy? Poor Gu Ritian just got bloodied by a newcomer. And now he's being mocked by this waste. How dare he pretend to be a mob boss? After school, let us corner him in the woods and teach him a lesson. Lin Luo glanced around at the myriad of flying beverage bottles and casually remarked, Belle, handle these projectiles for me. Understood, President, Belle replied with a slight smile. With a swift turn of his rune longsword, a dense web of blades abruptly emerged, shattering every beverage bottle in sight. At the center stood Lin Luo, utterly unfazed. He exhaled a smoke ring, having dealt with the hidden weapons, and casually dispatched the two minions opposite him, reminding himself to act swiftly and not squander time. The audience in the stands wore expressions of disbelief, nearly bursting into exclamations of outrage. What had they just heard? The so-called failure Lin Luo, whose spiritual growth value had set the Academy's lowest record, audaciously labeled Ebul and Alvis of the Thornflower Society as novices. Was there no shame left? Such audacity was astonishing. They were witnessing the embodiment of the saying that the most contemptible are invincible. What was Lin Luo's skin made of? Shameless Lin Luo, do not approach my bell. Stay away from him. Shameless? Lin Luo chuckled coldly within. What did these fools understand? They merely babbled without comprehension. This was strategy. Do they not grasp that? Did they not observe the grim expressions of the two opponents, as if they had consumed something foul? Their mental state was likely on the verge of collapse, and they would soon come to offer their heads. Chapter 38. 1 against 2. A victorious ease at that moment. Ebul and Alvis were indeed as Lin Luo had described. Their mental states shattered, their faces darkening. Their presence on the battlefield of the club war proved they were not weak. If the President Selena had called them novices, it would have been acceptable. Yet it was Lin Luo, the so-called waste. This was intolerable. Exchanging glances, the two quickly adjusted their formation, with heavy armor at the front and ranged shooters following closely behind, advancing towards Lin Luo. In fact, this duo's strongest tactic was their positional warfare. Originally, Ebul and Alvis planned to fortify their position and wait for the enemy to approach. However, Lin Luo's taunts pushed them past their limits, compelling them to shift from defense to offense. They aimed to eliminate the insolent Lin Luo first, then jointly deal with Bell. As they charged, Ebul aimed his rune gun at Bell, firing continuously. His intent was straightforward: eliminate Lin Luo and buy time to prevent Bell from intervening. The bullets surged towards Bell, blocking all his potential movements. This tactic was commendable, but overlooked one crucial fact. As the Super Rookie of the Year, Bell's strength was undeniable. Before the rune bullets could reach him, he effortlessly deflected them with his longsword. In a swift motion, he had no intention of rescuing Lin Luo. Instead, he maneuvered past the armored Alvis and quickly approached Ebul. Once Bell closed in on Ebul, Alvis would surely rush to his aid, thus alleviating Lin Luo's predicament. Ebul was taken aback by Bell's speed, yet he did not panic excessively. He retreated while continuing to fire his rune gun. The next moment, in Ebul's astonished gaze, Bell disregarded the incoming rune bullets, allowing them to strike him. As the bullets made contact, they pierced through him. Yet Bell remained unscathed. Ebul's mind was in turmoil. He was certain that the rune bullets had struck Bell. Why was there not a single mark on him? What was happening? While lost in thought, Bell's rune longsword had already pressed against his chest. In an instant, Ebul was sent flying like a ragdoll. Having dealt with Ebul, Bell's rune longsword spun rapidly, colliding with Alvis, who had come to rescue his comrade. A violent wave of energy surged between them, in a head-on clash between the warrior and the heavy armor. It was clear the heavy armor had the advantage. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Warrior Bell stood firm against heavy Alvis, not retreating an inch. The next moment, Bell's rune sword cleaved through Alvis's massive shield, its tip resting against Alvis's throat, though separated by a layer of heavy armor. The chill emanating from the rune longsword continually pricked Alvis's throat. Reluctantly, Alvis uttered, "We concede." The arena fell into a stunned silence. No one anticipated that the Dawn Society would truly emerge victorious. With Bell, the newcomer, defeating two opponents with such ease, it was indeed a remarkable feat. Many perceived that Bell's 1-against-2 battle had been effortless. However, those with a discerning eye could discern the discrepancies. Why had the Thornflower's combination of ranged and heavy armor forsaken their advantageous positional warfare for a dual advance? Moreover, if they had not misjudged, Ebul's rune bullets had indeed struck Bell, yet why was he unscathed? Nonetheless, these questions paled in significance. What mattered was that Bell and Aisha, the two newcomers, were exceptionally formidable, instilling a glimmer of hope in all students and presenting a chance to lead the Academy's team in the Imperial Academy competition. Chapter 39. Apologies for the easy when the Dawn Society triumphed in the duo battle, the score standing at 4-1. As some had anticipated, even if the Dawn Society were to lose the ensuing group battle, this club war would end in a draw. This outcome was sufficient for the Dawn Society to boast for an entire semester. Naturally, this was unacceptable for the Thornflower. The number one club in the academy had drawn with the so-called Waste Dawn Society. Where could they save face? This club war led many to re-evaluate the Dawn Society. Whether it was the internet-addicted girl Fu Xini or the disgraced warrior Su Xiaoyu, they were not the logistics rubbish as rumored. They possessed formidable strengths. Furthermore, this year's two super rookies, Belle and Aisha, exhibited astonishing prowess, and countless individuals viewed them as the hope for the academy's resurgence this year. Everyone thrived except for President Lin Luo. This fellow had coasted through the entire event, never lifting a finger, clinging to his teammates. He had merely lain back and won the match. Many envied and resented him. In the stands, Selena rubbed her forehead, somewhat speechless. Her purpose in attending the match was to gauge Lin Luo's true strength. Yet she found that there was no need for him to take action. The Dawn Society had won regardless. A flicker of doubt arose within her. Was the Thorn Flower truly so weak, or were this year's newcomers simply too powerful? Captain Layla wore a smile as she turned to Director Green, saying, "Director, the two newcomers you recruited this year are quite impressive." Director Green laughed heartily. The strength of the Academy's team brought him immense joy. To recruit Belle and Aisha, he had invested his own resources, but it now appeared to be an exceptionally wise investment. On the battlefield, the match continued as the 5 members of the Thorn Flower ascended the stage. Gu Ritian's face was ashen, glaring at Lin Luo, the threat evident in his eyes. It was clear he intended to salvage some pride through the final 5-person battle. He planned to send Halle Berry alone to thrash the remaining 3 members of the Dawn Society. While this would not change the final outcome, it would at least allow him to vent his frustration. Lin Luo was not foolish. Observing the 4 members of Thorn Flower, except for Halle Berry, with bloodshot eyes, resembling hungry wolves exuding an aura of menace, he decided to concede. "I refuse to engage in the group battle. What can you do about it?" The Dawn Society's victory in the group battle would merely be a bonus. However, what if the opposing team employed some underhanded tactics and turned the tables? That risk was not worth taking. But what about the system's task? In that moment, Lin Luo found himself in a quandary. Never mind. Selena was the big boss behind the Thorn Flower. As a gesture of goodwill, a draw would suffice. Ultimately, the referee stepped onto the field, fulfilling his duties to a modest extent. The club battle between the Dawn Society and the Thorn Blossom concluded in a tie, 4-4. Although many students had anticipated this outcome, when the referee announced it, the crowd erupted in excitement. All the students instinctively rose to their feet, showering the members of the Dawn Society with fervent applause. This club battle had become an exemplary template for an underdog's resurgence. Undoubtedly, following this event, the Dawn Society's reputation would soar within the academy. While they had previously enjoyed a certain notoriety, it had been largely negative. Captain Layla also stood up and informed Selena to notify all candidates of the team that they were to gather tomorrow morning to commence the formal selection for the second phase. Selena nodded, aware that this upcoming selection would be of paramount importance. Chapter 40. Ambush at the dormitory entrance. As soon as the referee announced the match results, Lin Luo dashed out of the arena. Even Fu Xini and Bei Air were momentarily taken aback. This was because, at the moment the referee declared the tie between the Dawn Society and the Thorn Blossom, a sudden notification echoed in Lin Luo's mind. "Host, a member of the Dawn Society, has tied with the Thorn Blossom. Mission failed, deducting 500 reward points." Lin Luo swiftly accessed the system, discovering his reward points to be merely 50. He nearly erupted in anger. What did this paltry 50 reward points signify? System, come forth. Yet, in the next moment, another notification chimed in. The tie between the Dawn Society and the Thorn Blossom has triggered a plot mission. The birth of the Academy team. Become the team captain. Upon completion of the mission, receive 1200 reward points and 1 B-grade ninjutsu. Lin Luo was left dumbfounded. The surprise had come too swiftly, leaving him somewhat disoriented. This was exhilarating. Could it not be delivered all at once? His heart raced with excitement. It was worth noting that even if the Dawn Society had won the club battle, the system would have only granted a mere 500 points. Yet this plot mission offered a staggering 1200 points and a B-grade ninjutsu. Lin Luo's spirits soared once again as he strode with newfound confidence towards the dormitory building. He was determined to become the captain of the academy team. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would face dire consequences. Even the ultimate boss of the academy would not deter him. In the training ground for the teams, as the participants began to disperse, many were searching for Lin Luo. Just moments ago, they had received a message urging them to give Lin Luo a thorough beating. ensuring he would be bettered in for 3 days and missed the formal selection for the academy team. The sender of this message was none other than the notorious Gu Ritian, the vice president of the Thorn Blossom. He had swiftly learned of the upcoming selection from Selena and had dispatched others to deal with Lin Luo. However, despite their efforts, they could not locate him, much to their frustration. This fellow was far too cunning. Had he anticipated their intentions and slipped away the moment the battle concluded? Shouldn't they be celebrating the tie between the Dawn Society and the Thorn Blossom? Would it not be expected for the president to lead the charge in boasting about the Dawn Society's prowess throughout the academy? Unable to find Lin Luo, they redirected their focus to his usual haunts, the logistics dormitory, classrooms, and the training facility. They were well aware of Lin Luo's hidden attribute as a super scholar, which meant he rarely attended classes. Thus, they resolved to wait for him outside the logistics dormitory, biding their time until he emerged. Inside the dormitory, Lin Luo awoke in the late afternoon, feeling rejuvenated. His communicator buzzed with several unread messages. Upon inspection, he found that the initial messages were announcements from the academy, which had seemingly been rather frequent lately. Regardless, as an outsider in the academy, Lin Luo expressed little desire to delve into their contents, as they bore no relevance to him. Scrolling down, he finally reached the last message, which was from the assassin girl. The club battle between the Dawn Society and the Thorn Blossom appeared to have had no impact on Fu Xini, who continued with her usual routine. As Lin Luo exited the dormitory, he was startled to find himself surrounded by a group of individuals, their faces twisted with anger. Chapter 41. The terrifying Academy Grove. Lin Luo stood in bewilderment. Were people truly this brazen nowadays? How dare they block someone at the dormitory entrance? Had they never been taught a lesson? At that moment, a short figure emerged from the crowd, slowly approaching Lin Luo. Lin Luo, you finally showed up. Do you know who I am? Lin Luo shook his head, genuinely unable to recall any memories of this person. Besides, who would pay attention to such a minor character? The short individual paused, and his simmering anger began to rise. As Gu Ritian's top enforcer, he held a certain status within the academy. Yet, the audacity of Lin Luo to claim ignorance was an affront. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Brothers, take him to the grove." The vice president ordered that we keep him bettered in for 3 days. In my opinion, 3 days is too lenient. He should be incapacitated for at least 10 days to half a month. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Luo inhaled sharply. The Academy Grove? This was no ordinary place. It was regarded as a sacred ground among all the rascals and scoundrels of the academy. It was said that when night fell, strange sounds often echoed from that location, inducing a trance-like state in those who ventured there. Some even became trapped in illusions, unable to escape, leading to their gradual decline. Many avoided this place like the plague, especially those who were single, and Lin Luo happened to be one of them. Even with a promise made to the academy goddess Selena, that was a matter for the future. Hence, he had no intention of entering any grove, especially not one filled with a group of men. Noticing Lin Luo's fearful reaction upon hearing the grove, the short figure's face twisted into a malicious grin. Lin Luo, you will go to the grove today, whether you want to or not. Brothers, move in. The group surrounding Lin Luo also wore sinister smiles as they slowly approached him. They had waited at the logistics dormitory for a considerable time to intercept Lin Luo, and now that they had finally found him, they could not let him slip away. What do you want? Lin Luo's face betrayed a hint of fear. Suddenly, he waved his hand behind the short figure. Oh, President Selena, why are you here too? Upon hearing Lin Luo's words, the short figure burst into laughter. Huh? Do you think mentioning President Selena will allow you to escape my grasp? You are gravely mistaken. In his eyes, Lin Luo was attempting to draw attention from Selena to facilitate his escape. Such cunningness would not fool him. Moreover, he found it absurd that Selena would venture into the boys' dormitory in the logistics department. As he reveled in his perceived cleverness, a cool voice suddenly rang out. Lin Luo, it's wonderful to see you. I was just looking for you. Selena had spotted Lin Luo and approached him. What is going on here? Lin Luo's face was filled with indignation as he pointed at the short figure, his voice trembling. They want to drag me to the grove and keep me bettered in for 3 days. Seeing Lin Luo's shameless demeanor, Selena could only shake her head in disbelief. What on earth was going on in his mind? How could he be so brazen? Selena, through the Academy's communication channel, informed all candidates for the Academy's battle team about the formal selection taking place tomorrow. Among everyone, only Lin Luo, Su Xiaoyu, and Fu Xini had yet to respond. Concerned about any potential mishaps during the selection, Selena decided to personally seek out Lin Luo to ask him to notify Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini. However, upon arrival, she was met with an unexpected scene. Selena recognized the short individual before Lin Luo as a member of the Thornflower Society and quickly grasped the situation. The club had suffered a defeat in a recent battle, prompting this individual to block others. How absurd. In this day and age, such antics are archaic. Chapter 42. The official trial of the Battle Network. Selena felt a headache coming on. When did the Thornflower Society transform into a shadowy gang, blocking people at the dormitory entrance? She coldly addressed the short individual, instructing him to inform their vice president to personally provide her with an explanation, or else the temperature around them began to drop ominously. The short individual was on the verge of tears, confused as to why the president would appear in such a situation and witness this debacle. It was over. He knew the vice president would surely throw him under the bus to protect himself. With no other choice, he left dejectedly to inform the vice president. With the danger averted, Lin Luo felt elated. Thank you, President Selena. If it weren't for your timely arrival, my reputation would have been ruined. Selena shot him a skeptical glance, thinking, I can hardly trust your words. You are quite the troublemaker. She then said, tomorrow is the formal selection for the Academy's battle team, meeting at the Academy entrance. Inform Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini not to be late. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo's spirits soared. The system is truly remarkable, issuing a task and immediately providing a reminder. He confidently patted his chest, assuring her, rest assured. As the future captain of the battle team, I will arrive on time. Selena paused, slightly taken aback by Lin Luo's declaration. But soon, a radiant smile graced her face. Oh, so you aspire to be the captain? I shall eagerly await that. In truth, Layla had asked Selena to notify others with the intention of grooming her as the captain of the team. To become captain, Lin Luo would need to surpass her, and only then would she relinquish the position. After discussing some details, Selena took her leave. Lin Luo felt conflicted. With the formal selection tomorrow, should he forego training today? He resolved to rest early and conserve his energy. The battle network and the team, what should he choose? In the next moment, he dashed to the training building of the battle network, logging into his account and matching with opponents with seamless fluidity. Why choose when one could have it all? Lin Luo decided he would pursue both paths. As the strong and fearless avatar came online, the battle network erupted with excitement. Following the fire dance goddess of the empire, the frost goddess issued a challenge to strong and fearless. What could be the reason? Perhaps only the two goddesses knew the answer. After the previous battle, many realized that strong and fearless possessed considerable strength. However, the battle network was teeming with formidable opponents, and only strong and fearless could simultaneously attract challenges from two goddesses. The challenge letters from the goddesses remained pinned in the comments section of the battle network. Why had strong and fearless not accepted the challenges? Only he knew the reason. Nonetheless, this incident had drawn the attention of countless skilled players, even prompting the battle network's officials to take notice. They sought to leverage the event's popularity to enhance the network's influence once more. Hence, as strong and fearless logged in, the officials sprang into action, eager to match him with an opponent. The officials were moved to tears by Lin Luo's illustrious past achievements. From the records, it was evident that strong and fearless was indeed formidable, unafraid even after suffering 249 consecutive losses, believing firmly in his future victories. This tale is one of an underdog's rise, a story of relentless empowerment. The officials had even devised a plan to market strong and fearless, contingent upon his ability to withstand this upcoming trial. Chapter 43. The Berserker from the Western District. Amid the crowd's eager anticipation, the opponent finally emerged, a Berserker from the Western District's Wild Plains, named Reno. Upon seeing this ID, some in the audience grimaced, feeling a wave of nausea wash over them. It is well known that only Berserkers from the Western District would use such a name. They revere nature and the destructive power of thunder, viewing it as divine. The Empire had paid a hefty price to subdue the Wild Plains. Berserkers from this region are naturally strong, with tough skin and muscular builds, making them formidable heavy armored warriors, even more challenging than those from other regions of the Empire. Moreover, they inherit the fierce bloodline of their ancestors. And among all the enhanced abilities seen so far, the strength of the Berserker bloodline ranks solidly within the top 5. They are a source of frustration for all. Ordinary means simply cannot breach their defenses, They can withstand relentless assaults without losing health. Who wouldn't be frustrated by that? Among the four mainstream professions, even the most potent ranged attackers find themselves at a loss against these individuals. Although Reno is merely at the novice rank, everyone in the arena is acutely aware of what this means. Once he unleashes the Berserker bloodline within him, his strength will multiply, potentially elevating him to the elite rank, surpassing many elite-level players. In the arena, Lin Luo gazed at Reno's imposing physique, a shiver running down his spine. The strongest he had encountered thus far were Su Xiaoyu and Halle Berry, yet this individual towered over them by 2 heads and was bulkier by a significant margin. What on earth had he been consuming to grow so large? If Halle Berry resembled a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, then this individual was akin to a prehistoric mutant beast. Suddenly, Lin Luo realized something amiss. Wait, how could a mere novice be matched with someone like this? It defied logic. Not only was he bewildered, but the entire audience was equally perplexed. Yet this was precisely the trial the Battle Network officials had prepared for Lin Luo. While Lin Luo felt a pang of anxiety, the spectators in the stands were quite entertained. They may not fully grasp the situation, but it did not detract from their enjoyment of the spectacle. Reno served as the perfect benchmark to test the strength of Strong and Fearless. They were eager to see if this Strong and Fearless truly possessed the prowess that warranted the attention of 2 goddesses. Meanwhile, the 2 goddesses of the Empire were also keenly observing Lin Luo's match. When Jiana saw that Lin Luo's opponent was a berserker from the Wild Plains, she was taken aback. Such an opponent would pose a significant challenge, even for her. Jiana's ice-based abilities were primarily control and support-oriented, while they could restrict an opponent's movements. They lacked formidable offensive power. As for Ivila, upon seeing Lin Luo's adversary, she merely scoffed. In the Battle Network, her favorite opponents were precisely these hulking brutes, thick-skinned and resilient, like living targets that she could bombard at will. If others were to learn of Ivira's current thoughts, it would undoubtedly result in a cascade of bewilderment. Throughout the entire Noah Empire, individuals possessing her level of spiritual ocean and explosive spiritual power are exceedingly rare. Coupled with her formidable fire-based abilities, even the Berserk warriors from the Western District would be reduced to mere remnants. Chapter 44. The Grand Opening. Will you engage? Upon seeing Lin Luo, Reno felt a tinge of disappointment. His current strength could only progress against elite-tier opponents. A novice-tier cannon fodder would hardly suffice. He placed his shield on the ground with a resounding thud, causing spiderweb-like cracks to radiate outward. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers swallowed nervously. How heavy could that possibly be? The prehistoric mutated beast truly lived up to its reputation. Reno extended a customary warrior's gesture from the Western District toward Lin Luo, stating, in the spirit of fair combat, I shall allow you to strike first. Come forth. This was not mockery, but rather a sign of respect from a Western berserker to his adversary. Lin Luo smiled faintly, finding the towering figure before him somewhat endearing. In this era, who still cared for such formalities? In battle, fairness was a mere illusion. Only victory and defeat, life and death, truly mattered. Nonetheless, Lin Luo appreciated Reno's respect, which he intended to reciprocate with his utmost effort to win the match. With a thunderous crack, the ground beneath Lin Luo shattered as he vanished in an instant, appearing directly before Reno. He unleashed an overwhelming surge of chakra for the first time since merging with the Hashirama cells. His fist collided with Reno's shield with a deafening roar. A visible shockwave materialized between them, sweeping across the entire arena. Yet, astonishingly, Reno merely took a single step back. Lin Luo was taken aback. His chakra had multiplied his strength several times over, yet it only forced his opponent to retreat slightly, an exaggeration indeed. At that moment, a brilliant crimson aura erupted from Reno's body, enveloping him as if clad in a crimson garment. This was the bloodline of the Western District's berserkers. The audience in the stands widened their eyes in astonishment. The match had barely begun, and yet it felt like a grand spectacle. Just moments ago, bets were placed. If the fearless warrior could awaken Reno's berserker bloodline, heads would roll for the amusement of the spectators. To their shock, the outcome had unfolded with astonishing rapidity. Voices of jest echoed through the crowd, a thin veil over their underlying terror. What had they just witnessed? Reno, hailing from the Western District, had activated his berserker bloodline right from the onset. The Western District's berserker clan prided themselves on their restraint. They would never activate their bloodline unless absolutely necessary. This meant that the fearless warrior's earlier punch had pushed Reno into a corner. How could this be? Even with enhancements, such ferocity seemed implausible. In the arena, Reno was drenched in cold sweat, his internal organs churning as he thought. That was close. The moment Lin Luo struck, he sensed a lethal threat. His honed battle instincts warned him that only with all his might could he withstand that blow. Otherwise, he would surely be obliterated. Hence, he activated his Berserker bloodline. Reno's demeanor shifted sharply. He recognized that his opponent was no ordinary foe. He had been careless, but he would not grant Lin Luo another opportunity. With a fierce gaze, he summoned the full force of his bloodline, enhancing his power further. Chapter 45. The frenzied clash of offense and defense. Suddenly, an overwhelming force emanated from Reno's shield. Catching Lin Luo off guard, he sensed something amiss, but was a moment too late. The surging power enveloped him, and with a resounding boom, it felt as though he had been struck by a speeding war chariot, sending him flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Before Lin Luo could catch his breath, Reno surged forward without hesitation. In an instant, he closed the distance, raising his shield high before bringing it down with tremendous force. The arena floor erupted, forming a massive 3-meter crater, debris scattering and dust swirling. Reno's expression remained resolute. He sensed that his shield had not struck his opponent. In that fleeting moment, Lin Luo's presence had vanished from his sight. Decades of battle-hardened intuition screamed at him. Danger. Without a moment's delay, Reno brought his shield back to guard his chest. The power of his Berserker bloodline surged within him, boiling with relentless vigor. Just then, a shadow darted past. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of impact reverberated as immense force coursed through Reno's shield, propelling him backward several meters. In the next instant, Lin Luo reappeared, spinning rapidly as he approached Reno, delivering a fierce kick. Reno raised his right arm to block, while his left hand brought the shield crashing down onto the ground. The technique, dual shockwave. In the blink of an eye, the arena floor rippled like a lake, emanating waves from Reno's center, which transformed into shockwaves spreading outward with tremendous force. The ground splintered as Lin Luo struggled to maintain his footing, retreating from the epicenter of the upheaval. The audience held their breath. Such a battle would have rendered weaker elite-tier fighters unconscious. At this moment, nearly half of the arena, spanning hundreds of meters, lay in ruins, crisscrossed by countless fissures. This ferocious style of combat was a spectacle for many, some of whom had faced off against Western berserkers before, now wearing grave expressions as they recalled unsettling memories. In the arena, Lin Luo found himself near the edge but finally regained his balance. Reno, like a relentless beast, surged forward, his strength undiminished and even more formidable. This sight sent ripples of alarm through the audience. This was the insidious nature of the Berserker bloodline. It not only enhanced physical defense, but also grew stronger in the face of adversity, becoming ever more formidable. Who could withstand such ferocity? This was precisely why the Berserker bloodline ranked among the top 3 in enhancement-type abilities. Lin Luo, observing Reno's escalating momentum, understood all too well that relying solely on the power and speed granted by chakra would not secure victory. He needed to shatter Reno's defenses in a single decisive blow. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Yet, Lin Luo possessed no offensive ninjutsu at his disposal. However, in Chapter 46, the technique of mist concealment and the 8 gates of Duanjia, Lin Luo's hands began to swiftly form seals. In the next moment, he let out a low shout. Water-style, mist concealment technique. This was the only auxiliary ninjutsu Lin Luo had mastered thus far. In an instant, the entire arena, spanning 100 meters, was enveloped in thick fog. Upon witnessing this scene, the spectators erupted in astonished gasps. Was this a natural water-type ability? At that moment, the words resonated in the hearts of nearly everyone present. Previously, some had wondered why the formidable warrior, Fearless, had not employed any combat techniques throughout the battle. Now they understood. Possessing water-type abilities indeed eliminated the necessity to develop combat techniques based on the characteristics of spiritual energy. One merely needed to cultivate abilities tailored to oneself. At that moment, everyone began to comprehend why the 2 goddesses of the empire had challenged Fearless. The fact that he could confront the berserkers of the West District head-on attested to his formidable combat prowess, coupled with the natural water-type abilities. It was evident that the 2 goddesses had long recognized Fearless' potential. Goddesses are indeed beyond comparison to mere mortals, possessing insight that far surpasses the ordinary. Gianna, observing the dense fog in the arena, displayed a hint of confusion. Wasn't Fearless endowed with telekinetic perception? How could he also possess natural water-type abilities? Could it be a dual affinity? Yet, since the establishment of the Empire, the number of dual affinity practitioners could be counted on one hand, and certainly did not exceed 5. All of these individuals had ascended to Super S-class status. If Fearless truly possessed dual abilities, it would undoubtedly cause unrest within the Imperial Court. However, all of this remained mere speculation. As for Ivira, she too had witnessed Fearless water-type abilities. Yet for some inexplicable reason, she felt a surge of displeasure. This was unavoidable. Since ancient times, water and fire have been irreconcilable. Owners of water-type abilities and those of fire-type abilities are inherently opposed. In the arena, Reno halted his advance, retracting his shield and shifting to a defensive stance. His opponent possessed water-type abilities and had developed such a peculiar combat technique, which indeed surprised him. Yet, he remained unperturbed. It was merely fog. He had faced far more treacherous environments. He had confidence in his beast-like instincts and Berserker lineage. As long as his opponent lacked the strength to breach his defenses, victory would ultimately belong to him. Worst case, it would be a battle of attrition, testing whose spiritual reservoir was more expansive and whose spiritual energy was more robust. Lin Luo dispersed his chakra throughout the mist, observing Reno's next move. His thoughts mirrored Reno's. To secure victory, he must first dismantle Reno's defenses. Of course, with the immense chakra provided by the cells of Hashirama, exhausting Reno was not a concern. However, his opponent's Berserker lineage was indeed bothersome. How long would this drag on? Lin Luo lacked the patience for it. There were countless battle videos of the gods awaiting his viewing. With this thought, Lin Luo decided to reveal his true strength. 8 gates of Duanjia. The first gate, open. The second gate, rest gate, open. The third gate, life gate, open. The fourth gate, injury gate, open. The system's offerings, be they ninjutsu or physical techniques, required no training to master. Thus, upon acquiring the 8-gate scroll, Lin Luo had already comprehended them. Intending to prepare for such unforeseen circumstances, his body had yet to transform into that of a sage, allowing him only to harness the power of the first 4 gates. Forcing the 5th gate could inflict irreparable damage upon his body. Nevertheless, the power of the first 4 gates, combined with the chakra boost, was sufficient to deal with Reno. Chapter 47. Beyond the speed of sound amidst the fog, Reno, in a defensive posture, felt an ominous force approaching with alarming speed, akin to a beast's instinct. He knew his opponent was upon him. Without any unnecessary movements, Lin Luo suddenly appeared before Reno. Initially, he could have circled behind for a surprise attack. However, Reno had shown him respect, and Lin Luo, in turn, granted Reno the same. To shatter Reno's formidable defenses head-on was Lin Luo's way of honoring that respect. In a mere instant, Lin Luo's fist collided with Reno's shield. The weight of the impact sent Reno sliding backward. The shield shattered with a resounding crack. Reno's eyes widened in shock as he attempted to retaliate, but Lin Luo was swifter. A strike landed on his abdomen, causing Reno's muscles to contract sharply, absorbing a portion of the incoming force. However, the residual power left him heaving, blood spewing forth as he doubled over. With his initial strike successful, Lin Luo unleashed a flurry of attacks, relentless as a tempest. Bending his legs and slightly lowering his stance, he delivered a devastating uppercut to Reno's chin. The explosive force propelled Reno's body skyward. Yet, being a berserker from the West District, he summoned the full might of his lineage, stabilizing himself mid-air. However, Lin Luo, leveraging his extraordinary speed, ascended to Reno's apex, awaiting his descent. With both hands joined, he dealt another colossal blow. The ground trembled as Reno's massive form crashed into the arena floor, fissures radiating outward like veins. At this moment, Reno remained conscious. Yet the frustration within him reached its zenith. His beastly instincts could detect Lin Luo's movements, but his body could not keep pace, leaving him to absorb the punishment. As a berserker from the untamed plains of the West District, he was accustomed to being the one dishing out blows. Yet today, he found himself at the mercy of Lin Luo. Although the arena was shrouded in fog, the atmosphere in the stands was suffocating, with spectators holding their breath. They could not discern the specifics, but the violent sounds of impact conveyed the intensity of the battle. Reno struggled to rise, his body marred with wounds and blood flowing freely, yet he uttered not a word. He continued to search for Lin Luo's form, acutely aware that to defeat his opponent, his body's reaction time had to match the demand. This required a second awakening of his Berserker bloodline. This battle might just be the opportunity for him to break through and grow even stronger. Boom. The Berserker bloodline within him surged, transforming Reno into a figure engulfed in flames. The flames blazed more fiercely, distorting the air around him. Witnessing this, Lin Luo furrowed his brow. His opponent's Berserker bloodline was indeed excessively formidable, akin to an unyielding cockroach that grew stronger with every encounter. If that were the case, he would unleash an even more potent force to obliterate him. Chapter 48. A battle of unrestrained brilliance. The fifth gate of Duanjia, the door of death, open. Lin Luo's body began to emit a series of cracking sounds, reminiscent of a mournful wail. Deep within, he understood that the overwhelming power of the 8 gates of Duanjia had pushed his body to its limits. To prevent any permanent injury, he needed to conclude the battle swiftly, dispatching his opponent in the shortest time possible. Boom. The air around him exploded with countless sound bursts. At that moment, Lin Luo's speed had surpassed that of sound itself. Amidst the cacophony produced by the air, he launched a final strike against Rayano. He had resolved that if this blow failed to incapacitate his adversary, he would concede immediately. Rayano sensed an intense life and death crisis approaching. The Berserker bloodline within him throbbed violently, on the verge of a second awakening. A bloodthirsty glint shone in his eyes as he pooled all his strength into defense. If he could withstand this blow, victory in the battle would be his. With a thunderous crash, the entire arena began to crumble under the din. Countless debris flew into the air, only to be intercepted by the arena's protective mechanisms, ultimately coalescing into a tempest that rampaged unchecked. In the next moment, the storm subsided, the thick fog dissipated, and tranquility returned. At the center, Rayano stood motionless like a statue. The surge of blood that once coursed through him had vanished. Gradually, he collapsed, revealing a gaping wound in his chest, an unsightly cavity created by Lin Luo's punch. The strong were fearless. Victory. The arena fell into a profound silence. Spectators stared in disbelief at the scene before them, engulfed in deep shock. The formidable Berserker from the West District, whose strength rivaled that of elite-tier experts, had been pierced. They were oblivious to the events that transpired within the fog. Yet, within the entire battle network, only a handful could breach a Berserker's defenses, and those individuals were all elite-tier warriors. Now, the fearless strong had triumphed. An underdog from the novice tier had achieved the extraordinary. Even Jianna and Ivra were taken aback, particularly Ivra, who, for the first time, regarded the fearless strong with a semblance of seriousness. Though her nature was somewhat carefree, it did not imply foolishness. The unexpected reversal of fortunes from a mere novice had risen to rival elite-tier prowess. However, Ivra maintained her composure, for with her formidable spiritual energy and devastating fire abilities, she knew the true extent of her power. Lin Luo exited the battle network, his body steeped in fatigue. This battle had nearly exhausted all his trump cards, culminating in him opening the 5th gate of Duanjia. Fortunately, he had managed to finish off his opponent in one blow, for had he not, defeat would have surely been his fate. Yet, it could only be described as a narrow victory. At that moment, a sense of urgency enveloped him. Rayano's strength was merely at the entry level, relying solely on his potent Berserker lineage. If he were to encounter an elite-tier expert wielding unique abilities, victory would be far from assured. An upgrade to his system had become imperative. In the Imperial capital, atop the official battle network headquarters, a woman clad in red sat in an opulent office, perusing a document that belonged to Lin Luo. Beside her stood a somewhat stooped elder, who spoke with reverence. "Miss, this individual is indeed the discarded heir of the Lin family, the one whose spiritual sea was blocked, Lin Luo, who vanished 3 years ago. I would not mistake this. You need not concern yourself with this matter. After all, the Lin family is one of the 4 great families of the empire, and I shall handle it personally." The woman in red nodded, astonished that he had managed to cure such a bizarre ailment as a blocked spiritual sea and even awakened water-based abilities. "How did you achieve this, Lin Luo?" Chapter 49. The mutated forest. The selection process for the Academy's battle team had officially commenced. The clash between the Dawn Society and the Thornflower Society allowed countless students to witness the prowess of the battle team's reserve members, instilling hope for this year's Imperial Academy competition. As dawn broke, Individuals gathered at the academy's entrance to see off those participating in the formal selection. As time passed, candidates arrived in succession, yet even as the sun rose, the trio from Dawn had yet to appear. A flicker of anger ignited within Selena. She resolved that once Lin Luo arrived, she would confront him. He had assured her just the day before that he would be punctual. Yet now he was nowhere to be found. Just as Selena's frustration reached its peak, the Dawn trio finally arrived. Lin Luo and Fu Xini bore dark circles under their eyes, appearing utterly exhausted, as though they might collapse at any moment. It was evident they had just emerged from the Battle Network training facility. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu, equally weary with bandages wrapped around him, was burdened with several large packages, one of which housed a shield and sword, forming a towering heap. Last night, Su Xiaoyu had received a message from the club president, notifying him of his participation in the academy's battle team selection, which had filled him with joy for an entire night, only to lead to insomnia. Seeing the trio's state, Selena held her forehead, mentally berating herself for harboring any hope for Lin Luo. It seemed she had overestimated him. At that moment, Layla approached with a smile, surveying the group. "Everyone is here, let us board the vehicle." As her words fell, 2 rune-powered vehicles sped into view, and the group began to board one. The vehicle slowly started its engines, and Captain Layla seized the opportunity to speak. "This selection will be unlike any previous. It will be accompanied by significant peril, and there is a real possibility of losing your lives. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time." Everyone was taken aback by the revelation that this selection carried life-threatening risks. They exchanged anxious glances, sensing the worry in each other's eyes, yet ultimately, no one chose to withdraw. Captain Layla seemed to have anticipated this outcome, continuing, "Since no one is withdrawing, we shall set off for the mutated forest." Upon hearing the name, some felt their hearts tremble, finally grasping Captain Layla's intent. The mutated forest was a perilous area of the Empire, teeming with mutated beasts. Entering without the strength of a B-level spiritual warrior was tantamount to seeking death. No one had expected that the destination for this Academy battle team selection would be the mutated forest. As they traveled, silence enveloped them, the weight of anticipation heavy in the air. Selena turned to see Lin Luo fast asleep, drooling slightly. For some reason, this sight brought her an unexpected sense of calm, and a faint smile graced her lips. This moment did not escape Li Yuan's notice. His expression darkened as he silently cursed a pair of dog lovers. It must be said that while these rune-powered vehicles lacked combat capability, they were undeniably stylish, swift, and comfortable. The distance from Xingyao City to the mutated forest spanned several hundred miles, yet the vehicles covered the journey in merely 2 hours. Under Captain Layla's guidance, everyone disembarked from the vehicles in succession, and Lin Luo awoke, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. As he glanced outside, he was instantly taken aback. A lush and verdant forest unfolds before one's eyes. Lin Luo swears to the heavens that he has never beheld trees of such towering heights. These are indeed colossal trees, casting shadows that obscure the sun. Even the smallest among them reaches several hundred meters. Furthermore, ominous roars from within the depths of the forest resonate, indicating formidable beasts lurking nearby. Chapter 50. Choosing teams. The conspiracy begins. It is not just Lin Luo. Many others wear grim expressions. This is the site of their selection process, fraught with peril. Subsequently, Captain Layla distributes a positioning device to each individual. Her tone is grave. The selection process is straightforward. According to the map on the device, as long as one can reach the designated location within a fortnight, the selection will be deemed complete. Now, we shall begin forming teams. Following the rules of the Imperial Academy competition, groups will consist of 5 members. I will not meddle in your arrangements. You are free to choose your companions, but I implore you to deliberate wisely. Teamwork is the cornerstone of this selection process, and I urge you to choose your allies carefully, for trust is paramount within a team. Captain Layla's message resonates clearly. The essence of this selection lies in teamwork. Everyone is acutely aware of the lurking dangers within the mutated forest. One's safety rests solely in the hands of trustworthy companions. A single traitor could spell disaster for the entire group. At that juncture, passing the selection process would be the least of their concerns. Survival itself would be at stake. As the crowd begins to form teams, within the Dawn Society, the prowess of Fu Xini, Belle, and Aisha is evident to all. However, due to her personality, Fu Xini struggles to connect with others. As for Lin Luo and Su Xiaoyu, They are perceived by some as liabilities, akin to hindering teammates. Thus, Lin Luo, Fu Xini, and Su Xiaoyu naturally form a group. Yet, this configuration presents a challenge, as they are only 3. Given Aisha's disdain for Lin Luo, she would certainly not join their team. Bell can only shrug helplessly at Lin Luo, indicating his inability to assist. Others are equally reluctant to team with Lin Luo. In the end, Selena, unable to stand idly by, approaches Lin Luo's group. She has diligently aspired to become the captain of the battle team and cannot bear to witness the disintegration of the team before it even forms. With no other options, she joins Lin Luo's group. Upon seeing Selena approach, Lin Luo's face brightens. "Selena, it's wonderful to see you here. I look forward to your guidance. Perhaps this journey will strengthen our bond. Wouldn't you agree?" Selena feels exasperated. Were it not for their current team alignment, she would have surely struck Lin Luo. Across from them, Li Yuan's expression darkens with malice. Selena's alignment with Lin Luo gives rise to speculation regarding their hidden connection. Surely, she would not willingly team with perceived weaklings in such a critical selection. In the next moment, Li Yuan exchanges a knowing glance with Harvest. Harvest responds and walks towards Selena with a smile. "Selena, I look forward to your guidance." Unbeknownst to him, Lin Luo has already noted the exchange of glances, including the hint of malice in Li Yuan's demeanor. Nevertheless, Lin Luo continues to exhibit a carefree demeanor, as if nothing amiss has transpired. Selena is somewhat taken aback by Harvest's arrival. She suspects that he has come at Li Yuan's behest and feels a twinge of gratitude toward Li Yuan. After all, passing the academy's selection is of utmost importance. Captain Layla observes the time and slowly states, "It appears that teams have been formed. Let us commence our journey." Chapter 51. A new storm approaches. Lin Luo and his companions enter the mutated forest. With the addition of Selena and Harvest, the roles within the 5-member team become well-defined. Su Xiaoyu undertakes the most arduous task of clearing the path. In the mutated forest, filled with thorns, vines, and varying heights of shrubs, only the physically formidable Su Xiaoyu could manage this responsibility. Harvest assists her, prepared to handle any sudden crises. Selena oversees the direction of their march. As for Lin Luo and Fu Xini, these two have yet to regain their mental composure. Thus, after one day within the mutated forest, Selena feels overwhelmed. Every direction appears similar within the forest. It is quite remarkable that they have been able to ascertain their position using the device. After a day of travel, she is mentally exhausted. The others share her fatigue, with the exception of Su Xiaoyu, who seems to possess boundless energy, wielding her shield and sword with vigor, cutting a path through the forest as if it were a stroll in the park. "Selena, are you certain that the direction you are leading us is correct?" Lin Luo suddenly inquires. This question is on the minds of others, but they hesitate to voice it. Selena, caught off guard, feels a flicker of doubt. According to the map provided by the positioning device, this route should be correct. Is it not said that the mutated forest is fraught with danger, teeming with mutated beasts? Why have they not encountered even a trace of them after such a lengthy journey? Lin Luo glances at the sky. "How about we set up camp here for the night and reassess our direction before continuing tomorrow?" After saying this, he gestures to Su Xiaoyu. Understanding his intent, she quickly finds a clearing and unburdens her pack. Before long, an array of food, bread, chips, cookies, beef, and drinks spreads across the ground. Once the provisions are laid out, Su Xiaoyu swiftly sets up 2 tents. Selena watches this spectacle in bewilderment, feeling speechless. Do these individuals genuinely believe they are on a leisurely vacation? Yet, on reflection, this may not be such a bad thing. Despite her assertive demeanor, Selena is, after all, a delicate young lady. This is her first experience in a mutated forest. Asking her to forage for wild fruits and sleep on the ground would likely lead to her resignation within 3 days. As Selena settles down, her captivating eyes fall upon Lin Luo. "Lin Luo, you are so well prepared. Did you anticipate that we would encounter such a situation?" Lin Luo beams with pride. Although he did not foresee that the selection would take place in the mutated forest, he had previously encountered a man who stood atop the food chain, prompting him to have Su Xiaoyu prepare in advance. As for Selena's suggestion that he had anticipated their predicament, Lin Luo lacks such foresight. He trusts Captain Layla. It is indeed a treacherous locale. The absence of mutated beasts could be attributed to 2 possibilities. Either a powerful mutated beast reigns here, deterring others from entering, or this area has been previously cleared by someone else. They have merely begun to delve into the depths of the mutated forest. Consequently, Lin Luo leans toward the latter hypothesis. He surreptitiously glances at Harvest. Although Su Xiaoyu is the one clearing the path and Selena is directing them, Harvest's inadvertent suggestions have repeatedly caused the team to veer off course. Lin Luo is certain that this is all Harvest's doing. At this moment, in a clearing deep within the mutated forest, 3 shadowy figures stood amidst a multitude of fallen mutated beasts. They lay in wait, ready to strike as soon as their prey ventured deeper, with the directive to eliminate everyone except Selena, leaving no survivors. Chapter 52. An unexpected turn at the break of dawn the following day. Selena awoke, not willingly, but rather startled from her slumber. As she attempted to emerge from her tent, a faint voice called from behind, "President Selena, do not move." Alarmed, she recognized the voice unmistakably. It was that shameless Lin Luo. How had he managed to infiltrate the girl's tent? Panic surged within her as she quickly checked her attire, relieved to find she had dressed for the night in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances. With gritted teeth, she turned to confront Lin Luo, only to be silenced as he covered her mouth. "Stay still, for your own safety." Outside, commotion intensified. A violent gust of wind swept through, uprooting the tent above her. Through her astonished gaze, she witnessed a colossal flying mutated beast, its wings spanning nearly 10 meters. Soaring past, one after another, dozens of these aerial monstrosities followed. Finally, Lin Luo released his grip and rose to his feet, his expression grave as he gazed into the depths of the forest. The flying mutated beasts rarely faced natural enemies and seldom strayed from their territory unless compelled by an even mightier foe. What on earth was transpiring deep within the mutated forest? Seeing her comrades gather, Selena felt a wave of relief wash over her. Truth be told, she had been startled beyond measure. This was her first encounter with such enormous flying mutants. Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini began their vigil as Lin Luo observed Harvey, who appeared to tremble slightly. Internally, Harvey cursed his luck. Hadn't he been assured that escorting Lin Luo and his group would be straightforward? What were those creatures that had just flown overhead? Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would never have agreed to Li Yuan's request. Suddenly, Lin Luo approached Harvey. "Vice President Harvey, are you unwell? You seem to be shaking." Startled, Harvey forced a smile. "I'm fine, President Lin Luo. Can we proceed now?" All he desired was to escort Lin Luo and the others to their destination as swiftly as possible. The notion of a team selection was of no concern to him. Lin Luo nodded. "Xiaoyu, continue to lead the way. Xini, keep watch while assisting Vice President Harvey. He seems to be unwell." Fu Xini understood the unspoken task and positioned herself beside Harvey, dagger in hand, ostensibly to offer support, but in truth, to keep him under surveillance. Finally, Lin Luo approached Selena and instructed, "President Selena, continue to direct the team's advance. Remember to trust your instincts." His final words were whispered, audible only to the two of them. Selena was taken aback, pondering the implications. She recalled the previous day's oddities and sensed that Lin Luo must have uncovered something significant. Yet, despite her ruminations, she could not discern anything amiss. With no alternative, she resumed directing the team onward. Just then, Lin Luo interjected, "By the way, it seems this direction is where those flying mutants came from. We must change course. I will guard the rear." Selena did not oppose. She activated her locator to confirm their destination and recalibrated their route. Harvey's face darkened as he silently cursed the flying mutants that had disrupted his plans. He had invested immense effort to lure Lin Luo's group in this direction, only to be thwarted by a swarm of aerial beasts, utterly futile. Meanwhile, the 3 cloaked figures deeper in the forest stared wide-eyed at the mutated beasts that had suddenly appeared before them, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. What the hell? How is it that a simple task leads us to encounter a peak B-grade mutated beast? This luck is extraordinary. One scarred man exclaimed. "Captain, what shall we do next?" "That is a B-grade mutated beast, the human-faced demon spider. We must leave this place immediately." "But what about the mission?" "The mission continues. We will personally hunt down those little devils." Chapter 53. A true team bringing up the rear. Lin Luo was not merely lagging behind. Though he was uncertain of Harvey's true intentions in leading the group, he sensed malice in his demeanor. With 4 others in the team aside from Harvey, confronting them alone would be unwise. Lin Luo speculated that Harvey likely had accomplices, intent on drawing the group into a prearranged trap. In response, Lin Luo devised his own traps. If these individuals had any sense, they would refrain from pursuing him. Otherwise, he would ensure they faced dire consequences. He set up several explosive traps and prepared a grand surprise. Once his traps were in place, he swiftly caught up with the team. Selena had noticed Lin Luo trailing behind, but, seeing the others unfazed, refrained from questioning him. When he finally caught up, she felt a sigh of relief. Today's journey was far less fortunate than the last. Within mere hours, they were beset by a tide of mutated rats. The sheer volume of these degrade mutants surged toward them like a relentless wave. Individually, they posed little threat, but their overwhelming numbers were disconcerting. Without hesitation, Selena drew her runic sword, ready to charge to the forefront. Yet Lin Luo's timely intervention halted her. Their team lacked ranged combatants, and pushing forward recklessly would surely lead to their lines being overrun by the mutated rats. Selena, possessing ice-based abilities, was ideally suited to fulfill the role of a ranged attacker. Seeing the rat tide approach, Selena reluctantly acquiesced to Lin Luo's suggestion. As her spirit energy surged, the temperature around them plummeted, a chilling aura spreading outward. In midair, countless sharp ice spikes began to coalesce, shooting forth like arrows into the swarm of mutated rats. In an instant, nearly 100 of these creatures were obliterated. Among them, only Su Xiaoyu had not cultivated her spiritual sea. However, with her formidable physique and wielding a shield and sword, she stood like a fortress against the onslaught of mutated rats. Even Selena was secretly astonished. While Su Xiaoyu had exhibited potential during the Dawn Society's skirmish with the Thorn Society, Selena had perceived it as mere tricks. Witnessing her performance now, she couldn't help but marvel. Even Halle Berry would struggle to match such prowess. Su Xiaoyu diligently adhered to Lin Luo's directives, channeling all her strength into defense, staving off the rat tide to provide her comrades with the opportunity to counterattack. Fu Xini, meanwhile, remained hidden, as Lin Luo had instructed. Within the rat tide lurked a rat king, and as an assassin, she was ill-suited for direct confrontation. Instead, her task was to strike at the opportune moment to eliminate the leader among the mutated beasts. As for Harvey, Lin Luo urged him to assist Su Xiaoyu in eliminating the stray mutated rats, yet he had no intention of placing his trust in him. However, in the face of life and death, Harvest understood that failure to fight desperately would lead to their demise. Unbeknownst to them, under Lin Luo's guidance, the entire team began to cooperate increasingly well, denying the rat horde any opportunity to break through. Just then, Fu Xini finally spotted the Rat King and stealthily approached it. Despite encountering fierce resistance, she managed to behead the Rat King under Selena's protection. With the leader vanquished, the rat horde descended into chaos, screeching and scattering in all directions. The entire team exhaled in relief, yet Lin Luo remained furrowed in thought, his expression grave. These mutated rats, akin to the flying mutated beasts they had previously encountered, sought to flee. This indicated that their current direction was also perilous. Chapter 54. The doomed trio in black at the campsite where Lin Luo's team had rested the previous night. 3 cloaked figures emerged. They swiftly scanned the ground and immediately recognized it as the site where their target had camped. The leader spoke slowly, continue the pursuit. However, the man with the scarred face hesitated. My instincts tell me we should leave the mutated forest quickly. Lingering here only increases our danger. The leader remained composed, choosing not to respond immediately. He was well aware that the scarred man's combat abilities were not formidable, yet his unique power allowed him to sense looming dangers. Thanks to this ability, their trio had successfully completed many missions and returned unscathed. However, this task was different. It was deceptively simple. Capturing a few students from the Spirit Energy Academy would yield rewards 10 times greater than usual. Additionally, someone would deliver the targets directly to them. They merely needed to take action. It was practically a windfall. Yet, an unforeseen complication arose when a peak B-class mutated beast appeared at their designated location. For heaven's sake, this was a peak B-class mutated beast, its combat prowess rivaling that of an A-class spirit warrior from the Empire. The 3 of them were utterly outmatched. Thus, they decisively retreated from their target, but did not wish to abandon the mission altogether, opting instead to track the target themselves. After deliberating, the leader resolved to continue the mission, adding emphatically, I hope you understand, this task offers 10-fold rewards. Upon hearing this, the scarred man fell silent. Indeed, the allure of such rewards was far too great for mercenaries like them, who lived on the edge. There was no way to refuse. The scarred man nodded. Then let us continue the pursuit. The target has not moved far. At our pace, we should catch up swiftly. However, as he spoke, he stepped forward, only to hear a sudden crack. It was as though a tightly wound string had snapped. The traps Lin Luo had prepared finally activated. A thunderous explosion erupted, and terrifying flames engulfed the three men. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, coughs echoed, revealing their soot-covered faces, bloodied and battered. Yet, more than the injuries, their seething anger was undeniable. Long accustomed to walking the line between life and death, they had been ambushed by a group of academy students. If their peers discovered this, their reputations would be irreparably tarnished. The leader's face contorted with rage. Damn it. Catch up to them. I want their skins. Just then, another resounding explosion startled the trio. They feared another blast akin to the previous one. However, as the noise grew louder, they realized something was amiss. The sound was emanating from beneath the ground. Suddenly, a massive spike burst forth from the earth, followed by a titanic silhouette. The scarred man trembled at the sight. The Earth Dragon. How could there be an Earth Dragon here? His companions shared his bewilderment. The Earth Dragon, also a B-class mutated beast, had a notorious habit of slumbering deep underground. Anyone who disturbed its rest would face dire consequences. The trio of cloaked figures recognized the gravity of their predicament. With no time to spare, they unleashed all their trump cards and fled. If the Earth Dragon were to pursue them, it would not be long before they became mere remnants in its wake. Chapter 55. My rat tail. Even from a distance, Lin Luo heard the explosion of the detonating talismans. A surge of delight coursed through him, regardless of who they were. Being bombarded by so many explosive talismans would surely inflict considerable harm, if not outright obliteration. Yet, this was not his primary concern. Lin Luo had long sensed the presence of a terrifying mutated beast beneath the campsite where they had rested the previous night. This was precisely why he had placed the explosive talismans there. Even if their pursuers survived the blasts, awakening the mutated beast would lead to a thrilling chase. Selena, glancing at Lin Luo, noticed his sinister smile. Curiously, she approached him and inquired, President Lin Luo, what brings you joy? He cleared his throat. Nothing much. Let us tidy up and continue our journey. With that, he lowered his head to commence processing the mutated rats. Every part of a mutated beast held value, and even a D-class mutated rat was no exception, particularly its meat, which could enhance a spirit warrior's physique. The mere thought of consuming rat meat almost made Selena retch. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini had already gathered around a fire, enthusiastically barbecuing. After all, they would be traversing the mutated forest for half a month, and their supplies were limited. Every bit saved counted. Most importantly, they had meat to eat. Lin Luo accepted a skewer of roasted mutated rat from Su Xiaoyu. Taking a bite, to his surprise, the flavor was delightful, somewhat akin to chicken, with a satisfying crunch. Selena glanced at it and promptly retreated. Just then, a crisp voice echoed in Lin Luo's mind. He felt a surge of excitement. It was the system reactivating. Detected an energy source within the host's body. Would you like to convert it into chakra? Without hesitation, Lin Luo made his choice to convert. Detected the source of this energy, originating from a D-class mutated rat in the mutated forest at the eastern border of the third-dimensional Noah Empire. Special trading task triggered. 1 mutated rat tail can be exchanged for 0.5 reward points. Please begin collecting mutated rat tails. Lin Luo was taken aback by the system's announcement, cursing under his breath. The previous beast horde had consisted of tens of thousands of mutated rats. A mere 0.5 reward points for 1 rat tail meant he had potentially lost thousands of reward points. Turning around, he saw Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini each holding a roasted mutated rat, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Furious, he shouted, Stop roasting. Don't you dare roast another one. Leave my tails alone. Damn it. Leave my rat tails. Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered. What tails? Has the president grown a tail? Ignoring their confusion, Lin Luo's heart sank as he hurriedly began collecting the remaining mutated rats from the ground. As she collected, she muttered to herself, Tail, tail, my mouse tail, leaving everyone rather bewildered. Just moments ago, during the confrontation with the mutated rat swarm, Selena had unleashed her ice powers, obliterating most of the mutated rats into icy shards, leaving not even a trace of fur behind, let alone a tail. The remaining ones were dispatched by others. Lin Luo gazed at the mutated rats on the ground, counting them repeatedly, and found only around 1,000. Suddenly, he looked at Selena with a changed expression, tinged with a hint of resentment. This woman truly squandered resources. For some inexplicable reason, as soon as Selena met Lin Luo's gaze, goosebumps prickled her skin, prompting her to quickly avert her eyes. In the next moment, Su Xiaoyu timidly inquired, "President, can we roast them now?" Roast? What a ridiculous notion. Lin Luo fumed upon hearing this and hastily urged, "Help me find the mutated rats that escaped earlier. Not a single one should be spared." In the end, with the assistance of Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini, Lin Luo meticulously searched the area within a radius of several hundred meters, but only managed to gather a few hundred more. After counting once more, he confirmed there were a total of 684 mutated rats, with a few stragglers. What the hell? How could there be so few? With a crunch, Lin Luo bit into the barbecued mutated rat, a sorrowful expression crossing his face. At that moment, he felt as if he had missed out on several billion. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, this reward value was essentially a gift. Was it really such a loss to be short a few billion? He could always earn it back. With a thought, Lin Luo exchanged all the collected rat tails for reward points. The system's crisp voice echoed once more. All mutated rat tails have been exchanged, totaling 684 tails for 842 reward points. Commencing extraction of mutated genes and fusion with the mutated rat tails. Please wait. Host. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Luo suddenly recalled the advanced technology from the world of Naruto, which was not inferior to that of his own realm. Could it be that the system had inherited some of that technology? Why else would it need to collect mutated rat tails? Swallowing hard, Lin Luo was eager to see what the system was conjuring. Finally, the system's notification chimed in. Fusion complete. Generating C-Class Mutated Summoning Beast. Rat King. Ability. Devour. Command Mutated Rat Swarm. This summoning beast requires 842 reward points for exchange. Do you wish to proceed? Lin Luo's mouth twitched. What the hell? Is this how a system operates? Extracting every last ounce of value from its host is practically criminal. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Luo realized that their selection task required traversing nearly half of the mutated forest to reach the designated location. With the help of the mutated rat swarm, success would be assured. Not only would he acquire a summoning beast without effort, but he could also smoothly complete the selection task. The system was indeed providing him with assistance. Without hesitation, Lin Luo chose to exchange. Reward points could always be earned back. Such an opportunity might only come once. Lin Luo was well-versed in the hand seals for summoning techniques. Moreover, the mutated summoning beast synthesized by the system did not require a binding contract. It could be summoned directly. With a swift cut to his finger, he rapidly formed the seals before pressing down onto the ground. A loud bang resonated, followed by a cloud of smoke. The others sensed the anomaly and turned to Lin Luo. In the next second, they were all left dumbfounded. As the smoke cleared, a towering mutated beast, nearly 100 meters tall, appeared abruptly, its body a pristine white, exuding an imposing aura. It was a large white rat, or rather, a hamster. Selena was the quickest to react, a glimmer of frost forming in her hand as countless ice spikes rapidly materialized before her, launching toward the Rat King. Fu Xini followed suit, brandishing a dagger and leaping to strike at the hamster's head. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu grasped her sword but was firmly held back by Lin Luo. As for Havis, he had just regained his senses when Lin Luo kicked him away. "Stop! Don't hit it! That's our ally!" Lin Luo exclaimed. "What on earth are you doing? It's a friend." Eventually, through Lin Luo's persuasion, Selena reluctantly accepted the fact that the Rat King was indeed an ally. She stared at the hamster in disbelief, her mind swirling. According to Lin Luo, this hamster had come to surrender to them. A mutated beast surrendering to humans? Surely, he must be joking. Despite being an academic top student, Selena recognized this creature as an interdimensional summoning beast, clearly outlined in their theoretical textbooks. Yet, Lin Luo insisted on his perspective, leaving Selena with no choice but to concede. However, Lin Luo was becoming increasingly enigmatic in her eyes. As for Fu Xini, she had already retreated to one side, resuming the roasting of the mutated rats, indifferent to the origins of the colossal hamster. After all, he was the leader. What he said went. In the ensuing days, aided by the Rat King and the mutated rat swarm, Lin Luo's team progressed at an accelerated pace. Now deep within the heart of the mutated forest, according to the map on their locator, they would reach their destination in just a few days if they could navigate through the center. Yet, for reasons unknown, Lin Luo felt an unsettling sense of foreboding as they approached the central area. He couldn't quite pinpoint the cause of this unease. Ultimately, during the evening, a sudden change occurred. Havis's body trembled violently before he collapsed from the Rat King's back. Given the Rat King's towering height, a fall from such a distance would surely result in severe injury. Fortunately, Lin Luo reacted swiftly, commanding the Rat King to catch Havis with its tail. Despite Havis's dubious nature, Lin Luo could not allow him to fall to his demise. He intended to bring Havis back to Captain Layla for investigation. Havis's sudden fainting spell sent shockwaves of panic through the group. In the next moment, Lin Luo's heart skipped a beat. His mind grew hazy, as if ensnared in an illusion. It wasn't just him. The entire team experienced the same sensation. Su Xiaoyu began to tremble before collapsing. Without hesitation, Lin Luo unleashed a surge of chakra, enveloping everyone, including the Rat King, in a protective purple aura. All were roused from their stupor. Selena gazed at Lin Luo, astonished. To envelop the Rat King, nearly 100 meters tall, required an immense spiritual reservoir. Even with her 91 spiritual growth value, she couldn't achieve such a feat. Moreover, the ability to project one's spiritual energy outward was a technique reserved for A-grade spiritual warriors of the Empire. Selena was incredulous. Although Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini were taken aback, they quickly adjusted. In their minds, Lin Luo had always been formidable, particularly Fu Xini, who, as a descendant of an assassin family, recognized Lin Luo's true identity. He was a scion of the Lin family, one of the 4 great families of the Empire. The Lin family, like the Fu family, had endured through the Empire's dark times, remaining one of the few families to survive from that era, and was the most ancient clan aside from the imperial family. Fu Xini pondered why Lin Luo was in a small place like Xingyao City, but she knew that no descendant of the Lin family could be weak. Moments later, Selena finally recovered from her astonishment. This was a realm of enchantment, and there must surely be a dark Munsa pearl nearby. Her complexion grew grave. The dark Munsa pearl, a mutated plant whose pollen possesses potent hallucinogenic properties, capable of ensnaring individuals in a perpetual illusion. However, for mutated beasts, the dark Munsa pearl serves as a superlative tonic, holding an irresistible allure. No sooner had Selena spoken than Lin Luo suddenly shivered. A superlative tonic? An irresistible allure? This meant that powerful mutated beasts might be lurking in this vicinity. As Lin Luo attempted to issue a warning, a resounding crash reverberated, causing the ground to tremble. A colossal figure, akin to a mountain, abruptly surged forth from the forest. The moment Selena beheld this figure, she trembled uncontrollably, her face turning ashen. This was a peak B-class mutated beast, the Faceless Demon Spider. Behind the Faceless Demon Spider, several pairs of green, multifaceted eyes opened simultaneously, fixating intently on the Rat King. Clearly, the Faceless Demon Spider regarded the Rat King as a rival for the Dark Munsa Pearl. Chapter 58. Rescue and Combat. Deep within the forest behind Lin Luo's team, Layla was sprinting with urgency, her expression solemn. Following closely behind her were 4 individuals, evidently members of a small squad. Suddenly, Layla turned and inquired, "Seabass, have you notified the deputy captain?" Seabass, the individual closest to Layla, replied, "Yes, they have departed from their destination and should soon locate Selena's team. Furthermore, Li Yuan's team activated their locators 2 hours ago and have since been rescued." Upon hearing that Li Yuan's team had been saved, Layla breathed a slight sigh of relief, mentally cursing, "Damn it, where did these high-level mutated beasts spring from?" Prior to the selection, she had ensured the entire area was thoroughly scoured, finding no high-level mutated beasts whatsoever. Thus, it followed that these creatures had abruptly awakened from slumber. Should the Academy's team sustain injuries because of this, Layla would never find peace. At that moment, Seabass interjected, "Captain, how shall we handle these 3? Layla glanced at the unconscious figures in black clothing held by her team. During their search for Lin Luo's team, they had stumbled upon these 3 being pursued by a B-class Earth Dragon, rescuing them in the process. However, to their astonishment, they discovered some tracking devices on them, with the target being none other than Lin Luo's group. Such coincidence was improbable. A cold glint flashed in Layla's eyes. "Bring them back. I shall interrogate them personally." Upon hearing that the captain intended to conduct the interrogation herself, a glimmer of sympathy appeared in Seabass's eyes. The captain's methods of interrogation were far from gentle. At that moment, at the heart of the mutated forest, the Faceless Demon Spider confronted Lin Luo and his companions. Suddenly, The faceless demon spider emitted an eerie screech and charged toward the Rat King. The countenance of everyone in Lin Luo's group instantly shifted. Su Xiaoyu's legs began to tremble, not out of cowardice, but from the immense pressure emanating from a higher life form, rooted deep within the soul. Merely standing was a commendable feat. Observing the faceless demon spider's approach, Lin Luo bellowed, "President Selena, unleash your ice abilities with full force to halt the advance of the faceless demon spider." Selena's face turned pale. Her ice abilities were indeed suited for control, yet due to the brevity of her awakening, she had yet to develop many control-oriented techniques. Moreover, the faceless demon spider's size posed an unknown challenge to the efficacy of her abilities. However, the current situation left little time for contemplation. Selena had no choice but to heed Lin Luo's command and channel her ice powers with all her might. Abruptly, a thick fog began to rise from the depths of the mutated forest. The water release, hidden mist technique. Lin Luo's chakra erupted with unprecedented magnitude, creating an unparalleled density of mist. At that moment, the temperature within the forest plummeted rapidly, with countless droplets coalescing from the fog, resembling a torrential rain. The encounter of ice abilities with water was akin to pouring oil into a blazing fire. In the blink of an eye, the temperature within a radius of several hundred meters plummeted, instantly transforming into a realm of ice. Countless sharp ice spikes formed and rained down upon the faceless demon spider. This represented the utmost limit of Selena's capabilities. Due to the excessive exertion of her powers, her internal energy was depleting rapidly. Within a mere minute, she was nearing exhaustion. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead, Lin Luo felt a surge of anxiety. If only he could wield fire release. A single great fireball would suffice to sear the faceless demon spider to perfection, sparing him from such convolutions. Chapter 59. The Four Against the Mutant Beast. Selena's disruption infuriated the faceless demon spider. With a series of furious shrieks, the ground began to tremble, shattering the ice. Whoosh! With 8 spider legs racing forward, the faceless demon spider lunged at the Rat King. Simultaneously, a pressure stemming from the soul began to diffuse. Fortunately, the Rat King was a spirit beast synthesized by the system, not belonging to this third dimension. Otherwise, a C-class Rat King, faced with a peak B-class faceless demon spider, would undoubtedly be overwhelmed, unable to even stand. In response to the faceless demon spider's assault, the Rat King let out a thunderous roar. Enveloped in the chakra provided by Lin Luo, its strength, speed, and perception ascended to new heights. With a powerful swing of its robust tail, it struck the faceless demon spider with a gust of wind. Bang! The tail collided with the 2 forelimbs of the faceless demon spider, generating a shockwave that caused the ground to collapse and uprooted trees to be flung into the sky. In the next moment, the faceless demon spider was sent flying by the Rat King's strike, crashing heavily over 100 meters away. Wrapping the Rat King in chakra to enhance its strength was a sudden inspiration of Lin Luo's, a slight modification of the tailed beast bomb technique. Originally, Uchiha Madara had encased the 9 tails in Susanoo as armor to bolster its offensive and defensive capabilities. Although Lin Luo lacked the Sharingan and Susanoo, he possessed vast chakra, equally capable of enhancing the combat prowess of spirit beasts. Moreover, the results exceeded his expectations. Empowered by Lin Luo's chakra, the Rat King was able to confront the peak B-class faceless demon spider head-on. Not far away, Selena was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. She watched in astonishment as the Rat King faced off against the faceless demon spider, her heart racing. Initially believing they were doomed, she had not anticipated that Lin Luo's seemingly foolish spirit beast would stand firm against the peak B-class threat. Selena understood all too well that she could not afford to rest. The faceless demon spider was immensely robust. The Rat King merely delayed its advance, inflicting no significant damage. With renewed determination, Selena resolved that she must not allow it to recover. Once more, she summoned her ice abilities, reconstituting the ice layer that had been shattered by the faceless demon spider. It wasn't only Selena who exerted herself. Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini were equally striving. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu felt her entire being ablaze, a torrent of feral power surging forth. Should Lin Luo have noticed, he would have realized that Su Xiaoyu's current state mirrored that of Rei Arno when he activated his Berserker bloodline. Su Xiaoyu sprinted swiftly, arriving at the side of the humanoid spider in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, he leaped high, bringing his shield crashing down onto the joint of one of the creature's legs. The humanoid spider let out a piercing screech, suddenly struck by the blow. Hidden in the shadows, Fu Xini had long awaited this moment. With a flash of her dagger, she executed the assassin family's legendary technique, Shadow Dance. In an instant, all of the spider's compound eyes were pierced by her blade. Abruptly, a wailing sound that seemed to penetrate the very soul echoed through the air. Within Lin Luo's team, aside from the Rat King, everyone clutched their heads tightly. The pain was unbearable, a sudden cacophony that felt as if countless blades were piercing their skulls. Chapter 60. The Sixth Gate of the Eight Gates of Duanjia. Selena and Fu Xini were the first to succumb, collapsing to the ground. Su Xiaoyu followed closely behind. His strength the weakest, blood seeped from his ears and nose, a pitiful sight. Lin Luo, too, felt excruciating pain in his mind. Yet his formidable willpower prevented him from losing consciousness. He understood clearly that if this continued, everyone here would perish. Without hesitation, Lin Luo activated the 8 gates of Duanjia. This was his final resort. He had to muster all his strength to slay the humanoid spider. The 6th gate, the Gate of Scenery, opened. With a thunderous roar, the surrounding void seemed to be struck by a meteor, rippling outward as trees and stones were crushed to dust in its wake. Even with the integration of Hashirama's cells, Lin Luo's body could barely withstand the power of the 6th gate. A moment's carelessness could result in irreparable damage. However, given the current circumstances, Lin Luo had no choice. At that moment, the humanoid spider ceased its screeching. Though its eyes were blinded, the creature's instincts warned it of the looming danger. Remaining here could lead to its demise. In the next second, all 8 of its legs pushed off the ground with immense force, bending nearby towering trees, and it propelled itself upwards like a cannonball. Yet, Lin Luo would not allow it to escape. In an instant, he leaped above the humanoid spider, gripping tightly, and struck down fiercely. With a series of thunderous impacts, flames erupted from the friction with the air, raining down upon the spider's back. Simultaneously, Lin Luo's left arm shattered under the strain. Within mere seconds, all 8 of the spider's legs were severed, its mountainous form crashing into the ground, dead beyond recovery. Seeing the humanoid spider's demise, Lin Luo deactivated the power of the 8 gates of Duanjia, but the aftereffects of the 6th gate swiftly followed. Every inch of his flesh felt as if it were being torn apart. The pain was unbearable. A searing sensation coursed through his body, and Lin Luo's consciousness began to blur, yet he gritted his teeth and commanded the Rat King to consume the humanoid spider. He had chosen the Rat King for its rare evolutionary potential, capable of evolving through the consumption of mutated beasts. Upon receiving the order, the Rat King emitted a joyful sound, opening its mouth wide to begin its feast. In less than a minute, the enormous body of the humanoid spider was devoured. This scene left Lin Luo gasping in astonishment. Had he not been gravely injured, he would have eagerly studied the Rat King's anatomical structure. How could it consume so voraciously? Lin Luo intended to issue a protective command, but he sensed several presences rapidly approaching. Among them was Captain Layla. Once she arrived, everyone would be safe. Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief and subsequently recalled the Rat King into the system. In the next instant, his mind began to fade. Just then, the system's voice echoed, detected a special energy belonging to a mutated symbiotic plant. Triggering special trade task, Dark Mancha flower, exchange for 2,000 reward points. Will you harvest? However, at that moment, Lin Luo had already lost consciousness. Damn it. System, you should have mentioned this sooner. 2,000 reward points. This was a significant loss. Fortunately, it seemed the system could operate in dreams. Chapter 61. Aftermath and Rumors. When Captain Layla arrived at the center of the mutated forest, she instantly noticed that the terrain within a kilometer radius had been utterly transformed. At that moment, her heart raced. She unleashed all her spiritual energy in search of survivors. Soon, she located all her team members, each unconscious but only lightly injured. Except for Lin Luo, whose condition was dire, he was bleeding profusely, with his left arm completely shattered and various severe injuries across his body. While Layla felt relieved, a sense of dread crept in. She could sense that at least 2 mutated beasts had battled here, each of B-rank strength. 2 B-rank mutated beasts possessed a combat power equivalent to 2 A-rank spirit warriors of the Empire. How could a group of students yet to graduate escape the clutches of 2 B-rank mutated beasts? Speculation about the beasts turning on each other was absurd. Regardless of their animosity, they would unite against any human presence. Layla confirmed repeatedly that there were no corpses of the mutated beasts present. Despite her battle-hardened experience and exposure to various mysterious events, she could not comprehend what had transpired. Nonetheless, the safety of her team members was paramount. The formal selection process for the Academy's combat team ended prematurely, and the 5 members were promptly taken to the Academy's infirmary. News of the events in the mutated forests spread rapidly within the Academy. Students gathered in groups, chattering excitedly. 2 B-rank mutated beasts. The terrain within a kilometer had been leveled. The battlefield was nearly frozen solid. 1 member severely injured, for lightly injured. Truth be told, their luck was astonishing. It was hard to fathom how they had escaped the pursuit of 2 B-rank mutated beasts. Li Yuan's team fared better. They had pressed their locator early on, so they suffered minimal harm. In contrast, Lin Luo's group returned in a state of utter defeat. Under such circumstances, the Academy should have mourned. Yet the reality was quite the opposite. Many students took a certain delight in their misfortune, primarily because the injured party was the Academy's underachiever, Lin Luo. Numerous students had already fabricated elaborate narratives surrounding Lin Luo's injuries. They believed he had hindered his teammates due to his weakness, leading to a brutal assault by the mutated beasts. Others speculated that during the escape, Lin Luo had lagged behind and been caught and trampled by the 2 beasts. Various versions of the story circulated. Moreover, the absence of sorrow stemmed from the fact that the goddess Selena had only sustained minor injuries, her spiritual energy severely depleted. Look at that. This is the difference. With the entire battlefield reportedly frozen, it was well known that the goddess possessed the awakened ice-based ability. Thus, in the imaginations of countless students, the narrative continued to unfold. The reason behind the goddess's depletion of strength undoubtedly stems from her solitary endeavor to fend off 2 formidable B-grade mutated beasts, thus buying precious time for her comrades to escape. What a remarkable spirit of selflessness. In a brief span, Selena's call for aid soared to unprecedented heights, transforming her into a hero, and she was hailed as the beacon of hope for this year's Academy team. In stark contrast, Lin Luo found himself plunged to the depths of disgrace. Accusations of cowardice, incompetence, and being a burden on his teammates flooded in, leading countless individuals to vehemently demand his removal from the Academy's candidate list. After all, anyone could have done what he did. Chapter 62. The traitor of the Academy in the infirmary, Li Yuan, Gu Ritian, and Halle Berry visited Selena and the injured members of her team. Lin Luo was conspicuously absent, confined to the intensive care unit due to the severity of his injuries, and still unconscious. The atmosphere in the infirmary was heavy. Upon hearing the rumors circulating in the Academy, Selena's face twisted with fury. She made several attempts to clarify the situation, yet Li Yuan consistently interrupted her. His rationale was simple: rest well, and we shall discuss matters once you have recovered. Selena, left with no choice, temporarily abandoned her attempts to explain, but resolutely decided that once she healed, she would set the record straight. Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xinyi, however, wore expressions of calm indifference, their hearts untouched by the tumult. Having grown accustomed to the ceaseless gossip since their days as the trio of the Dawn's underdogs, they remained unfazed. As for Havies, he sat alone on his hospital bed, filled with regret for having involved himself in Li Yuan's affairs. Had it not been for Lin Luo, he knew he would never have made it back alive. Yet, he dared not reveal the truth. Havies understood that to disclose the reality of the situation would spell his doom. Li Yuan maintained a placid demeanor, but internally he was reveling in delight. The plan to ambush Lin Luo's team had been orchestrated to eliminate him, thereby allowing for a theatrical display of heroism. He envisioned the goddess falling into his arms, the script already pinned in his mind, though he had not anticipated its disruption by the mutated beasts. Nonetheless, the outcome appeared fortuitous. Lin Luo's reputation had plummeted to an all-time low. By the time Selena recovered, Lin Luo would likely be expelled from the Academy. As long as Selena refrained from associating with him, Li Yuan was confident he could win the goddess's heart. At that moment, Captain Layla entered the infirmary, accompanied by a contingent of individuals, including 3 men clad in black. Layla regarded Gu Ritian and Havies, her expression calm, but a tempest of anger brewed beneath the surface. Upon seeing the group, Li Yuan's countenance shifted dramatically, though he quickly regained his composure, feigning ignorance. As long as he insisted on his disassociation from the matter, he believed no one could touch him. Havies and Gu Ritian were informed that they had severely violated imperial regulations and would be transported to the imperial capital for trial. Layla's cold voice echoed in the room. In battle, the greatest fear is betrayal. Their actions had crossed Layla's threshold of tolerance. As soon as her words fell, both Haviz and Gu Ritian began to tremble in fear. How could this happen? Selena, astonished, couldn't help but ask, Captain Layla, is there some misunderstanding here? Misunderstanding. Layla scoffed. These three have confessed everything. A day prior, they were assigned a mission to ambush Lin Luo's team during the Academy's selection process, leaving no survivors except for you. The task was commissioned by Gu Ritian, while Haviz was responsible for leading you into the trap. Selena's face was a mask of disbelief. Indeed, while she had been directing the team, Haviz had subtly guided them off course. No wonder they initially encountered no mutated beasts. It had all been a carefully laid trap. You're lying. I had no part in this. You are framing me. Gu Ritian suddenly shouted. Layla laughed scornfully, incredulous that he would attempt to turn the tables at this juncture. Save your words for the tribunal. Chapter 63. The ultimate reversal. Gu Ritian and Haviz turned ashen, fully aware that their fates were sealed. If they were transported to the imperial capital for trial, there would be no chance for redemption. Suddenly, Gu Ritian dropped to his knees before Li Yuan, pleading, Li Yuan, I did everything as you instructed. Save me. I don't want to die. Everyone stared at Li Yuan in shock, unable to fathom that he was entangled in this affair. Had he lost his mind? Li Yuan's expression remained impassive as he replied, Gu Ritian, I have no idea what you're talking about. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Ritian knew he could no longer remain silent. Li Yuan, you can't distance yourself from this. You were the one who ordered this mission, and Haviz was sent to infiltrate Lin Luo's team to lead them to their demise. Wasn't he? Haviz uttered not a word, cowering in a corner, trembling. Li Yuan, too, remained silent, though a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Gu Ritian chuckled darkly. I knew you would attempt to sever ties, so I gathered evidence to drag you down with me, even in death. With that, he produced a runic recording device. Captain Layla, this recording contains the conversations that prove Li Yuan is the mastermind behind this. I present it to you, hoping to mitigate my punishment. Layla's gaze swept over Li Yuan, her voice icy. Take them away. In the infirmary, disbelief hung in the air. A mere team selection had spiraled into a chaotic series of events. First, a high-grade mutated beast abruptly disrupted the selection, and now this monumental scandal had unfolded. One of the Academy's top 3 experts, Li Yuan, had conspired with Gu Ritian and Haviz to ambush Lin Luo's team. The twists and turns were astonishing. Selena, however, felt not anger but profound disappointment. The Academy was already weak, and this year had promised a resurgence of its former glory, only to be marred by such a debacle. A day later, Gu Ritian and Haviz were dispatched to the imperial capital for trial. What astounded everyone was that Li Yuan had indeed been involved. However, he adamantly denied any wrongdoing, asserting that he had not directly participated in the conspiracy. The evidence provided by Gu Ritian's recording device was insufficient to convict him. Yet, following such a scandal, staying at Xingyao City's Academy of Spiritual Energy was untenable, necessitating a transfer. With the Imperial Academy competition looming, many institutions vied for Li Yuan's talents and potential. The students fell silent, their sentiments mirroring Selena's earlier feelings of deep disappointment. Li Yuan, as one of the Academy's elite, alongside Haviz and Gu Ritian, renowned figures, leaving meant the Academy's strength had been halved. Already diminished, this setback felt like a cruel blow, extinguishing what little hope had emerged. Even Lin Luo found himself beyond the reach of ridicule. Yet, a glimmer of solace finally emerged when the Academy issued an announcement. By Captain Layla's decree, the Academy team has been formally established. The official members include Selena, Halle Berry, Fu Cini, Alex Bell, and Alex Aisha. The reserve players are Lin Luo, Su Xiaoyu, Abel, Yalvis, and Luna, with Selena serving as the vice-captain. The captain is tentatively appointed as Lin Luo. The moment everyone saw the announcement, they were utterly stunned. What did they witness? The captain of the Academy's battle team is none other than the seemingly inept Lin Luo. Is this not a pure jest? With a mere spiritual power growth value of 3, how could he possibly lead? It would be remarkable enough if he did not drag the team down. This left everyone perplexed. However, the Academy's notice stated unequivocally that this was the decision of Captain Layla. Although they were discontented, out of respect for the Academy's hero, they refrained from publicly opposing it. Yet, silence did not equate to acceptance. They would keep a vigilant eye on Lin Luo. ready to unite against him at the slightest misstep, seeking to oust him from the captaincy and possibly from the Academy's team altogether. Initially, Layla intended for Selena to assume the role of captain, but Selena herself declined, fully aware of her limitations. It became apparent from this brief selection process that Lin Luo was indeed more suited for the position. Ultimately, under Selena's insistence, Layla had no choice but to appoint Lin Luo as captain, albeit temporarily. Despite her disappointment regarding Li Yuan's incident, Layla had promised Principal Green that she would train the team until the Imperial Academy tournament commenced. Thus, at the very inception of the team, Layla leveraged Principal Green's connections to secure a valuable training opportunity. 3 days later, they were scheduled for a training match against the Kaba City Spiritual Energy Academy team, who were the previous year's top 16 in the Eastern Division, narrowly missing the top 8 and securing tickets to the Imperial Capital Arena. This was the best opportunity Layla could procure. The recent teams had been woefully weak, with many formidable academies unwilling to train with them, deeming it a waste of time with no progress. Fortunately, the head of Kaba City's Spiritual Energy Academy had some acquaintance with Green, which facilitated this training match. Once the date was confirmed, Vice Captain Selena began preparing the team with great urgency. In the intensive care unit, Lin Luo awakened 3 days later. Thanks to the remarkable regenerative properties of the Hashirama cells, his body had nearly fully recovered, save for the fractured bones in his left hand that required additional time to heal. Fortunately, the 8 gates technique left no lingering effects. He breathed a sigh of relief and then accessed the system. The phantasmagoric substance of the Dark Munsa Pearl has been extracted, synthesizing B-level secret technique, Realm of Illusion, requiring 2,000 reward points. Would you like to exchange? Triggering plot task. The birth of the Academy battle team, becoming the team captain, has been completed, earning 1,200 reward points and a B-level ninjutsu. Please claim your rewards. What a delightful surprise. Not only had he acquired a B-level secret technique, but he also received a B-level ninjutsu as a reward. However, exchanging for the Realm of Illusion required 2,000 reward points, precisely the reward for harvesting the Dark Munsa Pearl. This was yet another feature Lin Luo had recently discovered. The system integrated advanced technology from the Naruto world, capable of extracting unique materials from this realm to create new ninjutsu. Just like the summoning beast King Rat, the current secret technique Realm of Illusion followed suit. Without hesitation, Lin Luo opted to exchange it. Even if he spent 5,000 reward points to upgrade the system, he could only learn some C-level ninjutsu. With a B-level secret technique before him, failing to exchange would be foolish. Lin Luo read through the scroll of the Realm of Illusion from beginning to end, gasping in awe. This was hardly a B-level technique. It could easily be classified as A-level. This technique could conjure a Dark Munsa Pearl that continuously released pollen, ensnaring surrounding foes in an illusionary realm, rendering them utterly vulnerable. Lin Luo summarized this move in 4 words: invincible in team battles. Placing a Dark Munsa Pearl on the battlefield, one must wonder who would dare to take a step forward. This technique is akin to the wood release S flower tree world, which is classified as S-level. How could such a powerful secret technique be deemed B-level? Lin Luo mused. Subsequently, he claimed the 1,200 reward points and the awarded B-level ninjutsu. Upon opening the scroll, Lin Luo immediately felt like the luckiest person in this world. Water release, water clone technique. This was an essential technique for showcasing skill. Back when he watched Naruto, Kakashi's use of this technique left Lin Luo spellbound. Moreover, with his current chakra levels, even if the water clone only inherited 1/10 of his chakra, it would still be formidable. Yet, Lin Luo distinctly remembered that the water clone technique was classified as C-level. How could it be B-level in the system? Lin Luo speculated that the system possessed its own standards for evaluating ninjutsu levels. He learned both the Realm of Illusion and the water clone technique, then stretched his body. After lying down for 3 days, he felt as if he were about to rust. As he opened the door to the hospital room, he saw Selena leading a group towards him. The moment Selena spotted Lin Luo, she smiled and said, "Lin Luo, are you all right?" Lin Luo quickly waved his hands, assuring her, "I'm fine, really." To be honest, he found it a bit overwhelming that the goddess was suddenly so warm. Behind Selena stood nearly all the Academy battle team members. Upon hearing that Lin Luo was all right, Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini breathed a sigh of relief. Belle maintained her angelic smile, while Aisha remained silent. Halle Berry, Eber, and Alves stared intently at Lin Luo, then at Selena, then back at Lin Luo. All with expressions of curiosity. They had heard Selena recount the events of the team selection, where Lin Luo was portrayed as nothing short of extraordinary, insightful, powerful, agile, and an exceptional commander. To top it off, there were the absurdly adorable summoning Beast King Rat, the terrifying B-level mutated Beastman Spider Demon, and the ability to ensnare foes in illusions with the Dark Munsa Pearl. This was nothing short of a fantastical epic. Most writers would hesitate to pen such a tale. Perhaps unable to endure the peculiar gazes of Halle Berry and the others, Selena quickly changed the subject. Lin Luo, congratulations on achieving your dream of becoming the team captain. By the way, we still need a name for our team. What do you suggest? A team name? Lin Luo pondered, and suddenly a glimmer of inspiration struck him. Dawn. How about we call ourselves the Dawn Team? After darkness, there must be the light of dawn. Selena repeated it several times. All right, we shall be the Dawn Team. The rest of the team nodded in agreement. Last year, the Starshine City Spiritual Energy Academy had finished at the bottom of the Eastern Division, plunging into endless darkness. This time, they aimed to break that darkness. The words dawn would be the perfect epitome of their resolve. Just then, Selena interjected. Today is our training match against the Kaba City Academy team. As the team captain, you cannot be absent. No sooner had the goddess' voice faded than Lin Luo's mind echoed with the system's clear voice. Triggering side quest, the Dawn Team's first training match. As the team captain, command the Dawn Team to win the training match against the Kaba City Academy team. Upon the completion of the task, a reward of 1,000 points was granted. Lin Luo's head bobbed in fervent agreement. I adore you, system. The timing of this task was impeccable. It felt like a gift. His body, nearly rusted from inactivity, yearned for excitement, and he certainly intended to partake in it. Whether to cheer from the sidelines or join in, he was ready. All right. The time is nearly upon us. Captain Layla must be waiting. Let us set forth. With that, Selena took the lead, striding out of the infirmary. Followed closely by the other team members, Lin Luo found himself momentarily bewildered. Shouldn't the leader be the first to go? After all, he is a captain, and that surely counts for something. Chapter 66. The Dawn Squad, the Empire's mightiest in the afternoon. The training match between Xingyao City and Kaba City Academies was set to commence. The bus to Kaba City was already prepared. For the Xingyao City Psychic Academy, this match represented an away game. Countless departing students were filled with trepidation, engaging in hushed discussions. Bro, I'm feeling a bit anxious. What should I do? It's merely a friendly match. We could choose a weaker academy. Kaba City Psychic Academy was in the top 16 of the Eastern District last year. They are no pushovers. You don't understand. For a squad to grow stronger, they must challenge superior academies. If we face off against a team that's too weak, we might as well not compete. Cough, cough. Just don't say anything more. We finished dead last in the Eastern District last year. No academy is weaker than us. It's already impressive that Captain Layla managed to find an academy willing to face us in a training match. Indeed, I heard that Dean Green even prepared a generous red envelope for the head of Kaba City's Psychic Academy to ensure the smooth running of the training match. Paying someone to humiliate oneself, what kind of madness is that? If we end up being thoroughly beaten, how could we possibly maintain our composure? Amidst the myriad of doubts, the newly established Dawn Squad finally made their appearance. In a remarkably short span of time, Selena had leveraged her family's influence to create a banner emblazoned with the bold words, Dawn Squad, the Empire's mightiest. As the captain of the squad, Lin Luo naturally led the procession. Su Xiaoyu carried the squad's banner closely behind him, followed by Fu Xini. The other members of the squad trailed at a distance, pretending not to recognize Lin Luo and his companions, some even blushing. When Selena crafted the banner, Lin Luo insisted on adding the phrase the Empire's mightiest, leaving everyone at a loss for words. Here was an academy that had finished last in the Eastern District openly proclaiming itself the mightiest in the Empire. Who gave them such audacity? Even the reigning champion, the Imperial Royal Academy, would likely hesitate to display such a claim on their banner. After all, each Imperial Academy competition is a congregation of the strongest. On the streets, even the air seemed to still. The students gathered to bid farewell were taken aback upon seeing the squad's banner. Who am I? Where am I? What am I witnessing? Almost every student was engulfed by these three ultimate questions. Then, chaos erupted. Dawn Squad, the Empire's mightiest? Goodness, if those from other academies saw this, wouldn't they burst into laughter? Is it not enough to embarrass ourselves in our own academy? Now we wish to carry that embarrassment to others? Countless glares were directed at Lin Luo. Had the training match not been imminent, someone might have already rushed to confront him. Lin Luo regarded their reactions with disdain. A bunch of fools, incapable of understanding tactics, merely engaging in idle chatter. What does it mean to disrupt the opponent's mindset? This is it. Indeed. If even their own academy's morale was shattered, how could they expect to face their opponents? As long as the opponents were thrown off balance, the training match would not be a mere formality. Moreover, the Dawn squad was inherently strong. Lin Luo simply could not fathom a loss. Captain Layla observed the scene, nodding discreetly. The captain recommended by Selena seemed to possess a certain caliber. 15 years prior, she had led her squad through the Imperial Academy competition, instilling in her team a singular belief. The Xingyao City Academy squad is the strongest. They can triumph. To ascend to the Imperial capital's arena, one must possess unwavering confidence in victory. In the eyes of those who truly understand, slogans are merely slogans. Whether claiming to be the mightiest in the empire or the world, no one pays heed. History has shown that victors are celebrated while the vanquished are forgotten. As long as one can win, any statement holds merit. Losing is inconsequential, especially when one has already hit rock bottom. Chapter 67. A masterclass in mockery. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the bus finally arrived at Kaba City, and upon raising their eyes, they beheld a banner suspended above the entrance of the Psychic Academy, a warm welcome to the Xingyao City Psychic Academy squad. Upon disembarking, the head of Kaba City's Psychic Academy, Barton, warmly engaged in conversation with Layla. Lin Luo stood behind Layla, surveying the sparse scene with incredulity. He was not alone. The other squad members shared a sense of indignation. The Kaba City Psychic Academy, with its tens of thousands of students, could only muster a handful for a welcoming ceremony? Who do they think they're looking down upon? This academy is getting a bit too cocky. Today, they must be taught a lesson about humility. In truth, the assumptions were correct. The students of Kaba City Academy looked down on the Xingyao City Academy. Even the few students present cast disdainful glances at Lin Luo and his companions. The reason was straightforward. Kaba City Academy's squad had been among the top 16 in the Eastern District the previous year, while Xingyao City Academy's squad had finished at the bottom. The reality was stark. Had it not been for Dean Barton, the Kaba City Academy squad would likely not have wasted their time on a training match with Xingyao City Academy. Lin Luo furrowed his brow and gestured to Su Xiaoyu. Understanding immediately, she raised the academy's flag. In the next moment, the words Dawn Squad, the Empire's mightiest, were prominently displayed. Selena's expression turned dark. She regretted recommending this individual as captain in the first place. Displaying their banner on enemy territory? Was she inviting disaster? Dean Barton, upon seeing the banner, twitched his mouth in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to respond to Layla's inquiries. He shot Lin Luo a glance, thinking to himself how audacious the young man was. Did he not fear being confronted upon exiting? As for the other students, upon witnessing the Dawn Squad's banner, they were left utterly speechless, their faces etched with disbelief. The Empire's mightiest? A bottom-tier academy dared to flaunt such a banner? This was sheer arrogance, an affront too egregious to overlook. What did it imply for them? The so-called Empire's mightiest? Was that not a blatant mockery of their own status? They could not tolerate this. Anger ablaze on their faces. Several students swiftly retrieved their communication devices, rallying their peers. Brothers, hurry, gather the troops. A bunch of amateurs are mocking our academy. Observing this spectacle, Layla did not display anger, but rather smiled faintly. This level of mockery was truly exemplary. However, this was beneficial. The purpose of the training match was to strengthen the squad, allowing them to witness the caliber of teams competing in the Imperial Academy tournament. If the opponents did not give their all, what was the point of the training match? As for winning or losing, Layla had not even considered it. Winning would be splendid, but losing was inconsequential. Dean Barton continued his half-hearted conversation with Layla until they finally arrived at the academy's training ground. At that moment, a furious group emerged from the training field, comprised of Kaba City Academy's squad members, with one individual leading the charge. The team captain Herbert observed the flag in Su Xiaoyu's hand, and upon seeing the words Empire's strongest, his face turned ashen. How dare a group of amateurs mock them? Herbert silently vowed to thoroughly defeat them today, to teach them that certain slogans should not be uttered lightly. Dean Barton chuckled heartily, noting that now that everyone had arrived, the training match should commence. To be honest, Dean Barton felt a twinge of displeasure. He was eager to witness the prowess of the team bold enough to claim the title of Empire's strongest. Chapter 68. Give me a thorough beating. The crowd gradually filled the arena, and suddenly, numerous students flocked from all directions, rushing into the training ground. They had received last-minute notifications, eager to cheer for their team and chant 666. The Empire's strongest Dawn team had arrived at the Kaba City Academy of Psionics. And as the hosts, they felt obliged to offer a warm welcome. How audacious for that group of weaklings to call themselves the Empire's strongest. This was utterly intolerable. I must witness Captain Herbert crush them. Bro, you're being too ruthless. At least show them some mercy. Just defeat their captain, one remarked. Exactly. My roommate is one of the reception staff. He said it was all orchestrated by their captain. Your roommate? That's quite a revelation. Nevertheless, I support you. Within moments, the arena, capable of accommodating thousands, was packed to capacity. The shouts of "Crush the Dawn team" echoed relentlessly. Herbert led his team to the center of the arena, coldly gazing at the Dawn team. The Empire's strongest? Bah. Today, he would make this so-called strongest team question their very existence. As the training match was about to begin, both sides saluted. Herbert stepped forward and extended his right hand to Lin Luo, saying, Captain Lin Luo, I look forward to your guidance in the arena. Lin Luo grasped his hand and replied, Captain Herbert, as you can see, I am an injured party and will not be participating. This training match will primarily involve my teammates against yours. Do not hold back. Give me a thorough beating. Herbert's expression darkened, and Selena and the others wore equally grim faces. For heaven's sake, if you can't speak properly, just don't say anything. Lin Luo was, of course, pretending to be injured. If he took the field, they would crush him without hesitation. Herbert trembled with rage, the words cutting deeply. Did he truly believe himself to be the Empire's strongest? He turned to his teammates, conveying a clear message. Give them a thorough beating, make them question their existence. Soon, the first individual match commenced. Marshall, the Academy's top heavy armor fighter, stepped into the arena, this being a test. According to the rules of the Empire Academy competition, the victorious team in the first match would gain the opportunity to choose their opponents in the second match, allowing them to strategize for an advantageous start. Herbert's initial move was to send out a target for the opposition. He was confident in Marshall's strength. As Marshall reached the center of the arena, he slammed his massive shield onto the ground, causing the very earth to tremble. In the next moment, he beckoned to the Dawn team, a clear act of provocation. The stands erupted in cheers from the Kaba City Academy students, chanting, Crush the Dawn team. Crush the Starry City Academy of Psionics. Finally, the Dawn team's representative was confirmed, Su Xiaoyu. He entered the arena, wielding a shield befitting a heavy armor class, his face betraying no hint of panic. Having endured the trials of team selection, Su Xiaoyu had learned to harness his strength for battle. He was determined to win this fight. The spectators chuckled upon seeing Su Xiaoyu brandishing the massive shield without any heavy armor. It was evident to all that he was merely a stand-in. In the Grand Starry City Academy of Psionics, could they not find even one genuine heavy armor fighter? Chapter 69. Berserker Bloodline. Marshall looked displeased. What was the meaning of sending out a half-hearted imposter to pretend to be a heavy armor fighter? Was he being disrespected? Halle Berry also wore a sour expression. She was the only true heavy armor fighter of the Dawn team. If anyone should be on the field, it ought to be her. Not a rookie who hadn't even awakened their psionic sea. Was the captain out of his mind? Moreover, borrowing her heavy shield was utterly baffling. As the battle commenced, Marshall lifted his shield, every muscle in his body bulging, exuding tremendous strength. Regardless of his opponent, he would meet them with overwhelming power, showing no mercy. With a thunderous crash, he lunged forward, transforming into a juggernaut, a force of nature charging towards Su Xiaoyu. In stark contrast, Su Xiaoyu's expression remained unchanged, but his blood began to boil, surging forth in a crimson wave that enveloped him. A violent power erupted, causing the ground beneath to tremble slightly. This was the result of his training. In recent days, he had learned to control this force within himself, following the guidance of Lin Luo. With this newfound power, he could now enter the 5 times gravity chamber, mere steps away from the goals set by Lin Luo. In the stands, Dean Barton gasped upon witnessing the crimson wave surrounding Su Xiaoyu. The Berserker bloodline? He exclaimed, quickly suppressing his astonishment. He cast a complex glance at Layla, realizing that she had managed to recruit a Berserker from the Empire's western region. Impressive indeed, there was no denying it. Dean Barton felt the urge to curse. This was a berserker, one awakened with a bloodline, not some commoner off the street. What incredible luck had the Starry City Academy of Psionics stumbled upon to recruit such a talent? No wonder they were so arrogant. Layla, hearing Dean Barton's words, casually smiled. Truth be told, she had also been taken aback. When had a berserker emerged within their ranks? She had no knowledge of it. This was not her fault. Su Xiaoyu had always kept to himself, training alone even as a substitute on the team. It was entirely plausible that she remained unaware. Layla cast a meaningful glance at Lin Luo. Instead of deploying the significantly advantageous ranged shooter Aisha or the adept controller Selena against heavy armor, he had chosen to send in someone who hadn't even awakened their psionic C. If Lin Luo was indeed unaware of Su Xiaoyu's berserker bloodline, she would find it hard to believe. Layla felt a sense of satisfaction. Lin Luo's understanding of the team had likely surpassed her own. On the edge of the arena, Herbert wore a grave expression. The presence of a berserker in the Dawn team had taken him completely by surprise. How powerful could a berserker be? Many in the Empire were well aware, especially one with an awakened bloodline. Herbert had once fought a berserker in the battle network, finding them nearly indestructible. With immense strength and terrifying defense, they were virtually unbeatable. Despite employing all his tactics, he had only managed to secure a draw. This battle would not be easy for Marshall. This is merely the first match. In the subsequent battles, Herbert intends to demonstrate to the Dawn team what true strength entails. Chapter 70. Su Xiaoyu's battle on the battlefield. The clash between Marshall and Su Xiaoyu has commenced. Their shields collided fiercely, unleashing formidable power that reverberated throughout the arena. Marshall, the foremost heavy infantry of the Kaba City Academy, had previously participated in the Imperial Academy tournament as a substitute 3 years ago. After 3 years of growth, his strength, defense, and combat instincts have reached their zenith. He perceives that his opponent before him possesses a robust physique and immense strength, yet lacks any semblance of technique. Merely charging forward with brute force, this reckless newcomer, despite awakening the Berserker bloodline, is evidently inexperienced. With a swift mental calculation, Marshall devised his battle strategy. A cold smile graced his lips as he lowered his center of gravity. In that instant, his inner spiritual energy erupted, and he pivoted sharply to the right. C-grade combat technique, assault spiral. In the blink of an eye, Marshall maneuvered to Su Xiaoyu's flank, who, due to Marshall's lowered stance, inclined forward precariously. On the verge of falling. An opportunity. This was precisely the moment Marshall had awaited. He understood that no matter how strong his power and defense, he could not contest against a berserker awakened by their bloodline. His advantage lay in the explosive release of his spiritual energy, augmented by combat techniques, maximizing his agility. While this might not rival the prowess of other mainstream professions, it was more than sufficient to handle a newcomer like Su Xiaoyu. Seizing the moment, Marshall swung his shield down upon the unsteady Su Xiaoyu with tremendous force. Victory in this first battle seemed assured. However, just as the shield was about to strike Su Xiaoyu, he suddenly dodged to the side, evading Marshall's meticulously planned attack. Marshall's expression shifted to one of disbelief. How could this be? At such a critical moment, his opponent maintained their balance and evaded his strike. This astonishing reaction speed, was this truly a novice? Su Xiaoyu's breath quickened. He had yet to fully control the berserker bloodline within him. In that fleeting instant, he genuinely thought he was done for. The only reason he managed to evade that lethal blow was due to his body's instinctive reaction. In that moment, he felt immense gratitude towards President Lin Luo, who had imparted the secret technique of lateral dodging to him. During this time, Su Xiaoyu had practiced the lateral dodge countless times daily, ingraining it into his muscle memory. From the initial standing lateral dodges to squatting and then even push-up variations, his body instinctively employed the lateral dodge to evade the attack amidst the precarious balance. President Lin Luo was right. As long as he persisted in training according to Lin's methods, he would grow stronger. A spark ignited in Su Xiaoyu's eyes, and his confidence surged. The berserker bloodline within him erupted like a volcano, releasing explosive power. Lateral dodge. In an instant, Su Xiaoyu found himself before Marshall, delivering a devastating blow with his shield, imbued with terrifying strength. Marshall suddenly sensed an impending crisis. His muscles swelled rapidly as he raised his shield to meet the oncoming force. Boom! The two shields collided once more. Under the pressure of their combined might, Marshall felt as though he were being torn apart, a flicker of fear igniting in his eyes. Step. 2 steps. he found himself propelled forward, akin to a small cart being pushed by Su Xiaoyu's sheer strength. No, Marshall's inner voice screamed as his entire spiritual energy erupted in an attempt to halt this calamity. Yet, it was in vain. His body seemed to defy gravity, soaring high before crashing down at the edge of the arena. Chapter 71, Vice Captain vs. Vice Captain Marshall flew to the edge of the arena, succumbing to unconsciousness. In the first battle, Su Xiaoyu emerged victorious. In the stands, disbelief washed over everyone. The Academy's top heavy infantry, Marshall, had lost. In an instant, the tides of battle turned, and he had shown no resistance, merely being pushed around like a toy. To push a heavy infantryman? Surely, this could not be real. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, no one would dare to believe such a thing. The weight of Marshall's armor and shield exceeded 100 pounds, combined with his towering height of over 2 meters. Everyone gasped in awe, their gazes towards Su Xiaoyu transforming. Was this fellow some sort of mutant beast? Indeed, Berserkers were a breed of their own, truly formidable. It was no wonder they dared to be so arrogant. However, they remained leagues away from being the strongest in the Empire. Despite the loss, the audience showed no signs of disappointment, for none believed that the Kaba City Academy team would falter. With 2 more individual matches, a duet battle, and a 5-man group battle to come, no individual strength could alter the overall outcome. A peculiar talent like Su Xiaoyu was a rarity. The Dawn team certainly could not boast another one. On the Dawn team's side, aside from Lin Luo, the others were astounded by Su Xiaoyu's victory in the first match. It felt surreal. How could Su Xiaoyu, who had yet to unlock his spiritual sea, emerge victorious? Especially for Halle Berry, who had recently sent Su Xiaoyu flying with a single blow in their club match. Yet now, should they engage, the victor was uncertain. Contemplating Su Xiaoyu's Berserker bloodline, everyone came to a realization. No wonder this individual possessed the strength of a C-grade warrior despite not yet entering the academy. As Su Xiaoyu stepped down from the arena, he felt somewhat bashful under the scrutinizing gazes of his peers. He wished to express that it was all thanks to President Lin Luo. But recalling Lin's words about his teachings being closely guarded secrets, Su Xiaoyu merely scratched his head and offered an awkward smile. If Lin Luo were to discover Su Xiaoyu's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly erupt in exclamations. Wow, you managed to create such complexity from a simple physical exercise. Truly, you are remarkable. Within the Kaba City Academy team, Herbert was not particularly surprised by Marshall's defeat. The moment Su Xiaoyu unleashed his Berserker bloodline, he foresaw the possibility of Marshall's loss. He had not anticipated such an abrupt end to the battle. However, the Berserker bloodline was indeed formidable. Yet in the next match, the Dawn team would find no opportunity for reprieve, as the vice captain, Chao Feng, was set to enter the fray. As Chao Feng stepped onto the battlefield, the cheers from Kaba City's students erupted. This match was assured. The very fact that he was the vice captain indicated his substantial strength. Chao Feng had finally taken the stage. It was uncertain who the Dawn team would send forth to face him. Regardless of whom they chose, they would undoubtedly be outmatched by Vice Captain Chao Feng, without room for debate. Indeed, with Vice Captain Chao Feng's prowess, victory in this battle was guaranteed. If they could secure a late-game advantage, Captain Herbert would fully leverage his tactical acumen to dominate the Dawn team. The second match's participants have also been determined. Selena, the vice captain, takes on another vice captain. Chapter 72, Selena's Choice. Selena gracefully strides onto the battlefield, clad in a sleek black combat suit, dual runic pistols at her waist. Her golden hair cascading like a shimmering waterfall, her smile radiant. The audience falls into an awed silence, captivated by her presence. It's over, completely over. This is the feeling of heart fluttering. I've succumbed. Who will save me? Why must such a goddess appear at the Stellar City Psionic Academy and not our own? Cheer on the goddess. You traitor, how dare you root for the enemy? Someone take him down. Today, Selena exudes unparalleled confidence. Previously, she had trained herself as a warrior. However, during the official selection of the team, when they encountered the humanoid spider monster, Lin Luo had her temporarily act as a ranged shooter. It was at that moment that Selena discovered her true calling. Her awakened ice-type powers were naturally adept at controlling the battlefield, paired with a high-output ranged shooter. It was a match made in heaven. For some time, she had been in intensive training. Today marks her debut as a ranged shooter. Chao Feng gazed at Selena as she entered the arena, puzzled. In the contest between a warrior and a ranged shooter, the warrior typically held the advantage. The captain of the Dawn team should be acutely aware of this. Why would he allow a ranged shooter to face such adversity? More importantly, this ranged shooter is a goddess. Should he really go all out? Chao Feng was not alone in his thoughts. Many in the audience shared similar sentiments. They had no doubts about the vice-captain's strength, yet the fact that his opponent was a goddess complicated matters. The prospect of the goddess being thoroughly dominated sent shivers down countless spines. All frustration was directed towards the president of the Dawn Society. Were it not for him, the goddess would not have to step onto the battlefield and face such a fate. As the battle commenced, Selena swiftly drew her dual runic pistols from her waist and fired 2 shots at Chao Feng. He remained calm, dashing toward her with speed. The theory in warrior classes clearly states that the best method to counter a ranged shooter is to charge directly at them. However, as Chao Feng began to move, he suddenly stumbled, nearly losing his footing. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly, executing a spin with his runic sword to regain his balance. Looking down, he noticed a thin layer of ice shards beneath his feet. Chao Feng was taken aback. Is this ice-type powers? Connecting this with the bullets Selena had just fired. Aimed at his feet, he immediately understood. She had imbued her runic bullets with ice-type abilities to control the battlefield. This notion was sheer brilliance, albeit a bit naive, as it required meticulous control of one's psionic energy to achieve. Clearly, the stunning beauty before him had mastered it. Boom! Psionic energy surged within Chao Feng, shattering the ice beneath him. He recognized that his opponent was far from ordinary, capable of utilizing her powers to such a degree. If he continued to entertain thoughts of restraint, he might very well be the one to lose this match. With a swift motion, Chao Feng twirled his runic sword, his form akin to a streak of light, as he flew toward Selena. C-grade combat technique, light step. Selena's expression remained unchanged as she continued firing her runic pistols. Bang, bang, bang. All her bullets targeted Chao Feng, but he deflected them with his sword. However, in the instant of deflection, the bullets exploded into a flurry of ice flowers. Unbeknownst to him, Chao Feng found himself surrounded by countless tiny ice flowers, closing in as he approached Selena. Yet, in the next moment, Selena ceased firing, pressing both hands to the ground. A sudden wave of peril surged through Chao Feng's heart. Without hesitation, he pushed off with his legs, leveraging his psionic energy to leap 10 meters into the air. At that moment, the ground where he had stood was now covered in towering ice spikes. Had he not leapt, he would have been impaled. Chapter 73, The Sudden Eruption of Fire Powers. The audience was left dumbfounded. What was happening? Why was Vice Captain Chao Feng being overwhelmed from the outset? Those with a discerning eye could see that once the warrior leapt into the air, his center of gravity became unstable. His defense was at its weakest. Selena, of course, would not let such an opportunity slip by. With her dual runic pistols crossed, she unleashed a barrage of ice flowers, the runic bullets imbued with ice powers forming a massive net that ensnared the airborne Chao Feng. Countless male spectators nearly drooled at the sight. In that moment, even the precarious position of Chao Feng was forgotten. The beauty wielding the pistols was simply too captivating. In stark contrast to their whimsical thoughts, Chao Feng felt a surge of urgency. In midair, he had lost his footing, completely exposed to Selena's bullet net. Should he be hit, the match would be irrevocably lost. With focused determination, Chao Feng slashed with his runic sword, sending forth beams of sword light. Driven by the sword light, his body spun rapidly, resembling a violent whirlwind. C-grade combat technique, sword light storm. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of runic sword clashing with bullets echoed continuously as Chao Feng finally broke free from the net. However, his descent had begun. Unbeknownst to him, Selena had been anticipating this moment. With her runic pistols swiftly separating, she fired at Chao Feng while simultaneously blasting the ground beneath him. As he fell, Chao Feng resembled a lamb to the slaughter. Gritting his teeth, he swung his runic sword at the incoming bullets. To his astonishment, Selena's bullets veered around him, heading toward his rear. Witnessing this, Chao Feng gasped in shock. Curved bullets? Bullets that can change direction? This was utterly absurd. In the combat network, a few elite players had employed such techniques, but he never expected that this breathtakingly beautiful girl would possess the same skill. If he had been awed by Selena's curved bullets, the next moment plunged him into despair. From the ground below, countless sharp ice spikes erupted, glinting with a chilling light, enveloping a radius of several meters. In that instant, Chao Feng found himself plummeting, attacked from both above and below. This was a certain death scenario. A chill crept into his heart, dispelling all underestimation of his opponent. This girl is ruthless. Suddenly, flames ignited in Chao Feng's eyes, like sparks of a fire. In the blink of an eye, a deafening explosion erupted, engulfing his surroundings in a surreal crimson hue. A massive fireball formed in the palm of his hand, hurtling downward. The ice spikes shattered upon contact with the flames, sending a shockwave upward. Chao Feng seized the moment to twist his body, evading the rearward curved bullets. All danger dissipated in an instant. Chao Feng had awakened fire-type powers. Unlike Selena's ice-type abilities that excelled in battlefield control, fire-type powers were renowned for their formidable offensive capabilities. If combined with a ranged shooter profession, the output potential would be explosive. The most emblematic figure is the Empire's fire dance goddess, Ivila. Among all the psychic academies in the Empire, there exists no defense that Ivila cannot shatter. Chapter 74. The Lethal Ice Flower. The audience held their breath, scarcely daring to exhale. No one anticipated the battle would escalate to such an intensity. As students of the Kaba City Psychic Academy, they possessed a fundamental level of discernment. The recent scene had them all anxious for Chao Feng. Had he not awakened his flame powers, he might have faced a swift demise. The girl exuding beauty and charm demonstrated a prowess so formidable that she forced Chao Feng to leap into the air from the very beginning, aiming for a decisive strike. Her strategy was flawless. Her strength was unparalleled. Her beauty was beyond compare. A veritable goddess. Countless spectators lamented why such a divine being was not from the Kaba City Academy. At that moment, Chao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. He nearly stirred a hornet's nest. However, with his flame powers now awakened, victory in this battle was imperative. Selena was equally startled upon witnessing the eruption of Chao Feng's flame abilities. Her formidable mental fortitude allowed her to quickly regain composure. She holstered her rune pistol, which she had employed to maximize her control over the battlefield using her ice powers. Yet with her opponent wielding flame abilities, the effectiveness of her ice control was utterly diminished. To secure victory, she needed to unleash her full potential. In the midst of the relentless cold, a colossal ice flower formed above Selena's head, composed entirely of razor-sharp ice blades. An oppressive silence blanketed the arena. The sound of countless spectators swallowing hard filled the air. Gazing upon the myriad of glimmering ice blades, a chill crept up everyone's spine. Chao Feng felt a surge of anxiety. He could not allow this ice flower to fully materialize. Otherwise, even with his flame powers, he would be unable to withstand such a barrage. It was an indiscriminate assault. If ensnared by the ice blades, he would be utterly dominated, left in ruins. Without hesitation, Chao Feng conjured 2 blazing fireballs, propelling himself towards Selena with great urgency. Yet, Selena appeared to have anticipated his actions. Crystal-clear ice walls rapidly formed between them. Boom, boom, boom. The ice wall shattered. The ice crystals evaporated under the searing flames, sending forth waves of energy that transformed into a tempest, sweeping across the arena. At that moment, Chao Feng was consumed by impatience. A profound sense of crisis loomed over him, emanating from the ice flower above Selena. As his psychic energy surged, an explosion of flames erupted, shattering the ice walls before him. Seizing the opportunity, he advanced close to Selena. At that instant, Selena's ultimate move was finally complete. Countless ice blades erupted from the ice flower, breathtakingly beautiful yet laced with lethal cold. The ice blades cascaded down like a torrential storm, engulfing Chao Feng entirely. The audience was left in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the sight before them. Chao Feng, the vice-captain, had been thoroughly suppressed, without even a moment to catch his breath. Even if he unleashed his flame powers, the outcome remained unchanged. Was this truly the Academy team that had ranked at the bottom last year? They were undeniably formidable. In truth, any team possessing a Berserker with awakened bloodlines and a ranged shooter with ice abilities could never be deemed weak. This was merely the tip of the iceberg showcasing the Dawn team's immense strength. Chapter 75. I yield. Chao Feng, trapped beneath the relentless onslaught of ice blades, felt a deep sense of frustration. Although he possessed flame powers capable of temporarily warding off the ice blade's damage, the energy consumption was colossal. In just a fleeting moment, his psychic energy had dwindled to near depletion. At this juncture, he began to wonder if the enchanting opponent before him was some kind of monster. Did her psychic energy possess no limits? Chao Feng realized he could not continue in this manner. Should his energy be entirely spent, he would soon find himself overwhelmed. He discerned that Selena had devoted all her psychic energy to maintaining the ice flower's assault. If he could shatter the ice flower, victory would be within his grasp. With a sudden surge, flames erupted into the sky, coalescing into a massive fire dragon that melted the ice blades in its path. B-class combat technique, Flame Ascension Fist. This was the most powerful attack technique Chao Feng had developed in response to his abilities. To date, no one had been able to withstand this move. If he could not shatter Selena's ice flower with the Flame Ascension Fist, he would have no choice but to concede. The fire dragon, exhaling scorching flames, soared toward the ice flower above Selena. Selena, her expression grave, was already sweating profusely. She had been utilizing her powers since the battle began and had just unleashed a significant move. Even though her psychic reservoir was larger than Chao Feng's, it could not endure such extensive consumption. She was nearing her limit, struggling to maintain the ice flower. Upon witnessing the emergence of the fire dragon, she quickly adapted her strategy, utilizing the remaining energy within her to direct the ice flower toward the fire dragon. In the next moment, the ice flower collided with the fire dragon. The arena was instantly transformed into a realm of ice and fire. Boom, boom. Waves of energy surged forth, shrouding much of the arena in dense mist. With a sharp crack, the ice flower shattered. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Selena declared loudly, "I yield." Though a tinge of regret lingered in her heart, her psychic energy had been completely expended, rendering her unable to continue fighting. Furthermore, this battle had illuminated her shortcomings. Even if her ice abilities excelled in battlefield control, without powerful offensive techniques to complement them, she lacked the capacity to conclude combat swiftly. This encounter had solidified Selena's resolve to pursue the path of a ranged shooter. Chao Feng was momentarily stunned upon hearing his opponent concede. Truth be told, his legs were trembling. The final Flame Ascension Fist had drained him completely. Merely remaining upright was already a feat just as he was about to concede himself. He found that his opponent had beaten him to it. This victory could be deemed fortuitous. Chao Feng felt an immense sense of relief, grateful that a brief hesitation in his speech had led him to inadvertently secure the win. Was this a testament to his strength or merely a stroke of luck? A bitter smile graced Chao Feng's lips. Deep down, he understood that he had lost this battle, and quite decisively at that. He had been ensnared in his opponent's strategies throughout, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he had been thoroughly dominated. He had barely managed to approach his opponent. Had it not been for the fire abilities countering the ice, he would have already been defeated. In the second match, the Kaba City Academy team emerged victorious. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, the audience finally released their pent-up tension. The script of this match had unfolded quite differently from their expectations. It had been utterly thrilling. Chao Feng, the vice-captain, had been under constant pressure, yet somehow emerged victorious due to his opponent's voluntary concession. Chapter 86, Psychic Abilities, Death Foreknowledge. Hall's mind reeled. What sort of power was this? The strength of an assassin was nearly rivaling that of a heavily armored warrior. What a jest! Yet the reality was undeniable. Before Hall could even begin to release the force within him, Fu Sini's onslaught descended like a tempest. The dagger in hand emitted a series of gleaming lights, enveloping Hall entirely. The resounding clang of metal echoed throughout the arena, marking the division of the battlefield into two distinct fronts. One battlefield was characterized by the fierce confrontation between Fu Sini and Hall's assassin, where Hall found himself relentlessly pressured, nearly retreating to the edge of the arena. The other front involved a 4-on-4 clash between the Kaba City Academy team and the Dawn Brigade. Herbert felt a surge of anxiety as he sensed a subtle disruption in their rhythm. Hall, a crucial component of their lineup, was currently being restrained by the enemy's assassin. Meanwhile, Chao Feng and Cecil were engaged in a struggle against two heavily armored opponents. Eager to turn the tide for their team, Chao Feng unleashed his fire abilities. The remaining members included a solitary ranged shooter and one heavy armor. When Rue, the heavy, was temporarily incapacitated, Herbert suddenly realized that he alone could potentially alter the prevailing situation. However, he could distinctly feel the piercing gazes of the two formidable women fixed upon him. The moment he dared to make a move, their ranged firepower would undoubtedly be directed at him, creating a daunting 2-on-1 scenario. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Herbert's forehead. How had the promising start devolved into such chaos? It seemed to have spiraled out of control since the enemy's jungle assassin entered the fray. Damn it! A glance at Hall, now on the verge of being expelled from the arena, made it clear that he could not afford to wait any longer. If the enemy's assassin were to free themselves, they would seize control of the match's tempo, and their team would be obliterated in an instant. Raising his runic gun, Herbert resolved to support Hall. He was convinced that if he could create even a slight opportunity for Hall, he could break free from the adversary's assassin and swiftly reclaim the upper hand, continuing with their strategy. Yet, just as he prepared to act, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Aisha, fixated on Herbert, suddenly emitted a flash of green light from her eyes. In an instant, Herbert's mind was jolted, and the entire space appeared to warp into a bizarre crimson hue. Countless runic bullets surged forth from every direction, seemingly poised to obliterate him. Herbert bit down on his tongue, forcibly awakening himself from the illusionary realm. Though it lasted merely a second or two, his forehead was already slick with cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though death was imminent. There was no mistaking it. What he had just experienced was indeed a psychic ability. However, it appeared that the opponent's awakening of this power was recent, as he managed to break free from the blood-soaked illusion through sheer willpower. In truth, Herbert's conjecture was correct. Aisha had indeed awakened a psychic ability, which she named Death Premonition. This ability allowed her to draw targets into an illusory space, foreseeing their imminent demise. Although Herbert had regained his senses, his peril had only just begun. As foretold in the illusion, a multitude of runic bullets converged upon him. Selena's arcane projectiles, infused with ice abilities, filled the air above him. Chapter 87. The chaos of battle. Herbert's heart sank as he beheld the dense swarm of runic bullets overhead. In front of him, Wenrui had already raised his shield. Utilizing a C-rank combat technique, Assault Spiral, his body spun abruptly, resembling a top. As he swung his shield, he conjured a wall of wind that deflected the incoming runic bullets. However, at that very moment, a flurry of ice blossoms erupted. Within a mere second or two, Wenrui's shield became encased in a layer of ice, growing increasingly heavy. Yet, that was far from the most lethal aspect. Selena's arcane projectiles were so densely packed that they nearly enveloped the position occupied by both Herbert and Wenrui. While Wenrui could withstand attacks from one direction with his shield, what about the other three? Just as Herbert intended to raise his runic gun for defense, Aisha's Death Premonition ensnared him once more in the Crimson Realm. Herbert's complexion darkened. This was utterly intolerable. Possessing psychic powers was impressive, but he soon broke free, bolstered by his formidable will. Yet, he found himself ensconced in ice blossoms, with his clothes, arms, head, and even the runic gun cloaked in a layer of frost. If a few more ice-infused projectiles struck him, he might very well be ensnared in ice. His internal energy surged, desperate to shatter the icy grasp. However, Aisha's Death Premonition descended upon him once again. Frankly, Herbert felt nauseated. It was utterly infuriating. What was the difference between this and a cowardly tactic? Were it not for the battle, he would have cast aside his runic gun and unleashed a torrent of curses. Yet, this was a competition. Besides, Aisha was merely employing her ability to limit his actions. When he finally broke free from the grasp of Death Premonition, Aisha unleashed a rapid-fire quintuple shot. The arrows targeted Herbert's arms, legs, and abdomen, echoing the deadly move that had taken down Clark. Wenrui, positioned ahead, wore a look of urgency. If Captain Herbert were to fall, their team's offensive capability would be severely compromised. They had to rescue Captain Herbert at all costs. With a thunderous crash, the internal energy surged violently, shattering the ice layer on his shield. Wenrui darted forward, transforming into a bastion to shield Herbert. The arrows struck the shield with a series of resounding thuds. Having already been weakened by Selena's ice abilities, Wenrui's shield was particularly fragile. In an instant, it shattered under the impact of the arrows. However, the force of the quintuple shot remained undiminished, slamming into Wenrui and propelling him several dozen meters away, rendering him unconscious. As Wenrui fell, Herbert was left entirely exposed to the onslaught from Selena and Aisha. His demise was but a matter of time. In the stands, the expressions of nearly everyone were filled with disbelief. What was happening? The initial advantage had been promising, yet how had the situation flipped so drastically? Which aspect of their strategy had faltered? Dean Barton stood agape, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The dynamics of the match were crystal clear. Hall was being restrained. Chow Feng and Cecil were locked in a stalemate with their counterparts, and with Wenrui down, Herbert was on the brink of defeat. The Kaba City Academy team's synergy had crumbled entirely. In truth, Dean Barton could not discern any remarkable maneuvers from the opposition. Yet, Herbert's command of the battle had devolved into utter chaos. What a mess this battle had become. Chapter 88. The rescue of Captain Herbert in the arena. Hall, Chow Feng, and Cecil were acutely aware of the dire situation. Should their ranged shooter, Captain Herbert, be eliminated, the remaining three would have no hope of sustaining the match. With no other options available, they had to divert all their efforts to rescue Captain Herbert. Hall, being the closest to Herbert, was the first to act. However, he found himself facing an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, whose relentless barrage of attacks left him no respite. Truth be told, the mere fact that he had lasted this long was a miracle, given that assassins typically possess fragile physiques, though this particular adversary was an exception. For the sake of the greater good, Hall had to break free from his opponent's grip. He focused intently, determined to concentrate the remaining spiritual energy for one final strike. Hall prepared to unleash his B-rank combat technique, dual blade flow, double blade combo. With a sudden burst of spiritual energy, Hall's speed surged, and his figure began to sway side to side, resembling a spinning top. As the saying goes, fortunes ebb and flow. Just moments ago, it was Fu Sini relentlessly pursuing Hall with ferocity. Now, however, countless afterimages of Hall surrounded Fu Sini, mercilessly attacking. After executing the double blade combo, Hall's speed received a boost, allowing him to suppress his opponent. Yet, deep down, he understood all too well that this was merely temporary. The energy consumption of the double blade combo was terrifying. Once his spiritual energy dwindled, it would be his opponent who would turn the tables on him. The assassin before him was utterly terrifying, a veritable monster, far beyond his capabilities to contend with. Hall's intention was not to suppress his adversary. His goal was simple, to rescue Captain Herbert. C-rank technique, shadow step. C-rank technique, stealth. Hall was also capable of executing the combination of shadow step and stealth. Although the execution was not flawless, the moment was critical, and he could afford no further hesitation. The afterimages created by the double blade combo continued to assault Fu Sini, while Hall's true form, shrouded in stealth, charged towards Herbert. However, barely 10 meters into his sprint, the figure behind him suddenly distorted. In the next instant, Fu Sini appeared behind Hall, her dagger poised to strike down upon him. An icy glint flashed, harboring lethal intent. Hall's reflexes were swift. He spun around, his two daggers meeting the incoming attack. Yet, despair filled his heart. Emerging from the shadows, this was none other than the Dance of Shadows. It was the ultimate move revered by all assassins. Hall realized Fu Sini's identity. With a thunderous crash, their violent clash sent Hall crashing to the ground. As he attempted to rise, the cold blade of the dagger rested upon his neck. "You have lost." Fu Sini's cool voice echoed at that moment. Hall could only manage a bitter smile and submit. His opponent was, after all, the heir of the assassin family, which explained the relentless pressure he had faced. It was fair to say he had lost without grievance. The position of the Fu family held immense prestige among all assassins in the empire. With Hall's surrender, the team from the Kaba City Academy dwindled by one. Only 3 remained, Chow Feng and Cecil, as they were the only ones still capable of fighting. However, their own survival was already in jeopardy. As they resolved to maneuver and rescue Herbert, they began a swift retreat, which was remarkably successful until an unexpected incident occurred. Chapter 89. The Experience of Competition, the Worst in the Arena. Chow Feng and Cecil's sudden withdrawal left Su Xiaoyu bewildered, as he had just found his footing in the battle. After the previous victory, Su Xiaoyu had undergone a transformation. The bloodthirsty nature of the Berserker lineage had inflated his confidence. Nevertheless, he adhered strictly to the task assigned by Lin Luo, defense. As long as they executed their defensive strategy well, victory would be assured. As for Halle Berry, she was one of the top 3 experts from the Starry City Academy, renowned for her extensive experience and formidable spiritual energy. In a one-on-one scenario, she would not fear either Chow Feng or Cecil. At that moment, Halle Berry was filled with pent-up frustration. The 2 foolish warriors had charged in, dealt them a heavy blow, and then simply slipped away. Indeed, they had escaped right under Halle Berry's nose. How infuriating! They had dashed in to taunt her, and then fled. The root cause of all this was Lin Luo's defensive strategy. She even began to question whether the captain had truly lost his mind. Just then, Lin Luo's voice rang out sharply. "Are you 2 fools? Don't let the opponents escape. Take them down. I told you to prioritize defense. But that doesn't mean you should stand there like idiots. Adapt, For heaven's sake, adapt. He held his forehead, utterly exasperated. Two fools. Did they need to be taught how to adapt? Su Xiaoyu and Halle Berry suddenly snapped back to attention. Right. Lin Luo had indeed mentioned that. In the next moment, Halle Berry charged forward. Though she was a heavy armored fighter, her powerful burst of spiritual energy allowed her speed to rival that of warriors. Moreover, they had ranged support. As Lin Luo spoke, Selena had already aimed her rune gun at the retreating warrior duo. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of bullets erupted, showcasing the overwhelming field control of her ice-type abilities. Even though Chao Feng possessed fire abilities capable of shattering the surrounding ice shards, Selena had already achieved her objective, to slow down Chao Feng and Cecil. Boom. Halle Berry descended upon them like a tempest. C-rank technique, explosive whirlwind. Su Xiaoyu followed closely behind. Lacking spiritual energy, he relied on the formidable physique granted by his Berserker lineage, achieving a level of strength and speed that was truly daunting. Secret technique, lateral leap. Whoosh. Mere meters covered in an instant. Before Chao Feng could regain his senses, he was knocked dizzy by Su Xiaoyu's charge, his head spinning. Cecil fared worse, being sent flying by Halle Berry's shield, crashing hard to the ground. Witnessing his teammates fall one by one, Herbert was close to tears. His experience in this training match had been nothing short of abysmal. He had been targeted relentlessly by Selena and Aisha. Any slight movement brought him perilously close to death, only to be met with ice-infused bullets. His entire body felt like it was on the brink of freezing. Yet, his opponents refrained from delivering the final blow. He had come to realize this was a trap. They sought to lure him into danger to entice his teammates into support, then capitalize on any openings to strike him down one by one. It might be hard to believe, but Herbert had not fired a single bullet throughout this team battle. What a farce. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. Truthfully, the coordination of his opponents was abysmal. Winning this team battle was solely due to their overwhelming individual prowess, crushing them entirely. The current members of the Starry City Academy team were truly monstrous. Chapter 90, Dawn Team, Victory. With all four teammates down, Herbert was swiftly taken out by Aisha's arrow. The final five-person team battle concluded with the Dawn Team's victory. The training ground fell into a profound silence. Many were still baffled by how they had lost. Why did they lose? The Kaba City Academy team, ranked 16th in the last Eastern Region competition, had faced off against the last-place Starry City Academy team. Shouldn't they have dominated them throughout? This outcome seemed entirely out of place. How had the tables turned? Dean Burton's face turned ashen, his fury palpable. What a mess this was. Especially during the final team battle, it was utterly incomprehensible. They had lost without understanding how. If his old friends learned that he had accepted bribes to bring in outsiders to trounce the Kaba City Academy team, where would he hide his face? Paying people to beat up his own team? This maneuver was entirely beyond his comprehension. Layla, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Her task was complete. As the Imperial Academy competition drew closer, this team showcased commendable individual strength, yet they lacked teamwork. Even she found herself somewhat speechless. Such a lackluster performance. Yet they emerged victorious. Of course, this was not a derision of the Kaba City Academy team as being weak. Could a weak team truly reach the top 16 in the previous Eastern Region competition? Hardly. It was merely that the Dawn team showcased exceptional individual prowess. Whether it was the assassin girl, Su Xiaoyu, or Belle, or even Selena, Aisha, and Halle Berry, they all had room for further improvement. Layla believed that by the time the Imperial Academy competition truly commenced, they would have evolved into a stronger force. The only aspect that perplexed her was the substitute captain, Lin Luo. Her perception could not be wrong. His spiritual power was pitifully weak. Yet, despite leading his teammates in a thrilling escape during the team selection and devising strategic maneuvers for the final battle in this training match, why did such an individual remain inconspicuous within the academy? Layla found this puzzling. On the side of the Dawn team, several substitute players sat idly. Yet this did not diminish their current excitement. They had won. The Dawn team had triumphed over the Kaba City Academy, a team that had previously secured a place among the top 16 in the Eastern Region. Some were in tears, while others wore expressions of disbelief, as if caught in a dream. Even Selena felt the same. It was only after the final battle that she realized her seemingly weak student had transformed into someone so formidable. At that moment, she led all the team members in a spirited chant, "Dawn Team, the strongest in the Empire." Indeed, if this trend continued, The Dawn team could very well become the mightiest force in the Empire. Lin Luo stood to the side, smiling as he observed this scene. The outcome was nearly as he had anticipated. It was remarkably stable. Meanwhile, the members of the Kaba City Academy team wore somber expressions. They had lost a training match, and to the last-ranked Xingyao City Academy at that. No one felt particularly cheerful. Herbert wanted to say something, but the words failed to materialize. All he could do was force a bitter smile. This training match served as a wake-up call. If the Xingyao City Academy could rise from the ashes to become so powerful, what about them? Clinging to the glory of being in the top 16 in the previous Eastern Region competition, they remained stagnant. Finally, under the unusual gazes of all Kaba City Academy students, the members of both teams walked to the center of the arena to exchange ceremonial handshakes. This training match had come to a close. Chapter 91. The goddess's passionate speech. The Xingyao City Academy triumphed in the training match against the Kaba City Academy, which had been among the top 16 in the previous Eastern Region competition. Out of 5 matches, they dominated 4, leaving no opportunities for their opponents. When this news reached Xingyao City Academy, many students were initially struck dumb. Victory? How could that be? Was someone spreading false information? After thorough confirmation, they finally grasped the reality. Yes, the Academy's team had indeed won. The news spread rapidly throughout the Academy, prompting countless students to rush out of dormitories and classrooms, erupting into frenzied cheers. For 3 years, Xingyao City had borne the label of being at the bottom of the Eastern Region. This year, there was finally hope to shed that title. Although the empire was currently stable, strength was still revered. Dignity was something one had to earn. Though it was merely a simple training match, its significance for the Academy was unparalleled. The previous Xingyao City Academy had been at the bottom of the Eastern Region, and to call it the weakest in the empire was not an exaggeration. This victory had at least instilled hope in countless students. They could win. The entire Academy resonated with cheers. We won. We triumphed in the training match. Dawn team, the strongest in the empire. Among the most excited was Dean Green. He had invested so much in the establishment of the Academy's team and had even given a substantial gift to Dean Barton of Kaba City Academy to ensure the smooth conduct of this training match. Now that they had won, tears of joy streamed down his face. He promptly announced a day off for the Academy to prepare for the welcoming of the team members. Soon, the bus carrying the team members slowly entered the Academy, with countless students lining the streets to greet them. Selena was the first to alight from the vehicle. Upon seeing their goddess return, the students erupted, chanting her name. Selena smiled at the scene before her. Truthfully, after winning the training match, she was undoubtedly the happiest among the team. She slowly raised her hand, signaling for the students on either side to quiet down. Fellow students, our Xingyao City Academy was established during the darkest and most tumultuous times of the empire, nurturing countless spiritual warriors. 15 years ago, Captain Layla led the Academy to unparalleled glory. However, in the following Academy competitions, the performance of Xingyao City Academy plummeted, and in the last competition, we even found ourselves at the bottom of the Eastern Region. Do you know how other academies refer to us? They call Xingyao City Academy a third-rate academy, filled with nothing but failures. As Selena finished speaking, all the surrounding students felt a surge of anger. We are not a third-rate academy. Yes, they are the failures. All of them. In truth, all students were familiar with these matters regarding the academy. However, the phrase third-rate academy was particularly jarring to their ears. No, we are not a third-rate academy. We shall prove through our strength that we can win. Today, we have triumphed in the training match against the Kaba City Academy team. Although it was merely a simple training match, we shall take this first step towards restoring the glory of our academy. In fact, these words should have been fittingly spoken by the team captain, Lin Luo. Yet, since Lin Luo was unwilling, the responsibility fell to the vice captain, Selena, leading to the earlier scene. As her words concluded, a deafening cheer erupted. Long live the goddess. Long live the Dawn team. Long live Xingyao City Academy. Dean Green and Layla stood together, both wearing expressions of contentment. Chapter 92. A familiar stranger, Katianya. That evening, Selena hosted a grand celebration at her home, inviting Dean Green, Captain Layla, members of the Dawn team, and key figures from other academy clubs. The atmosphere outside the Selena family mansion was lively and bustling. The celebration grew increasingly fervent. Undoubtedly, the newly established Dawn team was the absolute star of the night. Even the substitute players were surrounded by numerous inquisitive individuals eager to hear about the details of the training match against Kaba City Academy. Of course, the three elders of the Dawn Society were exceptions. At this moment, Lin Luo was tucked away in a corner, his mouth stuffed with food. This was his favorite iron-wing beef, a type of C-class mutated beast. Suddenly, a clear voice echoed in Lin Luo's mind. It was the system it had activated. Was it here to bestow reward points again? Lin Luo felt a surge of joy. His current reward points had reached 2,600, just 2,400 points shy of a system upgrade. He was on the brink of ascending to the pinnacle of life, marrying a wealthy and beautiful woman. As long as the system's tasks were completed, he could secure the reward points in no time. Opening the familiar interface, the system's task had indeed arrived. Congratulations on winning 4 consecutive matches in the Battle Network. Please accept the challenge from 3 elite-ranked masters. For each victory, you will earn an additional 300 reward points, but losing will reset your points to 0, forcing you to start anew. Accepting challenges from 3 elite-ranked masters. This script was not aligning as expected. If Lin Luo's memory serves him correctly, he is still at the novice rank. Would a master at the elite rank accept a challenge from a novice? Did the system draw a blank today? Where could he possibly find 3 elite-ranked masters? Lin Luo felt a headache coming on. Never mind. He decided to channel his frustration into appetite. Just as he was moping, his favorite iron wing beef had been completely devoured by Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini. What a shame. A bunch of gluttons. Leave some for me. Lin Luo gazed at the plate before Su Xiaoyu, piled high with iron wing beef, and was about to pounce for a share. Suddenly, a delicate hand appeared, offering him another plate, equally heaped with the same delectable dish. The owner of the hand was clad in red. None other than the first executive officer of the Battle Network, Alsiska Danya. Lin Luo glanced up at Danya. He did not recognize her, but his recognition of the iron wing beef was sufficient. He accepted the plate and began to feast heartily. What is wrong with people these days? Why do they enjoy competing for food? Fortunately, someone had the decency to leave him a portion. Danya observed Lin Luo as he took the plate, gave him a brief glance, and continued to indulge in her meal, momentarily taken aback. What does this mean? Pretending not to know me? She was acutely aware of Lin Luo's identity, knowing him to be a formidable presence in the Battle Network, as well as a discarded scion of the Lin family. Ever since he passed the official test of the Battle Network, Danya had been attempting to reach out to him. However, Lin Luo had not logged into the Battle Network for many days, and there had been no response to her messages. Ultimately, Danya decided to come directly to the border city of Xingyao in search of him. After all, they were old friends. Yet, Lin Luo's recent reaction seemed rather peculiar, as if he truly did not recognize her. Danya scrutinized Lin Luo's every action, hoping to glean some insight. Then, she simply sat across from him, observing. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini also noticed this and halted their movements, glancing back and forth between Lin Luo and Danya. The scene was indeed strange. Lin Luo was engrossed in his meal, while Danya scrutinized him, and Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini watched both of them intently. Finally, Danya could no longer contain herself, asking, "Do you really not recognize me?" Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini wore expressions of intrigue. Lin Luo raised his head to look at Danya, feeling somewhat puzzled as to why she had not left. And what did her words mean? Just because she handed him a plate of iron wing beef, should he recognize her? Lin Luo felt a sense of suspicion. Could it be that he had some past connection with this stunning beauty? Gazing into Danya's wistful eyes, the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He intently regarded Danya and asked, "Did we know each other before?" Danya nodded. Lin Luo asked again, "Was it a close relationship?" Danya continued to nod. Their relationship was indeed more than just close. They had grown up together. However, due to Lin Luo's low spiritual growth value, he had been cast out by the Lin family and subsequently disappeared. Danya had not anticipated that an incidental event from the Battle Network would unexpectedly unveil this hidden old friend. Hence, she found herself here. Otherwise, as the first executive officer of the Battle Network, Danya held a position of great prestige and would not have personally come to such a dilapidated border city without cause. It seemed absurd. Yet, words spoken without intent can be interpreted with meaning. Danya's acknowledgement of her close relationship with Lin Luo was immediately misconstrued by Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini. The two exchanged bizarre glances at Danya. Alas, what a pity. Such a beautiful woman, yet her taste is quite questionable, as she has taken a liking to the president. Lin Luo, noticing their odd expressions, felt anger surge within him. He raised his hand and delivered 2 playful knocks on their heads. Then, he affectionately said to Danya, my lady. Although I do not know who you are, rest assured. I will take responsibility for you. Look at that. This is the halo of the protagonist. Even during a meal, a beauty presents herself. Such luck, one cannot complain. Danya appeared utterly bewildered. Take responsibility for me? What nonsense is this? In the next moment, Danya finally grasped the situation. This fool had not recognized her at all. She felt a twinge of reluctance and asked, "You truly do not recognize me?" Lin Luo began shaking his head frantically, insisting, "Of course I do. How could I not? We meet once, we are familiar." Though he had never been in a romantic relationship, he was certain this was a tactic. They were already involved. How could he not recognize her? Danya found herself speechless. With a sigh, she handed Lin Luo a document folder. Lin Luo took a glance at it. An invitation to be a representative of the Battle Network? What on earth? Danya explained, the Imperial Academy competition is about to commence, and our Battle Network intends to invite some outstanding newcomers to serve as representatives to promote this year's competition, thereby maximizing its influence. She added, as long as you join the Battle Network, you will receive the protection of the Alsiska family, and even the Lin family, being one of the 4 great families, would not dare to act against you. Lin Luo, however, appeared utterly perplexed. The Battle Network inviting newcomers to represent it and promote the Imperial Academy competition? What relevance did this have to him? Furthermore, how had the Battle Network sought out a novice rank cannon fodder like him? As for the Lin family and the Alsiska family, he knew even less. Aside from his name, he possessed no other memories. Lin Luo, Lin family. Could it be that suddenly, Lin Luo leaned in closer to Danya, asking, am I the son of the head of the Lin family? Discarded due to my low spiritual growth value, and ultimately cast out from the family? Danya was momentarily taken aback. While Lin Luo's words were entirely accurate, what was the tone of his inquiry? Upon seeing Danya's reaction, Lin Luo realized he had guessed correctly. Wow. So, everything written in web novels is true. Countless children of different planes possess a history of being discarded by their families, starting as a waste, gaining a golden finger, and then embarking on a path of revenge. Yet, something seemed amiss. A flash of insight illuminated Lin Luo's eyes. He had completed the beginnings of being a waste and acquiring a golden finger, leaving only the path of revenge to pursue. Lin Luo felt a surge of excitement. By the way, are you from the Lin family? Has the Lin family encountered some great crisis? You have come to invite me back to save the day, right? Danya was momentarily stumped. What great crisis? What's saving the day? What nonsense was this? Had Lin Luo's mind deteriorated during his absence? Suddenly, Danya seemed to recall what Lin Luo had just said. Gritting her teeth, she replied, I am Alsiska Danya, not a member of the Lin family. Oh, Lin Luo felt somewhat disappointed. It seems many things in web novels are fabricated. Sigh. He had hoped to be a child of destiny at least once. So, you did not come here just to invite me to be a representative for the Battle Network? Lin Luo asked. Danya's expression turned grave as she replied, I want to know the true reason for your appearance this time. Lin Luo's innate spiritual sea had been blocked, and everyone in the imperial capital was aware of it. Although he eventually opened his spiritual sea with the help of resources from the Lin family, his spiritual growth value was only 3, even inferior to that of an ordinary person. A person like him, born into a prominent family, was indeed a tragedy. It is important to note that while the empire is currently stable and prosperous, it remains a realm where the strong are revered. How could the first heir of a family be a waste? In any grand family within the empire, the existence of such a situation would be utterly intolerable. After the Lin family confirmed that Lin Luo's condition was incurable, they callously abandoned him, leaving him to fend for himself. Danya felt a twinge of confusion in her heart. She had meticulously reviewed the videos of the fearless combatants, particularly the final battle against the Berserker, Rayano. The terrifying surge of spiritual energy, combined with water-based abilities, led her to believe that Lin Luo's spiritual growth could not possibly be limited to just 3. His condition had surely been remedied long ago. Yet, the Lin Luo before her seemed to have forgotten everything from his past. What was his purpose in appearing now? To reclaim his former life? To re-establish himself as the foremost heir of the Lin family? If that were the case, the delicate balance of the empire would undoubtedly be disrupted. Since the empire had opened the sanctum in the 4th dimension, the competition among the great families for a place in the sanctum had escalated to a fever pitch. Especially recently, all the families had received news that the Elven clan from the 4th dimension had already sent representatives into the empire. This intensified the rivalry among the families. even drawing in the royal family. Everyone understood that the Elven clan was the royal lineage of the fourth dimension. Securing their friendship would ensure prosperity and dominance within that realm. If Lin Luo chose to return at this juncture, he would be devoured without a trace. Chapter 95. An agreement with someone. Kidanya was acutely aware of the stakes involved. A minor mishap could plunge the entire empire into chaos. She did not wish for Lin Luo to become that mishap, hence her inquiry about his sudden appearance. Lin Luo was utterly perplexed. Why was this stunning beauty posing such a serious question? Why was he here? Who could say? In the next moment, his tone shifted to a solemn gravity. In truth, I am a child of the dimensions, and soon I shall dominate the world and save this crumbling realm. The air fell silent. Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini covered their faces in disbelief. How utterly shameless. A child of the dimensions? Dominating the world? Saving the world? Why not just ascend to the heavens? Even the gods of the fifth dimension would not dare to make such claims. Indeed, legends concerning deities had long circulated in the third dimension. The most enigmatic fifth dimension was said to be the realm of the gods, which also explained why the empire sought to establish the sanctum. The entrance to the fifth dimension was concealed within the fourth dimension. Suddenly, Kidanya burst into laughter upon hearing Lin Luo's words. It seemed she had overthought the matter. Her old friend had remained unchanged, still prone to boasting about saving the world as he had in their childhood. In the next moment, Lin Luo continued, in fact, my return is to fulfill an agreement with someone, to lead the Dawn Squad to annihilate all participating teams in the Imperial Academy competition and claim the top position. Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini nodded in unison, recognizing that aspiring to be a child of the dimensions and saving the world was far less pragmatic than aiming for victory in the Imperial Academy competition. Moreover, they possessed the capability to achieve it. Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini were currently quite emboldened, believing they could take on 10 opponents simultaneously. However, who was this someone? What was the nature of this agreement? The urgency to clarify was palpable. Their gazes turned inquisitive once more. Little did they know that Kidanya wore a grave expression. To claim the top position in the Imperial Academy competition? As the chief executor of the Battle Network and a member of the Alsis family, she was well aware that the victorious team in this year's competition would earn a coveted spot in the fourth dimension's sanctum. And those spots had already been predetermined among the great families. In other words, if Lin Luo truly led the Dawn Squad to defeat all participating teams, it would be akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Even if he emerged victorious, he would find himself in peril, unable to retreat unscathed. Kidanya was about to voice her concerns when a stunning woman in a formal gown approached. It was Selena. She walked directly to Lin Luo and said, Captain Lin, so this is where you are. In the next moment, to the astonishment of Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini, Selena snatched the plate piled high with iron wing beef from Lin Luo's hands, disregarding whether he had already eaten. After a night of various engagements, she felt a bit hungry. This tastes quite delightful, she remarked, casting a challenging glance at Kidanya. Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini were left agape, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. When had the relationship between Lin Luo and Selena grown so intimate? Could she be the someone he referred to? Kidanya, unfazed by Selena's challenge, smiled calmly. She looked at Lin Luo, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. Lin Luo, do you remember our previous agreement? Chapter 96. The Unfortunate Assassin Agreement? What agreement? Selena's gaze toward Lin Luo was laden with a warning. Confess freely or face the consequences. Those who valued their well-being should yield promptly. Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini wore expressions of intrigue. Wow, the agreement mentioned by Captain Lin has finally surfaced. How thrilling. Lin Luo appeared utterly bewildered, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence, indicating that he had done nothing and knew nothing. Selena turned and caught sight of Kidanya's triumphant smile, realizing she had been outmaneuvered. She felt a surge of frustration. In the next instant, she declared, Captain Lin, do you remember our agreement? Lin Luo began nodding vigorously. Kidanya's expression shifted upon seeing Lin Luo's assent. She had merely been jesting, never expecting to inadvertently expose their secret. She immediately prepared to counter. Selena, unwilling to relent, stood her ground. Lin Luo, caught in the middle, felt like crying. At that moment, he truly witnessed the art of performance. It was nothing short of an Academy Award-winning display, and it felt instinctively terrifying. Fortunately, Fu Xini, with her keen insight, had sensed something amiss. Before tensions escalated, she made a discreet exit, casually saying to Lin Luo, "See you at the Battle Network training building." Even if Lin Luo were dim-witted, he grasped that Fu Xini was assisting him. He turned to Selena and Kadanya, saying, "My apologies. I have plans to train at the Battle Network all night. Farewell," before promptly following Fu Xini's lead and slipping away. As for Su Xiaoyu, she remained preoccupied with the iron wing beef, intending to finish her meal first. Once Lin Luo departed, the confrontation between Selena and Kadanya dissipated into thin air. They both huffed in annoyance and walked away. Exiting Selena's opulent residence, Lin Luo found that Fu Xini had already vanished. He sighed and began walking toward the academy. Just as he entered the institution, a sudden wave of murderous intent enveloped him. An ambush. Instantly alert, Lin Luo's mind and body synchronized, and he pivoted sharply. A glimmering blade, imbued with a sinister darkness, sliced through the air toward him, reeking of lethal poison. Had he been even a fraction slower, he would have met with a most untimely demise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air echoed as several lethal projectiles locked onto Lin Luo's form. In this moment of crisis, Lin Luo's demeanor remained calm and composed, his turbulent chakra surging violently, suddenly coalescing into a tempest that shattered the incoming threats into mere fragments. The formidable perception granted by the chakra allowed Lin Luo to swiftly locate the assassin concealed within the shadows. "Found you." Lin Luo's gaze suddenly ignited with an unprecedented brilliance as he surged forward. In the next moment, his fist descended upon the assassin's hiding spot with tremendous force. A resounding thud accompanied by a bone-crunching sound erupted as the violent energy penetrated through, sending the shadow soaring into the sky like a rag doll. Lin Luo yearned to pursue, but ultimately halted his steps, for the assassin landed precisely in the small grove of the academy, where, at this late hour, countless couples were indulging in their passions. Disrupting their intimate moments would undoubtedly provoke a tumultuous backlash. Alas, what a misfortune it was. Indeed, as the assassin touched down in the grove, a cacophony of screams erupted. "What just fell? You scared me to death. It's over, my next life is doomed. Someone kill him." Chapter 97. The Protagonist Theorem. Foolish antagonists in the most opulent hotel of Starry City, Kadanya, having just finished her bath, languidly reclined on the sofa. Suddenly, a figure appeared, a slightly stooped elder. As if she had anticipated his arrival, Kadanya directly inquired, "Have you discerned the situation?" The elder bowed respectfully before replying, "No, the one we sent out has perished." Kadanya's expression shifted dramatically. "Dead? Was it Lin Luo who did it?" The elder felt a tinge of embarrassment. Could it be that the dispatched individual had inadvertently disturbed someone's private affair in the grove, leading to a fatal pursuit? Left with no choice, the elder pivoted the conversation. "Our movements have been exposed. The one we sent was an observer from the Lin family." "The Lin family?" Kadanya sprang to her feet. "What has become of Lin Luo?" Her intent was merely to send someone to gauge Lin Luo's capabilities, unaware that the individual she sent was affiliated with the Lin family. At such a critical juncture, the Lin family's modus operandi would certainly not permit Lin Luo to resurface. There was a significant possibility he would be incapacitated once more, or even eliminated outright. This was the nature of grand families, where familial bonds held little weight. Most pressing was the concern that if Lin Luo mistakenly believed she had dispatched the assassin, what then? The elder noted Kadanya's reaction with keen interest and cautiously asked, "Miss, how shall we proceed?" Since hearing news of Lin Luo, Kadanya had been somewhat distracted. Her proposal to make Lin Luo the official representative of the Battle Network was merely a pretext to pave the way for his return. The elder observed all of this, understanding that the young lady was now of an age where matters of the heart would emerge. Yet, her interest lay with Lin Luo, the Lin family's outcast. This posed a significant challenge. Reintegrating Lin Luo into the Lin family would not be a simple task. The assassination attempt that night clearly indicated the Lin family did not wish for Lin Luo's return. Suddenly, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Kadanya's beautiful eyes. "Bring the body back. Once we return to the imperial capital, I shall personally seek an explanation from the Lin family." The elder sighed, realizing the depth of Kadanya's entanglement. If the family head were to discover that the precious heir he had nurtured for years had been usurped by a mere pig, one could only imagine his reaction. Reflecting on this, a mocking smirk crossed the elder's face. The incident with the assassin had served as a rude awakening for Lin Luo. However, he paid little heed to it, hastening directly to the Battle Network training building. Drawing from years of reading online novels, Lin Luo had formulated a theorem he termed the protagonist theorem. The rise of any chosen one invariably entailed the presence of foolish antagonists who unwittingly provided experience and equipment. He was certain that tonight's foolish assassin would not be the last of his kind. Thus, Lin Luo resolved to first enhance his own strength. After all, in the vastness of the world, the system reigned supreme. He would accomplish the tasks assigned by the system first, in the face of absolute power. All schemes were mere paper tigers. Within the battle network, the topic of the two imperial goddesses challenging the fearless champion had not waned in Lin Luo's absence. In fact, it had intensified. Following the two goddesses' statements, the battle network officially announced an invitation for the fearless champion to represent the network in promoting this year's Imperial Academy tournament. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the battle network. It was common knowledge that the battle network was affiliated with the Orsi's family, one of the four prominent families of the empire. To become the representative for such a significant event was akin to soaring to success, instantly reaching the pinnacle of life. This was a dream coveted by all. How, then, did it fall into the hands of a mere novice? The public was left utterly perplexed. Chapter 98. Accepting challenges from elite tier in the battle network training room, Lin Luo felt overwhelmed. He pondered how he might entice elite tier experts to accept his challenge. After much deliberation, he found himself devoid of any ideas. With no alternative, he resorted to seeking beginner strategies. Lin Luo subsequently opened his inbox, only to be inundated with a barrage of notifications. Was this the prelude to an explosion? Countless challenge requests piled before him. Lin Luo stared blankly, bewildered. When had he become so popular? So many wished to step on him to elevate their status? He perused the challenge requests, noting the audacious claims made within. I am invincible, unmatched in the battle network. Fearless champion, come forth to meet your demise. On the night of the full moon, atop the forbidden city, fearless child. Dare you to battle? Fearless champion, you coward. Emerge and engage in 300 rounds. What madness was this? He had unwittingly become the public enemy of the battle network. Lin Luo felt entirely unjustly accused. He had done nothing to provoke this. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes. Indeed, such a plethora of challenge requests must conceal elite tier experts. Though Lin Luo remained uncertain as to why they sought to challenge him, he no longer needed to fret over battling elite tier opponents. He could simply accept the challenges. Lin Luo began rapidly sifting through the challenge notifications until he finally discovered one. ID, Flame Vanguard, record, 451 wins, 45 losses, 0 draws. This record was undoubtedly that of an elite tier player. He decided to accept the challenge. In the training room of the Flame City Academy team, Inner was suddenly alerted by a notification. Someone had challenged him. With the Imperial Academy tournament approaching, countless experts began to stir, issuing challenge requests. Among them, the novice tier's fodder went unnoticed, while the master tier's titans were unattainable. The remaining options were the entry and elite tiers, with elite tier experts issuing the most challenges. Renowned players like Inner received several challenge requests daily. Though many were mere mismatches, Inner found himself somewhat bored. Nevertheless, he logged onto the battle network. This was, in fact, an unspoken rule to mentor the younger generation. After all, everyone had risen from the novice tier. Contemplating this, Inner felt a surge of irritation, remembering how the fearless champion had rejected Captain Ivor's challenge, forcing him to endure several sessions of rigorous training at her hands. He clenched his fists, muttering darkly, "Do not let me cross paths with you. Otherwise, I shall turn you to dust." Upon logging into the battle network, Inner was momentarily stunned. The fearless champion? Abruptly, he let out a piercing scream. It's him. It's really him. How can this be? His outburst startled all the team members in the training room. Ivra glared at him, her eyes blazing with fury. As she just entered the training mode, Ino's ghostly wail startled her out of focus. Had there been no reasonable explanation, Ivra would have undoubtedly made him wish for death. The other teammates shared the same resentful expression, their hearts racing in fright. Ivra rushed over to Ino. Seizing him by the collar, "What are you screaming about?" Under normal circumstances, Ino might have grumbled about being treated this way by Ivra. However, at this moment, his attention was entirely consumed by the battle network. The fearless one accepted my challenge. Chapter 99, Flame Vanguard, Ino. As Ino's words hung in the air, a brief silence enveloped the training room. The fearless one, that individual had resurfaced. Upon hearing that ID, Ivra's temper flared. It was this person who had subjected her to ridicule from that Frost Maiden. Were it not for the impending Imperial Academy competition, which required her to lead the Flame Squad in training, Ivra would have traversed the entire empire to confront Janna in Orsu City. What did you just say? The Fearless One accepted your challenge? Ivra glared at Ino. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. When did you issue a challenge to the Fearless One? Ino felt the grip of his captain tightening, causing his legs to tremble in fear. He had merely wished to ride the coattails of the Fearless One's recent fame, never anticipating that the Fearless One would actually accept his challenge. While he should have felt elated at achieving his goal, being caught by the captain complicated matters. Within the entire Flame Squad, who did not know of Ivra's vow to crush the Fearless One, Ivra's mood was far from pleasant. Her challenge still lingered at the top of the Battle Network's comment section, while the Fearless One had completely disregarded her, instead accepting a challenge from this minor player. Who did he think he was looking down upon? Ivra immediately speculated whether this individual harbored some unsavory proclivities. Was Ino clandestinely engaging in improper dealings behind her back? Ugh, how revolting. Ino's neck felt increasingly constricted, nearly bringing him to tears. Captain, it's all a misunderstanding. I just wanted to bask in the Fearless One's glory. I was wrong. I apologize. The moment Ino uttered his reasoning, Ivra completely erupted. A dangerous aura emanated from her. Basking in glory? How dare you, as the vice-captain of the Flame Squad, attempt to leech off someone else's fame? Why did you choose to latch onto the Fearless One? Are you plotting a rebellion? With a flurry of blows, Ivra unleashed her wrath upon Ino. The other squad members silently observed the scene, too fearful to express their anger or pose questions. Ino, the vice-captain, was on a perilous path. After a minute, Ivra finally calmed down, turning to the bruised Ino. I have a task for you. Crush the Fearless One's head and win this challenge. Ino winced in pain. What if I lose? Lose. Ivra's gaze turned menacing. If you lose, I will beat you 10 times a day until you defeat the Fearless One. Ino shivered, hastily pounding his chest in assurance. Captain, rest assured. Watch me crush the Fearless One's head today. That audacious individual dared to reject the captain's challenge. Just wait and see how I deal with him. Entering the Battle Network, he accepted the challenge with fluidity and grace. Soon, both sides entered the preparation phase. The duel between the Fearless One and the Flame Vanguard ignited the entire Battle Network. Countless individuals were left in disbelief. The Fearless One, he had surprisingly shed his aloof demeanor, consenting to the challenge from the Flame Vanguard. The Battle Network's officials swiftly transformed the challenge into a grand banner, prominently displayed at the top of the network's hall, even live-streaming the fight with dedicated commentary. Anyone logging onto the network would see the announcement. Chapter 100, Fearless One vs. Flame Vanguard. Upon the appearance of this news, countless individuals erupted in excitement. The Fearless One. After the Battle Network's promotional efforts, he had become a sensation. Following a streak of 249 losses, he had finally turned the tables, recently defeating the Berserker Reno from the West District. This was a classic tale of an underdog's resurgence. With the Imperial Academy competition looming, the Fearless One's comeback inspired hope among many. I can win. I can grow stronger. I can rise and reach the pinnacle of life. The Fearless One's battles were compiled into a video that circulated widely among novice and beginner ranks. Within just a few days, many began to view the Fearless One as their goal, resulting in a meteoric rise in his popularity. Now that the Fearless One was finally online, the Battle Network ignited. The Fearless One has arrived. We have waited so long. Who will he face today? After his previous victory over the elite-level Reno, surely he would be matched against a true elite this time. I ask you, who else is there? Brothers, let us chant. The strong, the invincible, the fearless. As they realized that the Fearless One's opponent was the Flame Vanguard, the atmosphere reached new heights of fervor. Flame Vanguard Ino, the vice-captain of the Flame Squad, a seasoned expert at the elite level. He once accompanied the goddess Ivra to the top 8 in the Imperial Academy competition, making him a true stalwart of the Flame Squad. With such an opponent, can the Fearless One prevail? It may be challenging, yet surely he can triumph. Hey brother, who is this Flame Vanguard? A rookie upstairs, identification complete. Brother, have you heard of the Flame Squad? Led by goddess Ivra, the Flame Vanguard is the vice-captain, responsible for charge. Yes, that's the one who takes the hits. Countless individuals began to speculate whether the Fearless One could defeat the Flame Vanguard and continue his ascent. Naturally, in the eyes of many novices and beginners, the current Fearless One embodied 3 words: strong, invincible. However, among some elite players, the Fearless One was merely a jester. He had won a few matches and, by sheer luck, was chosen and packaged by the Battle Network officials. His opponent this time was the Flame Vanguard Ino, who could very well dispatch him with ease. It was well known that the Flame Squad had a defining characteristic. They were audacious. They never backed down from a fight. They charged headlong into battle. Can you imagine the scene of Ivra, as a ranged shooter, leading the charge in a 5-person team battle? It was simply invincible. As for Flame Vanguard Ino, as the vice-captain, he took audacity to its extreme. Wielding a runic blade, he set a record of 18 consecutive victories in the Battle Network. The Fearless One, however, was merely the Battle Network's new sensation. How could he withstand the runic blade in Ino's hands? In the far north, in Orsa's city, Janna awaited the clash between the Fearless One and the Flame Vanguard. However, her expression was far from pleased. In Janna's eyes, this battle represented Ivra's challenge to her. Ivila, that fool, must have employed some underhanded tactics to persuade the formidable warrior, Fearless, to accept the challenge of the Flame Vanguard. Nearby, the teammates trembled, terrified that the captain would redirect their fury upon them. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but ever since the captain began to focus on Fearless, her instances of anger had increased, starkly contrasting her usual demeanor as the Frost Goddess. It seemed she sensed the scrutiny of her comrades. Glancing at her shivering teammate, she was instantly incensed. A bunch of incompetent allies, achieving nothing but causing trouble. Starting tomorrow, the training regimen would double. Chapter 101. The Indomitable Spirit. The official live broadcast room of the Battle Network was originally established to cover the Grand Imperial Academy tournament, renowned for its professionalism in previous competitions. However, it was now repurposed for commentary on a battle at the elite level. At that moment, the viewership numbers were rapidly climbing, with the commentators already in place. One of them was the newly minted commentator, Yang Yemya. Such a large-scale broadcast would typically have nothing to do with her. But after a serendipitous encounter with a battle video of Fearless, she was utterly captivated and became an ardent fan. She invested countless hours editing together all of Fearless battles, set to exhilarating background music, creating a compelling video that showcased Fearless' resilience and growth through adversity, culminating in a hard-fought victory after an arduous streak of 249 losses. His last battle saw him triumph over a near-elite opponent, Reno. This was the essence of the Indomitable Spirit. The promotional video for Fearless by the Battle Network was also inspired by Yang Myemye's creation. With Fearless' rising popularity, Yang Myemye's following soared as well. This time, she received an invitation from the Battle Network to commentate on the very battle she had been so passionate about. The other commentator, Jiang Hong, was a well-known figure in the Battle Network. Renowned as a super commentator, he had covered the previous Imperial Academy tournament in its entirety. His commentary style was characterized by an audacious flair, often pushing the boundaries of decorum. At that moment, Jiang Hong was in a disgruntled mood, his expression clouded with discontent. Just as he and his girlfriend were about to indulge in a cozy evening, their plans were abruptly derailed by an official notification from the Battle Network. It nearly shattered his hopes for a blissful night. In his eyes, the Battle Network had lost its mind. Why should he be involved in this trivial skirmish? Even more absurd was the fact that he had to partner with a novice commentator. What nonsense was this? Jiang Hong considered refusing, but the Battle Network's insistence was too strong to resist. Reluctantly, he donned a facade of indifference and entered the official broadcast room. In stark contrast, Yang Myemye radiated excitement. A small part of her exhilaration was due to the invitation from the Battle Network, but more significantly, she was eager to witness her idol in action. Senior Jiang Hong, what are your thoughts on this battle? Yang Myemye inquired, her unwavering support for Fearless evident in her voice. The mere anticipation of witnessing her idol's performance sent shivers of excitement through her. Jiang Hong scoffed, how do you think? Of course, we watch with our eyes. He was tempted to make a sarcastic remark, but given the setting of the Battle Network's official broadcast, he refrained, knowing that such insolence could cost him his position by morning. After a brief contemplation, he declared with fervor, I can confidently assert that Fearless will be decisively defeated by the Flame Vanguard within 3 minutes. If he survives, I shall devour this book live on air. With that, he brandished a notebook for emphasis. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Hong would never make such a bold proclamation in an official capacity, but tonight was different. If it weren't for Fearless, he would still be comfortably nestled in bed. This was all his fault. I curse you. May you meet your demise. Chapter 102. The Broadcast Effect. Simply explosive with Jiang Heng's declaration, the entire battle network erupted. Jiang Heng, the self-proclaimed provocateur, was once again embarking on his reckless journey. This book must contain hundreds of pages. Would he even be able to digest it? Though I harbor doubts about Fearless, I find myself hoping fervently for his victory. I cannot quite explain why. Adding a little spice would undoubtedly enhance the flavor. Sensational commentary, live book devouring. Don't miss it, everyone. Yang Mia felt a twinge of awkwardness. Even she, despite her naivete, could detect a hint of resentment in Jiang Heng's tone, and it irked her. Suddenly, she declared loudly, I believe Fearless will decisively overpower the Flame Vanguard. Absolutely, undeniably, and definitely. Fearless will win. No rebuttals accepted. Yang Mia's staunch stance elicited laughter from all who were following the battle. The fight hadn't even commenced yet, and the two commentators were almost at odds. It was unclear if this was a prearranged tactic to enhance the broadcast's appeal. Miss Mia, you look quite bold. The betting commenced. 3 minutes for the Flame Vanguard to eliminate Fearless. Odds of 3-1. Fearless, the invincible, I'd bet on him. Jiang Heng's expression was one of incredulity. He had not anticipated Yang Mia's assertiveness. Very well then, let us wait and see. Fearless and the Flame Vanguard were finally prepared, both entering the arena almost simultaneously. Ino wielded a runic dagger, the same weapon he had used to carve his way to the top 8 in the last Imperial Academy tournament. His gaze was fixed intently on Lin Luo, the one responsible for his recent rigorous training under the captain's supervision. Today he was determined to reclaim his honor and defeat Lin Luo decisively. As the battle commenced, Ino's form surged forward with explosive speed. In an instant, the runic dagger loomed large in Lin Luo's vision. Fortunately, Lin Luo reacted swiftly, unleashing a torrent of chakra as he pivoted, delivering a powerful kick toward the dagger. The impact reverberated, forcing Lin Luo to retreat to maintain his balance. However, Ino was relentless, advancing with his weapon in hand. B-class technique, Flame Blade. A fierce blaze erupted, entwining Ino's runic dagger as it descended upon Lin Luo's head. Yes, strike him down, Jiang Heng exclaimed, eyes gleaming with excitement. Here it comes. The Flame Vanguard unleashes his signature move, the Flame Blade, an offensive B-class technique. Although it lacks true fire-based abilities, its lethality is undoubtedly explosive. I underestimated this. Fearless is clearly a novice who won T last 3 minutes. The intensity of the live broadcast escalated, with many viewers speculating whether Jiang Heng harbored a grudge against Fearless, given his relentless criticism. However, supporters of Fearless were growing increasingly agitated, with Yang Mia among the most vocal, arguing that while the Flame Vanguard's Flame Blade was indeed powerful, instantaneously defeating Fearless would be no easy task. Those who witnessed the fearless strength of the formidable opponent in the previous battle against Leano should be well aware of the might, speed, and recuperative abilities possessed by the indomitable warrior. It is indeed comparable to the Berserkers awakened by their bloodline, and withstanding the Flame Vanguard's attack was undoubtedly within reach, perhaps even capable of counterattacking. As her words faded, Lin Luo in the arena deftly sidestepped and leaped, evading the Flame Vanguard's fiery blade, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release, hidden mist technique. Suddenly, a dense fog enveloped the entire arena, causing an uproar in the stands. Whoa, not this move again. Can't we see anything? Exclaimed one spectator. I came here for a brawl, not a fog show. Is there something about the fearless warrior that requires concealment? Seeing the commotion, Yang Mia hastily clarified, everyone can rest assured. We have prepared extensively for this battle and anticipated that the fearless warrior would employ this technique. Special runic technology has been integrated into the arena, allowing us to see through the mist. As her words concluded, the runic devices in the arena activated swiftly, revealing the scene once more. Yang Mia continued, many are speculating whether the fearless warrior has awakened water-based abilities due to this move. But I believe it merely serves as an auxiliary combat technique developed to disrupt the opponent's line of sight and control the pace of the battle. Indeed, one could see that after employing this technique, the fearless warrior had already gained the upper hand against the Flame Vanguard. In the midst of the arena, the obscured vision of Ino caused him great frustration. The fearless warrior, akin to a mischievous monkey, relentlessly harassed him. Each strike was so powerful that he found it challenging to defend himself. Ino realized he could no longer afford to continue in this manner. Losing this battle would surely incur the wrath of his captain. With a thought, his internal energy surged violently. With a thunderous roar, 3 blazing blades of fire sliced through the mist, dissipating it entirely. B-class combat technique, triple flame blade slash. However, under the continuous flow of chakra, the mist gradually reformed, exposing his position. Seizing the opportunity, Ino's speed doubled, and in an instant, he appeared before Lin Luo. Wielding the runic blade, he unleashed B-class combat technique, Dance of the Flaming Lotus. The runic blade erupted into flames, resembling a blossoming lotus engulfed in fire. In the next moment, the lotus exploded, sending flames shooting in all directions. Lin Luo and Ino, at the center of the conflagration, were instantly engulfed by the flames. The official live stream of the combat network fell into complete silence. What had just transpired? Had both fighters perished in a mutual demise? At this moment, Jiang Heng seized the opportunity. My goodness, this is the Flame Vanguard. What a magnificent move. Though it was a double-edged sword, the Flame Vanguard, residing in the City of Flames, had maximized his resistance to fire, mitigating his injuries to the bare minimum. However, the Fearless Warrior was a different story. He likely succumbed. I told you, the Fearless Warrior wouldn't last 3 minutes. Yang Mia, visibly tense, silently worried for Lin Luo. Just then, the flames and mist in the arena dissipated simultaneously. Lin Luo and Ino's figures finally emerged. Ino wore a cold smirk, having endured such immense fire damage. Even with maximum resistance, he felt the strain, let alone his opponent. This battle was his victory. Yet, a twinge of regret lingered within him. He had anticipated a formidable adversary, but instead found himself in a one-sided slaughter. At that moment, Ino observed Lin Luo beginning to dissolve, quickly transforming into a puddle of water. Water clone technique. Ino was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his previous grand move had merely struck a clone. However, what kind of clone was this? Was it not said that clones could not withstand damage? Ino was certain that when he unleashed his powerful attack, it felt no different from hitting the original. Not only him, but the entire livestream audience was also left bewildered. Jiang Heng's expression was one of utter dismay. Clones can be used like this? This is incredible. Yang Mia breathed a sigh of relief, having been frightened moments earlier, fearing the Fearless Warrior had been defeated. Fortunately, that was not the case. After a brief silence, the live stream erupted with excitement. What was that? A clone? This is extraordinary. The ability to dodge a grand move with a clone is simply unbeatable. Fearless brother, accept my admiration. I want to learn this technique. In the arena, Ino had become acutely alert. After the water clone dissipated, he lost track of the Fearless Warrior. The opponent possessed yet another unexpected technique, which intrigued him further. Just then, a sound of air splitting echoed as Lin Luo appeared at Ino's side, delivering a powerful punch. Ino reacted swiftly, but his body lagged a moment too long. With a thud, he was sent flying backward, his runic blade raised defensively. A layer of flames enveloped his body, but it was of no use. Lin Luo had already opened the first 4 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Such flame defense was utterly inadequate. Bang, 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 bang. Ino found himself akin to a punching bag, mercilessly pummeled by Lin Luo. The vice-captain of the flame team, a true master of the elite rank, had fallen to such a state that he could not even retaliate. In the live stream, after a tumultuous uproar, silence returned once more. What had they just witnessed? Lin Luo relentlessly pursued the Flame Vanguard, akin to a father chastising a son, with the Flame Vanguard showing no resistance whatsoever. Were they dreaming? Was this truly the same Flame Vanguard who had triumphed in 18 consecutive matches? Fearless brother is magnificent, effortlessly dominating the Flame Vanguard. Jiang Heng exclaimed. 3 minutes have passed. And you're still watching? Hurry up and read a book. Yes, yes. I too wish to see you read. It would be far more entertaining than this battle. Another chimed in. Such a thick book. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Jiang Heng's face turned ashen. Read? What are you talking about? If I could do that, I wouldn't be commentating. Yet, he continued to feign indifference, trying to steer the conversation away from the current situation. Despite the advantageous position of the Fearless Warrior, let us not forget, his opponent was the Flame Vanguard, the vice-captain of the Flame team, who still possessed hidden trump cards. Should the Flame Vanguard unleash his ultimate technique, I can assure you, the Fearless Warrior would not last a minute. If he does, I will livestream myself reading another book. Yang Mia cast a disdainful look. What a coward. All talk and no action. If you have the guts, prove your words by finishing that notebook first. In the arena, Ino was now completely enraged. Since entering the elite rank, he had always been the one pursuing others, never having fallen to such depths. With a resounding roar, the B-grade battle technique, Fire Dance Lotus, was unleashed once more. Amidst the eruption of countless flames, Ino finally achieved a brief respite. In the next moment, he let out a thunderous shout. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy coursing through him. Following closely, a deafening boom reverberated, twisting the very fabric of space, as an overwhelming pressure descended, enveloping the entire arena. The summoning technique, Fire Wolf, manifested in a colossal form, its gaping maw lunging directly at Lin Luo. Simultaneously, Ino, his face contorted with rage, struck with his flaming blade once again, creating a 2-on-1 scenario. In the official live broadcast room of the Battle Network, Zhang Heng suddenly burst into laughter. Did you see that? This is the elite tier. This is mastery. With the summoning of the Fire Wolf by the Flame Vanguard, this battle is already decided. He continued. I told you, the so-called strong are but chickens, thinking they are invincible just because they have grasped a few tricks. If he wins, I might as well read another book. Many were left speechless by his remarks, yet the fierce combat in the arena demanded their attention, as they eagerly anticipated how the so-called strong would withstand this fatal blow. It is known that when a summoning beast descends from an alternate dimension, it carries with it a terrifying dimensional pressure, enhancing its attack power. Although it is but a single strike, it possesses the capability to obliterate an elite-tier fighter. Should the strong be unable to evade this blow, the battle would come to a swift conclusion. Within the arena, Lin Luo, relying on his formidable perception, sensed a disturbance in the moment the space warped. However, it was already too late. The attack of the Fire Wolf had arrived. With no other option, Lin Luo summoned all his strength to fend off the wolf's assault. Just then, Ino's flaming blade descended upon him. With a sickening slice, Lin Luo's body was cleaved in two. Ino's expression finally returned to normal. He had finally dispatched this troublesome foe. In the Battle Network's live room, Zhang Heng continued to cackle. What did I say? Once the Flame Vanguard unleashed his ultimate move, the strong would not last even a minute. Look at this foresight. Meanwhile, Yang Miemia stared at the arena, perplexed. Was the strong truly defeated in an instant? Her thoughts echoed those of everyone in the live room. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The body that had been severed into two abruptly transformed into a puddle of water. The water clone technique re-emerged. This spectacle left everyone in awe. The same strategy had deceived the Flame Vanguard twice. Such skill. It was simply astonishing. This extraordinary duplicity was a must-have for any performer. I must learn this technique from Brother Wu Wei, one exclaimed. I can even warm his bed. Spare me, another retorted. Such a technique is clearly not simple. How could Brother Wu Wei possibly share it? Zhang Heng's face paled as he glanced at the time. It had been precisely a minute. It was over. All those hundreds of pages of books, how long would it take to digest? His heart sank as he prayed for the Flame Vanguard to swiftly eliminate Lin Luo, desperately hoping for victory. In the Fire City, Ivra, witnessing Ino being toyed with by a mere novice, felt her anger boiling over. For a rookie to summon the Fire Wolf and then charge at a clone was utterly infuriating. In her heart, Ivra believed that if she were to engage, she would easily pulverize the strong. Meanwhile, Jiana wore a smile, thoroughly amused. If Ino were to be defeated, she couldn't wait to see the expression on Ivra's face. In the arena, Ino's demeanor darkened. He felt like a fool, having been tricked by the same move twice. The most bizarre part was that he had been completely oblivious to it. This strong opponent possessed formidable strength, speed, and combat skills, complemented by the earlier mist and clone technique, truly troublesome. At that moment, 4 identical clones appeared, almost simultaneously charging at him. Ino scoffed, unafraid of confrontation. With a swift step forward, he wielded his rune blade, ablaze with fire, and struck out. The explosive sound resonated as the 3 water clones melted away, leaving only one remaining. Ino's face brightened as he commanded the Fire Wolf to attack, not pausing as he swiftly approached Lin Luo's position to assist the wolf in sealing off Lin Luo's escape. In the next instant, Ino's rune blade swung once more. But Lin Luo's form suddenly became ethereal, countless afterimages appearing as he evaded Ino's flaming blade, nearly striking the Fire Wolf instead. Ino stared in disbelief. Was this the moon step? The moon step allowed one to swiftly change their position in accordance with the frequency of their spiritual energy's eruption, avoiding attacks. When mastered, It could even achieve instantaneous movement. It was well known that the Moon Step was the exclusive domain of Battle Network masters, as mastering it required exceptional control over one's internal spiritual energy, alongside the challenging task of regulating the energy output frequency through specialized training. How could the strong possess the Moon Step? Had he discovered the method to control the frequency of energy output? In a fleeting moment, Ino contemplated many possibilities. Not only him, but everyone observing this battle on the Battle Network was left dumbfounded. The strong had actually mastered the Moon Step. How could this be? Only a true master could wield such a technique. Was the strong merely a low-level account of a legendary figure, come to toy with novices? But who would be so idle? If the strong were truly a secondary account, what of the 249 consecutive defeats? Many were left in confusion. Jiang Heng felt his head nearing explosion. With the strong mastering the Moon Step, he was nearly unbeatable. If Ino were to lose, he would be faced with 3 books to devour. Despair washed over him. From the very beginning, it seemed he had embarked on an irreversible path. Beside him, Yang Mia gazed in admiration, her eyes sparkling. Though she did not understand the Moon Step, she recognized its power. An idol is an idol, invincible. Jinna's expression was grave. With water-based abilities, strong perception, and now the addition of the Moon Step, who exactly was this strong? Was he truly the alter ego of a legendary figure? Yet, the stronger the strong became, the more fervent Jinna's fighting spirit grew. As for Ivra, she was now exceedingly irate, cursing, "Ino, you coward. Forget the Moon Step. Just attack him already." In the arena, the battle between Lin Luo and Ino raged on. After employing the Moon Step, Lin Luo regained the upper hand, steadily suppressing Ino. He inwardly acknowledged the effectiveness of the Moon Step. It was indeed a vital skill akin to a foreign version of the Agile Step, essential for escape. Initially, Lin Luo observed the battle videos of the supreme deities and discovered that they all seemed to possess a particular step technique. He was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, he attempted it himself, finding it rather unremarkable. It was simply too easy. It merely required controlling the chakra output frequency, a fundamental practice every ninja must undertake. At this moment, Ino wore a grave expression. Ever since Lin Luo executed the Moon Step, he had been reduced to passive defense. He understood that this was not a sustainable situation. The thought of losing sent a shiver down his spine, especially at the prospect of Avira's wrath. Abruptly, Ino let out a fierce roar, invoking the beast mimicry technique. In the next instant, a colossal summoning fire wolf surged into Ino's body, transforming his form. Accompanied by a cacophony of cracking bones, Ino's physique morphed into something monstrous. His arms expanded rapidly, fingers sprouting razor-sharp claws. His already imposing stature grew even larger. Bending forward like a beast, limbs poised on the ground, Lin Luo halted abruptly, feeling an overwhelming and terrifying power emanating from within Ino. It was frenzied and bloodthirsty. In truth, Ino's spiritual energy underwent a qualitative change after merging with the spirit of the summoning fire wolf. Not only did it enhance Ino's strength, speed, and perception, but it also amplified the potency of his techniques, rendering it exceptionally formidable. Ino crouched low, a glimmer of excitement crossing his face. "I intended to reserve this beast mimicry technique for the Imperial Academy competition, but I didn't expect you to force me to this extent. You are indeed impressive." As he spoke, 2 sharp fangs emerged from his mouth, a fierce visage. Yet he declared, "I will win this battle." In the official live stream of the Battle Network, countless spectators witnessed Ino's transformation, utterly astonished. What on earth is this creature? Is it a wolf? Did I just see the summoning fire wolf penetrate the body of the Flame Vanguard? What is happening? A human-wolf fusion? This fusion of the Flame Vanguard is extraordinarily intense. At that moment, Jiang Heng suddenly spoke. "This is the beast mimicry technique. All energy warriors possessing interdimensional summoning beasts are aware of this move, yet to truly execute, it is an arduous feat. It requires mutual trust and an understanding of the spirit beast. But we know that many interdimensional spirit beasts are notoriously proud, making trust incredibly difficult, let alone achieving a connection of the heart." He wore an expression of excitement. The Flame Vanguard had finally unleashed a powerful technique, reducing the number of books he needed to read. Not an easy task. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the live stream was tense. Although Jiang Heng could be overly dramatic, they all had to concede that he was indeed quite knowledgeable. They noticed the bewildered expression on Yang Mia's face, completely at a loss regarding the unfolding events. With the emergence of the Flame Vanguard's mimicry technique, the balance of the battle was instantly altered. If a strong warrior lacked an even stronger ultimate move, they could very well be overwhelmed by the Flame Vanguard. Chapter 108. Erupt, Fire Dance Lotus. Regarding Ino's taunts, Lin Luo felt somewhat speechless. Hadn't the battle not yet concluded? Why was he already posturing? Why don't you come at me? In the next instant, just as Lin Luo had anticipated, Ino vanished from his position, reappearing before him in the blink of an eye. The flaming beast claw descended upon Lin Luo with tremendous force. Lin Luo, of course, would not cower. A surge of chakra coursed through him, his strength amplified to its zenith, and he unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding boom, a multitude of shockwaves erupted upon impact. Yet, in the next moment, Ino had circled behind Lin Luo, his sharp claws slicing through the air. Although they had yet to strike Lin Luo, the ferocious gust of wind that accompanied them lashed against his back, causing a piercing pain. He swiftly maneuvered to evade the blow, but before he could regain his footing, Ino charged at him once more. Lin Luo's expression shifted dramatically. How swift! After merging with the summoning fire wolf, Ino's speed rivaled, even surpassed, his own. This beast mimicry technique was undeniably powerful. A flicker of heated determination ignited within Lin Luo. But the thought of merging with his summoning beast, King Rat, extinguished that spark. It would be akin to courting death. While Lin Luo was lost in thought, Ino unleashed his technique, his face contorted with fury. He had already employed his most formidable move, yet the strong warrior remained unfocused. In that case, perish, he declared, invoking a B-rank technique, Fire Dance Lotus. After merging with the summoning fire wolf, Ino's spiritual energy augmented his technique to a terrifying degree. As the Fire Dance Lotus erupted, a cataclysmic inferno enveloped a significant portion of the arena. The violent waves of fire were palpable, even to those watching from afar. The strong warrior, caught at the heart of the flames, would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the onslaught. Many spectators sighed, foreseeing the outcome. The strong warrior was destined to lose. Though formidable, he faced an even stronger Flame Vanguard. No one believed the strong warrior could withstand such a terrifying assault and still manage to turn the tide. Jiang Heng wore a smug expression. The strong warrior had finally been vanquished. The Flame Vanguard was unparalleled, powerful, invincible. Beside him, Yang Yimya pouted, tears welling in her eyes as if she might burst into tears at any moment. This was her first time commentating on her idol's battle. Yet it concluded in such a manner, heart-wrenching. In the training room of the Flame City team, Elvira stood with her hands on her hips, erupting into an unrestrained laugh. Her goddess image shattered. At this moment, her mood was exceedingly buoyant. The scoundrel, the strong warrior, had finally been reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, the frost goddess, Gianna, observed the strong warrior being engulfed by flames and let out a cold laugh. Awakened with water-type abilities? Will he be consumed by fire? Absurd. It was akin to a swimming champion drowning. Of course, if Elvira were to take the stage herself, Gianna would have nothing to say, though that fool might lack intelligence. Her strength was undeniably impressive, remarkably formidable, especially with her flames. Ordinary water-type abilities would be insufficient to counter them. Even if Gianna took to the arena herself, victory was not guaranteed. In the arena, the flames had long since dissipated. As anticipated, the strong warrior was reduced to cinders, leaving not even a trace behind. His path to ascension had ultimately been severed. Ino sighed with relief. He had finally triumphed. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Chapter 109. Astonishment throughout. Dark Munsa pearl flower in the arena. A sudden screeching sound erupted. Before the incredulous gazes of all, countless green vines materialized and grew at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, the vines transformed into the dark Munsa pearl flower, standing tall at the center of the arena. At its apex, a black flower gradually unfurled. Ino stared at this scene in disbelief. A singular thought echoed in his mind. Is this the dark Munsa pearl flower? In fact, he was not alone. Jiang Heng in the Battle Network's official livestream also stood frozen in shock. He immediately recognized the plant that had abruptly appeared in the arena. The dark Munsa pearl flower? Jiang Heng's voice was filled with incredulity. Why would such a terrifying entity manifest here? Hearing his words, all who were watching the battle collectively gasped. The dark Munsa pearl flower. The theoretical class elucidated clearly that this parasitic plant could ensnare an A-level psychic warrior into a phantasm. Wherever it manifests, formidable mutated beasts are sure to lurk. At this moment, a singular question echoed in everyone's mind, much like that of Jiang Hong. Why has such a phenomenon appeared here? The official live broadcast of the Battle Network fell into a profound silence, save for the animated countenance of Yang Miemye. Just then, the blossoms atop the dark mantis flower began to unfurl slowly, enchanting and beautiful, exuding a deadly allure. At its heart stood Lin Luo, arms crossed. In truth, when he invoked the secret art of the illusory realm, he too was taken aback. The green tendrils of the dark mantis flower could be manipulated through his chakra. The extent of control varied with the amount of chakra released. Luckily, he had reined himself in just in time. Otherwise, the entire arena would have been ensnared by those vines. It was akin to a miniature wood release. Lin Luo speculated that the B-level secret technique, illusory realm, had evolved into a miniature wood release under the influence of the chakra within him. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Ino fixed his gaze on Lin Luo amidst the petals, feeling a twinge of irritation. Wasn't he this fellow supposed to have been reduced to ashes by the Flame Dance Lotus? How was he still alive? Had his earlier ultimate move, the Flame Dance Lotus, missed its target? Ino felt a surge of exasperation. This indomitable warrior was akin to an unkillable cockroach, even more repulsive than the berserkers of the Empire's Western District. In the official Battle Network live broadcast, upon seeing Lin Luo, Jiang Hong's mind was enveloped in a buzzing cacophony. It was over, utterly over. This was the harbinger of an impending onslaught of 3 books. Meanwhile, Yang Miemye's face radiated joy. Just moments ago, she had been on the verge of tears. But now, witnessing Lin Luo's resurrection, she was utterly elated, exclaiming, "The mightiest of the mighty, the invincible warrior, the fearless champion. My goodness, Brother Wu Wei is incredible. He actually summoned the dark mantis flower. He is invincible. Before the pollen of the dark mantis flower, I am utterly dazed. What can we even do? Brother Wu Wei, are you participating in this year's Imperial Academy competition? Indeed, with such an ultimate move, who would dare to advance a single step during the 5-person team battle?" The entire Battle Network broadcast erupted in fervor. The surprise came too swiftly. The seemingly doomed indomitable warrior had staged a miraculous comeback, unleashing such an ultimate weapon. It was exhilarating. In Chapter 110, Illusory Realm, Ino, momentarily stunned, finally regained his composure. The battle was far from concluded. The dark mantis flower at the arena's center had yet to fully bloom, and the surrounding pollen was still feeble. He had to seize this opportunity to eliminate the indomitable warrior. Otherwise, victory would be a distant dream. With a thunderous roar, Ino unleashed the remainder of his spiritual energy, racing toward the arena's center, then leaping high into the air. The B-level combat technique, Flame Dance Lotus, re-emerged, dyeing a significant portion of the arena crimson. Just as he soared, countless tendrils erupted from the ground, swiftly closing in on him and sealing off the space around him. With no other recourse, Ino had to use the Flame Dance Lotus to fend off the overwhelming vines. However, the tendrils, infused with Lin Luo's chakra, were unfazed by ordinary flames. In Ino's horrified gaze, the myriad vines pierced through the flames, enveloping him entirely. In the next moment, the razor-sharp tendrils had pierced Ino through and through, leaving him akin to a beehive. The crowd gasped in astonishment. No one had anticipated that the fully revived Lin Luo would possess such strength, especially in summoning the dark mantis flower, an ultimate move that effortlessly dispatched the Flame Vanguard. Jiang Hong was on the verge of tears. Glancing at the 3 books before him, he suddenly felt nauseous. Yang Miemye, brimming with excitement, shouted, "We won! We finally won! I knew the indomitable warrior would obliterate the Flame Vanguard. Did you see that?" Many who supported the indomitable warrior also cheered. "We won! Brother Wu Wei actually triumphed." That final move summoning the dark mantis flower was utterly formidable. It must be an A-level combat technique. What A-level? I reckon it's S-level. Did you not see how the Flame Vanguard could not even retaliate before it? However, the combat in the arena seemed far from over. With a resounding explosion, the Flame Vanguard, which should have been turned into Swiss cheese, astonishingly broke through the encirclement of tendrils and retreated to the edge of the arena. Ino gasped for breath. His beast mimicry technique long since dispelled, and the summoned fire wolf had vanished. Just as he was about to be impaled by the tendrils, he had narrowly escaped by utilizing the fire wolf to return to a different dimensional space, evading all the vines by the skin of his teeth. Yet he had lost his last opportunity. At this moment, The dark mantis flower had fully blossomed, with pollen continuously released into the air. Ino, having absorbed a considerable amount during his narrow escape, felt his mind growing heavy. This was the terrifying aspect of the dark mantis flower. Its pollen not only spread through the air, but could also merge with spiritual energy. This meant that once the pollen began to disperse, no one could evade its grasp. Ino glanced up at the self-satisfied Lin Luo, feeling a pang of frustration. If this fellow participated in this year's Imperial Academy competition, it would be quite the spectacle, for this move was nearly insurmountable, unless one could destroy the dark mantis flower in a short time frame. Encountering such an adversary was an experience Ino wished to avoid in the future. It was simply too revolting. He surrendered outright. Returning to training under Captain Ivra would be preferable to dealing with this insufferable individual. The Flame Vanguard conceded defeat. Among the most exhilarated was Yang Miemia. An idol is indeed an idol, simply remarkable. This battle swiftly silenced many who had doubted the indomitable warrior. Few within the battle network could claim victory over the Flame Vanguard. In Chapter 111, the challenge continues, the second match, within the training room of the Flame team. Ivra stared, dazed, at the unfolding events. Naturally not adept at contemplation, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Just then, her communicator emitted a series of beeps. Upon checking, it was Gianna, the Frost Maiden. Ivra immediately activated the communicator and roared, "Frost Maiden, what is your intent?" "No intent at all, merely concerned whether you might be driven to despair, so I thought I'd check in. Farewell." Gianna's icy voice resonated through the communicator. Just as Ivra prepared to retort, she heard the sound of a disconnection. Gianna had hung up without granting Ivra any opportunity. Abruptly, the temperature in the training room began to rise rapidly, followed by an earth-shattering roar. "Frost Maiden, you wait for me." In Oser City, Gianna wore a smile, radiating freshness and vigor, while her teammates wore peculiar expressions. No one had anticipated the Empire's frost goddess would possess such a cunning nature. Why must women make things difficult for one another? In the official Battle Network live broadcast, Jiang Heng attempted to slip away, only to be met with the most unwelcome of voices. "By the way, I distinctly heard someone promise to live-stream devouring 3 books. Can we commence now?" Yang Miemia exclaimed with evident schadenfreude. As her words fell, the entire broadcast room erupted in uproar. Devouring 3 books? Which fool made that promise? The one you refer to as a fool is none other than Jiang Heng, the esteemed commentator. Wow, such a promise exists? I can hardly restrain myself from giving him a thumbs up. Jiang Heng, engrossed in his commentary, hastily finished his meal, for he had school to attend the following day. "Brother, would you care for a copy as well? Who knows, perhaps finishing it would exempt you from school." Jiang Heng's face turned a shade of green. With a tearful expression, he picked up a book, caught in a dilemma of whether to set it down or devour it. Ultimately, he resolved to commit. A promise made must be fulfilled, even if it meant kneeling in determination. Besides, this was an official challenge from the Battle Network, leaving no room for excuses. Should he default, it would likely spell the end of his commentary career. Jiang Heng had merely claimed he would consume 3 books, without stipulating their completion. He decided to indulge in one as a midnight snack, saving the others for breakfast. With a swift motion, he tore out a page, crumpled it, and stuffed it into his mouth. Yang Miemia was left stunned, unable to believe that Jiang Heng was truly devouring a book, having thought it a mere jest. The audience in the Battle Network livestream erupted in excitement. "Heng Gu is indeed Heng Gu, a real man who needs no explanation. I support you. Shall we add some seasoning, or perhaps simmer it to medium rare? The flavor would surely enhance." Witnessing Jiang Heng's enthusiasm, I too felt a sudden urge to partake. What should I do? As Jiang Heng read the playful comments in the live chat, tears welled in his heart. "Happy? Hardly. I feel like crying. Fearless strongman, just wait. Our feud is far from over." Perhaps sensing his inner turmoil, a notification abruptly chimed in the live stream. Fearless strongman versus lay dog battle is about to commence. Both parties are now preparing. Jiang Heng was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with elation at the prospect of a fearless strongman battle. Fortune smiled upon him, granting him swift retribution. He decided to postpone his reading. In his heart, he cursed, "Lay dog, I support you. Crush fearless strongman." Chapter 112, The True King of Creepiness. Lay dog. The audience in the Battle Network live stream, initially preparing to depart, were taken aback by the sudden notification. Given fearless strongman's history, It was expected he would win one battle and then vanish for days. Why the change of heart today? To assure the viewers they had not misheard. The notification repeated, Fearless Strongman versus Lay Dog battle is about to commence. Both parties are now preparing. Is this real? Fearless Strongman is formidable. Countless viewers felt a rush of excitement, and many who had left the stream returned. Brother, what is going on today? Why is he showing such deference? You don't understand. Fearless Strongman is now the spokesperson for the Battle Network. He must give the host some face. Indeed, the Battle Network even mobilized the official live stream for Fearless Strongman. He must make a statement. At the very least, he should aim for 10 or 8 matches. Is Fearless Strongman planning to defeat every expert on the Battle Network, to tear it apart? The previous commentator was clearly a fool. Brothers, this time Fearless Strongman's opponent is Lay Dog. What are your thoughts? Wow, how could it be this guy? I was hoping to see Fearless Strongman dominate. It seems that's not in the cards. Upon seeing Fearless Strongman's opponent, the audience lamented. Lay Dog was infamous on the Battle Network. Renowned as the creepy king of the elite tier. He embodied creepiness without limits, a mainstream assassin awakened with enhanced visual abilities, capable of perceiving everything in dim environments. Before long, both Fearless Strongman and Lay Dog were prepared. Lay Dog chose the battleground, the Nightshade Forest. A collective gasp arose from the audience. Wow, could you not choose a different map? Lay Dog had fought hundreds of matches on the Battle Network, each one set in the Nightshade Forest. The perfect backdrop for his stealthy tactics. Lin Luo had intended to select the arena, but was preempted by his opponent. After a moment's consideration, he thought, every day is the arena. A change of scenery wouldn't hurt, and thus clicked agree. Upon seeing Lin Luo's agreement, the viewers in the live stream collectively despaired. Why agree to that? I want to go to bed. I fear I'll fall asleep watching. I wholeheartedly concur, even if Fearless Strongman summons the Dark Munsa Pearl. Lay Dog won to engage, leaving him no room to complain. Hearing the viewers' grievances, Jiang Hung decisively tossed aside the remainder of his book. Ugh, I can't stomach this any longer. I should have added some seasoning and simmered it a bit. Choosing the most advantageous battleground based on profession and abilities is entirely reasonable. Jiang Hung recognized Lay Dog's choice of the Nightshade Forest and felt a sense of smugness. As an assassin, Lay Dog thrived on stealth and ambush, and his enhanced night vision would allow him to maximize his potential in such an environment. I support Lay Dog. Fearless Strongman is certain to lose. Given the vastness of the Nightshade Forest, even if Fearless Strongman summoned the Dark Munsa Pearl, its pollen wouldn't blanket the entire area. Allowing Lay Dog to wait for the pollen to dissipate or for Fearless Strongman to exhaust his energy before launching a counterattack. This could be a lengthy battle. I suggest everyone prepare snacks and drinks for our discussion. Chapter 113. Yang Miemia's bet upon hearing Jiang Hung state that Fearless Strongman would lose. Yang Miemia immediately expressed her discontent. It must be said, a devoted fan is indeed devoted. In Yang Miemia's eyes, Fearless Strongman was the epitome of strength, capable of defeating all, with no room for debate. She waved her tiny fists and declared, that Lay Dog is doomed. Fearless Strongman will surely find a way to hang him from a tree. Jiang Hung rolled his eyes. It seemed his thorough analysis had fallen on deaf ears. This newcomer hadn't listened at all. Thus, Jiang Hung harbored a disdain for mindless fans who blindly idolize without heeding the insights of professionals. In a fierce tone, he proclaimed, if Fearless Strongman defeats Lay Dog, I shall consume another book. I already have 3. A few more debts won't weigh me down. Continuing, he added, but what if he loses? With that, he shot a glance at Yang Miemia, dripping with mockery. Yang Miemia grew flustered. If Fearless Strongman loses, I'll also live stream reading a book, perhaps half of one. It's merely reading live. Who is afraid? Upon hearing their wager, many viewers in the live stream became displeased. Hung-go, is it really fair to trick Miss Miemia like that? Yeah, you're a grown man. Picking on a little girl. Amid the audience's jeers, Jiang Hung found himself branded a villain. He was taken aback, wondering when he had targeted Yang Miemia. If it weren't for her, he would have slipped away long ago without needing to live stream reading. Jiang Hung, feeling the bitterness of the situation, proposed a new arrangement. How about this? If Fearless Strongman wins, I'll read 2 books. If he loses, you'll read half a book. Surely, that's agreeable. All right. Yang Miemia readily accepted. One must seize the opportunity. Half a book is nothing. Wow, Miss Miemia, so formidable. Brothers, you may not realize it, but I am indeed the half book that Miemia is about to read. No, I am. Let us not say another word. Let us see who wins. Jiang Hung felt utterly bewildered. Upon reflection, it seemed he was the one being led astray. Damn it, I've been tricked. Before long, the formidable warrior, unyielding, and the cunning rascal entered the nightshade forest, initiating a fierce confrontation. The rascal was intimately familiar with this battleground, seamlessly blending into the shadows as he entered. Adhering to his principles, he believed that as an assassin, he must embody stealth to its utmost, silently eliminating his foes. This insidious approach was precisely what made him loathsome to many. What should have been a straightforward battle became prolonged as the rascal expertly wore down his opponent's resolve, waiting for the moment of complacency to deliver the final blow. One of the most notorious encounters was against the fiery goddess, Ivra. With her vast spiritual sea and explosive power, she reduced a considerable area of the forest to ashes in an instant. Yet, the rascal remained hidden, even taunting Ivra, asserting that unless she could incinerate the entire forest, she would not find him. Ivra, incensed, unleashed her runic cannon in a fit of rage, but ultimately exhausted her energy without achieving her goal of total destruction. Reluctantly, she conceded to a stalemate. Remarkably, the rascal never revealed himself throughout the ordeal. Chapter 114. The art of the wooden man. Lin Luo stepped into the nightshade forest, and upon surveying his surroundings, a smile spread across his face. The environment was a boon for an assassin, but for him, it was equally advantageous. With the chakra of the Sage of the Six Paths coursing through him, he possessed a natural affinity for the forest. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to test his hypothesis. Could he utilize the secret technique of the illusory realm to manifest some wooden ninjutsu? If successful, it would significantly enhance his abilities. With a commanding shout, Lin Luo invoked the technique. Countless vines surged forth, heralding the emergence of the dark mantra blossoms. Jiang Hung observed with amusement as Lin Luo summoned the dark mantra blossoms, remarking on Unyielding's youthful naivety in believing he could harness their power. He mused that the vastness of the nightshade forest meant the blossom's pollen could only cover a limited area. The rascal wouldn't be foolish enough to hide within its confines. Judging by the current situation, it seemed Unyielding's intellect had been overshadowed by the rascal's cunning. Turning to his companion, Jiang Hung raised an eyebrow, while she, in a fit of frustration, retorted that regardless, the rascal would be utterly defeated by Unyielding, challenging him to wait and see. Jiang Hung sighed internally, realizing that reasoning with such a fervent admirer was futile, especially one of her disposition. In the depths of the nightshade forest, Lin Luo regarded the towering form of the dark mantra blossoms with satisfaction. Quietly, he intoned, "Would release, technique of the wooden man." As he infused the technique with his abundant chakra, an intricate wooden figure materialized from the entwined vines. The blossoms atop the wooden figure began to bloom, releasing a cascade of petals. Standing beside his creation, Lin Luo beamed with pride, marveling at the formidable ninjutsu he had conjured. Although this was merely a simulation of the wood release, its potency was sufficient for the present. Lin Luo orchestrated the wooden figure's movements throughout the forest, relishing the prospect of outsmarting the rascal. With pollen dispersed across the entirety of the woodland, the rascal's stealth tactics would be rendered ineffective, unless he refrained from using his spiritual energy entirely. In the official live broadcast, Jiang Hung was momentarily stunned by the wooden figure's appearance. What on earth was that? His despair deepened as he witnessed Lin Luo directing the wooden figure to scatter pollen. While the dark mantra blossom's pollen had its limitations, with the wooden figure's assistance, it could soon saturate the entire nightshade forest, rendering the rascal's strategy futile. Facing Unyielding head-on would be akin to courting disaster. At this juncture, a suggestion arose. Perhaps surrendering would be the wisest choice to avoid a thorough beating. Jiang Hung's thoughts were interrupted by the incredulous comments from the live stream audience. Chapter 115. Speculations about the wooden man in the training room of the Osul City Academy. Gianna was visibly troubled. She activated her communicator, only to be met with a barrage of angry retorts. Frost Maiden, what is your intention? Do you wish to fight? The source of this ire was unmistakably Ivra, the fiery goddess. Calm down, Gianna urged, her tone serious. Did you see the wooden figure? The figure she referred to was Lin Luo's creation, a manifestation of the dark mantra blossoms. Ivra forcibly suppressed her anger. I saw it. What of it? What is that thing? 3 questions burst forth in rapid succession. Gianna, rubbing her forehead in exasperation, recognized Ivra's reluctance to engage her intellect. Despite their rivalry, they instinctively turned to one another when faced with challenges, as was the case now. "Can your fire abilities shatter that wooden figure?" Gianna inquired. Upon witnessing the wooden figure, her mind raced with potential solutions. But she soon realized her own abilities were inadequate against it. Ivra, sensing the gravity in Gianna's voice, admitted, "I don't know." "Don't know?" Gianna's brows furrowed. In the elite tier, Ivra's prowess with fire abilities ranked among the highest. Her uncertainty was perplexing. The communicator crackled again as Ivra continued. "Stop speculating. I truly don't know. I inquired with Eno, and it seems the dark mantra blossoms vines can absorb spiritual energy, growing stronger in the process. Without interference, I might be able to destroy the wooden figure, but if ensnared by the vines, I would stand no chance." Gianna gasped at Ivra's revelation. Absorbing spiritual energy? Such an eerie ability. Initially confident in her capacity to challenge unyielding, she now felt her chances of victory dwindling. Who was this unyielding? A being with such formidable capabilities could not possibly remain inconspicuous. Ending the communication, Gianna found herself intrigued by the identity of unyielding. In the Flame City, Ivra, still reeling from the conversation, slowly regained her composure. "Damn it, that Frost Maiden has played me for a fool. Just wait until I find you." In the next moment, she seized Eno and unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. Sister declared that she would strike you 10 times a day, and she would not go back on her word. In an instant, the entire training room echoed with Inuo's anguished cries. It was truly tragic. Meanwhile, the other teammates could only shiver in fear, pretending not to witness the scene. At this moment, in the most luxurious hotel of Starry City, Cardenio was watching the battle between Lin Luo and the rascally dog. Everything happening tonight on the battle network was orchestrated by her. To be frank, Cardenio was indeed astonished when she saw Lin Luo defeat the Flame Vanguard. She had never imagined that this old friend could become so formidable. However, with such strength, returning was still insufficient. Cardenio had already devised a series of plans to aid Lin Luo in enhancing his abilities, but she did not anticipate that Lin Luo would surprise her once more. He could transform the essence of the Dark Munsa Pearl into a wooden figure resembling a spirit beast, coupled with the hallucinogenic effects of the Dark Munsa Pearl pollen. This bizarre ability, if developed further, would be truly terrifying. A slight smile crept upon Cardenio's lips. Was he already at the skill level of a quasi-master? It was sufficient. Although she did not wish for Lin Luo to be the unexpected factor disturbing the Empire's tranquility, the stronger Lin Luo became, the simpler many matters would become. Chapter 116. The bewildered rascally dog in the Twilight Forest. Lin Luo directed the wooden figure to scatter pollen everywhere, thoroughly enjoying himself. Within a short span of time, he had dusted a significant portion of the forest. The rascally dog appeared somewhat dazed. His enhanced vision was fixated on Lin Luo, noticing that he seemed utterly relaxed, as if on a leisurely stroll while dispersing pollen. This battle seemed to be slipping away from him. His sneaky tactics were no match for Lin Luo's Dark Munsa Pearl. And combined with the wooden figure, it was akin to a scholar facing a soldier. There was simply no logic to it. The fearless wielder of the Dark Munsa Pearl was even more repugnant than he was. At this moment, the rascally dog employed the same sneaky strategy that had given the Empire's fire dance goddess, Ivira, a headache, yet he could only cower in a shadowy corner, trembling. Damn it! Engaging head-on was futile, and lurking in the shadows waiting for an opportunity to ambush proved fruitless as well. The fearless wielder's spiritual energy surged like the ocean, showing no signs of depletion. The rascally dog had changed positions several times, each time narrowly avoiding detection, teetering on the brink of being ensnared in an illusion. Thanks to his keen instincts as an assassin, the rascally dog surmised that the fearless wielder possessed a unique method to perceive all movements in areas with pollen. In truth, Lin Luo had long since infused his chakra into the pollen of the Dark Munsa Pearl. This meant that wherever the pollen was present, Lin Luo's chakra was surveilling it. Even if the rascally dog had a way to evade the pollen and avoid being drawn into the illusion, he could not escape Lin Luo's chakra monitoring. It must be said that his method displayed remarkable foresight. Several times he had caught glimpses of the rascally dog's whereabouts, but each time he managed to escape. This fellow, capable of attaining elite status, was not merely adept at sneaky tactics. At that moment, a glimmer of cold light appeared, and the rascally dog finally revealed himself. Deploying assassin techniques, stealth, and shadow steps to directly approach Lin Luo, He was acutely aware that prolonging this battle would inevitably lead to defeat. Once Lin Luo saturated the entire twilight forest with pollen, he would have no escape route, unless he refrained from using his internal spiritual energy and held his breath. But how could that be possible? Thus, at that moment, he seized the opportunity and struck decisively. However, Lin Luo's perception was exceptionally keen. The instant the rascally dog manifested, Lin Luo detected his presence. Would release, for pillar prison. Abruptly, countless vines erupted from the ground, swiftly forming a colossal cage. The rascally dog reacted quickly, concealing himself in the darkness at the slightest disturbance of the ground, causing the cage to miss its target. Lin Luo chuckled coldly. He had been waiting for this moment. The areas traversed by the wooden figure were entirely dusted with pollen. The moment the rascally dog appeared, he would inevitably be contaminated. Moreover, the chakra distributed within the pollen would also come into play. Would release. Root explosion. Suddenly, the pollen infused with Lin Luo's chakra began to stir violently, and innumerable vines materialized, piercing through the rascally dog's entire form before consuming him. In his final moments, the rascally dog's last thought was one of astonishment. Why had so many vines suddenly appeared in the air? And he had not sensed a thing. Chapter 117. The third match. Continuing the challenge in this match, the fearless wielder emerged victorious. Lin Luo sat atop the wooden figure, gazing at his hands with a face full of excitement. Truly, he had accomplished it. Through the chakra derived from the Hashirama cells, he could indeed employ the wood release technique utilizing the illusion realm. Of course, the wood release ninjutsu he currently performed only exhibited a fraction of the true power of wood release, merely labeling it as minor wood release. Yet, that was sufficient. Prior to this, Lin Luo had been somewhat apprehensive, as the system had yet to complete its upgrade, leaving him with too few offensive ninjutsu at his disposal. However, things were different now. With mastery over minor wood release, even if more foolish villains came his way, they would merely provide experience and equipment. Lin Luo secretly rejoiced. It seemed his path as a chosen one in this realm had begun. In the official Battle Network live broadcast room, the expressions of everyone present were incredibly vivid. Jiang Heng wore a face of despair, constantly cursing the rascally dog as a mere actor. Damn it, wasn't it agreed that he would stick to his sneaky tactics? Yet, he knew very well that once the fearless wielder transformed the essence of the Dark Munsa Pearl into a wooden figure, the suspense of this battle had evaporated. However, Jiang Heng did not care. The thought of having to livestream himself voraciously consuming 5 books next made his scalp tingle. Beside him, Yang Mimi was brimming with excitement. An idol is an idol, simply outstanding. She was not a professional and did not comprehend the intricacies behind the rascally dog being swiftly defeated, but that was irrelevant. The important thing was that the fearless wielder had won. Moreover, there was an even more significant reason. She would not have to livestream herself devouring books anymore. As for the other viewers of the livestream, nearly all wore incredulous expressions. The rascally dog's sneaky tactics were too notorious. This was the strategy that had nearly driven the fire dance goddess, Ivira, to madness. Yet, at this moment, it was inexplicably unraveled by the fearless wielder. Many remained bewildered, questioning why the rascally dog, who could have simply remained hidden, chose to rush into death by launching an attack. Additionally, how had those vines appeared so suddenly? How had they pierced the rascally dog to death? Am I seeing things? Is this truly the rascally dog, the king of sneakiness? Wow, what a farce. Isn't it just about taking a beating? I could do that too. It was incomprehensible. But this did not dampen the joy of the onlookers. The king of sneakiness, the rascally dog, had been utterly thrashed. Was there anything more delightful than this? No. In just a brief moment, the strategy of the fearless wielder summoning the Dark Munsa Pearl to scatter pollen leapt to the forefront of the most disgusting tactics, surpassing even that of the rascally dog. In the training room of the Flame team, Ivira stared wide-eyed, nearly dropping her jaw to the ground. Was this truly the same rascally dog who had almost driven her to madness? How had he become so inept, akin to a mere dog? He had been instantaneously defeated by the fearless wielder. Similarly, the frost goddess, Jaina, wore a similarly bewildered expression. Though she surmised that the Dark Munsa Pearl was the key to restraining the rabid dog, the art of war embodied by Hua necessitated spiritual energy for sustenance. Jaina overlooked a crucial point. She had never contemplated the sheer magnitude of the fearless warrior's spiritual power. Controlling the Dark Munsa Pearl to disperse pollen was as effortless as child's play, An endless flurry of pollen would guarantee victory. Had she known this, she would likely have lost all interest in challenging such an indomitable foe. This was truly invincible. Others were left grappling with the implications. As the crowd marveled at the fearless warrior's combat prowess, Lin Luo had already selected his next adversary. Tonight, he intended to face 3 opponents simultaneously, thereby completing the first phase of the system's mission. Chapter 118. The Rising Supernova. The fearless warrior planned to take on 3 opponents tonight. And this news spread like wildfire through the Battle Network's live broadcast. The spectators erupted in excitement, declaring that the fearless warrior had undergone a complete transformation. Soon, his chosen opponent emerged, Benatarol, a newly ascendant super heavy armor fighter. Upon seeing Benatarol, Jiang Heng was instantly animated, exclaiming that yet another heavyweight contender had appeared. A supernova currently commanding attention on the Battle Network. He pondered whether the fearless warrior could handle this challenge. While acknowledging the fearless warrior's considerable strength, he felt it was overly audacious to attempt a 3-on-1 match against elite fighters from the Battle Network. One could only wonder how much spiritual energy remained within the fearless warrior. After all, the renowned Flame Vanguard had only begun his impressive streak from a novice level. In this encounter, Jiang Heng remained optimistic about Benatarol's chances. Many might disagree with his assessment, but he confidently asserted, "Let us wait and see." Jiang Heng's nonchalance was promptly countered by Yang Maimai, who retorted, "I do not share your view, Senior Jiang." Anyone who witnessed the fearless warrior's battle against Liano would be aware that his strength, speed, and combat skills far surpassed those of Liano, ultimately culminating in a single devastating blow. Benatarol is merely a new super heavy armor fighter, comparable at best to the Berserker-blooded Liano. Therefore, I boldly predict that Benatarol too will be vanquished by a single punch from the fearless warrior. Jiang Heng was momentarily taken aback, casting a discontented glance at Yang Maimai. This little Y-head was annoyingly contrarian tonight. In response to Jiang Heng's displeasure, Yang Maimai boldly challenged, "What's the matter, Senior Jiang? Shall we place another wager? The loser must read 2 more books. What do you say?" Jiang Heng was left speechless with frustration. The mere thought of having to read 5 books on a live broadcast made him cringe. Yet, Yang Maimai continued unabated. "You've accumulated quite a collection already. Wouldn't it be better to complete the set?" At that moment, the audience in the live chat erupted in cheers, urging, "Come on, Henggu, don't be timid. Take the bet. It's just a few books. Anyone can do it." They rallied exactly. A grown man cannot be intimidated by a girl. When it comes to reading, make sure to let us know. With our support, this segment will undoubtedly become a hit, perhaps even a culinary sensation. Jiang Heng's face flushed crimson, but thankfully, his thick skin concealed his embarrassment. Truthfully, he felt a twinge of insecurity, having witnessed the fearless warrior's 2 previous battles. He had to admit that this individual was exceptionally formidable. His support for Benatarol stemmed purely from a habitual disdain for the fearless warrior. But now, with Yang Maimai's taunts, he could no longer tolerate it. Jiang Heng declared, "I accept the bet. What a few books. I'll read them." As soon as he spoke, the excitement in the live broadcast reached fever pitch, with countless voices chanting, "Henggu is mighty. Henggu is magnificent." Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Heng was silently lamenting his predicament, wishing he had remained silent. Just then, Benatarol stepped onto the battlefield, his expression grave as he sized up his opponent. As a fellow newcomer to the Battle Network and a heavy armor class fighter, he and Liano had always been rivals, frequently sparring against one another, neither willing to concede. Although Benatarol had claimed victory more often and had advanced to the elite tier first, he was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary advantage. Liano possessed the bloodline of a Berserker, granting him boundless potential. Once Liano fully harnessed the power of his Berserker lineage, Benatarol knew it would be exceedingly difficult to prevail against him. However, what Benatarol could not fathom was that Liano had been defeated by the novice-level fearless warrior, and in a manner that completely breached his defenses. The notion of penetrating the defenses of the Berserker Liano was laughable. Benatarol was incredulous, yet the evidence lay before him, compelling him to believe. From that moment on, he had kept a close watch on the fearless warrior. Benatarol was eager to witness the extent of the fearless warrior's strength, and upon seeing him ascend the Battle Network tonight, he boldly initiated a challenge. To his surprise, the fearless warrior accepted. In truth, Benatarol had been observing the fearless warrior's previous 2 battles. He had to admit, this opponent was exceptionally powerful. Nevertheless, the fearless warrior appeared to be a fighter focused on developing combat techniques. Such fighters rarely honed their physicality and seldom trained specifically for strength and speed. How then had the fearless warrior managed to shatter Liano's defenses with a single punch? A flicker of doubt ignited within Benatarol. Suddenly, he performed a respectful gesture towards Lin Luo, saying, "I wish to witness your utmost strength. I ask for your indulgence." Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback. Did he wish to experience his full power? Perplexed, he soon recognized the heavy shield in Benatarol's hands and understood it was a test of his defensive capabilities. Lin Luo was skeptical. Did this individual not witness his previous battles? With Lin Luo's current physical prowess, after opening the 6th gate of the 8 doors of Duanjia, he could barely contain the explosive force. A moment's inattention could reduce his opponent to mere fragments. The next moment, Lin Luo perceived the determination in Benatarol's eyes and felt a surge of respect. He was certain that Benatarol had witnessed his fight with Liano and sought him out for a challenge. Such an opponent was worthy of respect. Lin Luo adopted a serious demeanor, nodding at Benatarol. "Defend with all your might, for my punch may very well obliterate you." In the live broadcast, Jiang Heng's expression darkened upon hearing Lin Luo's words. This was audacious beyond measure. Even if one were to feign superiority, one must know the appropriate context. Yang Maimai, however, was overjoyed, exclaiming, "An idol is an idol. He looks so man when he is serious." The battle commenced. Benatarol dared not exhibit even a hint of relaxation. As spiritual energy surged forth, explosive power emanated from him. He thrust his shield forward, transforming it into an impenetrable wall. Then, he addressed Lin Luo, "Come forth." Lin Luo nodded in agreement, internally acknowledging, "Now, this is a competent heavy armor fighter. Just the weight of his presence assures allies they can trust him with their backs." In the next instant, a thunderous roar resonated from Lin Luo's core. 8th gate of Duanjia, 6th gate, opening. Suddenly, a fierce green storm surged from within Lin Luo, colliding with the surrounding air currents and igniting a multitude of flames. In the blink of an eye, Lin Luo, engulfed in blazing fire, appeared before Benatarol and unleashed a punch. Chapter 120. A passionate declaration of war. "I shall claim first place." Lin Luo's fist was enveloped in a peculiar flame, radiating an overwhelming force. The sheer pressure generated by his might forced the heavily armored Dolor to stagger back several paces. A thunderous roar erupted as waves of energy surged forth, annihilating a significant portion of the arena behind Dolor. This power, Dolor stood in stunned silence. Such strength was beyond his capacity to withstand. He realized that Reno's defeat was indeed justified. Had that devastating blow struck him, he would have been utterly obliterated. After a brief moment, Dolor regained his composure, a hint of bitterness gracing his lips as he inquired, "Will you be participating in this year's Imperial Academy tournament?" In the official live broadcast of the Battle Network, spectators gasped in awe at the explosive punch unleashed by the fearless warrior. Upon hearing Dolor's question, they fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixated on the potential participation of the fearless warrior in the upcoming tournament. Following the 3 matches of the evening, no one could reasonably regard him as a mere novice or cannon fodder. He was formidable. Few in the elite ranks could maintain dominance over the fearless warrior, and many believed he even had a chance to ascend to the ranks of true champions. However, the identity of the fearless warrior remained shrouded in mystery. It was likely that only the upper echelons of the Battle Network were privy to his true identity. But should he decide to compete in this year's Imperial Academy tournament, it would undoubtedly introduce a variable. The Academy team that boasted the fearless warrior would surely not be weak, potentially vying for a place among the top 16, or even the top 8. As anticipation mounted, Lin Luo slowly declared, "Of course, I shall participate, and I hereby reserve the first place in this year's Imperial Academy tournament." Such a bold proclamation was tantamount to declaring war against the most powerful teams in the Empire. After a brief silence, the official live broadcast erupted into chaos. Shouts of excitement filled the air, with Yang Mia leaping up in exhilaration, chanting her rallying cry for Lin Luo, the strongest of the strong, the invincible warrior, the fearless one. Soon, the entire live audience joined in unison, echoing her fervor. Even Jiang Heng felt a surge of adrenaline, realizing that the commentary for the 3 matches that night was far from wasted. He did not deny the strength of the fearless warrior, but he believed that claiming first place was still a distant aspiration. The battle concluded with Do Lower conceding defeat, yet many in the broadcast room lingered, aware that Lin Luo's declaration could potentially trigger seismic shifts in the competitive landscape, eager to witness the unfolding drama. In Osul City, Gianna smiled subtly upon hearing the fearless warrior's declaration. Reserving first place? How amusing. It's been a while since someone so intriguing has emerged. However, securing the top spot in the Imperial Academy tournament is no simple feat. It necessitates a formidable team to back it. Individual prowess, no matter how exceptional, holds little weight. Moreover, due to the establishment of the Fourth Dimension Sanctum, this year's tournament was destined to be more brutal than any previous iteration. Powerful teams were rising, including the Imperial Royal Academy and the 4 great families supporting their respective institutions, as well as the 7 major fortress cities. None of these teams were weak. Gianna led the Frost team, one of the 7 fortress cities, which had been a finalist in the previous tournament. Compared to last year, the Frost team's strength had multiplied exponentially. Yet, despite this, Gianna dared not claim the top spot. Suddenly, she turned to her teammates and stated, "From this moment on, we will triple our training efforts. We too shall strive for first place this year." In the City of Flames, Avila's fury remained unabated. "Fearless warrior, do not cross my path in the Imperial Academy, or I shall surely shatter your skull." In the next instant, she seized her deputy captain, Ino, and delivered a sound thrashing. Chapter 121. System Upgrade. Choose the blood wheel. While discussions about the fearless warrior swirled around, Lin Luo had already logged off the battle network. After a night of challenging 3 elite competitors, he had successfully completed the first phase of the system's tasks. Now, his focus was on upgrading the system as swiftly as possible. With a thought, the system interface materialized before him. Congratulations, host. On completing the first phase of the task, Novice Path, you have earned 2,000 reward points and 3 chances for a lottery draw. The ultimate second phase of the system's tasks has commenced. Modest achievements. As the captain, lead the Dawn team to advance through the preliminaries of the Noah Imperial Academy tournament and secure a place in the top 8 of the Eastern Division. Earning a spot in the capital's arena, Lin Luo stared at the tasks presented by the system, somewhat exasperated. How was it that he was now considered a skilled fighter, yet the system still viewed him as mere cannon fodder? What did modest achievements even mean? System, please clarify. Lin Luo sighed. The only solace he found was that the reward points for the system upgrade were finally sufficient. With a total of 5,500 points, he wasted no time and promptly initiated the upgrade. Instantly, the system's cheerful notification chimed in. Naruto system upgrade successful, current version C level. Congratulations, host, on taking another step closer to divinity. So swift. Indeed, true technological marvel. Lin Luo reopened the virtual panel, discovering that the options for ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu now included a plethora of C-level skills. However, the shop and lottery systems remained unchanged. The most significant alteration was the addition of a new option labeled I-Techniques. Lin Luo's heart leaped with joy as he quickly clicked on the I-Techniques option. There, 4 distinct techniques were listed: Sharingan, Byakugan, Red Eye, and Blood Dragon Eye. Each technique existed in its initial stage, requiring only 500 reward points for acquisition. With the system upgrade, Lin Luo had precisely 500 reward points remaining. What an incredible stroke of luck. The system had meticulously arranged everything. He proceeded to examine the 4 techniques, gauging their evolutionary potential. The Sharingan and Byakugan stood out as the most formidable. The ultimate evolution of the Sharingan was the Rinnegan, while the Byakugan could evolve into the Tensegan, both being cataclysmic eye techniques. After much contemplation, Lin Luo ultimately chose the Sharingan. Having merged with Hashirama's cells, his body was on the path of continuous evolution towards the Sage body. With the Sharingan evolved to its pinnacle, he would be poised to take his first step toward divinity. Upon clicking to exchange for the Sharingan, the 500 reward points vanished. A crimson tomo gradually manifested in his eyes. What a letdown. It turned out to be merely a single tomo Sharingan, which explained the low cost. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. The enhancement to his power from a single tomo Sharingan was limited. He casually opened the evolution options for the Sharingan. The double tomo Sharingan required 2,000 reward points, the triple tomo Sharingan 5,000 points, and the Mangekyo Sharingan demanded a staggering 10,000 points. Lin Luo let out a wail of despair. 10,000 reward points. Why not just rob a bank? As for the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, the Rinnegan, and the Mangekyo Rinnegan, Lin Luo truly lacked the courage to continue reading. With a darkened expression, he decisively shut down the system. Chapter 122. The four-seed battle teams. With the impetus of the battle network, the fearless declaration of war by the strong began to spread swiftly. In merely one night, it had already reached every academy. The battle network officially issued a notice. It would fully sponsor the fearless team until they secured first place in the current Imperial Academy tournament. Upon seeing this announcement, many were taken aback and began to speculate. Could it be that the fearless team was a member of the Orsi's team? Otherwise, it simply did not make sense. The Battle Network's full sponsorship essentially meant providing financial and logistical support, utilizing every possible method to bolster the fearless team. Such treatment seemed reserved exclusively for academy teams supported by the Orsi's family. However, it was soon clarified by informed sources that there was no member named Fearless in the Orsi's team. Many were instantly bewildered. Had the Battle Network lost its senses? Doubts arose about whether the fearless team possessed such strength. This year's Imperial Academy tournament featured an overwhelming number of formidable teams. To create a buzz, following the announcement of the sponsorship for the fearless team, the Battle Network promptly revealed the four most promising seed teams for this year. Unquestionably occupying the top position was the Romanov team from the Imperial Royal Academy, the previous tournament champion, led by Captain Laura Romanov, the Imperial Grand Princess. With Vice Captain Gilness, the fourth Prince of the Empire, the team's reputation was already secured, although the identities of the other team members remained undisclosed. The mere presence of Laura and Gilness represented everything. They had guided the Romanov team to victory in the last tournament. Trailing closely behind the Romanov team was the Yenluo team from the Lin family. The Lin family, the oldest and most powerful among the four great families of the empire, faced no disputes regarding their second-place standing. Captain Lin Wudao, the first heir of the Lin family and a wielder of wind abilities, possessed formidable strength. Having entered the master level of the Battle Network 2 years prior, a true hall-level figure. In an unexpected twist, the third position was claimed by the Frost team from Osel City, led by the Frost goddess, Janna. Though the Frost team had reached the semifinals in the last Imperial Academy tournament, many felt it was unjust to rank them third. While powerful, it seemed unlikely they surpassed the three great families outside of the Lin family. Moreover, every academy team from the 7 major fortress cities was strong, making it unrealistic to rank them definitively. Nevertheless, the Battle Network based its rankings solely on the performance of each team's members within the network. The final surprise came with the Thunder team from the Western District of the Empire, Leze City, led by Captain Lei Allen, a super expert at the master level and the only heavy armor professional in that tier. Many were astonished to see the Thunder team listed among the 4-seed teams. A group composed entirely of berserkers in heavy armor. The prospect of 5 heavy armored warriors in a team battle was undeniably exhilarating, capable of overwhelming any opponent. Overall, this year's announcement of the 4-seed teams by the Battle Network, aside from the first and second positions, was quite unexpected. The fact that only the Lin family made the list among the 4 great families left many in disbelief. Yet, amidst all this, the Battle Network's actions were somewhat perplexing. Many were certain that the fearless team did not belong to any of the 4-seed teams. So, what was the true intention behind the Battle Network sponsoring the fearless team? Was it that the academy teams supported by the Orsi's family were simply inadequate? Chapter 123. The hectic rhythm at the Psionic Academy in Starshine City. Numerous students celebrated throughout the night, continuing their studies the next day. Lin Luo awoke naturally and strolled out of his dormitory. For reasons unknown, he felt that something was amiss as he noticed discussions about the fearless team everywhere. Bro, have you heard? Last night, the fearless team suddenly changed their demeanor, putting on quite a show. What a pity I missed it. And when they declared war, they looked absolutely stunning. Who exactly is this fearless team? To have gained sponsorship from the Battle Network and the Orsi's family, what an instant rise to prominence. If only they were from our academy, the strength of our academy team would undoubtedly soar. Oh, I envy the Battle Network's sponsorship. Although our academy's current sponsorship seems decent too, I heard Director Green worked tirelessly to secure it. That old man, rumored to be retiring, allegedly donated tens of millions. Enough to buy the entire academy. Wow, why am I not a member of the academy team? Brother, don't even get me started. That useless team captain makes me furious. He's weaker than a dog. Shoo, be quiet. The so-called useless captain is coming. He seems to have overheard you. And so what? Let him come at me. I'll show him what I can do. As Lin Luo walked, his expression darkened increasingly. To be honest, he longed to give the speaker a good beating, but ultimately restrained himself. What on earth was happening? Where was all this commotion coming from? It made no sense. And what was this talk of a tens of millions sponsorship? Wasn't the Academy team's sponsorship always managed by the Selena family? This wouldn't he do. He needed to inquire further to avoid any unforeseen complications. Since the establishment of the team, the Academy had allocated a dedicated training room for them. At this hour, Selena was undoubtedly gathering the members of the Dawn team for intensive training. Lin Luo turned and headed toward the training room. Meanwhile, the training room was bustling with activity, with people coming and going, transporting various training equipment and an array of potent supplements. Selena stood at the entrance. Her face darkened as she watched Director Green and Elder Qian boast about their achievements. Behind her, several members of the Dawn team stood with expressions brimming with excitement. Director Green had secured tens of millions in sponsorship, an astonishing feat. With such funds, the Dawn team would undoubtedly be the primary beneficiaries. It was said that they would even have dedicated vehicles for transport, which was incredibly cool. Conversely, Selena was quite displeased. Her Dawn team sponsorship had been snatched away. Yet, there was little she could do. After all, Elder Qian was wealthy and tossed around tens of millions like it was nothing. As long as Director Green wasn't foolish, he would know how to make the right choice, resulting in the current situation. Captain Layla had left the previous night, handing over the training content to Selena. Early that morning, Selena had gathered the team members for training, but hadn't anticipated that the training room would be in disarray, completely derailing her plans. Suddenly, Selena spotted Lin Luo sauntering toward them, looking leisurely and unfazed. She was utterly infuriated. As I was about to confront Lin Luo, I noticed that Dean Green had already taken the initiative, welcoming Elder Qian. Chapter 124. The wind today is quite boisterous. Dean Green approached Lin Luo with a hearty laugh, saying, Elder Qian, this is Lin Luo, the captain of the Dawn squad I mentioned to you yesterday during our training match against the Kaba City Academy team. It was Captain Lin Luo who orchestrated our strategy with remarkable composure, ultimately leading to a stunning comeback victory against the last East region's top 16 teams. You may find it hard to believe, but throughout the battle, Captain Lin never even lifted a finger. This was merely to conceal his true strength, which he plans to unleash when the preliminaries begin, propelling us into the top 8 of the East region. Hearing Dean Green's praise, Elder Qian was moved to tears. Indeed, Captain Lin Luo is a rare talent. Our academy is saved, and so is Xingyao City. I have full faith in Captain Lin's abilities to lead the Dawn squad into the Imperial Capital Arena and secure a spot in the top 8, or even the top 4, bringing unprecedented glory to our academy. Dean Green's mouth twitched. He had intended to offer a mere compliment, yet he hadn't anticipated Elder Qian taking it so seriously, even more fervently than he had. As for Selena, she was utterly flabbergasted. The members of the Dawn squad shared her disbelief. The boastfulness was overwhelming. Making it to the top 8? The top 4? Bringing unprecedented glory to the academy? Surely, one does not expect Lin Luo to be invincible. Besides, he is not the official representative of the battle network. As the protagonist, Lin Luo excitedly grasped Elder Qian's hand. Indeed, Elder Qian, you are wise to recognize talent. Rest assured, your sponsorship for the Dawn squad will not be in vain. We have already secured the top position in this year's academy competition. Elder Qian thought. He was merely being polite. Why take it so seriously? Do you not understand the art of mutual flattery? Although Elder Qian recognized that the individual before him was indeed formidable, hearing Lin Luo claim the top spot in the Imperial Academy competition was quite overwhelming. How audacious! Was this the same shy Lin Luo from before? After some time away, he had become so brazen. Had it not been for Miss Katianya's strict instructions to conceal his identity, he would have long since retaliated. Dean Green wore an awkward expression as well. Goodness, the boasting is reaching a breaking point. Aiming for the top position in the Imperial Academy competition? Why not just aim for the heavens? Selena turned her face away, unable to watch, feeling too embarrassed. The other members of the Dawn squad were equally flushed, covering their faces. With a captain like this, how would they navigate their future? At this critical moment, Dean Green, ever astute, remarked, Elder Qian, you haven't toured our academy yet, have you? Come, allow me to show you around. Elder Qian eagerly replied, let us go. I haven't been back to Xingyao City in decades. I would love to see how the academy has developed. With that, the two departed, leaving Lin Luo standing there in bewilderment. He suddenly felt that today's winds were quite raucous. Honestly, who would believe such claims? A group of fools. Lin Luo felt a bit disheveled as he turned to Selena, only to find that she was ignoring him, pretending not to know him, and leading the Dawn squad members directly into the training room to commence practice. To be honest, Selena felt a bit embarrassed herself. It was quite humiliating. Yet, for some reason, a flicker of hope stirred within her. Chapter 125. Departing for the East Region Preliminaries as the days passed. The start of the Imperial Academy competition drew ever closer. During this time, Selena remained exceedingly busy, leading the members of the Dawn squad in intensive training, with even Belle and Aisha participating. Meanwhile, the three Grand Elders of the Dawn Society continued their activities undisturbed. The assassin girl spent her nights in the battle network, with training being of little concern to her. As for Su Xiaoyu, she had been immersed in the gravity training room. After this period of cultivation, she gradually mastered her inner Berserker bloodline, managing to endure half an hour in the fivefold gravity training room, and successfully obtained the S-class forbidden technique, the 8 gates of Duanjia, as taught by Lin Luo. As for Lin Luo, he found himself the most leisurely of all. Aside from guiding Su Xiaoyu in mastering the 8 gates of Duanjia, he had little else to occupy his time. Occasionally, he would log into the battle network, merely to browse the battle videos of various masters. For this, he bore the brunt of criticism and disdain from Fu Sini, who believed he was violating their agreement to train overnight. Lin Luo felt aggrieved. The first phase of the system's task had been completed. Even if he were to confront all the masters in the battle network, he would receive no rewards. During this time, the battle network was ablaze with excitement. Though the indomitable strongman had ceased to challenge any experts, many formidable teams regarded him as a rival. Finally, the preliminaries of the Imperial Academy competition commenced. According to tradition, the Imperial Academy competition is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the preliminaries, a survival test for the teams. Each academy team departs from designated locations, traversing treacherous terrains, and must reach specified destinations within a given time to qualify. The second stage is the main event, where 8 teams from each of the 4 major regions, East, South, West, and North, are selected to advance to the imperial capital, Ally City. The third stage is the finals, where all 32 teams gather at the imperial capital arena to vie for the ultimate title. The competition employs a ruthless elimination system, necessitating both skill and luck in equal measure. Selena, having outlined the rules of the Imperial Academy competition to all members of the Dawn Squad, set off. The Dawn Squad's preliminaries in the East region required all teams to depart from Da City, crossing the Keter mountain range and the Erna ice field, to reach the Imperial City, one of the 7 great fortresses. The main event of the East region will also take place in the Imperial City. It must be said, having a wealthy sponsor makes all the difference. Previously, even with the Selena family sponsorship, the Xingyao City Academy team would have to travel by rail for 6 days to reach Da City. However, now, thanks to Elder Qian's support, the Dawn Squad was provided with the most advanced runic war vehicles, reducing the travel time by half. Consequently, the Dawn Squad set off 3 days later than planned. Despite having traveled in the runic war vehicle, several members of the Dawn Squad remained captivated by its impressive design. The interior was spacious and bright, featuring dedicated lounges and dining areas. Even Lin Luo couldn't help but marvel at the extravagance of the wealthy. How I long to be a person of means. Chapter 126. Envy, Jealousy, and Hatred. 3 days later, the runic war vehicle carrying the Dawn Squad finally arrived at Da City. The group peered through the windows, observing the hustle and bustle outside. Although it was still early morning, the city was alive with activity, as numerous academy teams from various major cities in the Eastern Empire streamed into Da City. Before long, the runic war vehicle entered a vast open square. The first thing that caught their eye was an imposing tower-like structure adorned with several banners, all bearing slogans related to the Imperial Academy competition. At this moment, the square was already filled with numerous academy teams, nearly occupying the entire open circular arena, with at least 500 to 600 teams and close to 5,000 to 6,000 individuals present. A multitude of media reporters surrounded several formidable teams for interviews. The members of the Dawn team, participating in the Imperial Academy competition for the first time, were taken aback by the scene. Such was the fervor of the Imperial Academy competition, it was truly spectacular. Suddenly, the crowd in the plaza began to stir. Wow, what am I seeing? isn't that the latest runic war chariot developed by the Empire? This particular chariot, utilizing the Empire's most advanced runic technology, was valued at tens of millions, no trivial sum. Which team could possibly have it as their steed? To my knowledge, this chariot hasn't even been officially deployed yet. How did it come to be here? Goodness. Its design is astonishing. Which elite team has alighted from it? Wait, there are only a handful of strong teams in the entire Eastern Division, and they had arrived long before. Could it be provided by a sponsor? My heavens, how much could they possibly have contributed? Even many reporters halted their interviews, directing their cameras towards the chariot occupied by the Dawn team. Amidst numerous astonished gazes, the runic war chariot finally came to a stop. When the Dawn team disembarked, the crowd was left bewildered. Which team is this? I've never seen them before. The members of the Dawn team were equally startled by the attention. What is going on? Why are so many people staring at us? At that moment, a voice filled with incredulity emerged from the crowd. Isn't that the team from Starry City Academy, which finished last in the previous competition? It dawned on them. The emblem did indeed belong to Starry City Academy. Such a weak team had the audacity to participate in the Imperial Academy competition? Who gave them the courage? Indeed, if I were them, I would remain in the academy and avoid public embarrassment. Such a team is utterly disgraceful, dragging down the level of the Imperial Academy competition. Countless voices of skepticism erupted, laced with profound dissatisfaction. Envy and resentment were palpable. How could a team so feeble ride in the Empire's most advanced runic chariot? In fact, as the team eliminated first in the previous Eastern Division qualifiers, Starry City Academy had even trended on the online forums. Many were incredulous. How could such a lackluster team still exist in the Eastern Division? They began speculating whether this weakest team would have the audacity to compete in the next Imperial Academy competition. Yet, unexpectedly, they had indeed arrived this year. And in the Empire's most advanced runic chariot, no less. This was utterly absurd. How could anyone sponsor this bottom-tier team? Had they lost their minds? Chapter 127. All teams present are rubbish. The members of the Dawn team exchanged glances and suddenly began to laugh. It seems we are being targeted. Ever since their victory over the Karba City Academy in a training match, the confidence of all Dawn team members had soared. They felt undaunted against any team. After all, they also had their share of skilled players, and not just one. At that moment, a savvy reporter approached the Dawn team directly. They had already envisioned the headline for that evening. The team that finished last in the previous Imperial Academy competition arrives at the qualifiers in the latest runic war chariot. Such a sensational twist would undoubtedly capture the attention of many. A beautiful reporter pointed her camera at the Dawn team, specifically at the frontmost member, Su Xiaoyu, and asked, "Excuse me, what is the name of your team?" Su Xiaoyu felt a rush of warmth envelop him, and he began to feel lightheaded. An interview? Someone was actually interviewing him, and a composed, stunning woman at that. Having been ridiculed for so long, he had never experienced such treatment. His face flushed crimson as he scratched the back of his head, stuttering, "Dawn team." The beautiful reporter chuckled softly, taken aback by the shyness of the towering figure. Her laughter only deepened Su Xiaoyu's embarrassment, causing those around them to burst into laughter. Look, this guy is blushing. He must feel embarrassed about his team's lack of strength. It was a shame for such a valuable runic chariot to carry a group of weaklings. Just then, Lin Luo swiftly interjected, stepping between them. "Excuse me. I am Lin Luo, the captain of the Dawn team. Feel free to direct your questions to me." What astonishing speed. The beautiful reporter was startled. Though she was a C-class psychic warrior, she had not anticipated his sudden appearance. Yet, her strong composure allowed her to regain her poise. A professional smile returned to her face. "Ah, Captain Lin Luo, I've heard that your academy finished last in the previous competition. Now that you lead your team into the arena, where do you think the Dawn team will go from here?" As soon as she finished her question, laughter erupted once more. "Ha! A team that finished last time will surely finish last again. Indeed, interviewing this rubbish team is a waste of time. You might as well interview us." "Exactly. Our team made it to the top 16 in the last academy competition. We could crush such a weak team with one hand." Hearing their taunts, Selena was furious. Had it not been for the no-fighting rule, she would have charged at them. The other members of the Dawn team wore expressions of anger as well. Yet the beautiful reporter remained unfazed, keeping her camera trained on Lin Luo, her face displaying a hint of anticipation. At that moment, a serious expression crossed Lin Luo's face. He slowly raised his right hand and extended a middle finger towards the hecklers. I'm not targeting anyone in particular. I merely wish to state that all teams present here, aside from the Dawn team, are utterly worthless. In the next instant, he exchanged a knowing glance with Su Xiaoyu, who immediately understood. The Dawn team's banner began to flutter in the wind. Dawn team, the strongest in the Empire, instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Chapter 128. The Eastern powerhouses. The previously boisterous crowd abruptly fell silent. Even the beautiful reporter momentarily forgot her duties, staring at Lin Luo with wide, astonished eyes. What had she just heard? All the teams present, except for the Dawn team, were deemed worthless. The Dawn team, the strongest in the Empire? You've got guts. At that moment, the beautiful reporter felt a surge of respect for Lin Luo for daring to speak such words in this setting. Claiming other teams were worthless might get him beaten up, but declaring the Dawn team as the strongest in the Empire? That was audacious. The beautiful reporter genuinely worried for his safety. Indeed, the next second, a cacophony of furious shouts erupted. All teams here, besides the Dawn team, are worthless. The Dawn team, the strongest in the Empire? Goodness, how arrogant. Even the Romanov team from the Imperial Royal Academy would hardly dare to claim they were the strongest in the Empire. Just because you rode in the latest runic war chariot, you think you're something special? The strongest in the Empire? You might as well fly to the heavens. Selena covered her face. She had always sensed that Lin Luo would stir up trouble, but he had managed to offend every team present right off the bat. It was utterly insane. Serena hurriedly led the members of the Dawn squad away from Lin Luo, fearing that they might be caught in the crossfire when he was inevitably punished. To be honest, she wished she could hide inside the rune chariot. It was truly embarrassing. Not far away, Herbert, the captain of the Kaba City Academy team, stood in stunned silence, gazing at Lin Luo. Frankly, he was taken aback to discover that the occupants of the rune chariot were from the Dawn squad. Initially, he had intended to greet them, but upon seeing the Dawn banner, he abruptly halted. It was tantamount to courting disaster. Deep down, he had already sentenced the Dawn squad to their demise. It was well known that the first phase of the preliminary rounds was the most perilous. Instances of teams attacking one another occurred every year, and now, having offended everyone, the Dawn squad would undoubtedly be besieged at the first opportunity. The moment the preliminaries commenced would mark the end for the Dawn squad. Herbert sighed. He had hoped to reclaim his honor against the Dawn squad in the Imperial Academy competition, but it now seemed hopeless. Suddenly, the bustling crowd began to part, revealing two figures approaching. At the forefront was Leslie, the captain of the Emperor squad, followed closely by Koji, the captain of the Forest Blade squad. The Emperor squad and the Forest Blade squad were indeed the true titans of the Eastern Division, having finished first and second in the previous competition. Many speculated that Leslie and Koji had come to settle accounts with the Dawn squad for daring to proclaim themselves the strongest in the Empire. Who else would they punish if not the audacious? Even formidable teams like the Emperor squad and the Forest Blade squad could not tolerate the arrogance of the Dawn squad. In an instant, those surrounding the Dawn squad sneered. This was what arrogance could lead to. They had offended every team in the Eastern Division before the preliminaries had even begun, and now the leaders of two major powers had come to confront them. It was only a matter of time before they faced dire consequences. Serena watched as Leslie and Koji drew nearer, a flicker of worry rising within her as she pondered a way to resolve the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Luo, the instigator, appeared utterly unconcerned, regarding these individuals as nothing more than trash. No, they were even less than that. Chapter 129. The gathering of influential figures. Leslie approached Lin Luo, saying, "I hear you are quite arrogant." Surrounding them, people wore expressions of disdain. This individual was not merely arrogant, but was practically soaring to the heavens. Everyone anticipated that Leslie would soon take action to teach Lin Luo a lesson. Just then, a voice unexpectedly interrupted, declaring that Lin Luo was not only arrogant, but also despicable, with ulterior motives and beneath contempt. The crowd turned to see a dapper young man, Li Yuan. Upon spotting him, Serena gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "You traitor! How dare you show your face here?" Li Yuan chuckled. "Serena, how can you call me a traitor? I simply chose a better tree to roost in." In truth, he had noticed the commotion and had come to investigate, never expecting it to involve the Starry City Academy. What a fortunate coincidence. Moreover, it seemed the Dawn squad had incurred the wrath of many. Ecstatic, Li Yuan eagerly seized the opportunity to further vilify Lin Luo. As Li Yuan spoke, another figure stepped forward from behind him. "Isn't this Lin Luo, the one who was expelled from the Starry City Academy?" The crowd gasped and parted to make way for the newcomer, Sarah, the captain of the Phoenix squad. He was reputed to be formidable and notoriously difficult to deal with, having led his team to a fifth-place finish in the last Eastern Division competition. No one had anticipated that such powerful figures would emerge due to a mere Dawn squad. And it seemed Sarah harbored a grudge against Lin Luo. That boy is doomed, they thought, with Leslie and Koji in front and Sarah behind. Not even a divine intervention could save him. Li Yuan, hearing Sarah's inquiry, hastily replied, "Indeed, that is he." After leaving Starry City, he joined the Phoenix squad as a vice-captain. The reason for his departure has been twisted into a tale of Lin Luo scheming to expel him from the academy. With Sarah's arrival, Li Yuan felt even more secure. "Lin Luo, your end is nigh." Sarah slowly advanced towards Lin Luo, recalling his promise to Li Yuan to teach Lin Luo a lesson if they crossed paths. He had not expected to encounter him so soon. Though physical confrontations were prohibited in the preliminary round, Sarah was not one to adhere to such rules. His spiritual energy surged within him, but just then, a chill abruptly filled the air, an aura of menace. Sarah was startled, turning to find both Leslie and Koji glaring at him with displeasure, particularly Leslie, whose expression darkened ominously. Sarah's heart sank, and he quickly said, "It is Captain Leslie and Captain Koji. My apologies." The Phoenix squad had previously been defeated by the Emperor squad in the last academy competition, missing out on the top 4 in the Eastern Division. Sarah had also faced a humiliating defeat at Leslie's hands. Thus, he had no choice but to yield. Although Sarah was fierce, Leslie was fiercer, with him present. Surrender was the only option. Leslie's fury flared as he confronted Sarah. "Who the hell do you think you are? Do I know you? Damn it. Is everyone this arrogant this year? Even a mere minion dares to interrupt me. And this fool dared to act in his presence? Did he not wish to continue in the competition?" Chapter 130. The three madmen of the Empire. Sarah, unable to voice his anger, felt a surge of resentment towards Lin Luo. If not for Lin Luo's appearance, he would not have been humiliated in front of everyone. The crowd was equally bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't Leslie and Koji come together with Sarah to confront Lin Luo? Why were they now at odds with each other? The narrative had taken an unexpected turn. However, what occurred next was even more shocking. Leslie swiftly pivoted, appearing before Li Yuan in the blink of an eye, and slapped him hard across the face. "Damn traitor. You dare to have the audacity to speak?" With that, he delivered another slap. Li Yuan's cheeks swelled painfully, and his head buzzed as he struggled to comprehend the whirlwind of events. Why had Leslie suddenly turned his ire towards Sarah and him? As for Leslie, after confronting Sarah and striking Li Yuan, he felt an exhilarating sense of relief. He then approached Lin Luo, saying, "Kid, I hear you are quite arrogant." Lin Luo replied, "This sounds familiar." Yes, you just said that." Lin Luo continued, "Mediocre at best, 3rd in the Empire. Not bad. At least you possess some self-awareness in admitting you are the 3rd madman of the Empire." Leslie nodded, raising his thumb to himself. "Remember this. I am the 2nd madman of the Empire, destined to become the strongest man in the world." Lin Luo stared in astonishment. What kind of eccentric had emerged from nowhere? Had he lost his mind? And what of the 1st madman? Leslie's tone suddenly deepened, revealing that this 1st madman aspired to become the strongest man in the universe. "We once pledged brotherhood, and incidentally included the world's 3rd madman in our circle, so you, my brother, have been accepted. Brother, we shall meet in the main competition. If anyone dares to bully you, remember to mention my name. And watch as I take his head off." With that, he disregarded whether Lin Luo agreed or not, and left with a frowning Koji. Lin Luo stood frozen in place. Who am I? What have I done? How did I suddenly acquire a 2nd elder brother? The problem is, if you want me to call your name, you ought to leave yours first. The onlookers were in shock. How did Lin Luo suddenly become Leslie's brother? What just transpired? This operation is utterly baffling. The beautiful reporter was visibly excited, never expecting to witness such a scandal. Leslie, the captain of the East District's powerful Emperor team, unexpectedly encountered his sworn brother during the preliminary matches. This was far more sensational than any 10 million valued rune chariot. Selena approached Lin Luo, her expression perplexed. "Do you know Leslie?" Lin Luo felt speechless. How could I possibly know such an eccentric? Turning his head, he saw Sayla and Li Yuanshu standing nearby, and his anger flared. "What are you staring at? Are you waiting for dinner? Hurry up and scram." Sayla and Li Yuan wore resentful expressions, but dared not retaliate, scurrying away. Lin Luo then noticed the onlookers around him, his fury intensifying. What are you looking at? Be careful, I don't have someone twist your heads off. If it weren't for this bunch of rascals making a fuss, there wouldn't be so much nonsense. The onlookers dared not voice their anger, merely shooting Lin Luo a few resentful glances. Selena was exasperated. Still claiming you don't know Leslie? Chapter 131. The terrifying super lucky charm, as everyone awaited. The preliminary matches finally commenced. Although it was a team survival elimination system, the organizers, considering the overwhelming number of teams, suddenly implemented a new rule. Each team would select 5 members and then randomly pair 2 teams into one group. This effectively halved the number of teams. Furthermore, the selected 10-person teams were all elites, increasing the chances of survival in dangerous situations. The members of the Dawn team participating in the preliminary matches were Lin Luo, Selena, Su Xiaoyu, Fu Xinyi, and Luna. Lin Luo chose Luna for her rare healing abilities. The others were waiting in the iron rail to reach the Earth Emperor city. Soon, all teams had selected their contestants and quietly awaited the random allocation by the organizers. Many teams displayed a glimmer of anticipation, hoping to be randomly paired with the Emperor team or the Sinfeng team, which would guarantee an effortless victory. Indeed, the Emperor team and the Sunfeng team were the first and second from the last competition, possessing terrifying strength, and if they could be matched with them, it would be akin to a dream. The Emperor team and the Sunfeng team were yours to take. My greatest wish was to be randomly paired with the Divine Awakening team. That super lucky charm. You sly fellow, let go of the Divine Awakening team. Let me have it. For weaker teams, being randomly matched with a powerful team meant having someone to carry them through. However, for the Dawn team, the situation was quite the opposite. Just moments ago, Lin Luo felt that they were being targeted by numerous teams. If they were randomly matched with a strong team, it was highly likely they would encounter unforeseen complications, dragging the team down instead. Selena looked speechless. The difficulty had already been cranked up to the maximum before the preliminary matches even began. This troublesome captain. Finally, the random team for the Dawn team was revealed, the Divine Awakening team from the City of Divine Awakening. Suddenly, silence fell over the arena, followed by a chorus of wails. The Dawn team was randomly paired with the Divine Awakening team. How could this be? For all the teams present, the Emperor team and the Sunfeng team were the first choices, while the Divine Awakening team was the best option. Although the Divine Awakening team had only placed 4th in the last Eastern region competition, they were among the final 8, boasting a better record than both the Emperor team and the Sinfeng team. However, this record was somewhat of a fluke. In the last Imperial Academy competition, the Divine Awakening team had not fought a single match from start to finish. They either had buys or their opponents were unable to compete for inexplicable reasons, sudden illnesses, food poisoning, collective mishaps, struck by lightning, car accidents, or even being hit by meteorites while sleeping at night. The bizarre nature of these occurrences made everyone's scalp tingle. Even many strong teams secretly prayed not to encounter the Divine Awakening team. The reason for all this was that the Divine Awakening team had a super lucky charm among them, Anastasia, known as the Chosen One. She was the mascot of the Divine Awakening team. Her profession was that of a ranged shooter, and her personal strength was only at level C. However, Anastasia possessed a powerful passive attribute, luck. Wherever Anastasia was, immense fortune followed. Being part of the Divine Awakening team not only ensured a smooth passage, but also led to unexpected miraculous events. Within the Empire, many special ability experts had studied and discussed Anastasia's powers, eventually concluding that her ability was likely a telekinetic type of special power. Moreover, it was a passive attribute that did not require her to release it and even affected those around her. Chapter 132. Don't mess with me. I'm really fierce. Lin Luo felt somewhat bewildered. At that very moment, he distinctly sensed the malicious intent from those around him dissipate rapidly. In other words, these minor characters had relinquished their underlying hostility. What is happening? Can someone explain this to me? Lin Luo was confused. The onlookers also felt a sense of despair. They had initially planned to unite against the Dawn team, but were perplexed by the Dawn team's stroke of luck in being randomly matched with the Divine Awakening team and the super lucky charm Anastasia. This was tantamount to self-sabotage. To target the Dawn team, they would have to wait for the main competition in Earth Emperor City. Following the Divine Awakening team would guarantee an effortless passage through the preliminaries. Suddenly, the crowd parted, and a petite girl led 4 others forward. It was indeed the Divine Awakening team, with the small girl being Anastasia. A team composed of 5 girls was quite rare even in the Empire. Upon seeing Anastasia arrive, the onlookers all distanced themselves, clearly frightened. The terrifying reputation of this super lucky charm was well known. Those who opposed her always met with unfortunate ends. One of the most tragic fates involved a person who choked on water, ultimately losing all their teeth. Imagine the horror. Just thinking about it sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Luo was utterly bemused. Was this adorable little girl truly that terrifying? Why did everyone flee upon seeing her, as if avoiding a mutated beast? Anastasia approached Lin Luo, furrowing her brow. She was so petite that she stood shorter than the assassin girl and Luna, reaching only to Lin Luo's chest. Seemingly unaccustomed to looking up, Anastasia abruptly said, "Betty." The next moment, Betty stepped forward and lifted Anastasia onto her shoulder. With this, Anastasia finally stood half a head taller than Lin Luo. The members of the Dawn team all wore expressions of disbelief. What a show of skill. Truly remarkable. What an outrageous display this is. Anastasia gazed down at Lin Luo, the so-called third madman of the Empire, the inept captain of the Dawn team. Clearly, the commotion caused by the Dawn team had rapidly spread throughout the square. Many were now aware of Lin Luo, the third madman of the Empire, who dared to emblazon the words "the strongest in the Empire" upon his team's banner. His audacity was indeed remarkable, especially considering that the Dawn team had finished last in the previous academy competition. Thus, the title of inept captain was well-deserved. Upon hearing Anastasia's words, Selena and the others appeared conflicted. The third madman of the Empire? The inept captain? What nonsense is this? It was almost laughable. Unable to hold back any longer, Selena led the Dawn team in uproarious laughter. Lin Luo, his expression darkened, retorted, "Who are you? Are we even acquainted?" Anastasia, with a smug smile, proclaimed, "Remember this. I am Anastasia, captain of the Divine Awakening team, the chosen one. Do not provoke me. I am exceedingly fierce." She attempted to adopt a fearsome demeanor, but to her dismay, it only made her appear more adorably foolish. Lin Luo scowled. What was this little brat so proud of? In the next moment, Lin Luo reached out and ruffled Anastasia's hair, saying, "Go play, little one." No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous clap resonated from the clear sky. A flash of silver light descended, aimed directly at Lin Luo. Chapter 133, Watch How I Defeat Them. Wow! Lin Luo exclaimed as he beheld the deep crater before him, secretly relieved. Had he not dodged in time, he would have certainly felt the wrath of that lightning bolt. The sound of gulping echoed around as the onlookers began to retreat, casting fearful glances at Anastasia. It seemed this super lucky charm had grown even more powerful, capable of bringing misfortune upon others in an instant. Who could withstand being struck by lightning on such a sunny day? Yet Anastasia was gleeful, declaring, "Did you see that? This is the consequence of provoking me. If you dare to touch my head again, I shall summon lightning to strike you." Lin Luo's expression shifted dramatically. What kind of bizarre ability was this? The other members of the Dawn team shared his astonishment. "Of course, as long as you stick with me, you'll sail through the preliminaries," Anastasia assured. Lin Luo and Selena exchanged glances. Sail through? Is such good fortune really possible? The surrounding spectators looked on enviously. Following Anastasia into the preliminaries would surely be advantageous. If they could share in her good luck and find some rare treasures along the way, they would undoubtedly prosper. Finally, the organizers allocated all the teams their respective locations, and everyone began to head towards the various train stations. It must be said, Anastasia's lowly appearance was simply too adorable. As they reached the train station, the members of the Dawn team quickly mingled. Within just a few minutes of waiting, a train slowly approached. At that moment, Lin Luo suddenly felt a chilling gaze fixated upon him. Turning his head, he saw the members of the Jinghong team, Syra and Li Yuan, glaring menacingly at him from a distance. Particularly, Li Yuan made a throat-cutting gesture in Lin Luo's direction. Lin Luo scoffed at the threat. Just two insignificant figures. They would regret confronting him if they chose to provoke him further. Anastasia, perceptive as ever, immediately noticed the change in Lin Luo's demeanor. "What happened? Who upset you? Tell me, and I shall deal with them." Thinking of Anastasia's strange ability, Lin Luo's eyes gleamed. He raised his right hand and pointed at Syra and Li Yuan. "Look, those two." Anastasia shook her tiny fist. "Don't worry, they're as good as dead. Watch how I deal with them." No sooner had she spoken than Li Yuan, just about to board the train, suddenly stumbled and fell forward. Bewildered, he realized he had tripped over nothing. In a panic, he reached out and inadvertently grabbed Syra's pants. exposing a pair of red shorts adorned with a bear motif for all to see. In the station, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell eerily silent, and even the air seemed to hush. Everyone stared in shock at Syra's red shorts. Then, a peculiar sound broke the silence. Many struggled to suppress their laughter, but the thought of Syra's fierce demeanor made it exceedingly difficult. Eventually, someone could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter, triggering a chain reaction that had everyone in stitches. Ha! Many girls blushed, secretly cursing, "What a lecher." Chapter 134. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Syra's expression shifted from confusion to fury, then to a deep shade of green. He glared fiercely at Li Yuan, yanked up his shorts, and boarded the train without another word. After his departure, the station erupted into chaos. My eyes. I'm blinded. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Syra, the proud captain of the Jinghong team, wearing those ridiculous bear shorts? I can't stop laughing. In the midst of the commotion, Li Yuan was stricken with fear. Having embarrassed Captain Syra so profoundly, he knew he would face dire consequences on their journey ahead. Damn it, this is all Lin Luo's fault. He cursed inwardly, blaming Lin Luo for his moment of distraction. Lin Luo stood frozen, stunned by the spectacle. It wasn't until both Syra and Li Yuan boarded the train that he regained his composure. He looked at Anastasia in astonishment. How on earth did you do that? Without a moment's thought, Anastasia replied, I have no idea. You don't know? Lin Luo exclaimed. Anastasia tilted her head innocently. I truly don't know. Ever since I was little, if someone harbors ill intentions towards me, unfortunate events ensue. But what if someone intends to kill you? What could happen then? Lin Luo asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. I'm not sure. They could get hit by a car or struck by a meteorite, or perhaps suffer an unexpected heart failure. Anastasia shrugged, her expression conveying her innocence. Lin Luo gasped. This ability was utterly terrifying. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief that Anastasia was an ally. If she were an enemy, it would be a fate worse than death. By the way, when will you summon the Rat King? You promised he would play with me. And you mustn't back out. Anastasia's small fist clenched adorably, yet there was an unmistakable undertone of threat. Suddenly, beads of cold sweat formed on Lin Luo's forehead as he hastily replied, Don't worry. Once we disembark, I will summon the Rat King to keep you company. Truthfully, Lin Luo felt a bit intimidated. She was a little tyrant who needed to be handled with care. After hearing Lin Luo's promise, Anastasia finally beamed with delight as she boarded the train. The Dawn Squad and the Divine Awakening Squad were assigned to the 15th carriage. Once everyone settled in, the atmosphere became dense with anticipation. Communication within the carriage was sparse as the train slowly set off. After traveling for half a day, it began to make intermittent stops. With each halt, a team would disembark, making their way toward the Kite mountain range. The first phase of the Imperial Academy competition's preliminary round was about to commence. To be candid, this initial stage was not particularly challenging. Most participating teams possessed the capability to succeed. The Kite Mountains and the Ernea ice field were not treacherous terrains. As long as a team reached the Imperial City within the designated time, they would pass the preliminary round, provided that at least one member arrived. Each team consisted of 10 members, 5 participating in the preliminaries and 5 awaiting in the Imperial City. Even if some members encountered delays, the team could regroup and participate in the second phase of the main event. After a brief interlude, it was finally the turn of the Dawn Squad and the Divine Awakening Squad. Each member received a locator, a backpack, and weapons from the carriage supervisor. The locator would guide them, the backpack contained essential survival supplies, and the weapons would undoubtedly prove useful. Remember, reaching the Imperial City within a month counts as passing the preliminaries. Good luck, the supervisor said coldly before sealing the train doors, leaving the two teams in disarray. Lin Luo, feeling helpless, decided to consult with Selena regarding the locator. In this wilderness survival scenario, choosing a route was paramount to avoiding numerous dangers. At that moment, Tasia pointed toward a grove ahead. Betty, clear the path, everyone follow me, she commanded. As soon as she finished speaking, Betty strode forward, lifted Tasia, and placed her on her shoulder, proceeding toward the woods without regard for potential hazards. The faith of the Divine Awakening Squad in Tasia was unwavering, as the chosen one. Her decisions were deemed infallible, and they merely needed to comply. However, Selena and the others wore expressions of skepticism. They were reluctant to advance without even consulting the locator, deeming it too reckless. What if they took a wrong turn? Encountering danger was one thing, Delaying the preliminaries was another matter entirely. Yet Lin Luo held a different perspective. Having witnessed Tasia's peculiar abilities, he believed that following her could yield unexpected outcomes. Additionally, if they proceeded based on the locator's indications, they would likely encounter other teams, which could lead to conflict. Although Lin Luo was unafraid, it was prudent to avoid such confrontations. Thus, he instructed the Dawn Squad to trail the Divine Awakening Squad. Suddenly, Tasia, walking at the forefront, seemed to recall something and directed Betty to bring her to Lin Luo. Lin Luo, where's my Mouse King? Lin Luo rolled his eyes. How had it become her Mouse King? Nevertheless, to avoid further misfortune, he decided to summon the Mouse King. With a loud explosion, a cloud of smoke appeared, and amidst it stood the Mouse King, its snow-white figure striking. Lin Luo checked the Mouse King's data. It remained a C-grade mutated spirit beast, but its abilities had evolved. In addition to devouring and commanding rat hordes, it had acquired a new skill, Soul Resonance. This ability seemed reminiscent of a B-grade spider demon. The prospect of the Mouse King absorbing abilities from other mutated beasts was rather formidable. If utilized properly, it could potentially become a bug-like entity. Tasia's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the Mouse King, and the other members of the Divine Awakening Squad shared in her enthusiasm. Even Luna's face radiated delight. So adorable. So cute. Who would have thought that the seemingly inept Lin Luo possessed such a charming spirit beast? To Luna, Lin Luo still embodied the image of a superfluous individual who had set records at the academy. Anything beyond that was the purview of Selena. Tasia, ever straightforward, jumped down from Betty's shoulders and attempted to climb onto the Mouse King by grasping its tail. However, after several unsuccessful attempts, Lin Luo felt exasperated. He instructed the Mouse King to use its tail to lift everyone up to its head. The dynamics of this situation felt rather skewed. It seemed he had unwittingly assumed the role of a caretaker. As they continued onward, the terrain of the Keter mountain range proved to be exceedingly intricate. It connected with the Ernia ice field, displaying distinct seasonal variations as one ascended, with glaciers topping the mountains year-round. The temperature gradually fell as the Dawn Squad and the Divine Awakening Squad progressed. Fortunately, the presence of the Mouse King ensured their pace remained swift. At that moment, they found themselves at the edge of a vast river, hundreds of meters wide, with towering cliffs on either side and the only bridge destroyed. Faced with this predicament, they needed to select an alternate route, which would undoubtedly consume more time. The enormity of the river raised concerns about how long it would take to circumvent it. Selena gazed at the rushing waters, her expression darkening. Their journey had been remarkably smooth thus far, with little danger encountered. She had entertained hopes that at this rate, the Dawn Squad would secure a top position. Although this would not affect their final standing, the previous competition results for the Starry City Spiritual Energy Academy had been dismal, and any improvement was welcome. However, the presence of this vast river shattered all of Selena's illusions. She checked the locator and realized that their position had strayed significantly from the intended course, all due to Tasia's guidance. Frustratingly, Tasia had not even glanced at the locator, relying entirely on instinct. Selena felt a surge of anger, but was quickly restrained by Lin Luo. Nodding to her, he reassured, "Don't worry, we will surely pass the preliminaries. Trust me." His demeanor was calm, devoid of any urgency. In truth, a river of this magnitude posed no obstacle for Lin Luo, with his wood release. He could effortlessly conjure a bridge in an instant. However, he refrained from doing so, having observed the fascinating nature of Tasia's abilities. Throughout their journey, he had sensed several impending dangers, and at critical moments, Tasia had expertly navigated the team away from harm. This was indeed impressive. Even Lin Luo had to concede that Tasia was the true child of destiny. Nevertheless, her powers came with significant limitations, depleting both her spiritual and physical energy at an alarming rate. Consequently, Tasia spent considerable time resting to regain her strength. Fortunately, her spiritual reservoir was not vast, otherwise, it would have been insurmountable. It appeared that Tasia had not anticipated encountering such a river. After glancing at the waters, she decisively pointed downstream and declared, "This direction. Clear the path." No sooner had she spoken than the Mouse King began to march toward the path Tasia indicated. At that moment, Lin Luo suddenly glanced back toward the dense forest, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Those foolish antagonists have finally caught up. However, foolish villains remain foolish villains. No matter how many appear, they merely serve to provide experience and gear. Not long after the departure of the Rat King, A group of individuals followed the path recently traversed by Lin Luo and his companions. Leading the group was Selah, with Li Yuan closely trailing behind, accompanied by a pallid and frail man. 5 or 6 others followed behind them, in stark contrast to Lin Luo's team, as they appeared quite wretched, bearing various degrees of injuries. While Tasia could adeptly evade all dangers, they could not. Along their journey, they had encountered numerous crises, including an encounter with a B-grade mutated beast. Had they not fled swiftly, they would have faced complete annihilation. Chapter 137. The true child of the dimension. Selah gazed at the flowing river ahead and addressed the frail man beside him, Jiang Yuanqing. Have we arrived yet? His expression darkened as he realized they had strayed significantly from their original route. Had it not been for the allure of the elemental spirit mentioned by Jiang Yuanqing, he would never have ventured into this cursed place. Jiang Yuanqing was the captain of the Giant Shark team, which had placed 3rd in the Eastern Division of the previous Imperial Academy competition. Although the Giant Shark team's rank was merely 3rd in the East, Jiang Yuanqing's prowess was not in the slightest inferior to that of Leslie, the captain of the Imperial team. At that moment, Jiang Yuanqing was meticulously studying an old map in his hands, seemingly indifferent to Selah's inquiries. Suddenly, a flicker of excitement crossed his face. This river was unmistakably the right one. Its source was the entrance to another dimension, where the elemental spirit surely resided. Upon hearing Jiang Yuanqing's words, Selah felt a surge of exhilaration, momentarily forgetting Jiang Yuanqing's disregard for him. After all, the elemental spirit was a life form closest to the essence of nature. Should he absorb the elemental spirit, he would awaken corresponding extraordinary abilities, elevating his strength to new heights. With hopes of clinching the top position in this year's Imperial Academy competition. With these thoughts, Selah's heart ignited with fervor. Jiang Yuanqing, observing Selah's shifting expressions, smirked coldly. The reason he sought collaboration with Selah stemmed from his recognition of Selah's impulsive and reckless nature, which could be exploited to draw the ire of the elemental spirit's guardian once they entered the other dimension. At that point, he would seize the elemental spirit for himself. The elemental spirit was his. Anyone who dared to contest him would face dire consequences. Subsequently, Jiang Yuanqing directed his team upstream along the river. According to the map, the entrance to the other dimension lay not far ahead. Meanwhile, several miles downstream, Lin Luo felt bewildered. He sensed that Selah and his group were not pursuing them, but rather heading upstream along the river. What was happening? Had they lost their way? The foolish villains were. Indeed, foolish. Their lack of intellect was rather exasperating. Suddenly, a hypothesis formed in Lin Luo's mind. What if this group of fools was not after them? Moreover, they seemed to be searching for something. Whatever it was that compelled them to abandon their quota for the Imperial Academy's preliminary competition must be of great value. Should he investigate further? Lin Luo found himself in a quandary. Just then, Tasia abruptly instructed the Rat King to halt. Wait, I believe we veered off course. We should head upstream instead. In the next moment, the Rat King turned toward the direction she indicated, heading upstream along the river, which fortuitously aligned with Selah's advancing path. Selena, exasperated, thought to herself that she was on the verge of losing her sanity. This was sheer blind command. Just as she was about to unleash her frustration, she observed Lin Luo, whose expression was one of sheer astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. Selena felt despondent. With an unreliable commander and an idiotic captain, it seemed the preliminary competition had been doomed from the start. Lin Luo was utterly flabbergasted by the absurdity of the situation. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a thought surfaced in his mind. Perhaps Tasia's initial direction had not been erroneous. Rather, the arrival of Selah and his group had disrupted Tasia's instincts, prompting a hasty change in course. This suggested that Selah's group might have indeed discovered some treasure. Such an ability? It was nothing short of miraculous. Lin Luo could scarcely articulate his disbelief. It was now indisputable. Tasia was the true child of the dimension. As he contemplated the imminent endeavor to seize Selah's treasure, Lin Luo erupted into a raucous laughter, indifferent to the potential repercussions. Selena was infuriated. You still dare to laugh? How could you possibly find amusement in this? Chapter 138. Enemies meet. A fiery gaze. The further they ventured upstream along the river, the colder the temperature became, accompanied by a chilling howl. At some point, a layer of mist enveloped both banks of the river. To be precise, it was not mere mist but icy fog, with countless white crystalline particles cascading from the mist. blanketing everything in frost. Even the river began to show signs of freezing. The occurrence of freezing in this river, which originated from the Kite Mountains, signified that they had reached its source. Sayla and Jiang Yuanqing's team pressed onward toward the river's source, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the icy fog. At that moment, everyone was channeling their entire spiritual energy to resist the intrusive cold of the fog. Yet even so, they remained flushed and trembling from the chill. Sayla began to curse vehemently. It's freezing. What kind of elemental spirit could possibly reside in this wretched place? In stark contrast, Jiang Yuanqing was filled with excitement. Abruptly, he halted in his tracks. According to the map in his hands, they had arrived at the location. The entrance to the other dimension is nearby, he declared. Sayla, noticing Jiang Yuanqing's sudden stop, inquired eagerly, "Are we finally at the destination?" To be honest, had it not been for the elemental spirit, he would have long since fled. Now, upon hearing Jiang Yuanqing's assertion, a glimmer of joy surfaced on Sayla's face. However, all he could see was a vast expanse of icy fog. Where was the promised other dimension? Where was the elemental spirit? Sayla's elation swiftly morphed into suspicion. At that moment, Jiang Yuanqing also found himself in an awkward position. The map he possessed was far too antiquated, only marking the general vicinity of the other dimension. This meant that Jiang Yuanqing was equally unaware of the precise location of the entrance to the other dimension. Truthfully, he had not anticipated the harshness of the environment in this area. In his mind, he believed that with some diligent searching, they would inevitably uncover some clues leading to the entrance. However, he had not expected. Sayla, feeling increasingly exasperated, was not a fool despite his impulsive nature. He could tell from Jiang Yuanqing's expression that he had been duped. "You don't even know where the entrance to the other dimension is, yet you lured me here? What is the meaning of this? Are you looking for a fight?" Suddenly, the atmosphere between the Shocking Swan team and the Giant Shark team shifted awkwardly. Li Yuan wore a displeased expression. He had originally intended to seek revenge against the Dawn team, yet here he was, following Captain Sayla to this place. What a disaster. At that moment, he drew the runic sword at his waist, prepared for action at Sayla's command. Jiang Yuanqing also sensed the strange tension between the two teams and was about to intervene when his expression suddenly changed. Sayla experienced a similar sensation. Both men perceived that they were not alone. Someone was approaching, and it was not just one person. In this cursed place, there were indeed others present. Jiang Yuanqing's immediate thought was that news of the other dimension and the elemental spirit had leaked, and they were being followed. As he turned around, he beheld a colossal, indistinct white shadow approaching with deliberate steps, prompting an exclamation of alarm. Is that a mutated beast? Instantly, everyone became vigilant, their nerves taut. Could such a wretched place truly harbor mutated creatures? It was all Jiang Yuanqing's fault. Sarah shot a fierce glare at Jiang Yuanqing. As the white shadow drew near, Sarah finally discerned its true identity. A large rat. His gaze flicked toward the head of the white shadow, his eyes suddenly turning blood red. Lin Luo? Chapter 139. At the brink of crisis, Sarah's eyes burned crimson. It was Lin Luo, the very individual who had humiliated him on the preliminary competition square by being scolded by Leslie. He even suspected that the incident at the station was somehow connected to Lin Luo. One must admit, Sarah's suspicions were quite astute. Beside him, Li Yuan's eyes were also blood red. The events at the Starry City Academy were Li Yuan's greatest disgrace. He had long yearned for vengeance against Lin Luo. Although he had failed during the preliminary square due to disruptions, this time he was determined to see Lin Luo dead. However, he refrained from acting rashly. There were too many adversaries present, and charging in would surely lead to his demise. This was not Li Yuan's style. Jiang Yuanqing's gaze also fell upon the head of the Rat King, but he was not fixated on Lin Luo. Instead, his attention was on Tasia. He had heard legends of the Chosen One and never expected that at this critical juncture, this super lucky entity would appear. Truly, heaven was aiding him. With Tasia present, they would undoubtedly locate the entrance to the alternate dimension. Meanwhile, Lin Luo and his companions at the Rat King's pinnacle also noticed Sarah, Li Yuan, and Jiang Yuanqing's group. Except for Lin Luo, they were entirely unaware of the presence of others in this place. Even Tasia appeared utterly bewildered. How could there be people in this cursed location? Were these individuals out of their minds? Selena coldly regarded Li Yuan. She had longed to confront him during the preliminary square, and now that he stood before her, she would not let this opportunity slip by. Today, she would ensure he tasted the bitterness of betrayal. Just then, Lin Luo suddenly spoke. Where are your treasures? If you are wise, surrender them quickly, and perhaps we will spare your lives. Everyone was left in a state of confusion by his words. Treasures? What treasures? Sarah was the first to react. Lin Luo, you two have come for the elemental spirit? Damn it, he should have anticipated this. It was undoubtedly a plot by Jiang Yuanqing and Lin Luo, using the elemental spirit to lure him here for a complete annihilation. Elemental spirit? Are you saying this place harbors an elemental spirit? Lin Luo was ecstatic. Oh my, this surprise was simply exhilarating. Selena and the others shared expressions of disbelief. Wow, this place actually has an elemental spirit? That is a rare entity capable of awakening natural abilities, even across the entire empire. No more than 3 elemental spirits had been discovered. Seeing Lin Luo and his companions' reactions, Sarah was taken aback. Could he have misjudged? Was Lin Luo not in cahoots with Jiang Yuanqing? Jiang Yuanqing shot a glance at Sarah, cursing under his breath at his incompetent ally. It turned out that the leader of the chosen battle team, Anastasia, was indeed the chosen one, capable of locating this place. He wondered if she would be interested in collaborating to find the entrance to the alternate dimension. However, before he could finish his thought, Tasia retorted. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to propose collaboration? Are we even acquainted? Tasia's expression was one of disdain. She was the chosen one, and why should she entertain the likes of him? In this moment, Jiang Yuanqing smirked coldly. At any other time, he would have hesitated to confront Tasia, given her formidable reputation and the chilling tales surrounding her. But today was different. For the sake of the elemental spirit, Jiang Yuanqing was willing to take that risk. He turned to Sarah and said, Captain Sarah, let us join forces to eliminate them. You can have Lin Luo, and I shall take Tasia. How does that sound? Sarah shot a fierce glare at Lin Luo and immediately smiled. Of course, I could not ask for more. At that moment, Li Yuan approached, coldly stating, As for that little vixen Selena, I will deal with her. Chapter 140. An S-class ninjutsu from the heavens under the leadership of Jiang Yuanqing, Sarah, and Li Yuan. The members of the Jinghong battle team and the Great Shark battle team slowly encircled the Rat King. In their eyes, the mountain-like Rat King was merely an ordinary spirit pet, devoid of any combat capability. If it were a mutated beast, it would never allow humans to stand atop it. Moreover, with the strength of the Dawn battle team and the Divine Awakening battle team, they would never be able to subdue a mutated beast. Lin Luo stood atop the Rat King, his expression calm. A group of fools, lacking even the requisite intelligence, attempting to play the role of villains. How comical. Meanwhile, Selena felt a twinge of anxiety. The enemy clearly possessed superior combat power. Besides herself, the only other competent individuals on her side were Lin Luo, the foolish captain, and Su Xiaoyu and Fu Sini. Beyond them, Luna and the 5 girls from the Divine Awakening team were utterly unreliable. Selena wanted to voice a warning but turned to see that aside from Luna, who was trembling, the others from the Divine Awakening team exhibited no signs of tension. Furthermore, their captain Tasia's gaze radiated utter contempt, as if she perceived their adversaries as mere weaklings, easily crushed. Tasia, if you surrender and agree to collaborate with me, I will let you go. What do you say? Jiang Yuanqing proposed. Tasia could hardly be bothered to acknowledge him, slowly uttering 2 words. Idiot. Jiang Yuanqing's face darkened with fury. Charge. I only want Anastasia. The fates of the others are inconsequential. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed forward. Atop the Rat King, aside from Lin Luo and Tasia, everyone took up a defensive stance. Suddenly, Tasia spoke slowly. I will act as heaven's representative to punish you. Selena was rendered speechless. What on earth was she doing, playing the charlatan? Who was she trying to scare? Jiang Yuanqing erupted into laughter. Representing heaven? What a joke. He finally grasped that all the legends surrounding the super lucky entity were mere fabrications. Among the crowd, only Lin Luo gazed skyward in disbelief. He recalled an S-class ninjutsu from the world of Naruto, known as the Heavenly Obstruction Meteor, which possessed explosive power. He had never anticipated that Tasia could wield such a technique. Lin Luo had always thought her claims of meteor strikes were mere jest. It turned out to be true. Though this meteor was significantly smaller in scale, if it were to fall, it would undoubtedly obliterate the area, leaving no one a chance to escape. This was absurd, an indiscriminate attack. Was this an intention for mutual destruction? You may be a super lucky entity, but I am not. Tasia, too, felt a surge of panic, seemingly realizing that the situation had spiraled out of control. Just then, a tremendous howling sound erupted, a powerful pressure descending from above, as if something were plummeting from the sky. The icy mist in the heavens dissipated rapidly, revealing a dark figure hurtling toward them at an alarming speed. Almost simultaneously, everyone halted their actions, eyes wide in shock and disbelief. "Run for your lives!" Suddenly, someone shouted, and Jiang Yuanqing, Sarah, and Li Yuan finally reacted, beginning their frantic escape. In that moment, the Rat King let out a piercing roar, reverberating through their very souls. A sudden and jarring sensation, akin to a tear emanating from the very soul, abruptly struck Jiang Yuanqing, Selena, and Li Yuan, leaving them momentarily paralyzed as they clutched their heads tightly. Chapter 141. The Dimensional Anomaly. The ice and snow secret realm. A meteor plummeted rapidly, its descent accelerating with alarming speed. Lin Luo's countenance turned pallid. Glancing around, he realized that except for himself, everyone else appeared utterly stupefied. Meanwhile, the instigator of this calamity, Tasia, simply collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The impact of the meteor seemed to have siphoned off all of Tasia's spiritual energy. Goodness, this truly is the epitome of a disastrous ally. How utterly frustrating. In that moment, Lin Luo could no longer conceal his strength. His formidable chakra erupted forth. Would release, tree realm wall. Countless verdant vines surged from the earth, coalescing in the blink of an eye into a massive wooden shield that arched overhead. Subsequently, sensing the meteor's formidable power and feeling a twinge of insecurity, Lin Luo formed another set of hand seals. Would release, wooden block wall. Would release, rank list. In an instant, 3 layers of powerful ultimate defenses materialized, enveloping everyone from above. Naturally, this did not include the members of the Jinghong and Jusha teams, who were still in a dazed state due to the soul-shaking stun unleashed by the King of Mice. Lin Luo had no inclination to concern himself with their fates. Finally, a deafening crash resonated as the meteor struck the ground. The earth trembled violently, fracturing and creating a massive pit nearly 100 meters deep. Despite Lin Luo's 3 layers of defense, 2 were utterly shattered by the force of the impact, leaving only the final wooden mask to safeguard everyone. Thanks to this formidable barrier, they were encased like a sphere and forcibly plunged deep into the earth. As Lin Luo extended his chakra perception to the surroundings, he was instantly taken aback. Where on earth is this place? Before him lay an expanse covered in ice and snow, a stark white landscape imbued with an intense chill. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed through the air. It was the system. Discovered the dimensional ice and snow secret realm. Earning 2,500 reward points. Triggered special trading mission. Guardian of the Ice Elemental Spirit. Exchange 50 reward points for 1 guardian. Triggered special trading mission. Ice Elemental Spirit. Exchange 10,000 reward points. Lin Luo found himself momentarily bewildered by the flurry of system tasks, only to be enveloped by elation. What a surprise. This is surprise. Reward points. An abundance of reward points. No one could have anticipated that Tasia's catastrophic meteor strike would propel them into the subterranean ice and snow secret realm. Lin Luo even speculated whether Tasia had inadvertently included him in the equation. In truth, at the critical juncture, Lin Luo could have unleashed all his chakra and fled with everyone without issue. However, doing so would have rendered the secret realm irrelevant to him. Reflecting on the ultimate defensive decision that had yielded such unexpected fortune, he was utterly exhilarated. The more he pondered, the more thrilling it felt. Regardless, he would dare not provoke Tasia again. She was simply too formidable. Best to keep a respectful distance. Selena and the others finally emerged from their shock. They had just skirted the brink of death, their minds blank, unaware of the final events that transpired. Now faced with the ice and snow secret realm, they found themselves somewhat disoriented. "Where are we?" Selena inquired. Lin Luo did not respond immediately, his expression grave as he stared ahead. A new wave of unfamiliar entities had entered the ice and snow secret realm and had already caught the attention of its denizens. Amidst the swirling cold, a colossal being emerged into view. Chapter 142. The Ice Emperor, the Snow Sprite. This creature, composed entirely of glistening white ice crystals, resembled an emperor of ice and a sprite of snow. It was indeed the Ice Elemental Spirit. Behind it, a relentless tide of guardians began to rise from the depths. Lin Luo gazed at the Ice Elemental Spirit and the surging guardians behind it, feeling a twinge of trepidation. In the event of conflict, he was confident in his own abilities. However, what of the others? they would likely be captured in an instant. Of course, if the adversary were to accept surrender. Selena, having regained her senses, fell into a state of disbelief. Is this the elemental spirit? Oh my heavens! What is she witnessing? An elemental spirit. And one of the ice variety at that. This luck is simply off the charts. The others, equally astonished, seemed utterly uncomprehending. This was an elemental spirit, a being from a higher dimension, existing on an entirely different plane, classified as a forbidden life form. The Empire had discovered several elemental spirits, yet none had ever been successfully captured. It wasn't a matter of capability, it was a matter of impossibility. This was not to say that elemental spirits were overwhelmingly powerful, but rather that, as high-dimensional beings, they were nearly indestructible. Even the Empire's Super S-class forces could not contain them, let alone capture them. At this moment, the ice elemental spirit scrutinized Lin Luo and his companions. Then, in an instant, it transformed into a streak of white light, appearing before Selena and beginning to circle around her. Lin Luo was left bewildered by the ice elemental spirit's actions. He could sense that the spirit harbored no animosity towards Selena, and even exhibited a hint of joy. It suddenly dawned on Lin Luo that Selena had awakened ice-based powers, marking her as one chosen by the ice element. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the ice elemental spirit to display such amiable behavior toward her. However, while it bore no hostility toward Selena, that did not imply it was friendly toward everyone else. Suddenly, the ice elemental spirit's form radiated a brilliant white light. Before Lin Luo could exhale in relief, he was engulfed by the luminescence, swiftly followed by an overwhelming sense of pressure descending upon him. The King of Mice, caught completely off guard, was instantly transformed into an ice sculpture. Fortunately, Lin Luo's keen sense of danger allowed him to recall the King of Mice back to the system just in time. In the next moment, his powerful chakra burst forth, enveloping everyone and shielding them from the bone-chilling cold emanating from the white light. However, the white light arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, it vanished, along with the ice elemental spirit and Selena. Yet, the tide of guardians surrounding them did not dissipate. Instead, they closed in, encircling Lin Luo and his companions. They had been imprisoned. Lin Luo's expression darkened considerably. Just like that, the situation had turned hostile. Faster than one could turn a page in a book. Was it still possible to enjoy a pleasant interaction? Although the ice elemental spirit bore no ill will toward Selena, Lin Luo remained apprehensive. The emotions of such an alien life form were impossible to gauge from a human perspective. What if it were to turn against them? Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini finally regained their composure, simultaneously asking, "Captain Lin Luo, what should we do now?" The others gazed at Lin Luo with anxious anticipation. The current predicament was dire. The super lucky Tasia lay unconscious. Selena had been taken, and the remaining members were imprisoned. It seemed that Lin Luo was the only one they could rely upon. Lin Luo's head throbbed. What else could they do but fight their way out and rescue the vice captain? No, what do we do about the preliminaries? Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini reiterated their inquiry. Chapter 143. A surge of reward points. Lin Luo was utterly astonished. Goodness gracious! They were all such troublesome companions. The vice captain is gone, yet we still think about the preliminaries. Can we still joyfully be teammates? In the next moment, Lin Luo's hands unexpectedly produced 2 kunai, and with a surge of chakra, he hurled them at the nearest guardian. With a sharp crack, the guardian shattered into a pile of ice shards. For Lin Luo's sudden attack, Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini were relatively unfazed. However, Luna and the members of the Divine Awakening team were left speechless. What the hell? Why did you make a move? What if you anger the enemy? Indeed, the surrounding guardians paused momentarily before becoming enraged. Their existence was to protect the ice elemental spirit. Not truly sentient beings, but that did not mean they were devoid of emotion. The command given by the ice elemental spirit was to imprison these individuals. As long as they did not die, this meant that beating them to near death was permissible. Almost instantaneously, a tide of guardians surged towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo was overjoyed. He had finally drawn their ire. Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini's faces changed dramatically as they rushed to assist Lin Luo. Lin Luo shouted, "No, don't come. Just a bunch of weaklings. Let me handle this." He was not joking. This was all reward points. He had painstakingly drawn their attention and could not allow those two to ruin it. Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini stood frozen, bewildered. What does this mean? Luna wore a confused expression. Is this captain a fool? In her view, Lin Luo was simply courting disaster. Is there something wrong with your captain? Suddenly, Betty, the vice captain of the Divine Awakening team, leaned towards Luna and pointed at her head. Luna nodded. Yes, a bit foolish and a bit silly. Unexpectedly, Betty's gaze towards Luna bore a hint of sympathy. To have such a foolish captain, alas. Meanwhile, Lin Luo was wreaking havoc. With the aid of the 8 gates, his strength and speed soared, complemented by the powerful recovery of his chakra. Frankly speaking, Lin Luo could continue fighting indefinitely. These guardians were not particularly strong, merely at the peak of C rank, with the stronger ones barely reaching B rank. For Lin Luo, they were merely fodder. In less than half an hour, Lin Luo's reward points surged to an astounding 9,500. He was on the brink of breaking 10,000. If this were a task, who knows when it would be completed? In this moment, Lin Luo was immensely grateful to Tasia. A true lucky charm indeed. Just a touch of luck had led him to such a fortuitous event. It was simply too powerful. Just then, the guardians surrounding Lin Luo seemed to realize something. They paused briefly, as if receiving a command, and turned to flee. Indeed, the guardians that had originally besieged Lin Luo simply ran away. Witnessing this scene, everyone gaped in disbelief. Lin Luo had single-handedly triumphed. Not only that, but he also pursued the fleeing guardians, shouting, "Don't run. Come back." Chapter 144, Sealing Altar. Flame elemental in the ice and snow secret realm, within a delicate palace. At the center of the palace stood a massive altar, adorned with countless arcane runes. Moreover, unlike the outside, the temperature within the palace was alarmingly high. Selena stood beside the altar, drenched in sweat, her exquisite figure accentuated. Before her, the ice elemental spirit floated, chattering away. As the chosen one of the ice element, Selena instantly comprehended the spirit's message. This secret realm was gradually heading towards destruction, with the root of the problem lying within the altar behind her. The ice elemental spirit hoped that Selena could save this realm. Truthfully, Selena felt somewhat dazed. Through the ice elemental spirit, she learned that a flame elemental was sealed within the altar. It was a creature that even the elemental spirits could not handle. If she went, wouldn't she be walking into her demise? For some reason, in that moment, the only person that came to Selena's mind was Lin Luo. Although he was somewhat unreliable, he should have a way to deal with the flame elemental. Thus, Selena requested that the ice elemental spirit bring Lin Luo and the others to her. The ice elemental spirit immediately displayed joy, conjuring an icy vision that revealed a scene. Lin Luo, that troublesome fellow, was being surrounded and beaten by the guardians, while the others stood by, watching in a daze. Selena and the ice elemental spirit in the palace were both momentarily stunned. The ice elemental was fully aware that the guardians possessed only simple emotions and would never disobey its orders. The only explanation was that the one being beaten was the one who had enraged the guardians. It promptly commanded the guardians to cease their attack and bring Lin Luo and the others to the palace. Although Lin Luo did not appear to be the type to save the ice and snow secret realm, the ice elemental chose to trust Selena. Little did they know, the ice elemental had completely misunderstood the truth of the matter. It was not the guardians beating Lin Luo. Rather, it was Lin Luo beating the guardians. It may sound unbelievable. Thousands of guardians were being single-handedly thrashed by Lin Luo. At that moment, the guardians, who were being beaten, suddenly received their master's command, paused for a moment, and then turned to flee. Lin Luo was also somewhat bewildered. What was happening? Why did they run away? Come on. They clearly had the numerical advantage. Why run? Lin Luo immediately gave chase. However, the next moment, he halted, turning to see Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini watching the spectacle. Even worse, they were all munching on jerky, eating and watching. You bunch of troublesome fools. Why are you watching? Hurry up and chase. Those guardians are definitely fleeing to the elemental spirit. If we find the elemental spirit, we can find Selena. Lin Luo lied without a hint of shame, exclaiming, "What? You think I'm just sitting here with nothing to do? Wasting time and energy on these small fry?" His words held a semblance of truth, yet something felt off. Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini wore doubtful expressions. If that were the case, wouldn't it be more effective for everyone to join in? Luna and the members of the Divine Awakening team rolled their eyes. We would be foolish to believe you. Who was it that was having so much fun just now? Nonetheless, they had to admit that Lin Luo had a point. In the next moment, everyone grabbed their weapons and surged toward the fleeing guardians. Suddenly, Lin Luo's voice rang out again. "Oh, and when you catch up, don't kill them. Let me handle it. Chapter 145. When did you learn a foreign language? Within the palace, Selena felt a surge of emotion upon hearing that Lin Luo would come to rescue her, nearly moved to tears. However, the atmosphere was shattered by Lin Luo's next words. Reflecting on the tone he had just used, it felt so false, so incredibly fake. This guy was definitely not beating the Guardians to save her. Selena gritted her teeth in frustration, watching as Lin Luo and the others pursued the Guardians. She genuinely feared that the ice elemental spirit would suddenly become enraged and unleash a powerful attack, annihilating everyone. In fact, the ice elemental spirit was indeed angered. The relentless pursuers of Lin Luo's guardian were infuriating. Upon catching up, they merely inflicted a brutal beating, ultimately leaving Lin Luo to deliver the final blow. At any other time, the spirit of ice would have annihilated these intruders, but their current dependency on them constrained their actions. Alas, when one seeks assistance, one must endure. After 3 hours, Lin Luo finally arrived at the palace with his companions. At first glance, he beheld the spirit of ice hovering in midair, its expression inscrutable. Beside it stood Selena, wearing an awkward expression. Relieved to see Selena unharmed, Lin Luo felt a wave of ease wash over him. However, the next moment, a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. The audacity to assault the Guardians stemmed from the absence of their leader. Now, facing the spirit of ice, he felt a twinge of intimidation. Nevertheless, he was far from cowed. With his current strength, while he could not expect to gain any advantage over the spirit, it would be futile for the spirit to attempt his demise. Should he be provoked, he would unleash his power, obliterating the very realm they stood in. In stark contrast to Lin Luo, the others were visibly anxious, trembling in fear, not from the cold, but from trepidation, having hunted numerous guardians. Although Lin Luo had dealt the final blows, what if the spirit of ice sought vengeance for its subordinates? Suddenly, the spirit of ice began animatedly conversing with Selena, who nodded in understanding. This exchange hardly resembled that of a captor and captive, leaving all present bewildered. It appeared they had worried for nothing. After a brief moment, the spirit of ice resumed its aloof demeanor, while Selena conveyed its intent. The spirit required their assistance. If they could save this icy realm, they would earn its friendship. In truth, Lin Luo had already surmised the spirit's intentions. The instant he set foot in the palace, the system had issued a mission: capture the fire spirit. Astonishingly, within this snowy realm, a fire spirit lay sealed at the altar's core. Moreover, this fire spirit seemed formidable, offering a reward value of an astounding 20,000, double that of the ice spirit. This implied that once the fire spirit broke free, it could easily overpower the ice spirit. This was precisely why Lin Luo dared to enter the palace. Should the spirit of ice attempt betrayal, he would not hesitate to shatter the altar. Was it not merely a matter of mutual destruction? However, he had not anticipated that the spirit of ice had taken Selena captive to seek their help. This revelation brought Lin Luo relief. Moments later, Selena elucidated the entire situation, leaving everyone but Lin Luo in utter disbelief. In this realm, not only did the ice spirit exist, but also a fire spirit lay sealed. Was this a jest? Chapter 146. 2 choices. The start of a frantic lottery, everyone's expressions were a mix of incredulity and excitement. Throughout the Empire's centuries, no more than 3 elemental spirits had ever been discovered. Yet here, in this minor preliminary round, they encountered 2. This was overwhelmingly exhilarating. However, an even more thrilling prospect awaited. The ice spirit sought their aid to save the snowy realm. Selena had made it clear. The seal at the altar's center had weakened considerably and could only hold for a few more days. Should the fire spirit break free, none would escape. Honestly, a sense of panic crept in. Yet, given that this was the territory of the ice spirit, any attempt to flee was futile unless the spirit consented. Thus, they steeled themselves for the challenge. To save the icy realm, they faced 2 options: reinforce the altar's seal or eliminate the fire spirit. Clearly, the first option seemed the simplest. However, upon examining the seal's runes on the altar, confusion washed over them. What on earth were these symbols? Even the exceptionally bright Lin Luo and Selena found themselves at a loss, unable to comprehend the task at hand. Thus, they reluctantly opted for the second choice, to defeat the fire spirit. Yet, the difficulty of this task was akin to a near-impossible feat in an instant. All faces turned ashen. It was over. They were surely doomed. Just then, Tasia stirred awake, bewildered. What is this place? Where's my Mouse King? But no one responded. Not even the members of the Divine Awakening team, who were too preoccupied to engage in conversation. Lin Luo, however, felt a surge of delight. He had nearly forgotten about Tasia. It was utterly implausible to expect them to vanquish the fire spirit. Not even if they gathered all S-class and super S-class experts from the Empire would they stand a chance against it. Yet Lin Luo possessed a system. In the world of Naruto, there existed a potent lineage, the Uzumaki clan, whose sealing techniques could even bind the Nine Tails. It was astonishingly powerful. Against such sealing arts, the fire spirit would likely struggle. Having fused with Hashirama's cells, Lin Luo's bloodline was of the same origin as the Uzumaki. This meant that with the right sealing technique, he could undoubtedly inherit its power. The scroll of the Uzumaki sealing technique lay within the system's lottery. Most importantly, with Tasia's luck as a super lucky charm, success seemed imminent. Without hesitation, Lin Luo sprang to his feet, ruffling Tasia's hair vigorously while murmuring, "Luck, luck, grant me fortune." Tasia, still groggy from sleep, finally registered his actions only when he ceased. She glared at him, saying, "I told you not to mess with my hair. I'm fierce." However, Lin Luo paid her no mind, grinning foolishly as he retreated to a corner. The others exchanged bewildered glances. To be honest, no one understood his antics. They were on the brink of disaster, yet he was smiling? Selena felt a wave of disappointment. She had once held hope for him. But perhaps the pressure had driven him to folly. The others regarded Lin Luo with expressions of disbelief. Yet he remained undeterred, absorbed in his corner, feverishly spinning the lottery wheel. As the wheel spun feverishly, he exclaimed, "B-rank ninjutsu, fire release, great fire annihilation. B-rank ninjutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Sasuke's Kusanagi sword." With Tasia's luck in play, the results of the lottery were nothing short of explosive. On his 10th draw, he finally obtained his target, the Uzumaki sealing technique scroll. Chapter 147. Follow me, let's defeat it without hesitation. Lin Luo unrolled the sealing technique scroll. A sudden clarity surged within him. Yet, even with this knowledge, entering the altar still posed a significant threat. Determined, Lin Luo resolved to spend 7,000 reward points to exchange for the 3-tomo Sharingan. His discovery of the icy realm and the rewards from hunting the guardians had pushed his total beyond the 10,000 mark. However, he was now left with a meager 4,000 points. Damn it. He had initially intended to save for a system upgrade. The thought of needing 20,000 points for that made him want to weep. He had been so close, only to regress to square one. Nonetheless, as long as he could seal the fire spirit, this endeavor would not be in vain. Subsequently, Lin Luo also learned the water release technique he had drawn. With everything in place, all that remained was to enter the altar. At that moment, Tasia finally gleaned the full context of the situation from Betty. Unlike others, this individual exhibited no signs of panic, remaining remarkably composed. "Everyone, follow me. I intend to vanquish that elemental spirit." Others murmured, "Has this person not yet awakened? To defeat the fire elemental spirit? Are you serious or merely jesting?" As Lin Luo emerged from the shadows, he was taken aback by Tasia's declaration. Wasn't that his line? Having just mastered sealing techniques and water escape, he felt emboldened. Could it be that Tasia had sensed something? It was terrifying. Truly terrifying. No wonder she was dubbed a super lucky charm. She was formidable, invincible. After a brief period of recuperation, the others regained some courage. After all, they had to give it a try. What if they succeeded? Selena gathered everyone together and nodded toward the ice elemental spirit. It waved its hand, causing the altar within the palace to tremble as countless arcane runes seemingly came to life. With a flash of white light, the group found themselves engulfed in a sea of flames, intense heat crashing upon them. Above, the ice elemental spirit hovered, emanating a chilling aura that repelled the scorching waves. Many breathed a sigh of relief. The ice elemental spirit's presence was crucial. Without it, they would have no chance whatsoever. Suddenly, the ice elemental spirit emitted a deafening roar. As the sound echoed, a colossal creature materialized amidst the flames, resembling a fiery monarch, crowned with a resplendent diadem. It was the fire elemental spirit. Upon its emergence, it fixed its scorching gaze upon Lin Luo and his companions, specifically targeting the ice elemental spirit. Since time immemorial, water and fire have been irreconcilable. Even beings of such elevated essence as elemental spirits adhere to this immutable truth. In the next moment, Two overwhelming pressures descended, akin to mountains crushing down upon them. The forces of the ice and fire elemental spirits collided violently. The fire elemental spirit looked down with disdain throughout the encounter. Its focus remained solely on the ice elemental spirit. To it, Lin Luo and his companions were merely frail, low-dimensional beings, easily extinguishable. Indeed, such probing clashes had occurred countless times before, invariably culminating in the fire elemental spirit's triumph. It could sense its power growing while the altar's seal weakened, indicating that the day of its liberation was nearing. Once free from the seal, it would undoubtedly consume its adversaries, soaring into the fifth dimension, the realm of the divine. Chapter 148. The missing condition. After a fierce struggle, the fire elemental spirit unleashed its ultimate power. Towering waves of flame erupted, encircling the ice elemental spirit, intent on obliterating it completely. At that moment, Lin Luo's eyes sparkled with determination. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He had to seize the opportunity amidst the clash of the two elemental spirits to seal the fire elemental spirit. Lin Luo understood that the fire elemental spirits might far surpass that of the ice elemental spirit. Should the former gain the upper hand, doom would befall them all. Suddenly, he shouted, "Water escape, water dragon bullet." As chakras surged, a massive water dragon twisted upward, charging towards the fire elemental spirit. The chakra derived from the cells of Hashirama was formidable. Even in this inferno, he could wield water escape ninjutsu. Simultaneously, Lin Luo bellowed, "Selena, hurry." Selena understood immediately. Without hesitation, her spiritual energy surged forth, unleashing a torrent of frigid air. However, they were on the fire elemental spirit's territory, surrounded by searing flames. Selena's spiritual energy was not as formidable as Lin Luo's. Her ice abilities were rendered ineffective, extinguished by the fire. Even if she depleted her entire energy reserve, it would be futile. Aside from Selena, no one else could assist Lin Luo. The likes of Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xini likely perished before they even reached the forefront, scorched to ashes. As for Tasia, she could only offer moral support from the rear, shouting encouragement. Lin Luo recognized the dire situation. He had to face it alone. Yet, the fire elemental spirit's power had reached its zenith. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the ice elemental spirit's defenses, overwhelming Lin Luo and his companions with a tidal wave of scorching flames. The ice elemental spirit, realizing defeat was imminent, waved its hands, and a flash of white light enveloped them. They were transported back to the palace. Hovering in midair, the ice elemental spirit gestured animatedly at Selena, conveying the message, "Regroup and prepare for the next attempt." Selena's face fell, berating herself for her ineffectiveness. She felt utterly powerless. Indeed, her ice abilities were no match for the terrifying fire elemental spirit, which naturally countered her powers. Yet, one could hardly blame Selena, as the ice elemental spirit was also being overwhelmed. The others shared her sentiment. Su Xiaoyu, Fu Xini, Luna, and the members of the Divine Awakening team saw their fleeting courage dissipate once more. Tasia, however, remained her bombastic self, continuing to boast about defeating the fire elemental spirit. Lin Luo, for his part, sought merely an opportunity to approach the fire elemental spirit. If he could get close, he would employ the powerful sealing techniques of the Whirlpool clan to subdue it. He had faith in Tasia's abilities. Her audacity to charge forward suggested their hopes of sealing the fire elemental spirit were indeed substantial. They only lacked a singular condition. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Luo's mind. He had previously promised Selena he would teach her a secret technique, the ice shield, with Tasia's luck as a catalyst. Lin Luo was confident he could successfully draw the cells of the Snow Clan and the bloodline of the ice shield. Utilizing Selena's ice shield technique might just provide them the opportunity to approach the fire elemental spirit, allowing Lin Luo to subdue it. Chapter 149. Selena's transformation without hesitation. Lin Luo approached Tasia once more, ruffling her hair with fervor while murmuring, "Luck, luck, grant me your fortune." Tasia, incensed, pounced at him, exclaiming, "I told you not to mess with my hair. I'm super fierce." But Lin Luo had already retreated to a corner. The others regarded Lin Luo with expressions of bewilderment, as if he were dim-witted. Here they were, being tormented by the fire elemental spirit, and he still found time for frivolity. Nonetheless, Lin Luo's antics rekindled the team's morale, and he resumed his frenzied lottery draws. B-Class Ninjutsu, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Summoning Technique. Summoning of the Shaman. B-Class Ninjutsu. Water Release. Exploding Water Shockwave. Bloodline Limit. Ice Release Secret Technique. Snow Clan Genes. Goodness gracious. A double draw of super luck, unbelievable fortune. Meanwhile, Selena worked to regroup the team, hoping to devise a viable strategy. Yet, against overwhelming power, all tactics were rendered futile. The fire elemental spirit was simply insurmountable. It could incinerate anything that drew near, making it impossible to approach, let alone defeat. Selena felt disheartened. Ultimately, it was her lack of strength that hindered her. If only her abilities were a touch more potent, she might have been able to complement Lin Luo's water-based powers. The thought of water abilities left Selena somewhat bewildered. When did Lin Luo awaken his water skills? She was completely unaware. Just then, someone suddenly tapped her shoulder, startling her. Turning around, she found Lin Luo standing there. She was about to express her irritation when she heard Lin Luo's serious voice. "Selena, do you trust me?" Selena was taken aback. It was the first time she had seen such a solemn expression on Lin Luo's face. What was happening? Although she didn't quite understand, she nodded in response. "That's good," Lin Luo exclaimed, pulling Selena into a corner. A blush crept across Selena's cheeks. Could it be that he had come to his senses and was about to confess his feelings? The others were left speechless. At such a critical moment, they were still indulging in their little bubble. In the corner, Lin Luo produced the gene injection device of the Snow Clan along with the scroll containing the Ice Shield secret technique, handing them to Selena. "Inject these genes into your body first, then open the scroll." A flicker of disappointment stirred within Selena. She had thought he had finally realized something. What on earth was this? The operation seemed a bit perplexing. However, upon hearing Lin Luo's seriousness, Selena nodded once more. She trusted him. Subsequently, she injected the Snow Clan's genes into her body. Having already awakened her ice abilities, Selena felt no aversion to the Snow Clan's genes. They began to merge rapidly. Suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from Selena, spreading outward. She was astounded. She could sense her ice powers growing stronger, seemingly undergoing a transformation. Selena's metamorphosis immediately captured the attention of the ice elemental spirit, which began to dance around her joyfully. A connection appeared to form between them. Terrifying coldness surged forth, enveloping the entire palace in mere moments. Suddenly, everyone in the palace shivered, their expressions blank. What was happening? How had the once scorching palace transformed into a winter wonderland in an instant? Chapter 150. Merging the Ice Shield. Regrouping. Selena's mind was in turmoil. Just moments ago, her powers had experienced a second awakening, becoming purer and more formidable. Now, she was nearly on par with the ice elemental spirit in terms of her abilities. Selena could even sense the elemental essence flowing within this snowy realm. She exhaled softly and then opened the Ice Shield scroll in her hands. In an instant, clarity washed over her. This was a combat technique. All the moves of the Ice Shield secret technique flooded her mind. She could feel that as soon as her internal spiritual energy began to resonate, she could unleash the techniques contained within the scroll. "Lin Luo, thank you," Selena exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Deep down, she understood that her potential had reached its limits. Achieving a second awakening of her ice abilities solely through her own strength was virtually impossible. The second awakening of abilities was exceedingly difficult, especially for nature-based powers. Selena had no idea what Lin Luo had given her, but it undoubtedly facilitated her awakening. Such a treasure would be beyond even the imperial family's reach. And that scroll, by Selena's estimation, the techniques inscribed within were at least of A rank, possibly even S rank. In the next moment, Selena threw her arms around Lin Luo, planting a kiss on his cheek. "This is a reward for you," Lin Luo thought to himself. "This is a win." The others stared in disbelief, inwardly lamenting. How long would these two continue this? With everything at stake, they were still spreading their affection. What a predicament! With the ice shield merged, Selena exuded confidence. She immediately called everyone together. "Follow me. This time, we will definitely defeat the fire elemental spirit." Tasia was the first to respond. "Yes, just charge with me, and we will win." There was no need for further words. Her luck attribute had surely sensed it. If she had been boastful before, now she was practically soaring with inflated confidence. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu, Fu Xinyi, and Luna wore skeptical expressions. What had happened to the vice captain? After a trip to the corner with Lin Luo, she seemed different. There was definitely something going on between the two. However, despite their doubts, They felt a little apprehensive about confronting the fire elemental spirit again. The other members of the Divine Awakening squad felt even more anxious, some even fearful. Typically, they followed Tasia, offering encouragement, but the chances to wield weapons and confront threats head-on were few and far between. They had been terrified by the overwhelming power of the fire elemental spirit. Nonetheless, given the current situation, they had no choice but to act. Otherwise, they would all perish. In the next moment, everyone began to regroup, preparing to confront the fire elemental spirit once more. As if sensing Lin Luo and the others' determination, the ice elemental spirit circled around Selena. Ever since Selena had awakened and merged with the ice shield, a connection had formed between them. It could sense her emotional fluctuations. Then, with a flash of white light, everyone re-entered the altar, arriving in the realm of flames. As soon as they stepped in, the invincible fire elemental spirit took notice. Instantly, the entire space erupted in chaos, flames surging. A suffocating sense of oppression descended upon them as the fire elemental spirit revealed itself fully to those present. Chapter 151. Harmonious Cooperation. The fire elemental spirit was furious. As the ruler of flames, it could not tolerate these pests repeatedly infringing upon its majesty. This time, it would ensure they never returned. With its wrath, the flames in the space grew even more intense. However, the ice elemental spirit had anticipated this moment. As the flames surged, an endless chill enveloped Lin Luo and the others. Its role was to assist them in withstanding the fire elemental spirit's flames and pressure. Yet, this was its limit. The ice elemental spirit's current power was vastly inferior to that of the fire elemental spirit. The only reason it had been able to contend with the fire elemental spirit thus far was due to the sealing altar's power. If they approached recklessly, they would not only fail to defeat the fire elemental spirit, but could also be devoured whole. It was tantamount to delivering themselves to death. Therefore, to confront and defeat the fire elemental spirit, it was up to Lin Luo to devise a strategy. Consequently, a similar scenario unfolded once more. As the two elemental spirits clashed, Lin Luo activated his water escape technique again. Water escape, water burst wave. With a massive influx of chakra, a colossal water tornado shot skyward, transforming into a towering wave that surged toward the fire elemental spirit. Simultaneously, a water dragon materialized, coiling and lunging forward. This time, Lin Luo didn't even need to remind Selena. The moment the tidal wave appeared, her ice abilities erupted. Having already undergone a transformation after merging with the Snow Clan's genes and the Ice Shield bloodline. As the terrifying chill spread, the towering wave and the water dragon were all encased in ice. This granted Lin Luo the opportunity to approach the fire elemental spirit, controlling the ice dragon as he delved deeper into the flames. Meanwhile, Tasia and the others stood in stunned silence. When had the synergy between these two become so seamless? Was this what they referred to as a deep mental connection? Two individuals, both remarkably powerful, especially Selena, who seems almost like a different person. Her formidable ice-based abilities rival those of the snow goddess, Janna. No, she may even surpass her. And then there's Lin Luo, whose water abilities astonishingly manifest even in such an environment. It is simply unbelievable. Everyone stands in awe, dumbfounded. Tasia perches on Betty's shoulder, waving her tiny fists and incessantly shouting, "Charge, charge, defeat that fellow." Upon noticing Lin Luo approaching, the fire elemental spirit wears a mocking expression. Who is it? The elemental spirit, the king of flames. All creatures that draw near will be reduced to ashes by its flames. In the next moment, the fire elemental spirit erupts in a ghastly blaze, extending for miles. The temperature around them skyrockets, causing the ice formed by the water release technique to begin melting, with countless droplets and vapor rising. As Lin Luo lands, he is immediately engulfed in flames. His heart races with fear. The radius of these flames is far too vast. Even with the keen insight afforded by his 3-tomo Sharingan, evading the fire's assault entirely proves impossible. In mere moments, extensive burns cover his body. At this crucial moment, Selena silently murmurs an incantation, invoking the ice release secret technique, Mirror Ice Crystal. Utilizing the moisture from the melting ice, ice barriers suddenly take form in the space between Lin Luo and Selena. In an instant, Selena melds into the icy realm and appears before Lin Luo without hesitation. Drawing upon her spiritual energy, she unleashes a torrent of frigid air to shield Lin Luo from the flames. With Selena's support, Lin Luo feels a considerable reduction in pressure. However, the situation remains dire. Though the ice shield technique is formidable, it consumes spiritual energy at an alarming rate. After merely 2 uses, Selena's reserves are nearly depleted. Lin Luo is acutely aware of this, and he begins to form hand seals. Wood release, giant wood pillar technique. Suddenly, a massive vine bursts forth from beneath Lin Luo, propelling him skyward. The reason for executing the wood release only now is that the flames are overwhelmingly terrifying and inherently counter wood release. Selena's arrival, employing the chilling air of her ice abilities to counter the surrounding flames, has finally afforded Lin Luo the opportunity to use wood release. The emergence of the wood release leaves Selena momentarily stunned. This ability, is it not the very one employed by the recently renowned warrior, Fearless? Almost instantaneously, a realization strikes Selena. Lin Luo is fearless. Indeed, it must be him. Were it not for the current crisis, Selena would have exclaimed in surprise. She should have realized it sooner. Even as she was momentarily dazed by the meteor's impact, she caught a glimpse of Lin Luo's figure. He was indeed using wood release. Only a supreme expert like Fearless could possibly save everyone. This revelation is exhilarating. Selena resolves that once this ordeal concludes, she shall make Lin Luo pay for concealing his identity for so long. Unbeknownst to her, the instant she deduces Lin Luo's true identity, all her apprehensions dissipate. This man is trustworthy. With the aid of wood release, Lin Luo finally approaches the fire elemental spirit. The fire elemental spirit notices this, but remains unconcerned. Its target has always been singular, the ice elemental spirit. As for Lin Luo and his companions, merely insects. Even if they draw near, what difference does it make? They shall still be reduced to ashes by the flames. However, the next moment heralds its impending doom. As Lin Luo draws closer to the fire elemental spirit, golden chakra chains suddenly envelop him, sealing off the area around the fire elemental spirit. Sealing technique, adamantine chains. This sealing technique is among the most potent of the Whirlpool clan, primarily designed to suppress formidable tailed beasts. Even the mightiest of them, the Nine Tails, would be rendered a mere pet in the presence of the adamantine chains. Compared to the Nine Tails, the fire spirit is significantly weaker, destined to be annihilated in an instant. Otherwise, Lin Luo and his allies would have long since perished. In a moment of panic, the fire elemental spirit realizes its predicament and attempts to evade. But it is too late. The golden chakra chains bind it completely. The fire elemental spirit's expression shifts to one of terror. Its power is being suppressed. How can this be? What are these golden chains? The fire elemental spirit cannot comprehend, and there is no time left to ponder. As the chakra chains ensnare the fire elemental spirit, Lin Luo hears the voice of the system in his mind. Special transaction task. Capture the fire elemental spirit completed. Reward value of 20,000 points acquired. Extracting the essence of fire. Please wait. Host. Extraction of the essence of fire completed. Fusion allows for the creation of fire chakra, requiring 20,000 reward points. Would you like to exchange? Lin Luo is taken aback. The essence of fire. After fusion, it can produce fire chakra? System, you must be defying the heavens. Lin Luo opts to exchange for the essence of fire. As for system upgrades, they can wait. He has drawn several fire-based ninjutsu from his 2 lottery draws and intends to utilize them all without waste. Essence of fire fusion completed. Fire chakra has been granted to the host. As the system's notification resonates, Lin Luo immediately ignites a piece of chakra paper. Indeed, it is true. He now possesses fire attributes. With this, he embodies the 4 elemental attributes of water, fire, earth, and lightning. If he can also awaken wind chakra, he will possess all 5 major attributes. Should he awaken both yin and yang attributes, he would wield 7 elemental powers. Now, endowed with the sage body and sage eyes, he needs only to evolve both to their utmost potential to awaken the yin-yang release and acquire the power of the 6 paths. The power of the 6 paths. That is the legendary strength of the gods. Capable of cataclysmic destruction, it is immensely powerful. If someone displeases him, he could simply create a moon-sized sphere and obliterate them. In this moment, an infinite yearning stirs within Lin Luo. However, the road ahead is long. Just then, the system's notification sounds once more. Special Summoning Beast. Fire Elemental Spirit Fusion successful. Requires 55,000 reward points. Would you like to exchange? Lin Luo exclaims in disbelief. What is this wretched system? Is it trying to torment me? The total of his reward points is meager, insufficient even for a fraction of this sum. How can he exchange for it? Is the system capable of extending credit, charging exorbitant interest? In a moment of determination, Lin Luo clicks to exchange. Yet, there is no response. System, you must be kidding me. Lin Luo realizes he has been tricked by the system. However, the system's notification continues. Due to the successful capture of the fire elemental spirit, a new feature has been unlocked. Tailed beasts. Tailed beasts. Lin Luo gasps and opens the virtual panel of the system, and indeed, a new option appears. Tailed beasts. From one-tailed Shikaku to nine-tailed Kurama, all are contained within. Collecting all nine-tailed beasts enables the summoning of the 10 tails, stepping into the realm of the divine. Yet, Lin Luo merely glances at it and promptly shuts the system down, overwhelmed with astonishment. What in the world is all this? A guardian crane requires a reward value of 100,000, while a second-tailed cat requires a reward value of 200,000. Lin Luo, feeling a pang of hesitation, could not muster the courage to read further and decided to slip away. Suddenly, the fire elemental spirit was captured, causing the flames in this space to vanish instantly. Apart from Lin Luo, no one else knew what transpired. Not even Selena, who merely observed Lin Luo ensnaring the fire elemental spirit with countless chains. And then the flames disappeared entirely. As Lin Luo descended, he was met by Selena's reproachful gaze, which sent a shiver down his spine. What was happening? He had not abandoned anyone. While Lin Luo was lost in his thoughts, Selena softly chuckled. Lin Luo, I've uncovered your secret. You cannot escape my grasp. Lin Luo retorted. Escape? What nonsense. Feel free to unleash any technique upon me. If I retreat, consider it my defeat. As Lin Luo was about to engage Selena in a debate, others joined them, all appearing bewildered. How could it be over so quickly? Were they too powerful, or was the fire elemental spirit too weak? If Lin Luo were privy to their thoughts, he would have refuted them immediately, exclaiming, Weak? Nonsense. A bunch merely here for the spectacle, cheering mindlessly. Tasia, in particular, rushed forward, exclaiming, Where is my elemental spirit? Lin Luo rolled his eyes in response. Your elemental spirit. How utterly shameless. Chapter 154. The Spirit Contract. After defeating the fire elemental spirit, the group returned to the palace. Apart from Lin Luo and Selena, the others felt somewhat disenchanted. Having not contributed at all, for some reason, they felt a twinge of loneliness. Of course, Lin Luo was unaware of their sentiments. Otherwise, he would have given them a piece of his mind. The preliminary rounds of the Imperial Academy competition continued. They could not linger here any longer. According to the ice elemental spirit, there exists a rift in this snowy realm leading deep into the Arnea ice field. Crossing through it would significantly shorten their journey. Upon hearing this, the group erupted in joy, preparing to set out. It seemed Selena was about to depart, prompting the ice elemental spirit to circle around her, leaving the others baffled. Yet Lin Luo felt a surge of delight. He suddenly produced a scroll from the system. Upon seeing the scroll, Selena gasped, A summoning scroll? The others were immediately drawn in. The summoning scroll was designed to be used in conjunction with summoning techniques, allowing the summoning of interdimensional beings to assist in battle. Such beings were the coveted companions of all psionic warriors in the Empire. One of the Empire's 7 fortresses, the City of Flames, was built near an entrance to another dimension. Consequently, nearly all members of the Flame team possessed their own summoned beasts, with their captain, Avila, owning a peak B-class flame bear. Her confidence in leading the charge during group battles stemmed from this formidable ally. Now, witnessing Lin Luo produce the summoning contract, longing gleamed in everyone's eyes, especially Tasia's. Her incessant requests for the Rat King revealed her deep yearning for a summoned beast. The ice elemental spirit understood Lin Luo's intentions. With a wave of its hand, several B-class guardians appeared, each forming a contract with Tasia and the others. Soon after, each member acquired a B-class ice guardian as their summoned beast. Selena's joy was unparalleled. Her contract partner was none other than the ice elemental spirit itself, voluntarily joining forces with a human, a historic first in the Empire. When Selena summoned the ice elemental spirit, it would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the Empire. Lin Luo sensed the ice elemental spirit's emotions, prompting him to exchange for the summoning scroll. He cursed inwardly. That single scroll had cost him 3 4,000 reward points, leaving him with a mere 4,000 points. After all the toil, he felt like a mere laborer, and yet without any wages, such is the plight of life. However, with Selena's newfound strength, bolstered by the ice elemental spirit, even facing the most formidable foes in the battle network seemed manageable. This power assured Lin Luo of an effortless victory. After the contracts were signed, Tasia's expression soured slightly. Compared to the Ice Guardian, she preferred the Rat King. Tasia resolved, regardless of the cost, to acquire the Rat King. Everyone continued their journey, and with the ice elemental spirit's assistance, they swiftly reached the rift leading to the Arnea ice field. With a flash of white light, they all vanished into the rift. Chapter 155. You continue. I merely passed through deep within the Arnea ice field. The land was perpetually shrouded in towering glaciers, reaching skyward. The ice valley leading to the Imperial City was no exception. At that moment, various teams participating in the Eastern Division's preliminary rounds found themselves in this ice valley, only to be halted by an unexpected hailstorm. Hailstones the size of half a fist plummeted, accompanied by the terrifying sound of howling winds. The cacophony sent shivers down their spines. Should they venture out, they would undoubtedly be battered and bloodied by the hail, risking their very lives. Consequently, all teams that had arrived here were forced to halt, digging into the ice walls on either side to temporarily evade this sudden calamity. Just then, several figures appeared before them. Am I seeing things? These individuals are advancing despite the terrifying hail. Brother, you are not mistaken. They must be reckless. How bold must one be to do such a thing? The leader is none other than Lin Luo, the infamous captain of the Dawn team, the very same who is known as the third madman of the Empire. Indeed, it was him, alongside Tasia, the extraordinary lucky charm of the Divine Awakening team. It was utterly terrifying. Speculations abounded. Was this the result of Tasia's luck, bathing in hail? How frightening. As Lin Luo and his companions drew nearer, the onlookers soon understood the reason. Above them loomed a massive ice barrier, shielding them from the hail. Strangely, when the hail struck the barrier, it produced no sound at all. Furthermore, the hail seemed to gradually melt into the barrier, fortifying it over time. Everyone stood in awe, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Was this truly a feat of ice manipulation? When had ice abilities ever exhibited such finesse? It was utterly remarkable. The mastermind behind this operation was Lin Luo. Not only could he enhance his control over ice abilities, but he could also traverse this perilous situation, a perfect dual advantage, making it an essential skill for traversing the ice field. Initially, Selena had rejected this approach, but upon further contemplation, she realized Lin Luo's reasoning held merit. Indeed, her control over ice abilities could use improvement. Thus, this scene unfolded. Lin Luo's team, braving the icy realm, gradually made their way into the ice valley under the watchful eyes of the crowd. What was even more contemptible was that Lin Luo, while walking, took the opportunity to greet the teams flanking the ice valley. Hello, how are you, brothers? Please don't look at me like that. It makes me shy. We're just passing through. Naturally, Tasia was unperturbed and followed suit with her taunts. True warriors dare to face the hail. You lot just know how to hide. Take notes. Selena covered her face, mortified. To be honest, it was utterly embarrassing. The others in the team shared her sentiment, all shielding their faces. These individuals were merely obstructed by the hail. Why were they mocking them? The teams taking refuge from the hail, witnessing Lin Luo and Tasia's arrogance, were nearly driven to fury. Lin Luo, just you wait. When the main event begins, I shall obliterate you. If I encounter you, you will be doomed. Yes, and that koi fish too. Yet, in the next moment, all those who had been making threats were bombarded by the hail. The others gasped. They had been so consumed with anger that they almost forgot about Tasia. Lin Luo, he must have done this on purpose. Chapter 156. Arrival at the Imperial City. At the gates of the Imperial City, only 10 days remained until the conclusion of the preliminary round. However, many teams that had passed the preliminary rounds had already gathered here. Yet, a stipulation of the preliminaries dictated that participating teams must wait until the preliminary rounds conclude before entering the Imperial City to join other contestants. Thus, they were obliged to remain here for another 10 days. Many were quite displeased, but dared not cause a ruckus, fully aware that any disturbance would swiftly result in the cancellation of their eligibility to compete. Did they not see the members of the Imperial and Sunfoam teams waiting patiently? The teams present had traversed the Carter Mountain Range and the Arnea ice field in merely 20 days, undoubtedly showcasing their strength. However, when compared to the Imperial and Sinfeng teams, they still fell short. These two powerhouses from the Eastern Division were likely to once again clinch the first and second positions this year. In the entire Eastern Division, only the Giant Shark team, last year's third place, had the strength to contend with them. Unbeknownst to them, however, this team vying for the top spots had already been struck into the heavens by a meteor alongside last year's fifth place, the Stunning Swan team. If these individuals were to discover this, they would surely be astounded. Of course, last year's fourth place, the Divine Enlightenment team, also had a chance to vie for the top spots, but how to describe this team? Those in the know understood it all too well. It was entirely unexpected and utterly inscrutable. As time passed, more teams continued to arrive, and the crowd grew larger. Yet, the organizers had seemingly anticipated this situation, establishing a dedicated base at the city gates, complete with accommodation, dining areas, and training rooms. Even a training room for combat simulations had been prepared. Compared to 20 days of survival in the wilderness, this was quite commendable. The reason these teams lingered at the gates was to observe the strength of other teams in this year's Eastern Division and gather useful intelligence. On the 25th day, the gates welcomed another group of teams. They were the ones who had been thoroughly incited by Lin Luo and Tasia in the Ice Valley. Upon arriving at the base, they immediately began to shout, "Where are the members of the Dawn team? Call their captain out. I want to beat him to a pulp. Count me in. Damn it. If it weren't for that guy, I wouldn't have been hit by hail." I couldn't hold back and took just one step forward, and I was pelted 3 times. My head nearly split open. I was even worse off. I just had to shift because I was desperate to pee, and I got hit 5 times. I said I'd punch him every time I saw him. Where is he? The people at the base were all bewildered. What heinous act had Lin Luo committed to provoke so many individuals seeking vengeance against him? No one spoke, for the members of the Dawn and Divine Enlightenment teams had yet to arrive. The newcomers exchanged glances, wondering if Lin Luo and Tasia's team had been eliminated. Wow, we must celebrate tonight. For some unknown reason, as this thought crossed their minds, an ominous wind swept through. One of the most vociferous individuals stumbled and fell to the ground. Soon after, others began to mimic him, resulting in a comical scene of multiple people tumbling over. Ouch! Who stepped on me? Damn it! Who the hell is pulling my pants down? The others stared in stunned silence, astonished. They could not comprehend this turn of events. Chapter 157. What a fool. This is truly a fool. Only 5 days remained until the preliminary round concluded. Yet Lin Luo's team continued to wander aimlessly around the outskirts of the Ernaya ice field. The reason for this predicament? It was none other than Tasia, the fool, who had mistakenly pointed them in the wrong direction. If it were merely an error, Lin Luo could have tolerated it. However, the problem lay in the fact that she had done it intentionally. Unable to endure any longer, Lin Luo recalled how, since their emergence from the icy realm, Tasia had persistently urged him to summon the Rat King. Lin Luo had declined, citing the hail as a justification. Indeed, in such weather, the Rat King's colossal form would only serve as a target, likely being battered to bits upon summoning. Once the hail ceased, Tasia once again pressed for the Rat King's summoning, and Lin Luo refused once more. They were nearing their destination. There was no need to summon anything. He intended to use the Rat King to ensnare their foes. Thus, in a fit of pique, Tasia brazenly led their companions astray, placing them on a misguided path. The issue was that she had also misled the other members of the Divine Enlightenment team. When Lin Luo discovered the truth, he was utterly astonished. What is a fool? This is a fool. His teammates could be sold off just like that. He had no idea how Tasia managed it. But she led everyone into a remarkably strange area where their locator devices malfunctioned entirely. At that moment, all were bewildered, unable to discern direction. Lin Luo had to admit that this koi fish was somewhat ruthless. Not only was she merciless to enemies, but she was even harsher on her allies. Lin Luo was certain that if he did not summon the Rat King, they would never find their way out of this predicament. Selena and the others wore expressions of exasperation, while Betty of the Divine Enlightenment team appeared utterly resigned. From their expressions, it was evident that Tasia had committed numerous bizarre acts. If this were not a critical time, Lin Luo would have certainly given her a piece of his mind. However, merely speaking of it sufficed. If he were to strike her, he would likely be struck down by a meteor the moment he stepped outside. With no other option, he had to summon the Rat King. Upon seeing the Rat King, Tasia immediately cheered and climbed atop its head, directing it this way. Following her guidance, they indeed navigated out of their predicament and back on track. The more this happened, the more furious Lin Luo and Selena became. Thanks to Tasia's blunders, they had squandered at least 5 or 6 days. Fortunately, with the Rat King in tow, they arrived at the Imperial City in just 3 days, leaving only 2 days until the conclusion of the preliminary round. The towering figure of the Rat King, appearing near the gates of the Imperial City, startled the guards, who nearly opened fire. Thankfully, they reacted in time. Otherwise, Lin Luo and his team would have faced dire consequences. Many of the residents were left in disbelief upon witnessing the enormous stature of the Great Mouse King. What on earth did this white mouse consume to grow to such an extraordinary size? The girls, in particular, were starry-eyed with admiration. This white mouse was undeniably adorable. Lin Luo also observed this scene, and, upon glancing at Tasia's haughty demeanor, he understood her intentions. Was she merely seeking to flaunt her prized possession? For such a childish reason, she had sold everything. Truly a ruthless individual. Some sharp-eyed onlookers soon noticed Lin Luo perched atop the Great Mouse King's head. Hey, useless Lin Luo, you better come down here, or I swear I will make you regret it. Chapter 158. Children are indeed easy to deceive. Lin Luo paid little mind to such taunts. He simply waved at Tasia and proposed. How about I let the Great Mouse King accompany you from now on? Tasia's eyes sparkled with excitement, her head nodding vigorously. Why had she sold out her teammates? Wasn't it for the Great Mouse King? Now that Lin Luo offered it to her, she was overjoyed. What do you want me to do? Just say it. Who are we to each other? Lin Luo had been waiting for this very question. He pointed at the 2 who had mocked him earlier and said, Did you see those 2 fools? They just threatened me. Should we take them down? Tasia raised her tiny fist. No problem. They're as good as dead. Just watch me. No sooner had she spoken than 2 thunderous booms erupted, and the 2 mockers were engulfed in a dark explosion, emerging with entirely new hairstyles. Selena and the others were stunned. How dare they bribe the super koi? This is utterly shameless. It's simply against the rules. We can't provoke him. Those who had intended to ridicule Lin Luo swiftly silenced themselves, while others began to retreat, perceiving Lin Luo as a harbinger of misfortune, someone to be avoided at all costs. Lin Luo raised a middle finger to the crowd, a disdainful expression on his face. I'm not targeting anyone in particular. I'm merely stating that all of you present are worthless. Members of the Dawn Squad and the Divine Awakening Squad exchanged bewildered glances. This phrase sounded oddly familiar. Hadn't they heard it before? Ah yes, he had uttered it during the preliminary matches at the square. Selena and Betty, the vice-captains, hurriedly gathered their team, feeling that following these 2 reckless captains was far too exhilarating. They had no idea when they might be ambushed next. How infuriating. Why did he always have to speak so provocatively? If it weren't for Tasia being right here, I would have ended him long ago. I don't want him dead, I just want him to suffer. This time, many had learned their lesson and whispered among themselves. However, Lin Luo's perception was extraordinarily acute. He caught every mocking word. With an indifferent expression, he remarked, Oh, it seems I just heard someone mocking me. Shall we deal with them? The crowd responded eagerly, absolutely. Tasia was thrilled. There's more to this? Why hadn't I thought of it? This is exhilarating. Once again, thunder rumbled, followed by anguished cries. At that moment, Tasia had completely forgotten about the Great Mouse King. Lin Luo shook his head, summoning the Great Mouse King back into the system. Children are indeed easily deceived. Alas, I hope those struck by lightning do not bear a grudge against me. On the edge of the crowd, Leslie watched the spectacle and burst into laughter. See, this is my brother, the 3rd madman of the Empire, truly outrageous. Beside him, Kuji was exasperated. Mad. What nonsense. They're all fools, dimwits. Is there not a single rational person among them? Tasia, evidently still not satisfied, called out to Lin Luo. Who else is there? Who else? Upon seeing her frenzied demeanor, the remaining onlookers scattered like frightened birds, daring not to linger a moment longer. In mere moments, the once boisterous crowd had vanished at an astonishing speed. Lin Luo stood in astonishment, spreading his hands toward Tasia. This is your fault. Now there's no one left to play with. Chapter 159. The Fearless Golden ID. The preliminary rounds of the Eastern District finally concluded. Only half of the hundreds of teams safely reached the Imperial City, while the other half faced elimination. Among them, several teams had not even sent out distress signals, likely facing dire fates. This was the harsh reality of competition. Most astonishingly, both the Great Shark Squad and the Brilliant Swan Squad were among those that did not receive any distress messages. Particularly shocking was the Great Shark Squad. a formidable team capable of contesting with the Imperial squad for the top spot, now having vanished without a trace, a true upset. As the Imperial city opened its gates, all teams poured in to reunite with their respective members. The organizers scheduled the main event to commence the following day, leaving the teams with only a single day for rest and preparation. At the heart of the Imperial city, the Grand Hotel stood as the most opulent accommodation available. Only a select few teams participating in the preliminaries could afford to stay there, among them the Dawn Squad. The other members of the Dawn Squad awaited Lin Luo and the others, but they found no trace of them. Presumably, they had wandered off to enjoy themselves. With no other choice, they returned to their rooms. It must be said, the Grand Hotel epitomized luxury. Each room boasted a training facility. Lin Luo suddenly realized he hadn't accessed the training network in quite some time. With the night drawing near and nothing better to do, he decided to indulge. He entered the training room, and the ID of Fearless Warrior appeared before him. Upon seeing his ID, Lin Luo was taken aback. It was golden. Indeed, Fearless Warrior had transformed into a golden ID. In the training network, a golden ID signified a prestigious status and an esteemed honor. Only top-tier elites, who demonstrated great potential for advancement to the master rank, were bestowed with a golden ID. The number of individuals granted a golden ID in the training network could be counted on one hand. Ice Goddess Janna, Fire Dance Goddess Avira, Blazing Angel Seraph, King of Shadows Farouk, and War God Aquis. Now, with the addition of Fearless Warrior, that made 6. The other 5 had long been renowned experts, with all but Farouk having previously competed in the Imperial Academy tournament. The news of Fearless Warrior's ascent to a golden ID spread like wildfire throughout the training network, especially after the significance of this new status was fully realized. Everyone in the training network became fixated on every move of Fearless Warrior. Many cast doubt on whether Fearless Warrior could triumph over 3 elite-level experts consecutively, asserting that the awarding of a golden ID was absurd, coupled with Fearless Warrior's past performance. Skepticism only intensified, as his current record stood at a mere 7 consecutive victories. Some speculated that Fearless Warrior might be the lover of the training network's first executive officer, Alciska Danya, which could explain the bestowal of such a high honor. However, the training network officials made no announcements regarding the granting of a golden ID to Fearless Warrior. Nor did they address the ensuing doubts, leaving all scrutiny directed at him. It is well known that those with a golden ID could only match against opponents of equal status, meaning the other 5 individuals who also held a golden ID. Naturally, there remained a small chance of matching against super experts in the master rank. But thus far, 5 individuals endowed with golden IDs, matched against masters of the highest rank, recorded a dismal tally of 0 victories. Chapter 160. The Battle That Shook the Entire Empire, City of Flames. As the host of the Southern Division, the Flame team was in the midst of an interview with a major media outlet. Just as it was Avira's turn to speak, she abruptly received news of the formidable player, Invincible Warrior, going online. Without hesitation, Avira tossed aside the microphone and rushed out of the interview hall, leaving the members of the Flame team, the media, and the Academy's higher-ups in a state of bewilderment. In the next moment, the members of the Flame team received the same news, their expressions shifting dramatically as they exclaimed in unison, "No way." The interview hall erupted into chaos. A similar scenario unfolded in the far northern city of Osul, where Jinnah abandoned all her tasks to await the Battle Network's training room. Surrounding her were her teammates from the Frost team. At that moment, every psychic academy across the Empire, regardless of size or strength, mirrored this scene. In a small grove, a couple was lost in the heat of the moment when the communicator chimed. "What did you say? Invincible Warrior is online." "No way." The man paused for a few seconds before hastily pulling up his pants, exclaiming, "Dear, wait for me. I'll be right back." Heedless of his girlfriend's murderous glare, he dashed towards the Battle Network. "Bro, is it true that Invincible Warrior is online?" "Absolutely." "Wait, why are you panting? Are you sick? Come on." "I was just with my girlfriend in the grove, and when I heard Invincible Warrior was online, I rushed over." "You're in trouble, man. Your girlfriend's going to kill you when you step outside tomorrow." "I know, but it's Invincible Warrior's battle. It's worth it." During this time, every Psychic Academy was on the hunt for Invincible Warrior's whereabouts. Such a master, no matter how well hidden, would surely leave some trace. Many fantasized about having Invincible Warrior in their academy, envisioning the opportunity to dominate the upcoming Imperial Academy tournament under his leadership. Nevertheless, No one could locate him. He seemed to be a phantom, leaving no trace whatsoever. Though their dreams were dashed, this did not diminish their admiration for Invincible Warrior. After all, in the history of the Battle Network, has anyone else ever been granted a golden ID for merely 7 victories? Only Invincible Warrior. While the intentions of the Battle Network officials remained unclear, it did not affect the reverence people held for Invincible Warrior. In a matter of moments, the entire Battle Network was at capacity, setting a new record. In the official live broadcast room, the commentators were already prepared. The familiar duo of Jiang Heng and Yang Miemie. Yang Miemie had become a contracted commentator for the Battle Network, joining Jiang Heng to provide commentary for this year's Imperial Academy tournament. This was an immense opportunity for a newcomer, all thanks to Invincible Warrior. Yang Miemie was practically vibrating with excitement in the live broadcast room. My idol is back. Meanwhile, Jiang Heng felt quite the opposite. Having spent the time buried in 7 books in the restroom, all due to Invincible Warrior. Now, as they prepared to commentate on his battle again, he felt a sudden discomfort in his stomach, a pressing need to visit the restroom. What to do? Chapter 161. The Goddess of Fire, Elvira, takes the stage. Senior Jiang Heng. Who do you think Invincible Warrior will be matched against? Yang Miemie suddenly asked Jiang Heng in the official live broadcast room. Jiang Heng was momentarily taken aback. He questioned whether this fervent fan of Invincible Warrior was in her right mind. There are only 5 individuals awarded golden IDs. Each has a 1 in 5 chance. Why don't you just guess? Yang Miemie continued. Do you think Invincible Warrior can win? How could I know who the opponent is? Who on earth knows if he can win? He retorted, clearly irritated by fervent fans. As anticipation built, Invincible Warrior's opponent finally revealed herself, the Empire's Goddess of Fire, Elvira. As a devoted fan of Elvira, Jiang Heng nearly shrieked with excitement. Wow, the goddess. The Goddess of Fire has appeared. If asked who he thought would win, Jiang Heng would not hesitate to declare it would be Elvira. Her entrance sent the official live broadcast room into a frenzy, with countless viewers flooding in, reaching a peak audience. Typically, only those who log into the Battle Network can be matched. Many noticed that Elvira had not been online prior to Invincible Warrior's appearance. This indicated that she had logged in immediately after Invincible Warrior went online, entering a waiting state. This delighted her supporters. It had been 6 months since Elvira had publicly fought. Who would have thought she would emerge due to Invincible Warrior's presence? In terms of popularity, the Goddess of Fire undoubtedly eclipsed Invincible Warrior. The goddess has finally emerged. My patience has withered away. The return of the goddess's rune cannon to the Battle Network promised to obliterate Invincible Warrior. Go, goddess. You must win. The live broadcast room resonated with cheers for Elvira. Yang Miemie felt a twinge of concern as she turned to see Jiang Heng's eyes sparkling with excitement, embodying the image of a starstruck fan. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Jiang Heng interrupted her. No questions. The Goddess of Fire is destined to win this battle, and I want to entertain any objections. If Invincible Warrior wins, I will eat this table. Yang Miemie retorted. And you say you dislike fervent fans? Aren't you just as bad? In truth, many adored Elvira for her personality. Unlike the composed and clever frost goddess Jiana, Elvira was impulsive and straightforward, which added a refreshing authenticity to her character. In the City of Flames, upon realizing she had been matched, Elvira was momentarily stunned before erupting into boisterous laughter. Ha! Finally, I've encountered this guy. Watch me perform. I'm going to blow his head off. Beside her, Lilith waved her tiny fists, cheering, Go, cousin. Blow him up. She vividly recalled how Invincible Warrior had bested her, leaving her sorrowful for days. Even Vice Captain Ino shouted, Boss, you're magnificent. I'm rooting for you. In the last battle, I forced Invincible Warrior to reveal all his tricks. This time, you'll crush him. Ino was right. The entire team pledged their unwavering support. In stark contrast, the training room in Osel presented a different atmosphere. Jiana wore a stoic expression, while her teammates trembled beside her. The temperature in the training room plummeted at an alarming rate. Jiana was on the brink of losing her patience. Damn it, there are only 5 individuals with golden IDs. And only 2 are currently waiting. That fiery girl got a match first. How infuriating. Chapter 162. The goddess must win. The king of balls is invincible. Elvira swiftly entered the arena, wielding the rune cannon that epitomized her power. In the Battle Network's live broadcast room, Jiang Heng was nearly beside himself with excitement, but remained focused on his commentary. Brothers, this battle is finally about to commence. First to enter the arena is our fire dance goddess, wielding a weapon that is undoubtedly familiar to all, the rune cannon. Within the Empire's psionic academy, many long-range marksmen utilize the rune cannon, but when it comes to truly unleashing its formidable power, none can rival our goddess. Let us rally behind Ivra, brothers, and chant together, "The goddess is invincible." As the words left my lips, the entire live stream erupted with fervor. Indeed, Ivra's psionic growth value reached a staggering 93, rendering her psionic C superior to countless others. Coupled with her innate explosive psionic energy, she can unleash devastating area attacks at will. If she were to incorporate her fiery supernatural abilities, the results would be even more extraordinary. In her hands, the rune cannon becomes an unstoppable force, delivering explosive outputs wherever she goes. Ivra is akin to a mobile bombardment unit, indifferent to her foes as she crushes everything in her path. Soon, the fearless figure of a powerful opponent graced the arena. Upon seeing Ivra, Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback. She is a woman. Moreover, her physique is astonishingly voluptuous, even more so than Selena, making her curves almost overwhelming. Lin Luo found himself questioning whether such a figure might hinder her agility. Paired with a doll-like face, one could only marvel at this enchanting combination of angelic beauty and devilish allure. Deep down, Lin Luo lamented. It seemed impossible to engage with a goddess of such caliber. The moment Ivra spotted Lin Luo, she burst into a fit of wild laughter, exclaiming, "Huh? Fearless warrior, I've awaited your arrival for long. Kneel and prepare to perish, for I shall shatter your skull today." Her laughter, coupled with her striking physique, sent the live stream into a frenzy. "The goddess is invincible. The king of balls shall triumph," shouted a brother in the front. "Step aside, you're blocking my view. What is there to see in a fight? I'm here to watch the match." The chaos was palpable, and only Ivra's battles could evoke such a frenzied atmosphere. With an angelic visage, a devilish figure, and an endearing yet naive personality, combined with her terrifying strength, she embodies the Empire's fire dance goddess. In the official livestream, Yang Mie observed the screen filled with Ivra's antics, and even Zhang Heng appeared utterly captivated, which left her feeling somewhat disgruntled. She glanced at Ivra's bosom and compared it with her own, scoffing slightly. "What is the big deal? It's just a bit larger, after all." To be frank, upon Ivra's entrance, Yang Mie felt a pang of anxiety for the fearless warrior. This was not to suggest that the fearless warrior lacked strength, but rather that Ivra's power was overwhelmingly formidable. Among the 5 golden IDs bestowed by the War Network, although each possessed distinct abilities and professions that might counter one another, in terms of overall strength, Ivra undoubtedly claimed the top position. Even the battle god, Aki's, could not withstand Ivra's bombardment. Moreover, Ivra's talent is the most terrifying among them. In the arena, Lin Luo found himself bewildered by Ivra's taunts. "What is going on? Why does she want to shatter my skull?" Lin Luo was certain it was their first meeting and there should be no enmity between them. Are today's girls truly this violent? This is quite troublesome. Nonetheless, despite his complaints, holding back was out of the question. This is a battle. The War Network exists to simulate real combat. Could one expect mercy on the battlefield? Not a chance. And since the opponent intends to crush his skull, he cannot afford to hold back. With a thought, Lin Luo's eyes transformed, revealing 3 crimson tomo. Simultaneously, a Kusanagi sword suddenly appeared in his grasp, the very one wielded by Sasuke from the Naruto universe. In reality, Lin Luo had another purpose for logging onto the War Network today, to ascertain the true power of the Sharingan. Suddenly, the Sharingan began to spin rapidly, while Lin Luo's form vanished from sight, lunging toward Ivra. Ivra caught sight of Lin Luo and immediately found it amusing. Not only her, but the entire live stream erupted in laughter, with Zhang Heng nearly in stitches. Is this guy crazy? Charging at the fire dance goddess? This maneuver was perplexing. Did he eagerly wish to be roasted alive? Fearless brother, I respect your courage. Safe travels. What is going on? Today, our fearless brother seems to be lacking in intelligence. Ivra, at this moment, was thoroughly entertained. This fearless warrior was charging in for her to strike. He was nothing short of foolish. All her previous opponents had been preoccupied with defense. No one had dared to charge at her before. In her battles, it was always she who initiated the charge. Her opponents simply lacked the qualification. She slowly raised the rune cannon in her hands. Without any warning, an attack infused with her fiery abilities was unleashed, engulfing Lin Luo entirely. In an instant, Half of the arena was ablaze, and the temperature soared at a visible rate. Yet Ivra did not halt. The bombardment from her rune cannon continued unabated. Lin Luo was taken aback. He was not surprised by Ivra's psionic outburst, but rather by her flames. The temperature of these flames was nearly on par with the fire elemental spirit sealed by the system. However, such flames would not impede his advance. If he could seal the fire elemental spirit, how could he possibly fear these flames? As the Sharingan whirled rapidly, it pierced through the flames ahead, allowing him to slip through the gaps in Ivra's fiery onslaught, narrowly evading the entire barrage. In the next moment, Lin Luo was already at Ivra's side. He raised the Kusanagi sword and swiftly aimed for her neck, attempting a decapitating strike. This scene left everyone in shock. The official War Network livestream fell into an eerie silence, starkly contrasting the earlier uproar. What did they just witness? The fearless warrior had actually breached Ivra's fiery bombardment and closed in on her side. What did his sword signify? What was he planning? The next second, the livestream exploded with chaos. How dare the fearless warrior commit such a cruel act against the goddess? This could not be tolerated. Brothers, let us condemn him together. Yes, let the fearless warrior perish, and may the goddess prevail. Roast him, turn him to ashes. Within the official War Network livestream, a multitude of discontented voices erupted. Yet, among them, only Yang Mie continued to cheer for Lin Luo, her small fists waving in support. In the arena, Lin Luo's Kusanagi sword was now perilously close to Ivra's neck. The horror etched on Ivra's face was almost indescribable. She was certain there had been no miscalculation in her actions. In such a terrifying explosion of power, even the battle god Aki's would be forced to defend himself. How had this fearless warrior managed to break through? Suddenly, Ivra shifted her body to evade the impending strike, but in that instant, her gaze locked with Lin Luo's Sharingan. In an instant, Ivra felt the world spin around her, the very fabric of space distorting rapidly, as if her body were on the verge of being torn apart. This was the illusion cast upon her by Lin Luo through his Sharingan, one of the extraordinary abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Under the influence of this Jinjutsu, Ivra appeared dazed and lost. Lin Luo, devoid of any inclination towards mercy, wielded his Kusanagi sword and struck downwards. He couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of the Sharingan. Its formidable insight, coupled with the ability to replicate and cast illusions, truly justified its reputation as one of the three great ocular techniques within the world of shinobi. This was merely the beginning, as Lin Luo had yet to fully unlock its potential. The Mangekyo Sharingan was merely the first step in its evolution. Just as Lin Luo was lost in thought, an unexpected change occurred. The space surrounding Ivra quaked violently, sending ripples throughout, as a terrifying force descended upon them. Was this the power of dimensional energy? Lin Luo's heart raced with fear, and he attempted to evade, but it was too late. The spatial ripples had already enveloped him. He had no choice but to abandon his assault on Ivra and concentrate all his chakra to withstand the sudden onslaught of spatial distortion. However, in the next moment, a deafening roar erupted, followed by a gigantic paw, larger than a sandbag, crashing down upon Lin Luo. The shockwave transformed into a violent gust of wind. Lin Luo's body was sent hurtling to the edge of the arena, crashing heavily to the ground. The spot where he had stood was now occupied by a towering, flame-ensconced bear, Ivra's summoning beast, the peak B-rank flame bear. The flame bear glared menacingly at the fallen Lin Luo. Behind it, Ivra had regained her senses. She felt a surge of relief, as she had narrowly escaped disaster. Just in time, she had begun summoning the flame bear upon witnessing Lin Luo activate his Sharingan. The timing proved fortuitous, allowing her to avert what could have been a dire predicament. This battle could be deemed a narrow victory for Ivra. Even a formidable warrior like Lin Luo could not withstand the full might of the peak B-rank flame bear after being affected by the dimensional energy. Yet, despite her triumph, Ivra had to concede that Lin Luo was a formidable opponent. His close-quarters combat skills rivaled even those of the war god Aquis. Furthermore, what was the secret behind his crimson eyes? Ivra was certain that it was his eyes that had ensnared her in the illusion. Could it be a telekinetic ability? Yet, the Empire had no records of such powers being activated through one's eyes. Chapter 165, Deadly Barrage in the official live broadcast room. Cheers erupted as the audience's sentiments aligned closely with Ivra's. Anyone struck full force by the peak B-rank flame bear would surely succumb. Long live the goddess. Long live the king of balls. For reasons unbeknownst to him, One viewer found himself envious of Ivra's flame bear. Bro, do you want to be slapped by a bear? No, I want to become that bear. Jiang Hung was so ecstatic that he leaped from his seat. Did you see? Ivra won. What did I say? The formidable warrior is merely a novice, thinking he could defeat a few elites and consider himself a dish. In the face of true experts, he is simply outmatched. Brothers, join me in acclaiming the goddess. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Hung took no mercy in disparaging Lin Luo. Yang Mimi rolled her eyes. Did you even say that? I wasn't aware. Is this how the battle concludes? Go, fearless warrior. Yang Mimi silently cheered for Lin Luo. Perhaps her encouragement had an effect. Lin Luo, in the arena, trembled and managed to rise. However, his condition was far from ideal. A massive wound marred his chest, a result of the flame bear's strike. The crowd gasped in astonishment as they witnessed the indomitable Lin Luo rise once more. Even the most resilient of bodies could not withstand the full power of the peak B-rank flame bear. How is he still alive? His tenacity is remarkable. His physique was seemingly forged of iron. Yet, even iron could not endure the bear's touch. The only explanation was that he might not be entirely human. The most embarrassed among them was Jiang Hung, who had just belittled Lin Luo only to be slapped in the face by reality, wishing he could bury his head beneath the table. In contrast, Yang Mimi was elated to see Lin Luo stand again, exuberantly cheering, the strongest warrior, the invincible warrior. The fearless warrior, go. Send that bear flying. The other viewers in the live room were at a loss for words. Girl, do you think the fearless warrior is some grandmaster? Sending a peak B-rank flame bear soaring? You might as well ask him to fly himself. In the arena, Lin Luo's mind was in turmoil. The moment the flame bear descended, had he not concentrated all his chakra for defense, that strike would have been truly perilous. Truth be told, he had underestimated his opponent. He had not anticipated that this girl possessed such a dreadfully powerful summoning beast. It seemed that closing the distance for a decisive strike would require a new strategy. However, it was fortuitous that some ninjutsu he had drawn within the icy secret realm could finally be utilized. How would the power of the Sharingan combined with ninjutsu fare? It was the perfect opportunity to test it. Unbeknownst to him, while he was deep in thought, Ivra was left stunned, her mind blank. This man had not perished. Was he still human? The flame bear was one of her trump cards, yet it had failed to vanquish Lin Luo in a single blow. The fearless warrior was truly formidable. In the next moment, the flame bear let out a thunderous roar and lunged at Lin Luo, while Ivra unleashed her runic cannon, relentlessly firing at him without concern for her bear. Hailing from a fire elemental realm, the flame bear boasted complete fire resistance and a thick hide, making for a mindless yet effective synergy between Ivra and her beast. Deadly Barrage. Chapter 166. Dual elemental abilities. Ivra resolved to maintain this rhythm and press forward, vowing never to allow the fearless warrior to close in. In the live room, Jiang Hung saw Ivra launch her attack and became animated once more. The previous strike from the fearless warrior seemed to have left no impact on Ivra. We can see that Ivra has unleashed her signature technique, the Deadly Barrage. With the flame bear's support and the goddess's explosive ranged output, it is nearly impossible for the fearless warrior to approach her. Therefore, he remains at a disadvantage. If he cannot withstand this wave of attacks, the battle will conclude. No one refuted his words, not even Yang Mimi. The situation in the arena indeed mirrored Jiang Heng's assessment. With the flame bear's presence, Ivra held absolute control. What would the fearless warrior do? Lin Luo gazed at the inferno surrounding him and the flame bear charging toward him. Truth be told, he had no desire to endure another bear's embrace. That sensation was rather unpleasant. Deep within, Lin Luo had already devised a combat strategy. Since she wielded fire, he would employ water and add a little flair. He moved his hands, beginning to form seals. Water release, exploding water shockwave. A torrent of water surged around Lin Luo, transforming into a colossal wave that rapidly advanced forward. However, Lin Luo's hands did not cease immediately. Lightning release activated. In an instant, his hands crackled with thunder, emitting a fierce sound. This was a lightning release ninjutsu designed to work in conjunction with water release, significantly amplifying the power of thunder. Anyone touched by it would be instantly paralyzed. In the next moment, the thunder spread across the massive waves, and not only that, it began to propagate downward. Even if Lin Luo's water release could not penetrate his opponent's flames, the lightning beneath could. This was Lin Luo's tactical strategy. With his formidable chakra, He could freely saturate the entire arena with water and lightning release, leaving his opponent with no avenue for escape. At the forefront, the colossal wave formed by water release had already collided with the flames. The entire arena was engulfed by a terrifying wave of energy. This scene could easily be likened to a raging storm. The officials in the live broadcast room were utterly stunned, completely taken aback. It was undeniable that the strength of the formidable warrior was impressive. Yet, this was bordering on the absurd. Everyone began to question whether the formidable warrior had resorted to cheating. This was simply outrageous. Awakening a water-based ability was one thing, but what about that lightning just now? Unbelievably, this individual possessed dual abilities. It is well known that in the Empire's history, the number of psionic warriors who awaken dual abilities is exceedingly rare, and their accomplishments are all of Super S rank. Furthermore, the dual abilities awakened by the formidable warrior were water and lightning, elements that complement each other effortlessly. Everyone was rendered speechless in astonishment. Among them, the most shocked was Gianna. In her perception, the formidable warrior also possessed a telekinetic-type perception ability. This meant that the formidable warrior was an awakened being with 3 abilities. Such a phenomenon had never occurred in the Empire's history. No wonder the formidable warrior dared to claim the top spot in this year's Imperial Academy competition. He indeed possessed such strength. Gianna inhaled sharply, realizing that after today, the Imperial family would certainly take action. Someone would soon intervene with the official battle network. If the Alsis family could not withstand the pressure, the identity of the formidable warrior would likely be exposed very soon. In the arena, Ivra also witnessed the lightning in Lin Luo's hands. Lightning and water, dual abilities. How could this be possible? Ivra was completely stunned, but then a thought suddenly struck her. Lightning and water, complementary abilities. She looked up to see the flame Berserker enveloped in lightning. This peak B-class flame Berserker had indeed maxed out its fire resistance, but its lightning resistance was utterly abysmal. In almost an instant, Ivra's flame Berserker was paralyzed by the lightning, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Ivra, not daring to hesitate, immediately summoned the flame Berserker back. A ball of intense fire suddenly erupted from her hands. The flames slowly rose, enveloping the flame Berserker, and in the blink of an eye, it regained its vitality. This was a characteristic of the fire element other dimensional summoned beasts. Many of them fed on flames, and as long as flames were present, they could heal from even the gravest of wounds. Having restored the flame Berserker, Ivra had no time to rejoice as a chilling sensation surged forth. Suddenly, several bolts of lightning erupted from the ground around her, locking onto her position. Moreover, due to Ivra halting her fire output, the colossal wave formed by Lin Luo's water release was now rushing towards her. The combination of water and lightning release in a simultaneous assault left Ivra with no avenue of retreat. The situation in the arena shifted in an instant. In the official live broadcast room, everyone was left dumbfounded, and unlike the previous shock, this time they were completely dazed. They all understood the power of the complementary abilities of water and lightning, but forcing Ivra into a corner so swiftly was a bit too much. To be honest, a sense of despair gripped their hearts. Given the battle prowess and tactics displayed by Goddess Ivra, it seemed nearly impossible to resolve this crisis. Were they really going to lose like this? Many were reluctant to accept it. Jiang Heng even rested his head despondently on the table. In contrast, Yang Mia was ecstatic. They had won. The formidable warrior had triumphed once again. Who was it that called the formidable warrior a weakling? A weakling could force the Empire's fire dance goddess into a corner. How ridiculous. The formidable warrior was powerful, invincible. In Osel City, Gianna furrowed her brows tightly. The formidable warrior had awakened dual abilities of water and lightning, and as dual-born abilities, his strength was indeed excessive, making it entirely normal to force Ivra into a corner. But what was up with Ivra? Why was this fool just standing there, motionless? Didn't she have a trump card? Was she really going to concede like this? What the hell? Gianna was on the verge of cursing. This was not the style of the fire dance goddess Ivra. To be honest, she found this operation somewhat incomprehensible. In the arena, Ivra indeed seemed frozen. However, to say she did not resist would be a mischaracterization. It was simply that the casting time for her spell was slightly prolonged. In fact, it was rather awkward. Yet, in the next moment, Ivra erupted into a radiant blaze. In an instant, flames, colossal waves, and thunder all surged forth with a deafening roar, creating a tempest of energy. Just as everyone thought Ivra was about to kneel, Her figure vanished from the spot. Simultaneously, her unique, unrestrained laughter echoed from the air. Aha! Formidable warrior, hurry and show me your other tricks. Or you might as well kneel and await your demise. Lin Luo gazed up into the air, utterly bewildered. What the hell? The flame berserker had grown wings. In truth, it wasn't he, just Lin Luo who was bewildered. In the official live broadcast room, everyone was equally stunned, even forgetting that Ivra had escaped danger. The only thought remaining in their minds was, the flame berserker had grown wings. This was simply too cool, too impressive. Watching Ivra riding the flame berserker, everyone lamented. Goddess, are you in need of a humanoid bear? I can serve. Get lost. I've reserved the humanoid bear of the goddess. Say nothing, just draw your swords. Whoever wins gets to be the humanoid bear. Gianna was equally dumbfounded. This idiot Ivra's summoned flame berserker had actually evolved to sprout wings. What luck! With powerful ranged explosive output, combined with the flight capability of the flame berserker, this was insane. This fellow had not just taken off. It had completely transformed from a walking bomb into a flying bomber. How utterly invincible. Gianna could even imagine that in this year's Imperial Academy competition, all opponents who encountered the flame team would undoubtedly be crushed, with no place to weep. For some reason, she felt a twinge of envy. In the arena, Ivra's uproarious laughter continued. Meanwhile, her mount, the flying flame berserker, glared furiously at Lin Luo, roaring incessantly. It was this guy who had just used lightning to give it a bath, nearly causing its defeat. This grudge must be avenged. He must be roasted to a crisp. So, formidable warrior, are you going to surrender? My demands are not high. Just shatter your head. Ivra was not in a rush to attack, initiating a frenzied taunting mode. With the flying flame berserker, she felt she was invincible, completely unaware of how to lose. The viewers in the live broadcast room joined Ivra in her chaotic revelry. Indeed, the strong are fearless. What other means do you possess? Hurry and reveal them for us to witness. If you delay any longer, the opportunity will slip away. And it won't merely be a matter of a headshot. You might be reduced to ashes. Lin Luo's expression darkened. The tides of fortune have turned. He had always been the one to mock others. Yet here he was, the subject of ridicule himself. To make matters worse, it was a girl who was doing the mocking. Unbelievable. Even bears can sprout wings. It seems he has gained some wisdom today. However, is it truly appropriate for you to mock in such a manner? Just because you've acquired a pair of wings, what is so remarkable about that? Fine. Lin Luo admitted he felt a twinge of envy. Darn it. He found himself wishing for a spiritual beast of his own. In the next moment, a thought crossed his mind. Should he summon the Rat King for a soul shockwave? But upon further reflection, he dismissed the idea. Given the Rat King's stature, it would likely be incinerated the moment it appeared. Lin Luo drew forth the Kusanagi sword and transformed the lightning chakra within him to its utmost potential. Subsequently, a tempest of thunder enveloped the Kusanagi sword. Before long, a thunderous Kusanagi sword, stretching several dozen meters, came into view for everyone present. In the live stream, viewers were nearly paralyzed with fear. Such a length was daunting. Could this be the legendary thunder sword measuring dozens of meters? However, the next scene left the viewers completely awestruck. As Lin Luo infused chakra into the thunderous Kusanagi sword, its length instantly surged to a staggering 100 meters. A 100-meter-long thunder sword was simply unheard of. In the next instant, Lin Luo swung the thunder sword towards Ivra. So what if you can fly? Do you think being airborne makes you invincible? Watch as I pierce you through. Chapter 169. The collision of fire release and flame abilities. The nearly 100-meter-long thunder Kusanagi sword skimmed past Ivra, startling her greatly. Without hesitation, Ivra seized her rune cannon and immediately retaliated. How dare you ambush me? Witness my aerial lethal barrage. The cannon fire cascaded downward, enveloping the ground where Lin Luo stood. With the assistance of the flying flame bear, Ivra's agility surged, transforming her into a true bombardier, unleashing a relentless assault upon Lin Luo. In an instant, the arena was engulfed in a sea of flames. Ivra showed no signs of slowing down. Wherever Lin Luo fled, she bombarded, reveling in the chaos. Truth be told, she could bombard like this for an entire day. Darn it, this is what you get for frightening me, for ambushing me, for attempting to stab me with a 100-meter-long thunder sword. I'll blow you to smithereens. While Ivra bombarded him, she continued to curse internally. As for Lin Luo, he felt a wave of nausea. Could she not think of a different tactic? Must she rely solely on this barrage? Yet, Ivra seemed oblivious to his plight. Not only that, but the frequency of her aerial lethal barrage intensified, and the flames grew ever hotter. Ivra ignored Lin Luo, while viewers in the live stream found amusement in the situation. Asking the flame dance goddess to think strategically? That is pure comedy. If Ivra were capable of strategy, she wouldn't be the flame dance goddess. Just look at her naming conventions for battle techniques. Lethal barrage. Aerial lethal barrage. What in the world are those? Everyone wore expressions of amusement. Nevertheless, the aerial lethal barrage was indeed terrifying. Ever since Ivra took to the skies, Lin Luo had been thoroughly suppressed, unable to retaliate in any meaningful way. No, it would be more accurate to say he had no means to combat airborne units. After all, Ivra's tactic was utterly unscrupulous. Other than ranged marksmen, the other three primary professions severely lacked means to engage aerial entities. This battle could essentially be declared a victory for Ivra. Though the strong are fearless and can evade temporarily, they cannot hide indefinitely. He could not outlast Ivra. Ivra's spirit power growth rate had reached an astonishing 93. Being a fourth-year student, her spiritual reservoir was formidable, and those who sought to outlast her often found themselves exhausted before reaching their goal. This was the consensus among viewers in the live stream. However, Lin Luo had a different perspective. He estimated that he could sustain this level of consumption for a year, or even longer. Yet he had no intention of fleeing. Don't ask why. He was simply feeling a bit vexed. He aimed to bring down the flying flame bear. In the next moment, Lin Luo formed hand seals, and a colossal surge of fire chakra erupted forth. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Suddenly, several fiery projectiles imbued with fire chakra spiraled upwards, racing towards Ivra from four directions, surrounding her completely. Upon witnessing the flames rise, Ivra's expression turned blank, as if rendered utterly speechless. To be precise, she was thoroughly enraged. How dare the fearless one use flames against her? Who does he think he is? In a contest of flames, Ivra had never been defeated. Suddenly, a terrifying orb of fire began to coalesce at the muzzle of her rune cannon, measuring 30 to 40 meters in diameter, and it surged downward. In the next instant, Lin Luo's fire release collided directly with Ivra's fiery abilities. Chapter 170, The Azure Flames. The moment the fire release and the fireball met, the entire arena erupted in an explosion, akin to a rain of fire descending from the heavens. The powers of both were neutralized and vanished in an instant. Ivra, witnessing her fireball dissipate, was infuriated, and another massive fireball quickly formed, hurtling downwards. Lin Luo, undeterred, pressed on. For him, it was merely a matter of chakra expenditure, far preferable to being relentlessly pursued and battered. Soon, the battle between Lin Luo and Ivra transformed into a contest of fire release versus flames. Naturally, it also involved the consumption of chakra and spirit power. They battled with unabated enthusiasm, while viewers in the live stream were left in a state of shock. This shock had persisted since Lin Luo unleashed his fire release. The Fearless One possesses fire abilities as well. He has awakened 3 elemental powers. What kind of joke is this? Some viewers began to revel in schadenfreude, analyzing the situation meticulously. Even if the Fearless One awakened 3 elemental powers, what of it? If his spirit power expenditure cannot keep pace, what good is it, no matter how many powers he awakens? Upon further reflection, this seemed somewhat logical. However, after witnessing Lin Luo and Ivra exchange blows for half an hour, the sounds of schadenfreude faded entirely. What followed was a collective intake of breath. The Fearless One was able to contend with the flame dance goddess for half an hour. His spiritual reservoir must be formidable. 3 elemental powers, combined with a vast spiritual reservoir, rendered him no mere human, but a monster. This was the thought that occupied everyone's mind. Gianna was even more astonished. She understood far more than the casual viewers in the live stream. Water, lightning, and fire, 3 elemental powers, along with a perception ability akin to telekinesis. In other words, the Fearless One was an awakened wielder of 4 elemental powers. In the history of the Empire, there had never been an occurrence of a 3-element wielder, let alone a 4-element one. At that moment, one thought consumed her mind. Who exactly are you, Fearless One? In the arena, the clash between Lin Luo and Ivra continued, the immense energy fluctuations causing the entire arena to tremble. With each tremor, viewers in the live stream felt a pang of anxiety, fearing the arena's rune devices could not withstand the forces at play and would be torn asunder. Finally, The exchanges between the two ceased. The flames dissipated. The scene in the arena rendered the online spectators momentarily speechless. Ivila stood amidst the battleground, breathless, her fiery bear having vanished into thin air. In contrast, the indomitable warrior remained utterly composed, as if the earlier clash had transpired in an alternate reality. The confrontation culminated in the defeat of the fire dancer goddess. Hisses, gasps echoed through the live stream. Unbelievable. Even Ivila was unable to outlast him. Who else could possibly endure? At that moment, Lin Luo, standing in the arena, beckoned Ivila with a casual flick of his finger. Not only that, but he continued to taunt her. Come on, let us continue this. Whoever flinches first is a coward. This provocation had an explosive effect, igniting Ivila's fury. A deep azure flame flickered to life in her palm, coalescing with intensity. Simultaneously, a chilling aura enveloped the entire arena. Upon witnessing the azure flames, Lin Luo was struck with dread. Damn it, she is about to unleash her ultimate move. Had he known, he wouldn't have mocked her. He attempted to flee, only to find the arena too constricted, and the azure flames had ensnared him completely. How foolish of me. Had I known, I wouldn't have taunted her. Chapter 171. The Triple Gate of Resurrection. In fact, Lin Luo was not alone in his trepidation. Even those in the official live stream, witnessing the azure flames ascend through their screens, felt a pulse of fear. Just a glance at that fire sent chills down their spines. Most viewers were fervent fans of Ivila, well aware that she had never employed such flames in her prior battles. This was a first for everyone, save for Jinnah, as Ivila's rival. Jinnah had previously encountered the azure flames in their clashes, and on that occasion, she had been utterly defeated, scarcely able to resist as the flames consumed her in an instant. She understood all too well how terrifying Ivila's azure flames could be. This flame should not exist in the third or even fourth dimension. It belonged to the fifth dimension, the realm of the divine. Only a deity could conjure such fire. Jinnah had not anticipated that the indomitable warrior could force Ivila into such a dire situation, but she believed that this was where it would end. Once the azure flames manifested, the warrior was doomed. No matter how many trump cards he possessed, they would be of no use. In the arena, Ivila was slightly frantic, cursing her own impulsiveness. This move, unseen by anyone but the Frost Maiden, was originally intended for the Imperial Academy competition. To her dismay, she was now employing it in such a public setting. Damn it, this was all the fault of that indomitable warrior. Enough of this. She resolved to obliterate him first. With that, Ivila directed the flames in her hand towards Lin Luo. Whoosh! The azure flames erupted into a brilliant radiance, hurtling towards him. Lin Luo, witnessing the azure flames racing towards him, felt a pang of regret for his earlier bravado. He could sense the power within those flames. Though not as formidable as the eternal flame Amaterasu, it was nonetheless formidable. Moreover, who knew if those flames possessed additional abilities? Escape was futile. The arena was too small, and the azure flames had him firmly in their grasp. Desperation surged within Lin Luo. He was determined to see just how powerful this ultimate move was. He bit down on his finger, swiftly forming hand seals. Summoning technique. Triple Gate of Resurrection. The once tranquil arena trembled abruptly, and 3 scarlet gates rose from the ground, standing between Lin Luo and the azure flames. Although Lin Luo possessed ample chakra, he had yet to fully evolve into a sage body. The Triple Gate of Resurrection was his utmost limit. Were he capable of summoning the Quintuple Gate of Resurrection, he wouldn't have felt intimidated by the ultimate move across from him. He might even have found the taunting rather amusing. In the next moment, the azure flames collided with the gates. A thunderous explosion resounded, shaking the entire arena, sending waves of energy swirling. In the War Network livestream, viewers were left dumbfounded. They could feel the arena's tremors through their screens. Such an attack must surely have reached A-rank levels. After a brief silence, the live chat erupted into cheers. Wow! The goddess is indeed extraordinary. She's worthy of the golden ID bestowed by the War Network officials. That move alone would qualify her for master rank. Chapter 172. Can I learn this move? As the azure flames clashed with the Triple Gate of Resurrection, Lin Luo's summoning was swiftly reduced to ashes. However, the power of the azure flames was also diminished. The attack and defense effectively neutralized each other. This outcome allowed Lin Luo to exhale in relief. Wow! That was truly exhilarating. It gave me quite the scare. Honestly, he had nearly believed he was finished. It could only be said that the Gate of Resurrection was incredibly powerful, living up to its reputation as the ultimate defense against tailed beast attacks. In the War Network livestream, everyone stared at the standing Lin Luo in disbelief. He survived? How is he still alive? He withstood the Fire Dancer Goddess's ultimate move and lived. Hisses, gasps of astonishment, filled the air once more. They were certain that Ivila's recent flame attack had reached A-rank levels. If she could master the technique of releasing spiritual energy, she would surely ascend to master rank. And that indomitable warrior? He had withstood an A-rank attack. The only possible means of doing so would involve possessing an A-rank defensive technique. In other words, the Triple Gate of Resurrection was indeed an A-rank defensive technique. What exactly was it? The audience began to speculate. Jinna was no different. The indomitable warrior had withstood the azure flames that she could not. This fellow had developed an A-rank defensive technique. Perhaps he was not merely of the elite rank, but might very well be at the master rank. With 4 types of abilities awakened, an A-rank defensive technique, and the means to release spiritual energy, the combined capabilities of the indomitable warrior could indeed rival those of a master-ranked expert. The thought crossed Jinna's mind, and she could not suppress it. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became, murmuring, "Indomitable warrior, who exactly are you?" In the arena, Ivila stared at Lin Luo, bewildered. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "You're still alive. How can you still be alive?" Lin Luo rolled his eyes. Why couldn't he be alive? Goodness, is that even a question? Yet, in the next moment, Ivila rushed up to Lin Luo, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Not only that, but she muttered, "This is unscientific. Could it be that my flames are fake and someone switched them out?" Her voice was low, but Lin Luo heard her clearly. He rubbed his forehead, pondering just how oblivious she was. We are still in the midst of battle, and yet she approaches me so casually? However, Ivila remained oblivious to the gravity of their situation, continuing, "What is the name of your defensive technique?" "That triple scarlet gate. Show it to me again. By the way, do you think I can learn it? I have great potential. Indeed, I assure you, I do not deceive. The azure flame you witnessed moments ago was indeed formidable, and I accomplished it in merely a month's time. Quite impressive, is it not?" The audience in the live stream was left in a state of bemusement as the fire dance goddess began her antics once more. It seemed that this battle was destined to reach an impasse. As for who emerged victorious, who truly cares? Neither side faced defeat. Jinna wore a look of exasperation. This foolish individual continued to baffle her. Upon witnessing such extraordinary combat techniques, she resorted to her relentless tactics. How embarrassing. Chapter 173. The adorable strategy endlessly pursued by Avira. Lin Luo finally reached his limit. "I must ask, are we still engaged in combat or not?" Avira replied earnestly, "Fight? Why fight? What is there to fight about?" Lin Luo was utterly astonished. "What do you mean, what is there to fight about? Just a moment ago, you were relentlessly attacking me as if I were a mere dog. Now you question what there is to fight over? No, that is not acceptable. Teach me that technique. Hurry." Wherever Lin Luo moved, Avira followed suit. Eventually, he could bear it no longer and logged off. If his opponent had been male, he would have delivered a punch that would leave him pondering the beauty of the flowers. Alas, the opponent was a female. Thus, Lin Luo had no choice but to concede. He reflected deeply on his recent encounters, pondering why he seemed to attract such peculiar individuals. After logging off, Avira paused for a moment, only to realize something was amiss. In her excitement over witnessing the formidable defense technique, she had completely forgotten the most crucial detail. They had been in the midst of battle. With the formidable opponent now departed, it appeared as though she had claimed victory. Ahaha, did you all see that? I won this battle. In the live stream, the audience was momentarily stunned before erupting into chaos, all cheering in unison. The goddess had resorted to cuteness to secure her victory. My word, beautiful, charming, and capable of being adorable. How remarkable. Meanwhile, young Mia Mia was seething with rage. This woman was utterly shameless. Unable to win through strength, she resorted to cuteness, claiming a victory that lacked honor. How outrageous. In the Flame City, within the training room of the Academy's combat team, Avira logged off, humming a tune and reveling in her triumph. Though there had been unexpected twists during the battle, they were of little consequence. She lifted her gaze, only to find all the members of the Flame team staring at her with peculiar expressions. Avira, feeling put out, confronted them. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll have your eyes. Our leader is incredible, effortlessly defeating the formidable opponent. Truly unbeatable. Ino exclaimed. Oh, I recall there's an interview I must attend. Farewell. The others quickly followed suit, all making their excuses to leave. Avira was left alone in the training room, bewildered. Moments later, she finally grasped the situation and shouted in exasperation, "You all wait for me." At the Howding Hotel, Lin Luo, after logging off, grew increasingly irritated. How shameless to employ such relentless tactics. For reasons unbeknownst to him, an image of Selena's adorable demeanor flashed through his mind, sending chills down his spine. He hastily dismissed the thought. Selena would never resort to such antics. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. When he opened the door, there stood Selena, who smiled upon seeing him and invited, "Shall we take a stroll?" With an invitation from the goddess, how could he refuse? Lin Luo felt a swell of pride. Could it be that his charm had captivated her? Indeed, that must be the case. Chapter 174. Expressing feelings as the Eastern Division's main competition approached, Emperor City transformed into a vibrant carnival. Crowds flocked everywhere. Lin Luo and Selena walked side by side, both enveloped in silence, seemingly unable to find the right topic for conversation. In truth, they rarely engaged in lengthy discussions, yet an unspoken understanding existed between them, which was why Selena placed such trust in Lin Luo. After wandering the main thoroughfare of Emperor City for a considerable time, Selena finally broke the silence. "You know, I have always felt that you are different from others." Lin Luo was taken aback. Had his secret been uncovered? Selena had once mentioned that if she discovered his little secret, what could this mean? Selena continued with a smile. "You are exceptional, even surpassing my expectations. But there are some matters that need not be concealed." Lin Luo's heart sank. This was it. It seemed Selena truly had discovered everything. How could this be? He had made inquiries and learned that the previous Lin Luo had no family in Starry City and was an outsider in the academy. Aside from Su Xiaoyu and Fu Xinyi, he had hardly any friends, and even they had not realized he had transformed into a different person. How could Selena know? "Do you remember when I invited you to join the Thornflower Society at the beginning of the school year? I started taking notice of you from that moment on. But back then, you struck me as rather foolish. It was only when we met again in the gravity training room that I realized the one who had set the record for the lowest spiritual growth value in the academy. The so-called useless Lin Luo was hiding such depth." Selena rambled on, while Lin Luo felt increasingly bewildered. It seemed their thought processes were operating on entirely different wavelengths. They were not even discussing the same matter. "Huh. In the entire Starry City Academy, you may be the only one who holds me in such regard." Lin Luo sighed in relief, bursting into laughter. Even now, many still harbored doubts about me. Indeed, he recalled that when he departed the academy, some had still referred to him as the useless Lin Luo. Selena wore a cunning smile. Lin Luo rolled his eyes. If anyone dared to call him that again, he would surely make a note of it. "However, I know you are not useless. You are more capable than anyone. Remember, you must never hide anything from me again," Selena admonished playfully. That tone, it resembled a girlfriend teasing her boyfriend. Lin Luo's heart leapt with joy. If he did not understand the situation by now, he would truly be a fool. He thumped his chest and declared, "Rest assured, I promise there will be no second time." "Really?" Selena asked teasingly. "Absolutely. More genuine than pearls." "Pearls? What are those?" "They are beautiful objects that come from the sea." "And the sea, what is that?" Thus, they continued their journey, engaged in a playful exchange, with one asking questions and the other providing answers. Selena transformed into a curious child, nearly bombarding Lin Luo with 100 questions. Eventually, they returned to the Howding Hotel. At that moment, Selena gazed intently at Lin Luo, gently twirling her golden hair. "Do you remember our promise?" Lin Luo smiled. "Do not worry, leave it to me." Chapter 175. No more reasoning. Early the next morning, Lin Luo was awakened by the persistent alert of his communicator. Groggily, he opened it to hear Su Xiaoyu's urgent voice. "Captain Lin Luo, hurry to the training room. Someone is injured." In addition, countless voices of cursing erupted around him. Lin Luo's drowsiness vanished in an instant, and he dashed out of the hotel room. The training room mentioned by Su Xiaoyu was actually a shared facility provided by the Howding Hotel for members of various teams. Due to the vast array of equipment, it was impossible to allocate a separate room for each team, thus all teams had to share a single space. If Lin Luo recalled correctly, the training room was located on the first floor. Upon his arrival, he found Su Xiaoyu engaged in a heated argument with a group of people. Behind her, the petite Luna crouched on the ground, tending to the injuries of Eber and Yalvis. Lin Luo approached and patted Su Xiaoyu on the shoulder, inquiring about the situation. Upon seeing him, Su Xiaoyu's expression brightened as she prepared to explain. However, the opposing party spoke first. So you are the captain of the Dawn team? The so-called useless Lin Luo? I am, Lin Luo replied, his face darkening. Damn it. Just last night, he had silently vowed to keep a record of anyone who dared to call him useless Lin Luo again. He never expected someone to confront him so quickly. Whoever you are, you're finished. Well then, one of your Dawn team's members injured someone from my Moore team. How do you propose we resolve this matter? Before he could finish, Su Xiaoyu immediately retorted, You're talking nonsense. It was clearly you who started it. Who witnessed it? The onlookers erupted in laughter. Ha. We only saw members of the Dawn team act first. We saw nothing else. Indeed, the members of the Moore team did not initiate any aggression. It was clear that the two individuals had merely stumbled on their own. Those qualified to enter the training room were all participants in the Eastern Division's teams. Many had taken issue with Lin Luo, the so-called useless player, during the qualifiers. Why should a team that finished last in the previous academy competition ride the Empire's latest rune chariot? Why should the Dawn team be able to align with the Divine Awakening team and advance to the main event? They were disgruntled. Today, they finally had the opportunity to vent their frustrations. Listening to the jeering crowd, Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback, followed by a deep sigh. It seemed they were not interested in rational discourse. Perhaps it was better this way. If they were unwilling to reason, there were other means of resolution, albeit with potentially severe consequences. Lin Luo inquired with Su Xiaoyu and quickly grasped the situation's background. The conflict stemmed merely from a dispute over training equipment. The members of the Dawn team had arrived first, but the Moore team, boasting their status as last year's top 16 in the Empire's Academy competition, had forcibly occupied the equipment. To make matters worse, upon seeing Luna, they had made some taunting remarks. Naturally, Su Xiaoyu and her companions were incensed and began to confront them. Unexpectedly, the Moore team members resorted to physical violence. Lin Luo's expression darkened. Those who dared to strike him were doomed. Suddenly, he stepped forward slowly. Xiaoyu, who initiated the attack just now. Su Xiaoyu pointed at several members of the Moore team, angrily declaring, him, and him. A group fight? The consequences would be even graver. Soon, Selena arrived with the other members of the Dawn team, her face a mask of fury. However, upon seeing Lin Luo, her anger vanished without a trace. Ever since last night, their relationship had progressed further. With Lin Luo present, she felt it was best to leave the matter in his hands. Belle and Aisha trailed behind, both wearing smiles, eager to see how Lin Luo would handle the situation. The Moore team members, startled by the arrival of the entire Dawn team, wondered if they intended to leverage their numerical advantage. No. We are reasonable people. Why would we resort to such barbarism? Lin Luo shook his head. By the way, who are you to represent the Moore team? The speaker's face darkened. I am Rupert, the vice captain of the Moore team. Of course, I can represent them. Lin Luo nodded. Very well. Then please state how you wish to handle this matter. A cold smirk appeared on Rupert's lips. He had seen Lin Luo from a distance at the qualifiers. He had expected a fierce contender, but was instead confronted by someone who lacked the courage to defend his teammates. Such a person could ride the Empire's latest rune chariot? Who had been foolish enough to sponsor this team? My demands are not excessive. A compensation of a few 100,000 will suffice. Otherwise, I will report this matter to the organizers, and I would like to see who they believe. As Rupert's words fell, the members of the Dawn team erupted in anger, all gripping their weapons, ready to charge at the Moore team upon Lin Luo's command. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Vice Captain Rupert, it seems the Dawn team plans to resolve this privately. What do you say? What else can we do? Of course, we will oblige. The last place Dawn team getting beaten by the top 16 Moore team, resulting in their inability to participate in tomorrow's main event, sounds rather appealing. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Rupert smirked repeatedly. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Those who struck you would also seek to undermine your spirit. What could you do about it? Even if the matter escalated to the organizers, he had no fear. One side was last year's top 16, while the other was the bottom of the barrel. It was clear whom the organizers would believe. With so many onlookers willing to fabricate testimonies, it was all but guaranteed. Meanwhile, Lin Luo seemed oblivious to the surrounding laughter. Speaking to himself, a few 100,000. That demand is indeed not too high. So, how much exactly do you want? Suddenly, The entire training room fell into a brief silence. Rupert was taken aback. The other members of the Moore team were stunned. The countless onlookers were dumbfounded. Even the members of the Dawn team were taken aback. Belle and Aisha exchanged glances, particularly Aisha, whose eyes flashed with anger. What was their captain trying to achieve? He should just confront them directly. This maneuver was truly perplexing. The only one who might still believe in Lin Luo was likely Selena. 500,000. Rupert announced a figure, eager to see what this coward would do next. Selena, give him 500,000, Lin Luo said disdainfully. Fortunately, he was not the captain of the Moore team. Otherwise, he would surely be infuriated. The other party had already opened their mouth. Yet he couldn't even be a little assertive and ask for more. This Rupert was truly a fool. Determination confirmed. Rupert was once again taken aback. The Dawn team had actually complied. They were throwing money around. To be honest, this was somewhat incomprehensible. 500,000 imperial coins constituted a substantial sum, enough to support an ordinary family for a significant portion of their lives. Had the Dawn team truly become so affluent? In fact, it wasn't just him. Everyone present was puzzled. Was the captain of the Dawn team truly an idiot? However, the next moment, Lin Luo's voice rang out unexpectedly. All right. Now that you have received your compensation, shouldn't we discuss our compensation? Compensation? This coward still wants compensation. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. I must have misheard. This guy actually wants compensation. Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. It will keep me laughing for a year. He dared to ask the vice captain of the Moore team for compensation. Was he out of his mind? Rupert chuckled lightly. Captain Lin Luo, I must have misheard. You want compensation? Lin Luo spread his hands. You heard correctly. So, what do you want for compensation? As the term compensation was uttered, Rupert's tone suddenly darkened. My demands are not excessive. All I require is for those who acted earlier to kneel and apologize, uttering a simple I'm sorry. You have 1 minute to contemplate this. Lin Luo shook his head, sighing. Alas, I am indeed too merciful. Initially, I contemplated severing their hands, but reconsidering, I deemed it unwise. For they are all teams from the Eastern Division, and damaging our relations too severely would not bode well. The onlookers were utterly stunned, gripped by fear. What did they just hear? The useless captain of the Dawn team intends to have the members of the Moore team kneel and apologize? He even wishes to sever their hands. This is quite audacious, young man. Everyone wore expressions of astonishment, questioning the sanity of this individual. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Luo's words, Rupert's countenance shifted dramatically. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he enunciated, What did you just say? Oh dear. I did not anticipate that Rupert, despite his youth, would possess such poor hearing. Lin Luo remained composed, reiterating, I stated that all who acted earlier should kneel and admit their wrongs. If they do so, this matter shall be forgiven. By the way, there are 30 seconds remaining. After speaking, he patted Su Xiaoyu's shoulder, adding, When time is up, if anyone remains standing, break their legs. If they do not apologize, tear their mouths apart. Ever since Su Xiaoyu awakened the Berserker bloodline, his physique and strength had become increasingly formidable. Yet, he struggled to fully harness this power. And a moment's inattention could lead to uncontrollable destruction. Thus, Lin Luo had previously cautioned him not to unleash this force recklessly outside the arena. However, his admonition inadvertently rendered Su Xiaoyu timid in the face of such bullying, filling Lin Luo with a tinge of guilt. Hence, he entrusted this task to Su Xiaoyu. Regardless of who had struck him, they must pay a price, and that price would be steep. Upon hearing Lin Luo's words, Su Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. He adhered strictly to the agreement with Captain Lin Luo, yet felt a profound unease as he witnessed his teammates being assaulted. However, with Lin Luo now permitting him to act, he felt no need to conceal his strength any longer. Chapter 178. Kneel and apologize. Rupert was initially taken aback, then abruptly burst into laughter, as if he had just heard a grand joke. Lin Luo wanted that hulking brute to break their legs, to tear their mouths apart. Was he jesting? He had no idea who had been cowering under their assault moments ago. The members of the Moore team wore expressions of mockery, their eyes gleaming with malice as they fixated on the hulking brute. Should he dare to take a step forward, the consequences would not merely be a beating. Meanwhile, the surrounding spectators wore expressions of intrigue. Lin Luo's words were undeniably a declaration of war against the Moore team. Yet, the question arose, could a team that had finished last in the previous Imperial Academy competition possibly defeat the Moore team, now among the top 16? The answer seemed painfully clear. Furthermore, It appeared Lin Luo intended for that hulking brute to face them alone. One man challenging all members of the Moore team? This was tantamount to inviting disaster. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Was the Dawn team here to entertain? Just then, Su Xiaoyu spoke. Time is up. I advise you to kneel and apologize promptly, or else. Before he could finish, Rupert interrupted him forcefully. Or else what? Will you break our legs? Tear our mouths apart? Ha ha ha. Can you truly do that? In the next instant, Su Xiaoyu sprang forward decisively. Boom. The Berserker bloodline within him surged violently, manifesting as a monstrous wave of blood that erupted forth. Simultaneously, a terrifying force materialized, generating a tempestuous gust that swept outward in all directions. The Berserker bloodline? Rupert exclaimed in shock, attempting to retreat. However, it was too late. Su Xiaoyu lunged forward, seizing Rupert by the neck and lifting him into the air. Rupert was seized by panic, his energy surging as he struggled desperately. Yet, Su Xiaoyu's grip felt like an unyielding vice, unmovable. His voice, now chilling, echoed, "Kneel and apologize. Or shall I break your legs? Choose." The members of the Moore team, witnessing their vice-captain being captured, rushed forward to assist, only to be met with a sudden gust of wind that sent them staggering. By the time they steadied themselves, Halle Berry stood before them, shield in hand. Her fury matched that of any present, and she would not indulge Lin Luo's foolishness. Should they dare to advance a single step, she would not hesitate to send them back to where they came from. The Moore team was left astonished and enraged. Halle Berry's prowess was nearly on par with Su Xiaoyu, effectively blocking their path. Attempting to bypass her in a bid to rescue Rupert was a futile endeavor. The surrounding spectators were utterly astonished. The Dawn team possessed a Berserker, and judging by the substantial wave of blood surrounding Su Xiaoyu, it was evident that he was a true bloodline Berserker. How could such a master exist in a bottom-tier energy academy? Many had observed that he had barely managed to withstand their earlier onslaught. How had he suddenly transformed into a Berserker? Goodness, this was not how one should feign weakness to catch the unwary. Had he revealed his Berserker identity earlier, who among them would have dared provoke him? The faces of the Moore team turned crimson, Rupert's even more so, partly due to Su Xiaoyu's grip. Su Xiaoyu's voice rang out once more, icily, "Kneel and apologize." Chapter 179. The captain of the Moore team kneel and apologize. Su Xiaoyu's frigid voice resonated. Yet Rupert merely glared at Su Xiaoyu, feeling that being forced to kneel and apologize to the Dawn team was more tormenting than death itself. "I am the vice-captain of the Moore team. If you have the audacity, then cripple me." Lin Luo chuckled at this audacity. In this day and age, such demands were truly brazen. "Xiaoyu, since he has made such a request, why delay? Fulfill it, break his legs." Lin Luo grinned, adding, "And while you're at it, tear that filthy mouth of his." The members of the Moore team were utterly panicked. It seemed he was genuinely intent on taking action. This was absurd. The main event had yet to commence, and their vice-captain was about to be incapacitated. If their captain were to hold them accountable, who could bear the consequences? The spectators gasped dramatically, astonished that this so-called useless captain was indeed prepared to confront the Moore team head-on. In the next moment, an overwhelming force surged forth, aiming directly at Rupert's legs. Rupert, alarmed and enraged, stammered, "You're finished. Our captain will not let you get away with this." If his legs were truly broken, his future would be irrevocably shattered. Just as he contemplated surrender, a furious voice called out, "Stop!" Turning to the source, he beheld a handsome young man clad in black combat attire striding towards them, none other than the captain of the Moore team, Clays. Following closely behind were Leslie and Koji. Lin Luo observed this scene with a sense of resignation. Truly, it seemed that the tales of old were not entirely fictitious. Striking the small would invariably summon the large. Yet, could he not have waited until after the deed was done to make his entrance? Wouldn't that have amplified the animosity? What on earth is happening? Kleiss gazed deeply at Su Xiaoyu before inquiring. He paid no heed to the rupee in her possession. In truth, Kleiss was aware that with Rupee's flamboyant disposition, the incident was likely instigated by him. How could this fool be so foolish as to provoke a Berserker? Who gave him the audacity? Nevertheless, the Radiant Dawn team was excessively arrogant, seemingly intent on incapacitating others, showing utter disregard for those around them. At this moment, Leslie stepped forward and enveloped Lin Luo in a bear hug, exclaiming, "Brother, it's been ages." Lin Luo, visibly displeased, retorted, "What the hell? Who the hell is your brother?" He extricated himself from Leslie's embrace with a scowl. Leslie, however, remained unfazed, oblivious to Lin Luo's disdain. Captain Kleiss, what is going on? How did your team provoke my brother? Kleiss exhaled, recognizing Leslie was providing him a way out, assisting him. You foolish imbeciles. How on earth did you offend the Radiant Dawn team? Apologize immediately. He scolded the members of the Moore team and then approached Su Xiaoyu, glancing at the near-lifeless Rupee, his eyes flashing with a hint of anger. My friend, if Vice Captain Rupee has wronged you, I sincerely apologize. Could you kindly release him? To be honest, the Moore team had never faced such humiliation. Had Leslie not been present, Kleiss would not have let the incident slide. However, Lin Luo was even less inclined to do so. He glared at Leslie and Kleiss with disdain. Damn it, two actors, their performances are exasperating. Honestly, even a random dog would outperform them 1,000-fold. Chapter 180. The sudden turn of events. Hey, what the hell are you dawdling for? Get it done. I haven't had breakfast yet. Don't waste my time, man. Lin Luo was incensed upon noticing Su Xiaoyu's hesitation. Awakened to the Berserker bloodline. Combined with the 8 gates of Duanjia, she was no novice, yet she appeared so hesitant. Couldn't she be a bit more resolute? Sigh. It was exhausting. Upon hearing Lin Luo's reminder, the doubt in Su Xiaoyu's eyes vanished instantly as she struck down towards Rupee's legs with a handblade. Ah! Rupee screamed as the handblade descended. However, Kleiss was swift. The moment Su Xiaoyu made her move, he reacted, blocking her strike. The clash of their formidable powers reverberated through the training room. Kleiss staggered back 3 steps before dissipating the force, entering a deadlock with Su Xiaoyu. The other members of the Moore team swallowed hard, realizing the sheer terror of the fool's strength, causing even their captain to falter. They had been mercilessly attacking a bomb, and thankfully it hadn't detonated. Otherwise, they would have been blown to pieces. Truthfully, they were on the verge of tears. This was excessive. There were boundaries to how one could act in a farce. The onlookers were equally perplexed. Why did the seemingly powerful fool not retaliate during the earlier assault? Had he unleashed the Berserker's strength, there would have been no need for such a debacle. Meanwhile, Kleiss's expression darkened. This fool dared to strike? And the captain of the Radiant Dawn team, did he not fear offending everyone? Did he think that possessing a Berserker made him invincible? Kleiss's internal energy surged, preparing to retaliate. He intended to demonstrate that a single Berserker was far from sufficient. Just then, an even more ferocious power erupted from Su Xiaoyu, permeating towards Kleiss. His expression shifted. In that moment, he realized this Berserker was unlike any he had encountered before. The overwhelming force bore down on him, compelling him to summon all his energy to withstand it. In the next instant, an unexpected change occurred. Originally blocking the other members of the Moore team, Halle Berry suddenly pivoted, seizing her shield and hurling it towards Kleiss. She was known for her short temper and would not concern herself with the feelings of others. Since a fight had commenced, she would not hold back, aiming to eliminate one opponent first. And this opponent was the captain of the Moore team. Taking him down would grant her absolute advantage, allowing her to obliterate the entire Moore team. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. No one anticipated that this situation would devolve into a brawl. Even Lin Luo wore a befuddled expression. He had instructed Su Xiaoyu to take action, but he had not called for Halle Berry to intervene. Damn it! This person is not following orders. Kleiss could no longer maintain his composure. His strength was locked in a stalemate with Su Xiaoyu, and now with an armored assailant. He was at a loss. What the hell? 2 against 1. This is a bit much. However, the other members of the Moore team had no time to react. Any attempt to assist would be futile. Thus, all they could do was watch, wide-eyed, as Halle Berry's shield hurtled towards Kleiss. Chapter 181. According to old customs, a collective gasp resonated. Allowing an armored figure with a shield to strike was a sight that painted a vivid picture. Fortunately, the anticipated spectacle did not unfold. At a critical juncture, Leslie appeared as if teleporting, swiftly positioning himself before Kleiss. He gently extended a hand towards Halle Berry's shield, instantly neutralizing her strength. Moreover, the tremendous recoil sent Halle Berry hurtling back, colliding into Su Xiaoyu. What could have been a perilous situation was effortlessly defused by Leslie's singular action. What is a master? This is a master. With one movement, he set himself apart. Even Lin Luo had to concede that Leslie's intervention was impressive. However, his expression darkened immediately. This fool had managed to overshadow everything. Why was this oddball everywhere? Lin Luo felt exasperated. Leslie wore a broad smile, stating, "We are all from the Eastern Division teams. It wouldn't be beneficial to have strained relations, would it? How about I mediate this situation and let it go? What do you say, captains? Kite snorted coldly, realizing that allowing this matter to escalate would only bring detriment to the Moore team. However, as he contemplated retreat, someone was unwilling to let it slide. Captain Leslie, what you just said is incorrect. Selena's cool voice unexpectedly rang out. Everyone had witnessed how the vice captain of the Moore team had extracted 500,000 Imperial coins in compensation from them. According to Imperial law, the Moore team also owed them an explanation. However, Captain Leslie and Captain Kite, upon your arrival, you disrupted the proceedings, which is rather inappropriate. Both Leslie and Kite's expressions darkened. What? There indeed existed such a law in the Empire, in cases where both parties were at fault. Providing suitable compensation could resolve matters privately. Should one party later backtrack, the consequences would be severe. Kite's face turned ashen. He hadn't anticipated the situation spiraling to this extent. What kind of conflict warranted a compensation of 500,000 Imperial coins? Truthfully, even if he sold this group of fools, it wouldn't be worth that much. Rupee, sensing the situation was beyond salvaging, hurriedly interjected, Captain, this is all a trap set by the Radiant Dawn team. We were framed. Shut up. Kite was on the verge of exploding with rage. A bunch of fools. Knowing it was a trap, yet you still jumped in. Are you a fool? At this moment, Leslie wore a pained expression. Goodness. This sum of money could buy several lives on the black market. The Dawn Squad merely sought to break a few legs and silence their mouths. How magnanimous of them. If I had known, I wouldn't have done this, guys, leaving me in a predicament. How about this? I'll have Rupert refund the 500,000 Imperial coins. And we can resolve this grievance according to the rules during the competition, during the Imperial Academy tournament, to prevent conflicts among the various teams. The organizers established a protocol whereby the parties in conflict would settle their disputes through a formal 5-person team battle. All right, let us proceed with that. Lin Luo was quite decisive. Leslie, this is solely for you. If anyone else approaches, I want to entertain them. Goodness, this is a formidable expert. I must cling tightly to this ally. Upon hearing Lin Luo's praise, Leslie was initially taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Rest assured, dear brother Lin Luo, should anyone dare to trouble you again, just tell me, and I shall deal with them accordingly. Chapter 182, For the Sake of Fairness. I shall not compete. This sentiment sounded somewhat familiar to Lin Luo, prompting him to roll his eyes. Goodness, you said the same thing last time. Yet your elbow inevitably turned outward. Selena looked equally speechless. This fool had just been earnest, and now was acting foolish again. The others, observing the two becoming chummy, were utterly bewildered. The primary reason for their confusion was Lin Luo's agreement to Leslie's proposal, challenging the Moore team, who had reached the top 16 in the previous Eastern region competition. Had he lost his mind? He believed that a Berserker alone could dictate the course of the battle. True, that fiery female tank seemed quite capable, but that was merely the extent of it. A 5-person battle was not the same as solo or duo combat. The prowess of a single individual rarely shifted the tide decisively, especially against an opponent like the Moore team, who were no pushovers. Lin Luo's actions left the surrounding spectators thoroughly perplexed. If the members of the Kaba City Academy team were present, they would surely roll their eyes. The Dawn Squad was posturing, pretending to be stronger than they were, while the Kaba City Academy, a fellow top 16 team, had been relentlessly pursued and beaten by them previously. At this juncture, Kite finally breathed a sigh of relief. Rupert, return the 500,000 Imperial coins, select 4 teammates, and prepare. Truthfully, he felt immense gratitude toward Leslie. To Kite, this was Leslie's way of preventing an escalation of conflict. He planned to privately advise Rupert to go easy on the Moore team. However, at that moment, Lin Luo's voice rang out again. Selena, you too? Select 4 teammates to engage with the Moore team. Remember, just a light spar, don't be too harsh. If they sustain serious injuries, it could be problematic for tomorrow's official match. All right, I'll prepare at once. Selena replied with a smile. Kite, Leslie, and the onlookers were taken aback. The Dawn Squad was serious? They were merely suggesting a light engagement, concerned about injuring the members of the Moore team? Everyone was utterly baffled. Truth be told, they had never encountered such unabashed audacity. Just as Captain Kite was about to speak, Lin Luo interrupted. Rest assured, Captain Kite, I have already informed my teammates. They will not strike too hard. However, you know how it is on the battlefield. Minor collisions are inevitable, so advise the Moore team not to hold back. If they do, it would be embarrassing if they were injured. Cough, cough, cough. Finally, Leslie could no longer bear it. Goodness, this was getting out of hand. Kylus, having held back for a while, finally managed to ask, Captain Lin Luo, you don't plan to participate? It is well known that only the strongest in a team can become captains, and Lin Luo's ability to restrain the team's berserker suggested he was no weakling. For the sake of fairness in the competition, I shall refrain from participating. Otherwise, I fear your team might collectively fall into despair, losing confidence in this tournament. Lin Luo waved his hand, stating, Kylus, Leslie, and the onlookers thought to themselves, this person is utterly shameless. Chapter 183. A fight breaks out. A fight has erupted. The Dawn Squad and the Moore team clashed. This news, spread by those in the know, quickly reached nearly every team that had passed the preliminary rounds. Under normal circumstances, no one would be concerned about the conflict between these two teams on the eve of the official match. However, given that one of the teams was the Dawn Squad, it was a different matter. Many had been disgusted by the inept Captain Lin Luo during the preliminary rounds, harboring deep animosity towards him and, by extension, the Dawn Squad. Now, upon hearing of the conflict, they were eager to step in and subdue the Dawn Squad themselves. Thus, the entire Imperial City became lively. Teams flocked to the arena after the Dawn Squad and Moore team. With the official match approaching, the organizers had naturally opened the arena, allowing teams to gather information. Although neither side had entered the arena yet, the stands were already filled with spectators. Many were there to witness the Dawn Squad's impending humiliation, while others were simply following the crowd. Rumor had it that in the 5-person battle between the Dawn Squad and the Moore team, the losing side would pay 500,000 Imperial coins. Brother, your information is outdated. 500,000 Imperial coins is not a compensation fee from the Dawn Squad to the Moore team. Goodness, 500,000 Imperial coins. Does the Dawn Squad possess such wealth? This brother must have frequently visited the preliminary square, as the Dawn Squad had arrived in the Empire's latest rune war chariot. Is that really true? Is it really that extravagant? Who do you think will win this team battle? It goes without saying, the Moore team will undoubtedly win. Their strength is leagues ahead of the Dawn Squad. I heard the Dawn Squad has a Berserker, and there is also a fierce heavy tank whose strength seems formidable. Please. If individual strength could determine the outcome of a team battle, one could simply send a single person to cleave through the opposition. What you say seems to hold some merit. At this moment, countless discussions erupted in the arena. Truth be told, anyone with even a modest understanding of the strength of the various teams in the eastern region could easily make a judgment. The disparity in strength between the Dawn Squad and the Moore team was too vast. This was far from an evenly matched battle, but rather a slaughter. Of course, if the Moore team were to hold back, that would change the dynamics. As they had previously been at a disadvantage against the Dawn Squad during their training session at the Grand Hotel. In the stands, some spectators had already begun placing bets. How long could the Dawn Squad withstand the Moore team? I bet 20 minutes. The Moore team will definitely crush the Dawn Squad within that time frame. If I lose, I'll eat whatever. I wager 15 minutes. If I lose, I'll also eat whatever, just a pound. I dare say 10 minutes. If the Dawn Squad can last 10 minutes against the Moore team, I'll strip and run around the arena naked. I'll run 10 laps. No one on the stands wanted to wait long. Soon, the members of both teams entered the arena. Upon witnessing the members of the Moore team, all those who had placed bets experienced a simultaneous thought. This match is secured. No need for any desperate measures or shameful antics. Chapter 184. The Dawn Maiden Corps leading the Moore team was Rupert, accompanied by a combination of dual warriors and dual assassins, resulting in a composition of 3 warriors and 2 assassins. There were no heavy armor fighters or ranged shooters. The team was entirely comprised of warriors and assassins. The reason the Moore team managed to reach the top 16 in the last Imperial Academy competition was precisely due to this lineup, which maximized the effectiveness of harassment tactics. However, when everyone beheld the formation of the Dawn team, astonishment swept over the crowd. What is this? Do they even want to win? Leading the charge was Selena, closely followed by Fu Cini, and bringing up the rear were Halle Berry, Aisha, and Luna. This lineup was nothing short of a maiden army. The entire observation platform erupted in disbelief. The Dawn team had sent 5 women into the arena? Incredible. Such a brazen tactic. It is well known that the arena is akin to a battlefield, where many do not hold back from the moment they step onto the field. Yet, when the opponents are beautiful women, the atmosphere shifts. Some speculated that this must be the brainchild of the inept captain of the Dawn team, sending 5 women into battle to elicit mercy from the Moore team. Of course, there was another theory. Perhaps they intended to send 5 women into battle to disregard their opponents entirely, crushing them mercilessly. If they couldn't defeat 5 women, what did that say about their masculinity? Would they still dare to compete? It would indeed be a harsh blow to their pride. This, of course, hinged on the assumption that these 5 women possessed the requisite strength. Many leaned towards the first conjecture. Unbelievable. The incompetent Lin Luo had the audacity to hide away while sending 5 women into battle. How shameless. Yet, it was not entirely in vain. At least they were treated to the sight of 5 beautiful women. Who would have thought that the Dawn team had assembled enough capable women for a full battle squad? Unlike our team, which was filled with men, one could only lament. I favor the one in front. Yes, the blonde. She is goddess level. Nonsense. The one in the back with the long legs is the true goddess. Stunningly beautiful, with fair skin and long legs. Undeniably enchanting. I adore the little lowly at the back. Her eyes are so cute, and she is trembling. Absolutely adorable. Luna, originally walking with Aisha, gradually found herself lagging behind. To be honest, this was her first time in the arena, especially in a venue dedicated to the Imperial Academy competition, and she felt a bit nervous, causing her to tremble slightly. At the forefront of the observation platform, Lin Luo, Leslie, Cody, and Kleiss were seated. Leslie, gazing at the 5 women in the arena, became entranced. Wow, brother. Your Dawn team has so many women. Impressive. However, none of them fit my type. I prefer the Frost type like Jaina. It's exhilarating. As Leslie settled in, he fell into a chatterbox mode, incessantly babbling. Lin Luo felt his head spinning, harboring a flicker of doubt. He turned to Cody and asked, "Is this guy always like this, blabbering on like an idiot? How do you endure it?" Cody merely smiled enigmatically at Lin Luo, leaving him perplexed. To be honest, he began to suspect whether Leslie and Cody were the legendary buddies, having never seen them apart. Chapter 185. Perhaps we should rename it to the quirky team. Lin Luo appeared relaxed, while Kleiss wore a serious expression. The Berserker had not entered the fray. What does this mean? Is the Dawn team attempting to conceal their strength, waiting to unleash it in the main event? It's a possibility. Yet, there is no real necessity for it. A team relying solely on individual strength finds it difficult to progress to the end. Moreover, how would they handle this match? Would they depend solely on that armored brute to maintain the situation? Although Kleiss had instructed Rupert to show some leniency during the battle, it must not be too obvious. Otherwise, where would the Moore team's dignity lie? Could it be that Lin Luo has given up? Was his earlier comment in the training hall merely a way to save face? This maneuver is rather perplexing. In the arena, Rupert, upon seeing the formation of the Dawn team, was momentarily taken aback. Although the captain had instructed him to show leniency, a match is still a match. Even if the inept Lin Luo claimed that obstacles were inevitable, Rupert steeled himself. Do not think that just because they are women, I will hold back. In this kind of conflict resolution battle, there are no pre-match niceties. Once both teams are present, the fight begins. Leading the charge, Rupert and his 4 teammates advanced in formation towards the Dawn team. The advantage of this lineup lies in their ability to charge as a unit, coordinate in pairs, and engage in solo combat. In the last Imperial Academy competition, the emergence of harassment tactics indeed astonished everyone. Who knew team battles could be played this way? The Dawn team, on the other hand, had a somewhat conservative formation. Halle Berry, in heavy armor, stood at the front to protect Selena and Aisha's ranged attacks, while Luna lingered at the back, appearing somewhat superfluous. In truth, Luna was a non-combatant. She was selected for the team primarily for her healing abilities. Consequently, she stood at the back, utterly clueless about where she should be or what she should do, wearing a bewildered expression. As for the assassin girl, she was even less reliable than Luna. Disregarding commands and lacking a sense of teamwork, she had already darted to the front, looking around aimlessly, desperate for attention. In the audience, many spectators were nearly in stitches at the sight. Is this how the Dawn team conducts itself? Aside from the 3 players in the center who were somewhat normal, just look at what the other 2 are doing. That assassin, eager to rush ahead. What does she think she is doing? 1 against 5? And the girl at the back is even more exaggerated, utterly lost, with no idea what to do. Incredible. The Dawn team should just rename themselves the Quirky team. Where on earth did they find such eccentric teammates? As Rupert and his 4 teammates charged forward, they couldn't help but notice the assassin girl ahead, all looking somewhat bewildered. What on earth is this wild assassin doing, rushing right into their midst? Is this how assassins operate? Since when did they develop such tactics? A glint of cold light flashed in Rupert's eyes as he commanded his teammates. End this swiftly. Take her down. In the next moment, the entire Moore team lunged towards the assassin girl. The essence of harassment tactics lies in disrupting the opponent, isolating them, and ultimately taking them down one by one. With the opponent seemingly delivering themselves to him, Rupert would certainly not hold back. Chapter 186. The Assassin Girl's chaotic maneuvers. Just as the Moore team was about to encircle the assassin girl, Fu Sini extended her hand forward and shouted, "Stop!" Her voice rang out like a thunderclap, reverberating through the minds of the 5 members of the Moore team, abruptly halting their charge. Then, Fu Sini pointed at them. And you, get out of here. You too, come here." Due to the sheer volume of her command, the entire arena resonated with her words. In the stands, everyone turned their attention to the assassin girl, taken aback. Wow, what a chaotic maneuver. The jungle assassin dared to scold the Moore team and ordered them to halt. Such audacity was truly astounding. It was as if she was treating the members of the Moore team like mere puppets, and to everyone's surprise, they actually complied. One could only wonder whether Rupert and his comrades would truly back down. Surely not. How utterly cowardly. They ought to confront her head-on and eliminate her. Frankly, the onlookers were no strangers to arrogant assassins. Take for instance the Shadow King Farouk, graced with a golden ID in the battle network, who was notoriously disdainful of others, yet possessed the strength to back it up. But what of this assassin girl? With no corresponding power, she brazenly demanded others to retreat, risking her own downfall in this arena. Even Leslie gasped at her words. "Brother, your teammate is exceedingly arrogant, nearly rivaling your own hubris. I could use a sister, but you can keep your distance." Kleiss wore a grave expression. What on earth was the Dawn team attempting? It was incomprehensible. Could this be their secret tactic? Yet it hardly seemed plausible. In the arena, Matthew and Edison remained stunned, pointing at themselves in disbelief before their anger flared. As the assassin twins of the Moore team, each of them was a paragon of their kind. Together, they could unleash a potent synergy, channeling their full strength. Yet now, they found themselves mocked. This jungle assassin sought to isolate their 3 warrior teammates, challenging them to a 1-on-2 duel. This was intolerable. Fury ignited within Matthew and Edison as they surged forward, followed closely by Rupert and the others, determined to take down this jungle assassin. What a joke. Just because she commanded them to retreat, did they have to concede? The dignity of the Moore team was at stake. If she desired a duel, then they would confront her as a united front. At that moment, several runic bullets whistled through the air, carrying a chilling aura that struck the ground near Rupert and his companions. Suddenly, a massive ice wall erupted, severing their connection to the 2 assassins. The trio halted abruptly, gazing incredulously at the frosty barrier before them. Had those runic bullets struck them directly, the consequences would have been dire. Simultaneously, they swallowed hard, realizing that this battle might not be as straightforward as they had anticipated. The potency of those runic bullets could have instantly frozen them into statues of ice. This opponent was formidable, and there could be no moment of complacency. In the stands, spectators were left agape upon witnessing the emergence of the ice wall. Was this an ice elemental ability? It was astonishingly powerful. Some speculated that the instant the ice wall appeared, it might have been the frost goddess Janna making an entrance. The strength of this ice ability seemed to rival that of the frost goddess herself. Yet, some argued that it was merely a stronger ice ability and not an actual manifestation of Janna. Furthermore, the disruptive tactics had yet to unfold. Is this merely a slight increase in strength? One questioned, do you have a misunderstanding of the term strong? Many believed the Moore team would triumph. On the current battlefield, the situation had devolved into a 3-on-3, with the seemingly innocuous girl from the Dawn team contributing little. Once the assassin twins eliminated the jungle assassin, they could encircle their opponent with 5. Leslie, upon witnessing the ice wall, fell silent, his eyes reflecting profound shock. With elevated knowledge came deeper understanding. Encasing an ice ability within runic bullets and creating such an imposing ice wall from just a few indicated an awakening level that surpassed Janna's. However, whether her power could match Janna's was uncertain, for the title of Ice Goddess was not easily earned, having been validated through countless battles and widely acknowledged. Kleiss shared similar sentiments, while even Cody displayed rare astonishment. In the arena, Rupert and his 2 warrior companions looked up to see Selena aiming her runic gun at them. Recognizing that aiding the assassin twins was no longer feasible, reluctantly, they adjusted their strategy to disperse and engage in harassment. After all, the remaining enemy composition consisted of a heavy tank and ranged shooters, which was quite cumbersome, suggesting that the battlefield still favored the Moor team. In the next moment, the three figures swiftly separated, moving from left to right, Ryan on the left, Rupert in the center, and Li Taiha on the right. With his agility, Ryan took on the task of distracting Selina's runic bullets, while Rupert focused on the heavy tank, Halle Berry. As for the final pair, Aisha and Luna, they were entrusted to Li Taiha. The strategy was clear. Should one gain the upper hand, they could exponentially amplify their advantage and potentially secure victory. However, reality proved harsh. As the trio separated, Halle Berry charged towards Rupert. Her sudden action left the three bewildered. In a 5-person team battle, the sole duty of a heavy tank was to protect the ranged shooters, as they were vulnerable. If the enemy's warriors and assassins got too close, their combat effectiveness would diminish drastically. Yet this heavy tank was acting irrationally, abandoning the 2 ranged shooters to charge forward alone. What was her intention? Was she rebelling? Rupert was perplexed, as were Kleiss, Leslie, and Cody. Lin Luo, who had not participated in the team's training sessions with Selina, was equally baffled by the peculiar tactics they had developed. He discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. This was certainly awkward. As captain of the Imperial team, Leslie struggled to comprehend the Dawn team's intentions. The onlookers in the stands were even more confused, chattering incessantly. What is this heavy tank attempting? It seems she's trying to rebel, one exclaimed. Abandoning 2 ranged shooters and charging ahead alone? Can they still work together as teammates? This was no longer a heavy tank, but a warrior in disguise. Should the 2 shooters fall, the blame would undoubtedly fall on her shoulders. In summary, the actions of the Dawn team's heavy tank were infuriating. Halle Berry paid no heed to such conventions. To hell with the rules. Who said a heavy tank couldn't charge? During the last training match against the Kabar City Academy team, she had been helplessly battered by 2 fools without the ability to retaliate. The thought of that incident filled her with rage. This time, she would not allow herself to be a punching bag. She would strike back and bring her opponents down. Despite being a heavy tank, her speed was not inferior to that of a warrior, and in the blink of an eye, she stood before Rupert. Indeed, Halle Berry had come for him, having intended to teach him a lesson ever since their training session at the hotel, where he had managed to evade her. She would not let him escape again. Rupert smirked coldly. Although he was uncertain about the peculiar antics of the Dawn squad, the current situation aligned perfectly with his intentions. As long as he could restrain this heavy-armored opponent, the 2 ranged shooters on the opposing side would find themselves at the mercy of the warriors, Ryan and Li Taiha, effectively becoming easy prey. Rupert firmly believed they would swiftly conclude the battle and return to eliminate the heavy armor, even without the assistance of his teammates. As the vice-captain of the Moor squad, would he truly fear a single heavy-armored adversary? As for any leniency, well, he could always apologize to the captain after the team fight. This battle was one he vowed to win at all costs. Amidst the surging energy within him, the shield in Halle Berry's hands hurtled towards him, accompanied by a thunderous blast that seemed to shake the very arena. On either side, Ryan and Li Taiha surged forward with remarkable speed, acutely aware of their roles in this team confrontation. While they were puzzled as to why the enemy's heavy armor had suddenly fixated on the vice-captain, they recognized it as an exquisite opportunity. The runic swords were already in hand, and before them stood the 2 vulnerable ranged shooters of the Dawn squad, not to mention a trembling mascot. Simultaneously, a flicker of doubt crossed Ryan and Li Taiha's minds. It appeared that among the 2 ranged shooters, only the blonde woman had fired a few shots. The others seemed to be merely spectators. What was going on? Why weren't they engaging? They were not alone in their confusion. The audience was equally bewildered. Had those 2 beauties been rendered dumbstruck? Indeed, when warriors or assassins closed in, shouldn't ranged shooters unleash overwhelming firepower to suppress their movements and create opportunities for their own warriors? Forgetting, of course, that it seemed the Dawn squad had no warriors to speak of, yet they could not simply stand idly by. What a farce. Report them. This is a sham. Report your sister. This is not a formal competition. They are merely having fun. Chapter 189. A display that sends chills down one's spine. The situation in the arena was, for the Dawn squad, utterly disastrous. The jungler assassin found himself alone against 2 of Moor squad's assassins. The lone heavy armor had abandoned his teammates and engaged in a standoff with Vice-Captain Rupert. leaving the two fragile shooters completely exposed to the runic swords of the opposing warriors. A singular thought flashed through everyone's minds. The Dawn Squad was doomed. No wonder this team had finished at the bottom of the previous Imperial Academy competition. Even if they made it to the budget round, they were certain to be eliminated in the first round of the main event. Their team fight was chaotic, devoid of any coordination. It was a complete mess. At this juncture, the outcome appeared clear. Some spectators had even begun to rise, preparing to leave. Joy flickered in the depths of Ryan and Litaya's eyes. The Moore Squad was poised for victory. However, just as they were about to charge into the Dawn Squad's territory, Serena slowly manifested an ice sword in her hand, her figure abruptly vanishing, only to reappear before Ryan in the blink of an eye. With a swift thrust of her ice sword, she clashed with Ryan's runic sword. Meanwhile, Aisha took a more direct approach, seizing her crossbow and launching it at Litaiha. Taken aback, Litaiha attempted to dodge, but suddenly, his surroundings morphed into a blood-red space, binding him to a massive cross. Endless arrows shot from every direction, piercing his body and igniting an excruciating pain that surged through his mind. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Litaiha bit his tongue, hoping the pain would pull him from the illusion. Alas, it was in vain. The blood-soaked realm remained unchanged. Ability, Death Foreknowledge. Boom. Just as Litaiha fell into a stupor, Aisha's crossbow struck him hard, sending him sprawling several meters away, leaving him unable to rise again. The Moore Squad had lost their first member. Ryan, too, was under relentless assault from Serena, who kept him on the defensive. He could only struggle to keep up, his heart racing in terror. Was this truly a ranged fighter? She fought with the ferocity of a warrior, her strength, speed, and swordsmanship surpassing his own. It was fortunate she had not employed her ice abilities. Otherwise, he might have already met his end. As Ryan pondered this, countless ice walls erupted from the ground beneath him, encasing him from all sides. More dreadfully, sharp ice spikes suddenly shot forth from the walls, trapping him entirely within. Terror gripped Ryan's face as he froze in place, fearful of being impaled at any moment. The Moore Squad had suffered another significant loss. In mere seconds, from the moment Ryan and Litaiha charged the Dawn Squad's position to Serena and Aisha's counterattack, the dynamics of the arena had shifted dramatically. The Moore Squad was now down to just 3 members. The audience, once captivated, was left utterly stunned. What had just transpired? Were they hallucinating? How had the situation turned so swiftly? The victorious Moore Squad had transformed into a flock of helpless chicks, with Ryan and Litaiha being brutally subdued by the 2 stunning beauties of the Dawn Squad. What on earth was happening? Who could elucidate this chaos? Chapter 190. Simply inconceivable. Those present were left aghast, mouths agape. Ryan and Litaiha had been the first to fall, while the vice-captain was mercilessly battered by the opposing heavy armor. The assassins, the Gemini twins, were locked in a fierce struggle with the enemy jungler. Yet, having bested the 2 warriors, Serena and Aisha continued to spectate, showing no inclination to assist. Were these 2 lovely warriors merely masquerading as ranged shooters? Was this the Dawn Squad's secret weapon? Regardless, the audience was captivated, their astonishment palpable. Leslie, Kuji, and Colossus shared expressions of disbelief, particularly Colossus, who wondered if the Moore Squad was simply inept. As a team that had reached the top 16 in the previous Imperial Academy competition, shouldn't they be dominating this low-ranking Dawn Squad? How had the tables turned so completely? Colossus had initially urged Rupert to go easy on them, but it was evident that such leniency was unwarranted. The 2 squads seemed to operate on entirely different levels. Upon reflection, it appeared the Moore Squad's disruptive strategy had achieved nothing, while the Dawn Squad's tactics had proven effective. First, the jungler assassin diverted the Moore Squad's assassins, and then the heavy armor, Halle Berry, abandoned her ranged shooters to confront Vice-Captain Rupert, creating an illusion of vulnerability, which led to Ryan and Litaiha's reckless advance and subsequent defeat at the hands of the 2 beautiful warriors. Everything seemed chaotic, yet why did it flow so seamlessly? Was this truly strategy? If Lin Luo were to hear this, he would likely erupt in expletives. What a farce. Just a bunch of actors playing their roles to perfection. In the arena, Rupert finally grasped the unfolding situation and was seething with fury. How could they have squandered the opportunity to approach the enemy's ranged shooters, only to be dispatched in the blink of an eye? Had these 2 imbeciles overindulged the night before and turned to jelly at the sight of beauty? Damn it! Rupert cursed under his breath, spinning his runic sword as countless beams of light erupted, exploiting Halle Berry's momentary distraction to retreat swiftly. His objective was quite straightforward: to force the armored foes back and then retreat to the rear to rendezvous with Matthew and Addison. They had 3 others with them, who were certainly not devoid of combat prowess. However, for Rupert to retreat, he needed the agreement of the other members of the Dawn Squad. Just as he took a step back, a sudden flash of green light flickered in Aisha's eyes. Her psychic ability, the premonition of death, activated abruptly. Without any warning, the space around Rupert began to distort, and his consciousness began to fade, ensnared in a mirage. At that precise moment, Halle Berry's shield was hurled towards him. Bang! Stunned. Rupert offered no resistance. His body was struck as if by a speeding train, sending him flying 20 meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground. The entire arena fell silent. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, felt a chill creeping up their spines. There exists a kind of pain that is painful just to watch. They had not anticipated that the female competitors would strike with such ferocity, effectively eliminating Rupert from participating in tomorrow's main event. Not to be trifled with, indeed. Yet Rupert, lying on the ground, displayed remarkable resilience, not losing consciousness immediately. Gritting his teeth, he trembled as he attempted to rise, only to see Halle Berry's shield looming larger before his eyes. Bang! Another agonizing sound echoed through the arena. It was utterly tragic. Many spectators silently resolved to steer clear of these formidable women in the future. Who could withstand such an assault? Chapter 191. They have surrendered, and yet you continue to strike. Rupert, Ryan, and Lee Taiha lay defeated, and all eyes turned towards the conflict between the 3 assassins. The battle remained intensely contested, with exchanges on both sides. Indeed, you read that correctly. The clash among the 3 assassins was truly reciprocal. Damn it! Even 2 against 1 could yield such a balanced fight. Frankly, the spectators were beginning to find it unbearable. The sounds of clashing daggers echoed incessantly as Matthew and Addison seemed eager to eliminate Fusini. Various assassin techniques were executed in quick succession, intertwining in a complex dance. Yet, they could not even touch the shadow of the assassin girl. She effortlessly evaded their attacks at the most critical moments. Suddenly, Halle Berry, who had just sent Rupert flying, joined the fray. She had no intention of merely spectating, and besides, she had not yet had her fill of combat. A devastating whirlwind surged forth, astonishing all present in the stands. This onslaught showed no distinction between friend and foe, engulfing all 3 battling assassins. Damn it! What kind of teammates are these? However, the assassin girl seemed to employ some method to vanish from sight, evading the storm. Unfortunately, Matthew and Addison were not so fortunate. The terrifying whirlwind bore down upon them, forcing them to channel their inner energy to defend themselves. Yet, in the next instant, bang! An excruciating sound erupted, accompanied by gasps from the audience. In their view, Matthew's body was propelled high into the air before crashing back down. It was that kind of pain that was painful to witness. The onlookers were left speechless, utterly astounded by the ferocity of this armored brute. Now it seemed that tomorrow's main event would see 1 less member from the Moore team. Sigh. Not to be trifled with, indeed. Still resisting the whirlwind. Addison witnessed this scene and quickly raised his hands in surrender, abandoning any pretense of fighting back. What a joke. The petite assassin was hardly weaker than ranged professions. If that brutal woman landed a blow, he would likely be bettered in for half a month. Given that the Moore team had already lost, why endure such suffering? Halle Berry, surprised by Addison's surrender, momentarily paused. Yet, her shield still descended. Damn it, aren't you part of the Moore team? Why do you surrender? Where is your spirit? Surrender. My foot. Addison, Selena, Aisha, Luna, Fusini, spectators. Damn it, they have surrendered, and yet you continue to strike? Does your conscience not ache? How cruel. Halle Berry struck down 5 or 6 times in succession, each impact causing the hearts of the spectators to lurch. Upon looking at Addison, he was now unrecognizable. The Moore team had lost yet another member for tomorrow's main event. This was clearly the rhythm of ensuring the Moore team would be eliminated in the first wave. In the front row, Coles wore a dark expression as he addressed Lin Luo, enunciating each word. Captain Lin Luo, is this what you call skirmishes? Of the 5 members from the Moore team who had taken the stage, only Ryan, trapped within the ice wall, remained conscious, the other lay unconscious. Is this what you call skirmishes? This was nothing short of blatant revenge, especially from that brutal woman. They had surrendered, and yet you continue to strike. Chapter 192. This newly recruited subordinate is rather extraordinary. Coles understood that such situations would certainly not occur in tomorrow's main event. There would be designated referees to prevent similar incidents from transpiring. The skirmish between their teams was merely a resolution of conflict, hardly qualifying as a match. The members of the Dawn Squad were undoubtedly aware of this, which emboldened them to strike so ruthlessly. Yet, their ferocity was excessive. But there was no alternative, after all. The Moore team had offended them first, and now had to bear the consequences of their actions. Captain Lin Luo, I hope we meet again in the main event, Coles remarked darkly before hurrying to rally his teammates. Lin Luo shrugged his shoulders, feigning innocence, while inwardly he was laughing maniacally. Damn it, letting you be arrogant. Letting your teammates strike at me. Now you understand your folly, don't you? With over half of the Moore team's main forces incapacitated, they would likely struggle to endure tomorrow's main event. Leslie and Cody exchanged puzzled glances. Despite the situation, Coles dared to threaten them, unafraid of receiving another beating. Both raised their thumbs to Lin Luo simultaneously, acknowledging his audacity. In the stands, once the female members of the Dawn Squad descended from the arena, a fervent cheer erupted. This Dawn Squad possesses something remarkable. Not only are they numerous in beauty, but their strength is formidable as well. It is noteworthy that their opponents were the Moore team, from the Eastern Division of the previous Imperial Academy competition, and they triumphed with such ease. Clearly, their survival through the preliminaries was not merely due to luck. Are the members of the Moore team akin to elementary school students, so easily overwhelmed? I cannot ascertain if they are indeed elementary students, but they are undeniably a troupe of actors. By the way, where are those brothers who made bets earlier? I still have that item, fresh and warm. Let us head to the restroom. I want to witness them consume it personally. And that brother who streaked naked, don't you dare run. I saw your face. Overall, the Dawn Squad has embarked on a path of resurgence, while the Moore team's reputation has plummeted. At least Captain Coles refrained from competing, preserving a modicum of dignity for the Moore team. In this battle, the performance of Vice Captain Selena dazzled many, with some even regarding her as a second frost goddess. Brothers, your Dawn Squad must be composed of newcomers, right? Where on earth did you recruit them? Leslie could not help but inquire, with others leaning in attentively. Indeed, the Dawn Squad appears to be composed entirely of newcomers, none of whom participated in the previous Imperial Academy competition. This raises a pertinent question. From whence have these newcomers emerged, and how have they all gravitated toward the Dawn Squad? Not to mention, with just these few individuals in the arena, coupled with the Berserker Su Xiaoyu, the Dawn Squad is undeniably a formidable team. Furthermore, let us not overlook the enigmatic captain. The notion that Lin Luo is a novice is one that Leslie and Kuji would vehemently reject. How is it possible that such talent does not exist within their own academy? Lin Luo wore an expression of exasperation. What a farce. Does the Dawn Squad truly need to recruit anyone? Certainly, it is true that Belle and Aisha were recruited by the old dean. But Lin Luo would never divulge that information. His silence left others to speculate wildly. Leslie's gaze towards Lin Luo was filled with intrigue. His initial approach to Lin Luo was merely to find a little brother for his elder sibling. But who could have anticipated that this little brother would prove to be extraordinary? Chapter 193. Turmoil and impact. The battle between the Dawn Squad and the Moore Squad has concluded, yet its ramifications continue to reverberate. Many who once looked down upon the Dawn Squad as a mere novice team now regard them with newfound respect, suddenly envisioning them as peers. They began to mentally place themselves in the shoes of the Moore Squad, contemplating how they might respond to the Dawn Squad's peculiar control tactics should they face off in the main event. The combat prowess exhibited by the Dawn Squad during this encounter was nothing short of intimidating. Their astonishing individual capabilities, combined with that bizarre control strategy, seamlessly interconnected various roles, yielding an explosive efficacy. Some individuals even noted that the Dawn Squad's lineup was not even at its fullest potential, as one of the 5 participants was merely a mascot devoid of any combat capability. Yet, astonishingly, this 4 against 5 team obliterated the Moore Squad. If the Dawn Squad were to complete their roster, many pondered the overwhelming challenges they would face, as there were simply too many points to address. First and foremost was the jungle assassin. It was imperative to eliminate her swiftly, yet she was a character capable of matching the Moore Squad's twin assassins. For an ordinary person, merely surviving an encounter with her would be an achievement. Moreover, the 2 ranged backliners were the true heart of the team, far more crucial than the jungle assassin. Their ability to interchangeably switch between ranged and warrior roles rendered them fearless in the face of fighters and assassins. A moment's inattention could lead to being ensnared within the enemy's grasp. To be candid, even if the jungle assassin were neutralized, should these two seize the opportunity, the entire team dynamic could collapse in an instant. Particularly the blonde, whose ice-based abilities were astonishingly formidable, rivaling even the Empire's frost goddess, Jaina. Additionally, there was the fearsome heavy-armored female warrior, whose strength was formidable and temperament ruthless. She would unleash a barrage of blows on anyone she captured, instilling terror in onlookers. While protecting ranged attackers with heavy armor is not inherently worrisome, what is truly alarming is a heavy armor unit capable of charging at any moment. Many were aware that the Dawn Squad also harbored a Berserker. Should that Berserker be deployed to complete their lineup? Good heavens! Who could withstand such a team in battle? Countless squads inwardly lamented and began to pray fervently not to encounter the Dawn Squad during the main event. It would be impossible to contend with them in a team fight. The only solution was to resolve matches swiftly, avoiding any protraction into a final team skirmish. But was that truly feasible? After the match concluded, some squad members intended to engage the Dawn Squad in post-match discussions. Yet, out of concern for their pride and their initial condescending attitude towards the Dawn Squad, they ultimately refrained from approaching. Who could say whether their Berserker might unleash a violent thrashing upon them? Meanwhile, Lin Luo felt a swell of delight. To him, the Dawn Squad resembled a ship that had just set sail. Although bolstered by formidable strength, they had yet to weather significant storms. Reaching their destination would require enduring trials of tempestuous gales. To glean and assimilate lessons from their battles was essential for their growth. However, events seemed to unfold quite differently from Lin Luo's expectations. Chapter 194. Captain Lin Luo, I wish to challenge you. As the battle concluded, Selena rushed to Lin Luo, eager to showcase her tactics. Captain Lin Luo, what do you think of my strategy? Lin Luo raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, impressive. Truthfully, Selena's innovative idea of integrating ranged shooters with warriors to complement one another, allowing for seamless transitions, was indeed remarkable. At that moment, Leslie unexpectedly sprang forth, positioning himself before Selena. You are Selena? The vice captain of the Dawn Squad. You are simply incredible. I wonder if you would be interested in joining our Imperial Squad. If you agree, I would not hesitate to oust our current vice captain, and even elevate you to captain if need be. Leslie's vision was far more discerning than that of others. The combination of warrior and ranged shooter roles, with the latter taking precedence, maximized the liberation of teammates in battle while remaining unafraid of the enemy's fighters and assassins closing in. Selena's maneuver effectively eradicated the long-standing disadvantages of ranged roles. Leslie could easily envision Selena, possessing dual roles, shining brilliantly in this year's Imperial Academy competition. She had established a new paradigm. Following Selena's success, the combination of warrior and ranged shooter roles might very well ignite a trend throughout the Empire, adopted by numerous formidable teams. Why had no one thought of such a simple tactic before? In truly strong teams, dual roles were hardly uncommon. Some experts even mastered 3 professions. From a certain perspective, Selena was a genius. Leslie's eyes sparkled with ambition. If he could recruit Selena into the Imperial Squad, their team would undoubtedly ascend to true elite status. While the Imperial Squad was the strongest in the East, they had always been on the cusp of elite status. They possessed powerful experts but lacked effective tactical development, leading to a passive stance when matches extended into team fights. This was also the reason the Eastern Division was considered the weakest among the 4 major divisions. However, if Leslie could conceive such thoughts, so too could Lin Luo. His expression darkened. You, get lost. How dare he attempt to poach talent right in front of him? Selena looked bewildered, her gaze darting between Lin Luo and Leslie, unable to resist exclaiming, You two, could you possibly be long-lost brothers? It was hard not to think so, given the striking similarities in their tones, both equally infuriating. Lin Luo rolled his eyes. What a ridiculous notion of long-lost brothers. If I had such siblings, I would have dragged them out for a good beating long ago. However, in the next moment, Lin Luo's gaze shifted towards Aisha, now tinged with suspicion. During the previous battle, Selena was able to interchange between ranged and warrior roles because she had once been a warrior before transitioning to a ranged shooter. But how had Aisha managed to do the same? Could it be that she too was once a warrior? Lin Luo observed closely, Aisha's movements bore no signs of unfamiliarity. It appears that the identities of this brother and sister are rather complex, don't you think? Aisha also caught Lin Luo's gaze and, with an air of pride, huffed before turning away, leaving Lin Luo with nothing but the back of her head. On the other hand, Belle politely smiled at Lin Luo. He approached Lin Luo slowly and whispered, "Captain Lin Luo, shall we have a match?" As soon as Belle's words fell, a sudden notification echoed in Lin Luo's mind. Accepting the challenge from the guardian of the fourth dimension, the elven royalty, Alex Bell, gained his recognition and earned 5,000 reward points. Lin Luo was taken aback. Bell was a guardian of the elven royalty. Did that mean Aisha was truly of royal blood? Could it be that Aisha was a princess? Though her princess complex was quite pronounced, what were these two doing in the third dimension of the Noah Empire instead of staying in the fourth dimension? Were they simply bored? To be honest, Lin Luo felt a bit of a headache. How on earth did Dean Green manage to recruit these two deities? Shouldn't they be seeking out members of the imperial family instead of mingling at the Stellar City Academy of Spiritual Energy? As for Selena, she was right beside Lin Luo and naturally heard Belle's voice. Belle wanted to challenge Lin Luo. Moreover, this was at such a crucial moment, with the main competition in the Eastern Division starting tomorrow. If the team were to experience discord at this juncture, the consequences could be dire. Selena wanted to speak, but Lin Luo quickly stopped her. If it were anyone else, Lin Luo might have brushed it off. But Belle was of a higher status than even the royal family of the Noah Empire, leaving no room for casual dismissal. Furthermore, Belle's tone did not suggest he was joking. Lin Luo was eager to understand the reason behind it. Upon hearing Lin Luo's inquiry, Belle appeared somewhat helpless and managed a wry smile. "I am merely following orders." Following orders? Lin Luo could easily guess that the only one capable of commanding Belle was Aisha. So, it was that little girl causing trouble. "If I lose, you intend to become the captain of the Dawn Squad?" Lin Luo frowned and retorted. This was quite troublesome. The main competition of the Imperial Academy was set to commence tomorrow. If the team were to become divided at this moment, it would spell disaster. Truth be told, if it were any other time, Lin Luo wouldn't care for the captaincy. However, he had promised Selena, and the system required it. Thus, he would not relinquish the captainess position under any circumstances. "No, I do not desire the captaincy. If I win, the captaincy will belong to Aisha," Belle said with a calm smile, turning to Aisha. Aisha gazed at Lin Luo with her usual disdain. Lin Luo's expression darkened. Of course, this was unacceptable. "Let us go now." Damn it. That captaincy position could go to anyone but Aisha. This little girl was indeed trying to stir up trouble. She would regret it. Lin Luo took the lead, pulling Selena toward the arena entrance, with Belle and Aisha following closely behind. Oh wow. Breaking news. Someone from the Dawn Squad has challenged Lin Luo, wanting to vie for the captaincy. This is too thrilling, Leslie exclaimed, excitement written all over his face. Finally, he had the chance to see Lin Luo in action. He would not miss this opportunity for anything. However, just as he was about to rush out, he was seized by Koji. "You just said that the long-range shooters from the Emperor's squad and the Forest Blade squad need to simulate warrior roles, which must be supervised by the captain. Where do you think you're going?" Koji remarked, exasperated. "If you meddle in the Team S affairs and something goes wrong, it won't be easy for you to justify your actions." Lin Luo, Selena, Belle, and Aisha made their way to the Howding Hotel, while the other teammates did as they pleased. Along the way, Belle seemed a bit puzzled. "Captain Lin Luo, why are we going to the hotel? Isn't the competition supposed to be at the arena?" Lin Luo was taken aback by his question. What the heck? Does he not have any sense of the situation? Letting them fight in the arena would probably demolish the entire place. If the organizers were to hold me accountable, who would take responsibility? Of course, since Belle and Aisha were of the fourth dimension's elven royalty, revealing their identities would surely absolve them of any blame. The organizers might even come to fawn over them. But Lin Luo would be in a dire predicament. Setting aside repair costs, if he were disqualified from the Imperial Academy competition, whom could he turn to for sympathy? Lin Luo cast a deep glance at Belle. If they wanted to fight, it was certainly best to do it on the Battle Network. Where else could they go? The Battle Network? What Battle Network? Belle looked even more puzzled, and Aisha wore a similarly curious expression. Suddenly, Lin Luo's gaze shifted towards them, filled with incredulity. Were these two truly pretending to be oblivious? They looked as though they had just emerged from the mountains, completely unacquainted with the world. Not only Lin Luo, but even Selena appeared bewildered. In this day and age, there were still those who were unaware of the Battle Network? In the next moment, Lin Luo and Selena halted simultaneously, exclaiming, "You two don't know about the battle network?" Belle and Aisha nodded in unison. Lin Luo and Selena exchanged glances, both covering their faces in disbelief. "Come, let me take you two to experience the Empire's cutting-edge technology." Lin Luo suddenly recalled that the theoretical textbooks at the Academy mentioned that forces from the fourth dimension existed in the form of tribes, with constant warfare between them. Hardly a moment of peace. Even the powerful elven race was merely a somewhat stronger tribe. Their runic technology was highly advanced, but was solely focused on weaponry and battle skills to cope with warfare. The Noah Empire, however, was different. Since acquiring runic technology, they had applied it to cutting-edge technology and even created the battle network. Thus, it was understandable that Belle and Aisha were unaware of the battle network. But were these two fools? After staying in Stellar City for so long, they hadn't inquired about it? Were the noble elven people truly too proud to communicate with others? Soon, the four arrived at the battle network training room. Under the guidance of Lin Luo and Selena, Belle and Aisha registered their account IDs. Belle chose to use his own name without hesitation. However, Aisha's choice was rather eye-catching, adorable elven beauty. While beautiful indeed, what was this nonsense about being adorable? You are not cute at all. Have some self-respect, will you? Of course, Lin Luo could only grumble internally. If Aisha heard him, she would likely seek vengeance. Yet, the next moment, Aisha caught sight of Lin Luo's ID and immediately frowned. Fearless champion. How shameless. Lin Luo was astonished. I never called you shameless. Why are you turning it back on me? This little girl was truly something. Did she not fear my wrath? Why is your name in gold? Aisha asked, puzzled by Lin Luo's golden ID. Belle also noticed Lin Luo's golden ID, but chose to remain silent. As for Selena, she already knew Lin Luo was fearless champion and appeared unfazed. You wouldn't understand. It symbolizes strength. It's quite impressive. Only 5 exist across the entire battle network. As soon as he mentioned the golden ID, Lin Luo began to boast, wearing a disdainful expression. The elven royalty of the fourth dimension didn't seem so impressive after all. Seeing Lin Luo's smug demeanor, Aisha was instantly enraged. Just wait. The news of fearless champion's return swept across the entire battle network once more. He was back again. Though it is merely noon and not during the peak hours of the battle network, this serves to illustrate the fearless allure of the powerful. Countless individuals, upon hearing the news, hastily set aside their tasks and rushed towards the battle network. Within moments, the platform became overcrowded, and the fervor was palpable. Brother, what transpired? Why has the fearless champion returned? Did he not just clash with the fire dance goddess last night? You inquire, and I too am at a loss. Having just received the news myself, this is not typical behavior for the fearless one. Usually, he would wait a week or two before reappearing. Has he perhaps changed? I speculate that the fearless champion was surely displeased after last night's bout with the fire dance goddess and seeks to reclaim his honor. Hey, who would dare claim that the fearless champion lost last night? I ask, who would dare? I would, as it was undeniably the fire dance goddess who emerged victorious, leaving the fearless champion hanging. Repeat that, and step outside. Let us settle this in a match. I shall show you no mercy. Such disputes were erupting in various corners. In truth, the clash between Lin Luo and Avila last night cannot be strictly categorized as a loss or a victory. While Lin Luo did hold the advantage, Avila remained standing. The battle network officials even declared it a draw after the two departed. However, anyone with a modicum of insight would recognize that if they were to face each other again, Avila would likely falter against the fearless champion, not due to a significant disparity in strength, but because the fearless champion's intellect far surpasses hers. Avila's lack of strategic thinking and her propensity for vexation mean that as long as the fearless champion counters her charming tactics, he would prevail. Hello everyone. I am Yang Miemia, back once again. Yang Miemia had swiftly entered the Battle Network's live stream, her speed far exceeding that of many mere spectators. After all, it was a battle of idols. The clash between the fearless champion and the fire dance goddess last night was nothing short of spectacular. Today, whom shall the fearless champion face? Many are undoubtedly eager to find out. I just checked, and among the golden IDs granted by the Battle Network, apart from the Shadow King Farouk, the other 4 are already online, eagerly awaiting their match. Naturally, whoever he faces will be in for an exhilarating encounter. Wait, the fearless champion has not matched with anyone. Instead, he accepted a challenge from another. Let us see who this challenger is. Someone who can entice the fearless champion must be a formidable player, even if they lack a golden ID. The results are in. ID. Bell. Record. 0 wins, 0 losses, 0 draws. A rookie. Wow, how can it be a rookie? Where did this newcomer spring from? In the official live stream of the Battle Network, Yang Mia Mia exclaimed in shock. Under normal circumstances, such a comment would have drawn scorn from many viewers. Yet at this moment, no one paid attention, as all were equally bewildered, sharing her sentiments. Where did this newcomer come from? The fearless champion. He actually accepted a challenge from a novice. This is akin to a prince or princess meeting a commoner. Fearless brother, you have changed. Where is your dignity? Chapter 198. Playing with snake skin in the Fire City Battle Network training room. Avila exploded upon seeing the fearless champion opting to accept a challenge from a rookie instead of matching with seasoned players. Upon hearing the news of his online status, she had hastily abandoned her tasks to rush to the training room, intent on reclaiming her honor from last night as confrontation and perhaps even besting him. To her dismay, she found herself confronted with this result. The fearless champion had disregarded those with golden IDs to accept a challenge from a newcomer? What audacity! How dare you show me this after I've gone to such lengths? Avila fumed, determined to discover the identity of this newcomer who dared to intrude. The other members of the fire dance team wore expressions of disbelief. For heaven's sake, if you lack the ability to articulate your thoughts, perhaps it is best to remain silent. What do you mean by intruding or third party? And why were you undressing? If someone were to overhear, they might think you had some unsavory affair with the fearless champion. In Osul City, Jaina wore a frosty expression, clearly displeased. Having been overshadowed by the fire dance goddess last night, she now found herself eclipsed by a rookie. What game was the fearless champion playing? As one of the 6 with a golden ID, how could he accept a challenge from a novice? Even if it were to mentor them, this was an affront to their dignity. What an embarrassment. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the Battle Network's live stream erupted in astonishment. Did I see that correctly? The fearless champion accepted a challenge from a newcomer. Truly remarkable. He has risen from the novice ranks to treat a rookie with such respect. How touching. This means I too have a chance to face the fearless champion. I must send a challenge now. Thus, a deluge of challenges flooded towards Lin Luo. Yet these requests were destined to vanish into oblivion. They failed to recall that when the 2 goddesses of the empire posted their challenge letters in the comment section, Lin Luo had not even glanced at them. In the arena, Aisha and Selena occupied the front row of the stands, gazing at the packed audience, feeling somewhat dazed. Even though Selena was already aware of Lin Luo's identity, she was still taken aback by his popularity within the Battle Network. Is this fellow always this well-liked? Aisha asked weakly, her heart brimming with discontent. How could Lin Luo, whom she deemed cowardly and despicable, possess such adoration? Selena was at a loss for a response. The exploits of the fearless champion had spread throughout the Battle Network and the entire empire, making it nearly impossible for anyone to remain ignorant. Just a month prior, he had been weak and bullied by all. Yet, inexplicably, he had surged into prominence, leading many to speculate that he had awakened. After all, such occurrences were not unheard of in the empire, but the strength of the fearless champion's awakening seemed to be unparalleled. However, Selena held a different view. She believed that Lin Luo had been concealing his true power and that his current emergence was merely a matter of timing. Although she was yet to discern the nature of this timing, she was certain it was linked to the Imperial Academy competition. For some reason, the thought of her agreement with Lin Luo filled Selena's mind, and a sweet smile graced her lips. Chapter 199. The beginning is high energy in the arena. Lin Luo wielded the Kusanagi sword, while Bell brandished a runic sword. Captain Lin Luo, please. Bell assumed a lunging stance, calmly speaking. Lin Luo did not dare to underestimate him. His crimson 3-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly. He understood that Bell was formidable, stronger than anyone he had encountered thus far. If Bell had indeed developed his spatial abilities to the level of divine might, Lin Luo would need to exert considerable effort to secure victory in this battle. Yet in the next moment, the surrounding space seemed to warp, and Bell's runic sword pierced through countless ripples of space, abruptly appearing before Lin Luo. Though his Sharingan could not discern the spatial distortion, Lin Luo sensed the surge of energy within Bell, allowing him to gauge the direction of the runic sword's thrust. With a swift motion, he tilted his head aside, feeling the sword graze his cheek, and then, with a surge of lightning coursing through the Kusanagi sword, he retaliated against Bell. At that moment, Bell's figure suddenly twisted in a spiraling motion, causing Lin Luo's Kusanagi sword to strike nothing but air. A wave of dread washed over Lin Luo as he recognized this technique from the training matches at the Kabar City Academy. By manipulating spatial distortion to negate his opponent's attack, Bell had maneuvered behind him to deliver a lethal blow. This meant that Bell's true form lurked just behind him. Lin Luo attempted to pivot, but it was already too late. A runic sword pierced through his back and emerged from his chest. The spectators in the stands were left in stunned silence, and even the commentator in the official Battle Network livestream, Yang Yemye, was momentarily speechless. Ivila and Gianna gasped in disbelief, their expressions a mix of shock and astonishment. The formidable warrior, Wu Wei, had been defeated in mere seconds after the battle commenced. Was this truly the invincible Wu Wei? Had he perhaps taken a bribe from the newcomer to stage such an event? Just as the crowd began to murmur their criticisms, Wu Wei in the arena suddenly exploded into a puddle of water. This was the art of duplication. Indeed, this technique had finally revealed itself. When he had previously dominated the Flame Vanguard, Wu Wei had utilized this very skill to showcase his prowess. Remarkable. However, the newcomer was no slouch either. He had effortlessly darted behind Wu Wei in an instant. Did anyone comprehend what had transpired? It appeared to be some form of extraordinary ability, though its nature remained uncertain. No wonder Wu Wei accepted this challenger's invitation. It seemed he possessed considerable skill. It was obvious. If the opponent were not formidable, would Wu Wei have graced the arena himself? In the forefront, Aisha listened to the surrounding chatter with disdain. For reasons unknown, she felt a surge of irritation every time she witnessed Lin Luo's attempts to show off. Soon, he would face the consequences. As a guardian of the elven royal lineage, Bell had only revealed the tip of his iceberg of power. Bow down and await your demise. In Osel City, upon witnessing Bell's extraordinary ability, Gianna involuntarily gasped. Is this spatial manipulation? How is this possible? Has someone truly awakened a spatial ability? In the next moment, Gianna hastily retrieved her communicator to make an urgent call. Regardless of the truth, she had to ascertain the facts immediately. As for Ivila, her focus was not on Bell's prowess. Upon seeing Lin Luo's duplication, she exuberantly exclaimed, "Well done," nearly choking Ino beside her. "Well done," he thought. Recalling how he had been outmaneuvered by that very technique on 2 occasions, a pang of pain echoing in his heart.